How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here, and we're going to be joined by Mike Modest of All Pro Wrestling, and we'll be talking about his career. Mike Modest has had tremendous luck, most of it bad, by the way, when it comes to his pro wrestling career in the last couple of years. But we'll be talking about his various incarnations and what's up for the future and who he's talked to and things like that. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
That's good. How'd the issue turn out?
It turned out pretty good. I was up kind of late trying to do a Mick Foley book review, which I've learned my lesson about putting things off with that book review. I should have done it the very first week because after waiting 4 weeks, all the play on words with Foley is good had been taken. You wrote a review that was almost longer than the book itself, and I had quite a task to attempt to follow. And I failed miserably, but I wrote the review.
Well, but I mean, there's a lot more, I mean, that he's talked about and things like that, and certainly on the drug chapter issue, there are things that have happened since the book came out that, you know what I mean?
Yep.
It's been kind of embarrassing for the company.
Bad timing for Mick Foley.
Bad timing for Mick Foley to go in and say that, like,
Mick Foley's kind of had a string of saying things that ended up being real bad timing. That, the Sunday Night Heat deal, it's not on a roll lately.
Yeah, I mean, what just that people weren't watching Sunday Night Heat?
Saying that people would watch when he was on, and they didn't.
Nah, the rating was actually down from the week before. Who was on the week before anyway?
Kurt Angle, the ratings king.
Well, Kurt Angle's a real, and that's okay. I mean, if it had gone down from when Blackman was on, which it didn't, because Blackman, I remember that was like the all-time record low, which was not a big surprise there. Yeah, I almost last night would have been done like record early time because, the SmackDown was in Baltimore and there was really not a whole heck of a lot going on aside from SmackDown yesterday. And I had the Baltimore results real early. So what I figured was...
And you read them.
We'll talk about SmackDown in just a second. But, I'm very worried. But anyway, and I guess I'm not the only one. Judging from those ratings, I think a lot of people are worried from the weekend. But so anyway, I figured what I would do was I would watch tapes until midnight, and then I would finish the issue off, which is much earlier than usual. So anyway, I was watching tapes last night, and I fell asleep in front of the VCR and didn't wake up until 1:45, so I ended up being up till 3 in the morning anyway, finishing up.
That sounds some exciting tapes you were watching last night.
Yeah, it was. Actually, I saw a hell of a match.
It wasn't my tape.
No, it wasn't. It was actually a hell of a match with Carl Malenko and Daijiro Matsui from a recent Battle Art show. I mean, a hell of a match. Great mat wrestling. So that was really cool. And then I fell asleep. I missed most of the lucha. But Brian, I did see the Pierroth Jr., El Hijo de Pierroth Jr. Ankle injury. And I don't know if you've heard about it.
I heard it was brutal.
It's not as bad as Sid's, but it's probably, I don't know how many of you, very, very few people probably listening remember the W. Malenko broken leg, but it reminded me of that. This was an ankle. I mean, it's just, he catches a guy on a dive, and they just show the close-up, and the ankle just, the angle's horrible. I mean, you just see the ankle just, go in that 90-degree angle, and it's like, oh, God. It's ghastly. Yeah, you definitely need to see that when you get the tape. And also, I want to make a quick mention, also, Sunday on Galavision, they're going to be doing a special, it's the Father's Day show. Actually, not Father's Day. It's going to be on Father's Day, but it was show taped a year ago. It's the AAA versus not versus, but it's the AAA EMLL card from Plaza de Toros, which it had some promotion versus promotion stuff and mixed matches and things like that, which actually I heard was not really that good of a card, and it is not aired in the United States, but it's going to air 1:30 Eastern Time, and I think that the graphics said 6:30 Pacific, but Brian, when you watch the tape, I mean, it's advertised all over the show, and I'm sure other people will note if I'm wrong about those times. I guess we should go to Baltimore from last night for SmackDown, and we can comment on that stuff. First of all, for Sunday Night Heat this coming Sunday, Jeff Hardy over Taka Michinoku to keep the title, light heavyweight. Jackie beats Ivory. X Factor beats APA when Albert interferes and does the Baldo bomb on Bradshaw. So Mr. Albert's getting the big push for all the reasons that we've talked about that probably aren't good reasons. But
he's big.
Anyway, real big. And Dudley's beat Goodfather and Bull Buchanan. So anyway, SmackDown starts with a recap of the show, and I did not hear, like Bob Mould suggested on the show yesterday, where they really play up, those bumps and make it like this great, classic match to get something out of all the stuff those guys did. My impression was they didn't do that. But they did.
I mean, at the very least, they could have done something like they did with Edge and Christian and the Hardys when they had that first, I think it was just a ladder match. I can't remember what the match was. But anyway, afterwards, the next night, they came out,
it was a ladder match,
went down to the ring like they were handicapped, and they had the standing ovation, and they were put over, and that's the way to do it.
They didn't do it. Okay, they didn't do it, but they did show some clips of it at the beginning sequence. Anyway, the show opens with Benoit and Jericho defending the tag team titles, beating Edge and Christian, which I heard was a long match, somewhere between, I think it was like 12-minute match, let's see, what was the finish? Christian spears Edge, so Jericho hits the lion salt on Edge for the pin, and Edge shoved down Christian after the match. I heard this was the best match on the show. Then, let's see, more Spike and Molly, which actually leads to the main event for those of you who don't know. Believe it or not.
Yes.
Big Show beat Raven. So Big Show is one of the final 8 in the King of the Ring. This is the King of the Ring qualifier. And the other guy who got in was Tajiri, which we'll talk about in a second.
Maybe he'll eat 4 pizzas before the semifinals.
What'd you say?
Maybe he'll eat 4 pizzas before the semifinals.
The pizza story, huh?
He seemed to have a lot of good luck eating those 2 extra-large pizzas before going out and facing Raven. But he's got that fast metabolism.
The pizza story. I knew that was going to come. Anyway, Steve Austin.
We'll be here now forever.
Yeah, we probably will. Steve Austin spent the entire show trying to get people to sign a petition to stop that main event, which after the reaction that it got on Monday, I wonder if that's a shoot. But anyway, and after the way they booked Jericho on Monday, as a matter of fact, too. So maybe he's doing it to protect his buy rate string. Anyway, he was running around. Sergeant Slaughter signed the petition, which I don't know how he did that. And
what a badass that Austin turned into.
Yeah.
Going around with a petition now.
Yeah, to get out of the main event. That isn't like, I mean, it was a match with The Rock, that'd be one thing, but it didn't. Matt Hardy beat K-Quick to keep the European title after a messed up twist of fate. I heard this match was kind of sloppy. And K-Quick kind of teased a heel turn. Like anyone's going to care, but what the hell. He's on the roster, do something with him, I mean, then Austin.
You have to kind of tease a personality first before you can go babyface or heel.
Yeah. He's got that rap going with him. Austin pressured Jim Ross under duress to sign the petition. So JR signed the petition. X Factor came out and said that Albert, later tonight, was going to defeat Kane for the Intercontinental title, which he didn't do. And Angle came out, and Angle they kind of agreed that Angle had a match with The Undertaker, so they would help him, and in return, he would help them. So, let's see. Then Regal tells Tajiri that he's got a King of the Ring qualifying match, which comes on later. So anyway, Angle and Undertaker. Angle wins on a disqualification when Undertaker lays him out with the ring steps. It's for the DQ. Then they added some stipulations for this match at King of the Ring, which actually we only have 2 matches for King of the Ring, and here we are, 12 days away with 2 matches. And the Kurt Angle, Shane McMahon match will be a street fight. So I guess that gives them more leeway on things that they can do. Anyway, X-Pac and Just Incredible run in to help Kurt Angle, and Undertaker, I think he chokeslams both of them. He chokeslams one of them twice, and then he last rides one or both of them. But he basically kills them both. Which, see, now this is what they should be doing with Chris Jericho. Is like guys run in, like he beats somebody, and then guys run in, like X-Pac and Just Incredible. Brian, you follow me on this one? Things gonna happen?
Yeah.
And he puts them both in the lion tank and lays them all. Kind of like how they got over Austin when he would stun everybody,
Yep.
And that's how you get guys over to be main eventers. As opposed
the funny
to
thing is, just looking at this show, you have Undertaker and you have Rhino from Monday, and just like a whole list of people that the way they're portrayed on TV are far more deserving of getting a title shot than Jericho and Benoit. But
Rhino,
they're going to wonder why the show does not draw.
Yeah, Rhino dropped
place to blame.
Yeah, Rhino dropped his title. It's like first he beats. It's like I'll talk about this. So Test beat Rhino to win the hardcore title due to distraction from Stacy Keibler and Shane McMahon. Stacy Keibler was dancing, and I guess it affected Rhino, but not Test. And Test beat him. So
does that mean Test will be the #1 contender now if Chris Jericho wins? Because Rhino beat Jericho 3 times and then lost a test?
There is a logic in what you just said, but I don't think so.
Okay.
Because Test is going to WCW, obviously, which is another thing that's got people excited all over the world. The one thing is, if Rhino, exactly, if they were going to push Rhino as being this number one contender, he shouldn't be losing to Test. Nothing should be happening. You know what they're doing is they're making everyone the same. And see, that's not, it's okay when you have a system, okay? When you have a booking system, I think it's actually kind of cool. There's two types of booking systems. Well, there's a million types of booking systems, but two different kinds of theories. One is that you've got your pecking order, and the guy who's on top of the other guy will always beat the other guy. That's kind of like the old All Japan thing where it takes a guy forever to actually get the big win, but when he gets the big win, it's like a big thing. Or the old St. Louis thing where, you pretty much know going in who's going to win most of the matches except for the main event on the card. But the whole idea is the main event draws the money, and everyone's established in their position and the guys are being built for the next main event, and that's their only purpose is to keep building new main events. Okay? Or you have the thing which is kind of more of a New Japan thing or like a WWF thing where, they have all these guys and they can all beat each other. And that may even be a better system, but the thing is that you have to be careful to your money you protect your money matches in either system. And that's what they're not doing here is they're not protecting their money matches. The money match on this show is Austin, Benoit, and Jericho, obviously. Okay? And Angle, I guess, and Undertaker, I guess, being the other two matches. Angle with Shane and Undertaker with the Stalker. So those are the guys who are on top on the pay-per-view. So this month, those are the guys who you have to protect. And everybody else, they can go beat each other and surprise you and swerve you, and that's cool. Okay? But those guys got to be protected. But instead, they're doing a system where Jericho, can lose. Granted, it was a handicap match. And then the guy who beat him can lose. And so you've got this whole thing where, with the exception of Undertaker, who's protected, and Austin, who's protected, everybody else is basically the same, and you're not creating stars. You're creating a whole bunch of, mid-card guys.
Mm-hmm. It's fine to take Austin and do, jobs and tag team matches to prove that Austin, of all people, can really lose to anybody at any time. I think that's one of the things that,
shouldn't be
got
anybody
Rock
at any
over.
Time. It should.
Well, the thing with Rock was Rock could have a match with Val Venus, and people would go for the near falls because Rock was really beaten by a lot of people. But that's fine to do with Steve Austin, but it's not fine to do with Benoit and Jericho because people already believe that these guys can lose to anybody and they're going to lose to Austin. So they're not the people you want to do this with.
Well, I think with Austin, Austin can can lose in a tag match, but it should only be for a purpose. Like if Austin, let's say on Monday's show.
Yeah, to Benoit or Jericho.
Yeah, to Benoit or Jericho. But if Austin were to be in a tag match with, say, the Dudleys, and Bubba Ray Dudley would pin Austin, that serves zero purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
Your champion, everything that you do with the champion should serve a purpose. Anyway, Tajiri beat Crash Holly, which I heard was a hell of a match. And I heard Steve Regal's facial expressions, or William Regal's facial expressions were tremendous. He did all of his spots, the tarantula, the kicks. Just heard he looked great. And so he's now in King of the Ring as well. And so now we got 8 guys and no brackets. They will be trying to come up with brackets on Monday, which is a good time to come up with brackets, I suppose. Kevin Kelly interviewed Test. And all of a sudden, poor Test, they have no respect for him. They started airing stalker footage. This time, Sarah Undertaker was swimming in a pool in a bikini, so then there you go. She's the next Sable. Then we got Austin approaches Spike and Molly Holly to sign the petition. Spike is about to sign the petition when Austin tells him to get his bimbo girlfriend to sign it, and Spike gets mad because Austin called Molly a bimbo. He tore up the contract, which got Austin really mad. So he went into Regal's office and demanded a match with Spike Dudley, which in fact is the main event. The semi-main event is Kane beating Albert with a clean pin, I think. He blocks the Baldo bomb and chokeslams him. And I don't know where Kurt Angle's not involved in this. Wasn't he supposed to help? I guess he didn't fulfill his part of the bargain. Anyway, Austin and Spike Dudley is the main event, and Spike gets a little bit of offense in, but he's given the stunner, and he's given the crossface, the lion tamer. Austin's using everyone's finishers, and the stunner, pins Spike Dudley. Then Molly comes in, and Austin comes in with a chair and chases her off. Then he starts beating up on Spike Dudley some more. She comes back in. Austin got chairs ready to chase her again, but Benoit and Jericho, both with chairs, hit the ring, and the show ends. So that's the story from last night. Any comments?
Wow. Austin and Spike Dudley in the main event.
know? Yeah.
But Spike got elevated because at least he was in there with Steve Austin.
Not. Yeah, I know. Anyway, let's see. The 0-1 pay-per-view will take place late tonight, actually tomorrow. It's going to be a bomb. Shinya Hashimoto versus Tom Howard. God, could you believe, Tom Howard is in the main event of a Japanese pay-per-view?
Is it going to be on pay-per-view? Is that for certain?
That's what I was told. I asked last night, and I go, is this thing going to... Because the guy who sends me the tapes, who apologized for getting to turn the tape on the New Japan show and me missing the first 3 matches. He just goes... He goes, I pushed the button, but I noticed the tape wasn't moving right at the end of the Tanaka Kakihara match, which is probably one of the best matches on the show. He goes, when I noticed, so I saw the rest of it, just missed 2 matches that I probably really wanted to see. And he just goes, but don't worry, I'll be taping Friday's pay-per-view, or whatever it is, the 0-1.
What a trade-off. At least it'll get one by.
I know. And I go, that thing's going to be on pay-per-view? And he goes, yeah, there was some controversy about whether it would, but it's going to be on pay-per-view. And no one's going to buy it. Why? And no one, can you imagine they're in that Osaka Castle Hall? That is going to be a sad night. Those poor guys. Anyway, what other stuff is going on here? Let's see. Yeah, the Jericho. Chili Willie was on. Actually, he was on. He got a tryout Monday night and Tuesday night. And he got a little bit of a pop, but I heard his match was not all that good. And let me see, what else? That's any other big news? Any other small news? That's kind of it.
If there's any news.
Okay. As far as Japanese rumors go, I guess there's something on there about All Japan, New Japan. I don't know anything new other than I'm thinking about 2 months ago, Weekly Fight, which is one of the Japanese magazines, reported that by the end of the year, that New Japan would buy All Japan. I checked into that, and they just said, someone checked into it for me over there and just said, that's just a story, and don't believe it. So anyway, that is out on the internet, and I'm not saying, I don't know if it's true or not, and it actually makes perfect sense that Mrs. Baba would want to get out and sell to New Japan, because they did a big house on the 8th, but if you look at their spot show attendance, it's terrible. And, unless they use New Japan guys, they really have nothing left in that promotion. So it's a logical story. Whether it's a true story or not, I don't know, but hopefully by tomorrow, I'll have some news from Japan on what the hell's going on in Japan today. Okay, this is from Ed. I heard that at that AAA EMLL show, the older wrestlers started to shoot on some of the younger guys, and this led to a fist fight in the locker room, and somebody was hit with a bat. There was problems in the locker room after that show between the wrestlers of both companies, which is why there's among the many reasons why there hasn't been a joint show since. I think there were some problems in the ring, minor problems. It wasn't that bad though. In the ring, it was there were some heat outside the ring. Was Raven a good worker as Scotty the Body? He was hilarious. I mean, as far as he was a great color commentator as Scotty the Body. Good worker, yeah. Better than he is now, actually. Why do I have the feeling that we're going to see Big Show annihilate Tajiri in the next round of King of the Ring?
Big Show is big and Tajiri is from another land.
I think that you may be right here. This is from Eric Trainer, who goes, to help move through more calls, I've written a quick section for the 3 most asked questions, and I hope all listeners find this helpful. Insert any wrestler's name here on steroids. Dave and Brian have no concrete evidence of this wrestler using steroids. Therefore, to avoid slander lawsuits, they will avoid saying the wrestler's on steroids. Having said that, most likely, yes, this wrestler's on steroids, and a lot of them. He's had more roids than a Preparation H test group. He takes steroids, bovine growth hormone, and is experimenting with chugging Miracle Grow plant food. That's good. He has surgically implanted inflated balloons under his biceps and replaces calves with those of Clydesdales. Bagwell tried
people do that.
Yeah, Bagwell did that with the calves. What's the deal now?
That's so funny to think of a wrestler who wears boots that go up past his calf, getting calf implants.
It was very, very funny, except that he got a lot of health problems from that one. Surgically implanted biceps. I mean, I've heard people say that. Do guys really do that?
Because you can get synthol injected in there. It's not like having a surgically. You're not really adding a muscle in there, but you're adding stuff in there.
Okay, doesn't the synthol injection go away, though? It's just a temporary
you have to
thing?
keep doing it.
Yeah, okay, because I know, before, bodybuilding contests, I've heard of people, injecting it into their delts and things like that, but it's not, something that, it's not their delts are going to stay big for, a week.
Yeah,
it's something you do right. Yeah, right. Something. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, he
I've
also
heard of
asked
pec implants. I've heard of pec, calf, and I think that's it.
Okay, now what about that guy? Remember that guy, what's his name, Josh? Jake Strauss. Remember the guy who was on WCW once with Paul Orndorff chasing him around?
Oh, with the arms, yeah. Yep.
I mean, that guy had to do something because that was not natural.
No, it was not.
But anyway, let's see. He also asked only to be filmed through a fisheye lens to give him that extra edge. Yeah, that's the Hogan one. Only on a certain side. Did you ever hear the stories when Hogan, the guy who did, this is about 17, 18 years ago, Hogan was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and they did a bunch of photos, they did a big photo shoot, and the guy who did the photos, well, I think it was Walter Ayus, but I could be wrong about the photographer, afterwards, like years later, they asked, like, who was the most difficult subject that you ever worked with for taking photos? And he said Hulk Hogan, because it was like he was insistent on only being photographed at certain angles because he wanted to hide, like, that one of his biceps was weaker than the other. Like, anyone's going to notice. Well, I mean, they'll notice.
How about shot from the ground so you can't see the bald spot on top of his head?
Did insert any wrestler's name here know beforehand what was going to happen in Montreal? Although many historians and linguists have been reporting on the growing rift between the French and English-speaking factions in Quebec prior to the incident, very few wrestlers saw a provincial referendum to vote for the single language coming. Oh, you mean the Survivor Series? Yes, everybody knew except for Brett. Well, Brett and Michael Cole, who just found out this week he doesn't work for the World Wildlife Fund. As Nicole Bass will tell you, the WF is a place filled with lighthearted, ribbing, and harmless pranks. Just as all new wrestlers are the target for jokes, so are all wrestlers who are leaving the company. Earlier in the week, Foley had placed saran wrap over Brett's toilet seat, and Owen had lined the inside of Brett's sunglasses to leave rings around his eyes. That Sunday alone, Brett had to answer 6 phone calls about the operational status of his refrigerator and a yet-to-be-signed Matt Bloom being trapped in a can. Oh, that's pretty funny. The screw job was just Vince McMahon's way of saying that Brett was one of the boys, and Vince was one of the boys, and Vince could out-prank anyone in the locker room. Brett's after-match outburst was simply his way of congratulating Vince on his craftiness, and the punch was simply a spirited high-five that was poorly aimed. Shawn Michaels rushed from the ring not because he was surprised by what had happened or worried about what Brett would do in retaliation, but he had to hurry to place a banana in Brett's tailpipe without being noticed. Okay. What does it mean when you say a wrestler is in no condition to appear on television? Again, to avoid slander suits, please insert any of the following euphemisms and draw your own conclusions. They were carpooling with Bryan Adams and Brian Clark.
Ooh.
They accidentally inhaled a dose of Mongolian mist. They were in negotiations with Scott Hall. They were scouting talent in Colombia. Oh, they were cooking a different form of The Rock. They were rehabbing their glaucoma injury. They were finding another H for Triple H. They were soon to be auctioning no-show appearances on eBay, and they were dealing with their own Dale tour boards. That's pretty good, Dan. Get that one? I'm sure you do. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. I'm mailing to say how disgusted I am with the WWF women's title situation. Right now, the division has some of its best-ever performers, like Molly Holly, who for me is the best North American woman in the ring. It's because you haven't seen a lot of them in the ring.
Their best ever female performers?
No, just the best now. She didn't say ever. Or he didn't say ever. If he said ever, that'd be bad. Yet they put the belt on lazy Chyna, who then proceeds to bury every other competitor. Simple facts are that Chyna is the worst in the ring woman. No, Stephanie's the worst in the ring woman. And then Terry Runnels. But anyway, yet she's the champion. It makes no sense to me. Yeah, it does. It makes perfect sense if you think about it. She's got, she's Chyna. Oh, and one more thing. I failed to see the attraction. Oh, this is about, one more thing about Y2J. I failed to see the attraction. Sure, he's decent. His ring work sucks. He screws up too often. His moves don't look, okay. If they heard it all.
Right, yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, this is from, Michael Bowman, who goes, he's thinking about the possibilities of the Undertaker's stalker. He goes, I know Vince does the voice, but who could it possibly be? Probably not Kane or Paul Bearer. How about Raven or Steven Richards? No. Taking a mid-carder.
The Steven Richards Undertaker feud. That would really light that company on fire.
Yep. I was listening to your show with Bob Mould, and you mentioned something about a previous walkout before the Sullivan incident. I'm guessing that maybe he meant the incident where Raven left in August of '99. Anyway, great show. The guy seems real smart and nice. That was a great show yesterday. We got tons of positive feedback on that show. This is from Scott Keith, who says, I really don't understand some of the booking choices on SmackDown, although the one that really bugs me is Rhino losing to Test out of nowhere. So Rhino has beaten Jericho 3 times in a row. He gets positioned for the upper card in one show, and the very next show jobs to a guy who has an entire book devoted to making fun of him. I mean, I don't mind Test. I don't mind Rhino. I wish they'd just make up their mind and get behind someone for more than 3 days if they want to seriously push someone. Everyone on the net was sick of Triple H by the end of 1999, but you knew damn well with him that the WF wasn't going to stop the insane overpush until he was the biggest star in the business. Well, close. One of the biggest 3. Anyway, he's out for 3 months, and he's still in the second hour updating us on how much his knee hurts. Sure, he's great, but he's also on the shelf for the foreseeable future, and he isn't going to make the WF any money with vignettes from the doctor's office. When do we see that kind of effort being put into getting some of the mid-card guys over to fill the void? I suppose the mentality is they're waiting for The Rock's return, but what if he doesn't return? What if he trips on a cable and breaks his leg on the way to the arena? Didn't Randleman do something like that, remember? Yeah. It can happen. Kevin Randleman, remember he slipped on a
can.
No. It was actually poles in the back while he was running. You know, he does like a pre-warm-up jog or whatever, and he went through a set of curtains and hit these row of poles and fell down and had a concussion.
He didn't yield?
No, he didn't yield. He never saw them.
Yes, he wasn't looking. Anyway, what if he comes back and, God forbid, the fans don't want to cheer him anymore? They'll cheer him when he comes back.
Let me say something about Hunter real quick. Just from watching the rehab things the last couple of weeks, and particularly the one they showed on Raw, this guy is going to be a gigantic babyface unless they drop the ball. And if they drop the ball, it's all over.
Yeah, but they
I mean, look what they have being handed to them right here.
Okay, but they got the WCW feud being handed to them, and I can't say they've done anything to make me interested in it. And it was handed to them.
I'm worried.
I mean, they had Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan handed to them. You know, they're much better when it's not handed to them. They're better when they come up with the stuff on their own. You know? I mean, WCW had Buff Bagwell as this giant babyface handed to them, and they just had to swerve everyone. That was such a great swerve when he got out of that wheelchair and turned heel on his mom. Oh, man, that drew so much money.
I know, anyway. It really did. And it made her career, you know?
Yeah. Anyway, for Vince to bank his return bank his company on the return of one guy is a risky proposition at best. I think, especially when he can or won't turn a backup babyface into a big star to take his place. Let's see.
I was like on Monday when they showed the Rock thing, and Jim Ross immediately goes, "When is he coming back?" Like he was desperate for it.
Maybe sooner than you think. How big will the pop be when Rock returns and cuts off Austin's "My name is Stone Cold Steve Austin" line with "It doesn't matter what your name is"? Yeah, there'll be a big pop. That won't save the company, though. Is the WF not caring too much about the tag team titles now? It seems they've ignored them for a whole month when Triple H and Austin had them. Actually, that elevated them when Triple H and Austin had them, because it took them from being a mid-card belt to a main event belt. And now that Benoit and Jericho have them, they haven't really had to defend them. The match tomorrow night on SmackDown against Edge and Christian should be a good match. So if Vince has no desire to push Jericho and Benoit as singles main eventers, why not push them as a tag team? Because then they'll have never gained. They won't have gained anything, will they? They'll be exactly where they were. Okay. Seeing as the tag division isn't happening as much as it used to be. What do you guys think? All right. Anyway, we got Mike Modest on the line. Michael, how are you today?
Good, man. How about you?
Doing really good.
Excellent.
Well, how is, I guess, weeks before you were on the air, we mentioned that you've probably had more luck than almost anyone in wrestling, and most of it's bad in the last 2 years. I mean, you've got we even talked about this yesterday with Bob Mould, who was praising your work and mentioning about how, in fact, we were talking about your interview ability that no one knows about unless they've actually seen you live, and and the fact that your timing of your WCW deals was like perfect. Every time you came in, it was guaranteed that within 3 weeks there was going to be a big change in the company, and they would forget it, and the new people coming in wouldn't know about you. So
no, I mean I couldn't have timed it better. Couldn't have timed it better.
Now, what's going on with you right now? I mean, I guess the big thing we know is that you had the tryout for Noah last week.
Yeah, I had the tryout with Noah, and that went really, really well. I got to tell you, I'm more comfortable with a Japanese style, anyways, and it just really comes natural to me, and I felt like I just don't know how it could have gone better. But, I haven't gotten any real feedback yet, so I don't really know anything, concrete, but I feel very good about it.
When you were in the ring, did you just like do one match with Donovan for like 7 minutes, or what was the tryout like?
Yeah, I was in the ring with Donovan for about 7-8 minutes, and then after that, I went back in with Max Justice and wrestled Justice for like 5 or 6 minutes, and there was one match in between us, and that went okay as well. But Max took some time off, and he had been out of the ring for about 1.5 years, and he's just now starting to come back, so he's still a little rusty. But I still thought that match went really well too. And then Donovan did the same thing. He got in with Dilip as well, which I don't know.
Tell everyone a little bit about Dilip, because I don't think most people know about him.
Dilip's a monster. He's a 400-pound bodybuilder from India, and he's 7'2". He's just a monster. Not an ounce of fat on the guy. And he was there as well, but he's already spoken for, like, we're talking to a couple of different promotions about him right now. Not to mention the fact that Hollywood's looking at him too, for movie roles and stuff like that.
And now, how's his English? Because I remember talking to you about him before, and they were having some trouble communicating with him because of his English not being that good.
Yeah, it's actually picked up really well. Like he understands the wrestling English very well. Any move that you call, practically he knows. And the nice thing about him is he's still young. He's 22 or 23, and moves around really well. Can do things that most giants have never been able to do. I mean, there's just no way he's not going to be a successful entity in this business. I mean, he's a shoo-in.
And did he start out training with you guys?
What's that?
Did he start out training with you guys?
Yeah, he started out training with us, and he's still training. We don't feel like he's quite ready yet. We don't want to, get him out there and then have him be a El Gigante letdown, So we don't want anybody putting a.
He needs to be a giant Silva.
Yeah, we don't want any giant Silvas on our hands.
That was one thing with Silva is WWF rushed him on TV.
Yeah.
Although now that we've seen him, I guess it really doesn't matter anyway, because he wasn't going to make it in the WWF. There's something he's missing.
Yeah.
Not athletic ability. I mean, he's actually a pretty decent athlete, but something about, I guess, charisma or something. I don't know what it is.
It might be charisma.
Yeah.
It's true what they say about, and this is one of the things I've really never understood about the business. They'll hire a guy with a body and try to make a wrestler out of him rather than hiring a wrestler and saying, get a body. Because anybody can, work out and build a body. You just have to, have that kind of dedication and eat right and everything. I've made a tremendous turnaround in the last 2 years on my body. I just got serious and I really, I've been hitting the gym. In fact, I just got back from the gym, and I'm going again tonight. But wrestlers really, I think, for the most part, are born. You just either have it or you don't. And in some cases, it's just impossible to install into somebody. Baracus, I think, was a perfect example of that.
Now, you've trained a lot of wrestlers, and I'm sure you've had your frustrations with guys who you thought could make it, but somehow mentally it never clicked. They had the physical ability, but mentally it didn't click. And what do you think, as far as for a guy to make it? I mean, I think the most important thing is a certain mental drive. But do you think? What else do you, when you've seen, because you've been around, just as an example, Spike Dudley. I mean, you've been around him basically from the start, and Spike Dudley was, especially when he came in. I mean, first of all, he came in as a manager because nobody in those days would think that a guy that small could be a wrestler.
Yeah.
And, he turned out to be a good worker, and he's in the WWF, and he's in the main event of SmackDown tomorrow night. But it's funny because of all the guys that probably came through, like you would say, well, Dilip is a can't miss, and Spike, nice guy, dry, but he's going to have to be a manager because that's the only way. And look at him, there's just no way of picking what's going to happen, I guess.
Yeah. Roland was actually the first one to really push Spike towards trying to make it as a wrestler. And the reason being was he was just a scrapper. He wasn't afraid to get in the ring with anybody and really go. I mean, as you know, at APW, we're real big on amateur wrestling. And I remember one of Tony Jones's first classes. Tony Jones is a legitimate heavyweight shooter from San Francisco State. I mean, the guy's got, credentials up the rear. And Tony had gone through the entire beginner's class. What he did was he just took on each student and pinned each guy. And Spike was, 145, 150 pounds at the time. Here's Tony weighing in at 260 pounds, and Spike's like, man, let me have some. And he got in the ring and he went. I mean, Tony still beat his ass, but I mean, that's just how he is. He's just got that kind of attitude. Like, I mean, he just doesn't care, And then on top of it, just the fact that, Spike knows how to be respectful. He knows how to act in the locker room and stuff. And I think all of those things combined just, and then a lot of luck as well, made for a very successful career. And I'm really happy for the guy, especially, when he, I know he got pretty beat up in ECW and he had some knee problems, I think, and everything. And so I'm glad to see that he's getting his opportunity to make some good money and really make a name for himself.
What's from your own career perspective? I mean, are you feeling now with the tryout? Are you feeling like, say, more up than like say before that? Because you kind of had the WCW thing, and then when WWF bought WCW, at least at first it didn't seem like they were interested in you. Your contract ran out. They cycled you out. And have you had? I heard somewhere reading that you had spoken to Jim Ross as well.
Yeah, I didn't actually personally speak with him, but Johnny Ace told me that he had spoken to Jim Ross about me. And that Jim Ross said that he would definitely be interested in taking another look at me, for the WCW and stuff. And so I sent a tape out. Haven't heard anything back yet. I'm still hoping. But I'm not holding my breath either. WWF. I mean, it's a great company, and I mean, you can't run a wrestling company better than they do. And right now they have so much talent and stuff that I'm certainly not waiting by the phone. That's for sure. They can kind of pick and choose right now.
We're going to start with Dan in Chicago. Dan, what's going on?
Hey, guys, what's up? Hey, Mike, how you doing? Mike?
Hey, Dan, what's up?
Oh, yeah, how you doing, Mike?
Good, Dan. How about you, man?
Good. It's honor to talk to you. The first time I actually heard of you was Beyond the Mat, the movie. How do you feel when people tell you that's how when they first saw you?
Oh, man, there's a couple of, things that are a little embarrassing, the scene with the room and, and the cat.
Your room.
Barry Blaustein, he knocks on the door, and I thought it was one of the boys, and I was in there just crashed, and he knocks on the door, and I said, yeah, come right in, and he comes in with the damn camera, and I was like, oh, this guy. But I guess it wasn't as bad as, catching Terry Funk in his underwear, getting out of bed.
When he woke up.
So, but for the most part, man, I mean, that movie has been a total positive thing for me and totally positive for my career. I mean, it's nice to tell people, hey, you want to see me? You tell people you're a pro wrestler, and they say, okay, yeah, well, what WrestleMania have you been in? Well, I haven't been in a WrestleMania, but at least I was in a wrestling movie that I can tell people to go down to the video store and pick up. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's just kind of cool. My buddy, Tim and I, we were watching WCW one night, and he didn't even know who you were.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's the guy from Beyond the Mat. And
cool.
He watched the movie, and he thought you were a pretty good wrestler as well. Listen, guys, got an idea on who the stalker might be?
Okay.
Now, just hear me out. What about Mick Foley?
That's not the idea, but
what do you?
I don't think he wants to wrestle The Undertaker right now. I mean, I think that if he's going to wrestle, and I'm sure he will, it's going to be more of a comedy situation, and that's not a comedy angle.
Okay. Because I was kind of thinking he could get kind of, maybe not now, obviously, he's maybe not in shape or whatever, but the reason why I would think it was him, because he's trying to, all of a sudden he comes back with all this is going on, okay, and it just happens to be King of the Ring time. And he wants to put Undertaker...
Oh, yeah, because of because of the match, yeah.
Right, and he wants to put the Undertaker's
then he has to take those bumps again.
hell. Huh?
There's something about Foley, though, that I don't think anybody would buy him as a stalker.
I would. I would buy it as a stalker. Seriously. He's being Mr. Nice Guy. I mean, he's always been that way anyway, but...
Dan, is there something about you that we don't know?
No, I'm not a stalker. I'm just saying. I would buy it that he is, though. I mean, I think it'd be interesting because, like I was going to say, was Undertaker put his wife through hell by watching her husband get chokeslammed through a cage, and Mick Foley could say it as payback.
If he was still an active wrestler, actually, he could pull that one off.
Yeah.
But I just don't. I mean, really, I don't see him coming back in that kind of a role. I mean, I think that physically.
Well, that's the whole point, though, isn't it? Though. Like you wouldn't think of this guy being a stalker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just think that physically he doesn't want to go through with it. I mean, he's taken enough bumps for like 2 lifetimes, and he has his money, and I think he's better off. I think he's better off not wrestling right now and being a public relations person for the WWF, because I think he's like really valuable in that role.
You know, Dave, I think not only can Mick not take too many more of those bumps off the top of the cage, but I'm not sure that I could stand watching too many more of those bumps off the top of the cage, man. I hope that he does kind of chill out on the insanity.
I hope everybody chills out.
Yeah.
Did you watch the match on Monday with Benoit and Kurt Angle?
That was awesome.
Awesome match, man.
It was an awesome match, but I thought that was like, I thought they did too much.
It's one of those situations. I just saw a match between Kobashi and Akiyama, and it was one of the.
Was it the one
matches.
from like December?
Yeah.
The one where they were doing all the suplexes on the ramp?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And how long did the match go? Like 45, 60 minutes or something? I mean, it was a long
It was
match.
like 40 minutes at least. It was real long, yeah.
And Kabashi's eye was all swelled shut. And I mean, I just don't know how you can come back and top something like that. And the steel cage thing was kind of the same thing. I mean, good God, it was an incredible match.
The thing that worries me about a steel cage now is it used to be that when you had a cage match, everybody expected blood.
Yeah.
And that was easy. You cut your head, right? Now it's like you have a cage match and everybody expects, someone's going to go off this cage, or someone's going to,
do something,
take a bump to the
insane.
announce table, or something that's not, something simple.
Yeah.
The one thing that we brought up, the last, I guess it's been 3 weeks of WF television, they had probably the best television main events that they've had in the history of the company, probably.
Yeah, they've had some good TV.
Yeah. Let's go to Alvin in Austin. Alvin, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Brian? Hey, Dave. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Just a quick question. Since there's only a single promotion in this nation, how does it help people who are out in the indies? How does it hurt people who are out in the indies?
Actually, to be honest with you, I've gotten more indie bookings since the closing of WCW. It's insane. But there's more small groups that are thinking, well, hell, if there's only one company, there might be room for me now. So there's a lot of little startups happening, and so, I'm keeping pretty busy on the indie scene, so I don't think it necessarily hurts indie wrestling at all. If anything, I think it will bolster indie wrestling, because a lot of people, although WWF product's been really good as of late, a lot of people still, prefer the older style of wrestling, and a lot of people would like to see more of a Japanese influence, and so you can still go to the indie shows and get your Lucha Libre fix or your Stiffer All Japan style. You can still go and see that kind of stuff on the indie show. So I don't think it hurts the indies at all. I think it hurts the boys. I think definitely, Vince being the only show in town, I think that hurts the boys for sure. And I think in a way it hurts the WWF too. I think even Vince would like the competition. I think that's healthy, and I think it's better for the business all the way around.
I'm sure he would now. I don't know about 2 months ago.
I think that 3 months ago he was happy as hell to get rid of the competition, but now it's like, we can get somebody else out here.
Yeah.
There's something else I have to ask too, since there's a whole lot of people right now looking head into wrestling, and you're over at All Pro, so what I'm asking is, since All Pro is pretty much looked at as the premier wrestling school in the nation, excuse me about that. Never mind.
No, go ahead. Take your time.
Okay, let's go to
Why is that?
Oh, so sorry.
Since All Pro is pretty much looked at as the premier wrestling school in the whole nation, but I don't know why.
You don't know why?
Yes, sir.
Why is it looked at as the premier school?
Yes.
Because we're producing a lot of good talent. People come like even Noah coming in and checking out our talent. The one thing they did have to say was they couldn't believe how fundamentally sound all of our guys are. I mean, it's real simple. I mean, we've got a 2-year training course. Most schools got a 3-month training course. It's not too big of a secret why we produce the best talent. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. I think it's fundamental.
Thank you very much.
All righty.
Okay, it's good.
Another big negative with just one company is, in fact, you pretty much mentioned this, but just so few spots now. If you're an indie guy that really wants to make it big, there's only one company to make it big at.
Yeah. it's that's for sure. And the thing is it limits people to different styles, and you kind of have to go out there with that with the WWF style. I was told one time by one of the agents that that it was a horse and pony show, that you had to have the gimmick, and you have to have all the you have to have the undefinable it, and
mm-hmm.
I just wish that undefinable it was, can the guy wrestle or not, as opposed to
that's part of it though.
Yeah, it's part of it, but it's not to me, at least I don't think it's the main thing. I don't think it's the only, the most important thing that they look at. Although they certainly do have talent. So yeah, I mean, of course it's better. I mean, I really wish, Bischoff, or I've heard rumors of Macho Man and Hogan and everybody and their brother starting up something, and I wish someone would hurry up and do it.
Yeah. I mean, have you been contacted by people going like, sit tight, or contacted by people going like, hey, we've got, because I mean, the one thing that I'm hearing, is like foreign tours, which theoretically, I mean, I think that there is a market, because the one thing WWF is not doing is touring, and their TV is everywhere, so there is an interest in seeing American pro wrestlers, and a lot of, if you had some WWF names and some, WCW had a lot of international TV,
Yeah.
Like the idea of like bringing WCW guys that are not under contract to WWF and send them on a tour to say, whether, anywhere where their TV was, I'm throwing out a country like South Africa. I mean, there's probably something to that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I went out to Ireland, and I couldn't believe it. I mean, here I am. I'm really, I walk out of my own house and I'm nobody special here, but in Ireland, where, they haven't discovered the benefits of physical fitness and working out yet, really, especially in some of the smaller towns. I mean, I had people following me around in the store just based on my look. They hadn't even seen me on TV, but they just saw that I had muscles, and they just figured I must be somebody special. And I just couldn't believe, how well I did selling T-shirts and Polaroids and everything over there in Ireland. It was incredible, and I'm going back again in November. I can't believe it. I mean, there's a huge market for overseas stuff. The thing that's a bummer is I was talking to the guy that was promoting the shows, and I said, why don't you guys try to get TV out here? And he said, well, because it's cheaper for our TV stations just to buy WWF TV and run it. Even though it's not something local and it's nothing that the Irish people can go and see in person, it's still just a lot cheaper, to do.
So, here's an interesting, Mark, concept is producing and I guess Savage sort of talked about this, producing a television show with largely the idea of selling it cheaply in foreign countries as a leader to doing tours, but, with high enough production values where people will think, hey, these are American stars coming, because American stars coming to your country is probably a bigger deal outside the United States than inside the United States.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, like I said, man, I couldn't believe, I felt like royalty over there. It was incredible. It was bizarre, walking down the street and having people, whistle at you and just coming up off the street and just, coming to talk to you because they know you're an American. It was incredible.
How do you feel about going to work for Stampede? I guess you're going to do that in a couple of weeks.
I'm real excited about it, man. I mean, the company's got so much history and everything. I'm excited about that, and then I'm going to be wrestling Bruce Hart, and now I've got the All Pro Wrestling Heavyweight Championship, and then it's going to be like a belt versus belt thing up there against Bruce. So it's pretty exciting, man. I'm really looking forward to it. I'll be up there like 4 or 5 days.
Are you like, is it just like a 4 or 5 day thing, or are you planning on coming back for a couple of times there? Or?
Well, I'm going to be staying at Stu's house, and I was told by Blake Norton that, we'd talk some business and stuff, so I'm hoping that it's a continual thing. I certainly would love to keep going up there and work with them on a, semi-regular basis.
Now, how is the financial end as far as, flying someone in? I mean, can you get cheap enough flights to make it kind of worth it? Like, I know you've been in Chicago, and you've been, like, in a lot of places in the United States, Pennsylvania. Yeah. I mean, it hasn't been just, like, a few years ago, not all that many years ago, you were basically working Northern California and nowhere else.
Yeah. I think with Beyond the Mat and also the exposure with WCW and stuff, and it's so funny because I didn't get that much exposure from WCW, but just the fact that I had a contract with them, I guess it adds more credibility to me, and people are, willing to pay the airfare. And if you get the airfare early enough, it's not too bad. Like I can get a flight to Chicago for about $300, $250, $300 if you get it early enough and you catch a deal, and things are going real good up in Chicago now too. They've got TV with MCW, and I've had a couple of really good matches with some of their guys, Jason Rain, Vic Capri, and then some of the ECW guys are up there as well, like Simon Diamond and Chris Chetty, Danny Doring. So, it's kind of nice. I'm getting a chance to work with a lot of those guys that I had never met and everything, and it's going pretty good up there.
And we got a full bank of phone calls. We're going to start with Franklin in North Carolina. Franklin, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, man, how you doing?
First of all, let me say that, Mike Modest, I feel your pain. The last 4 companies I worked for, 3 of which are closed, and 1 got bought by an industry leader. So, I feel your pain.
Well, it's like Lance Storm, too.
Yeah. Right,
everywhere he goes.
I really think Spike Dudley should have won that match on SmackDown.
With Austin?
Probably due to massive interference by Benoit and Jericho, but it still should have at least won. That way everybody gets the rub, and it really doesn't hurt Austin any.
He would have won the title?
Was it a title match?
I don't know if it was or it wasn't.
Well, definitely not won the title. Let's not get silly. Also, when Benoit left the WCW, when Sid Vicious's first, quote, title defense, he won with the crossface. Obviously, to kick dirt in Benoit's face for leaving.
And what a crossface was it? Remember that one?
His own face because he couldn't even do it.
Yeah, that too. So I see a disturbing parallel with Austin doing the crossface and the Lion Tamer in a match that had nothing to do with Benoit or Jericho.
Well, theoretically, it was
sort of did.
It sort of does. It's because they're trying to build that up and just build heat on him using the other guy's moves. I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. Plus, the idea, as they're trying to do with everything with Spike Dudley, is to give Spike Dudley a lot of sympathy. He's like going to survive. He survived the crossface, and he survived the Lion Tamer. Before losing to the Stunner.
Right. Okay,
It makes him like a real gutsy guy.
Lastly, I heard that DDP is signed. Is that true?
He is. I don't know if he's signed the actual piece of paper, but he's coming in.
Okay. So they're finally getting some of the big names going.
Well, I mean, it depends on if
he is close to signing. Is that correct?
Booker T signed. Booker T has signed.
He has signed. Wonderful.
The guys. And so again, like, not every one of these guys may have put their pen to the paper, although almost all of them have. But the top guys in there is Bagwell, Booker T, Tommy Dreamer, Rob Van Dam, Diamond Dallas Page, Canyon, and then the rest of them are the 24 guys that you probably already heard about.
Right.
The Lance Storm, Mike Awesome, Hugh Morris type of guys.
And what do you think of making one of the WCW guys being the stalker, making something out of that crappy angle?
It's possible. Somebody sent in about Jeff Jarrett, and Jeff Jarrett gives back that $200,000. He could be the stalker.
And he was.
You have to work for free for a year.
What?
He was a credible heel.
Jeff Jarrett, yeah, but not again. I don't know if that's. I think in their eyes, that's not a guy they want to program with the Undertaker.
Yeah,
in fact, I know that they don't want to program Jeff Jarrett with the Undertaker.
Yeah, but I
know that for sure.
Great Jarrett Benoit IC title feud. Of course, they can't. I'm sure, but. Benoit can have a good match with just about anyone on that roster. He can pull a good match out of Iron Sheik. So.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that. Almost anyone, but I wouldn't go that far.
Take my call, Dave.
Okay, you're very welcome. Let's go to Sean in Pennsylvania. Sean, what's going on?
What's up, guys?
Oh, sorry.
How you doing, Sean?
No, I'm in Phoenix. Don't worry about it.
That's right.
How about Bagwell as a stalker?
He's kind of the stalker type.
That was just a joke, by the way.
Why not?
I was just hoping.
Why not? Yeah, really.
Hoping.
Actually, I could see him as like a guy. No, seriously. As far as a guy breaking up marriages and stuff.
I mean, the personality fits, but maybe the Undertaker could actually just kill him and get him off the roster. That'd be kind of nice.
Hey, it's better than Paul Bearer.
Yeah, I guess. Listen,
I like the logic that Mick Foley was back on TV, so it might be him. I was thinking Linda's back on TV too. It could be her.
Hey,
that's too weird.
How about Finkel?
Honky Tonk was in the Royal Rumble. It could be Honky Tonk Man.
Hey, there you go.
Could be the gobbledygooker. We haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah.
You guys kind of touched on this earlier, so I don't want to rehash too much, but I wanted Mike's opinion on the way some of wrestling's going. particularly with the injury over the weekend in CZW, and I was looking through some of these ads for the Japanese hardcore stuff. I'm not going to mention any names, but some of these like 19-year-old kids, it seems like, have like Dusty Rhodes foreheads, and they're getting power bombed into these, like fluorescent, 20 fluorescent light bulbs over real stiff tables, and then you got the even the WWF in Raw, like Brian was saying, how can you top this? A moonsault off the top that really has nothing to do with the match.
Let me tell you guys a real quick story. I worked up in Pennsylvania with a kid, and this kid had a scar running down his arm from the bottom of his deltoid all the way down to his elbow joint, and it ran along his bicep, and it was nasty. It wasn't clean at all by any means. It was very jagged, and it looked like something that had happened in a car accident or something. And I asked him about it. I said, "Hey, bro, what happened to your arm? It looks like you were in a car accident or something." And he said, "No, man, this was I was working for a backyard fed, and we got real drunk, and we popped a few pills and stuff, and we had a can opener." And I just told him, it was a hardcore match, so I just told him, hey, man, you got to cut me, and so I was pretty drunk and everything, and he just tore into me with the can opener.
See, you were not to interrupt you, but you were talking about guys who you'd rather see guys who can wrestle and then work into the bodies than guys just have the look. Or these guys can't even, they don't have the bodies and they can't even wrestle. I don't know. It upsets me to the point of almost getting sick to see some of this stuff.
It's pretty sad, and really it's just a form of masochism as far as I'm concerned. It's kind of sick, And I told somebody one time, I could probably teach an orangutan within probably 10 minutes how to hit somebody with a chair. That doesn't take any talent. It doesn't take any ability at all. To be able to throw on a headlock the proper way. Now, that takes ability. That's something that I could not teach an orangutan. And so you get a lot of guys that they don't want to go through the training. They don't really, nobody marks out for a headlock takedown, and you aren't certainly going to get a huge pop from a crowd with a headlock takedown. And a lot of the workers have become such marks that that's really all they care about. They only care about the crowd popping, and so they will take the cheap way out and just say, well, screw it. I can't wrestle. I can't get the crowd to pop through general wrestling, and there's no way anybody's going to appreciate what I'm doing. And quite frankly, I'm not willing to put in the hours that I have to learn my craft, So I'll just grab a chair and whack the guy 10 times. That'll get a pop. And it sure does, So I don't know if the problem is more with the wrestlers just being complete marks for the fans, or if I don't know who's sicker. I don't know if the fans are just sicker for enjoying watching that crap,
Well, seeing stuff like that infiltrate, the only promotion like the WWF, even on the smallest level, like the steel cage match, like, can you top this? It's upsetting because I hate to see that, it leaves very little room for I don't know. I'm sure you guys can understand it. As a longtime wrestling fan, it just gets a little distressing to see that type of stuff kind of go into the only national product, big-time product that's out there, at least for a lot of people to see on TV.
Well, you can only do some of this stuff so many times before somebody gets hurt. And once that happens, you've gone away from what wrestling is supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
I met some guy that worked in Mexico, and he said, some of these guys on the indie scene here in the U.S., they'll come back and they'll have a black eye, or they'll have, their heads all busted open, and they'll be bragging about it like it's something cool. And he goes, in Mexico, if you have a bruise, you don't tell anybody because it's an indication that you may not know what you're doing in there.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, man. Thanks a lot, guys. Take it easy.
All right, man.
Okay, let's go to Greg in Pennsylvania. Greg, what's up?
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Hey, Greg.
I actually had a question for Mike, and then I had one for you, too, Dave.
Okay.
Mike, as far as performing in the ring, do you have a preference as far as a heel or a baby face? Is there one that you prefer?
Man, I think I probably enjoy working as a heel more, and the reason why is because percentage of the time, even though most of the fans that meet me will tell you I'm a nice person, the percentage of the time I don't really like wrestling fans for the most part, especially here in the States, because they are ignorant to the sport. If you can do a stone cold stunner, you're over in their book. You're a hell of a worker. And so I typically don't really like the wrestling fans here in the States. So I prefer to be a heel. Also, it just kills me, if you're a face and you screw up one spot, you may have lost the crowd for the rest of the entire match, Right. But I end up always working as a face. People just tend to like me, I guess, in the ring. So, there's no use fighting it. I'd rather work heel, but I'm almost always a face.
The other question was, Dave, back when Pillman was doing his infamous work to shoot angle with Bischoff and Sullivan, I'd heard you mention on the show before that you guys were friends. Was that something that you were in on? Was he kind of like keeping you posted along the way, or did you keep that hushed, or how did that work?
As far as
as far as the observer goes.
Okay. That's actually a very weird question because the first, I say that first, when they were first doing it, he would, it's so weird about Brian Pillman. He would tell me it's a work while if we were on the phone, let's just say for a half an hour, he would be out of his mind for 27 to 28 minutes. And then at the end he would go, of course it's all a work. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how he was. So I can't say I knew, but I can't say he didn't tell me either. I don't know what but when him and Sullivan did the first thing, which was when Sullivan went after his eye and all that, now I bought that because I knew. And I didn't know, when Bischoff was making that stuff, I mean, Paulie was actually the one who was, always don't buy this. It's on their TV. Once it's on their TV, you know it's a work. And I go, yeah, but Brian is out of his mind. So I would say, in that sense, I didn't know. But pretty soon, I'll tell you when I figured it out because it pissed him off. Because it was after they did that thing with the eye, which many, many people bought. And, one guy who had trained with Kevin Sullivan goes, that's not how Kevin does his takedowns. Okay, so that was kind of okay, he knows. And then Kevin did an interview where he mentioned certain things it was on WCW Saturday Night, and it pissed me off because I go, Kevin just gave away that it's all a work. And I talked to Brian that night, and I go, Brian, this is, and I laid the whole thing out. I figured, just by everything, I go, this is how it happened, this is who you talked to. And he just got really mad, and he just goes, oh, God. He just goes, well, can't you pretend you didn't hear Kevin's interview? And I go, everybody heard it. It wasn't like it was some secret thing. I go, it's so obvious. And then, so I guess that's what it was. At that point, though, the stuff after that, where he was, working Bischoff and Sullivan and to get that fake release and all that, from that point on, the way that whole thing was, and also when he was negotiating contracts, actually, I was probably one of the few people who was really in on all that because I could tell you that, he and I used to discuss all the time. He never wanted to go to WWF. I mean, he always wanted to get a bigger deal from WCW. I was the one going Shawn Michaels is their champion, and you match up better size-wise, and, the company's got Hogan, you're never going to be on top. I would tell him that. I go, you want to be on top. That's because that was his dream, was to be on top, because he'd never really worked main events. And I go, you want to be in main events, you should go to WWF. And it's yeah, but WCW pays better, and, got the family and all that. And really the only reason he went to WWF was because he had the accident right in the middle of his negotiations, and Vince guaranteed him the money for 2 years, and Eric wouldn't take the 90-day cycles out and then he was just so afraid that if he couldn't come back after 90 days, he'd lose his job. So he felt he had to go to WWF, but that was not his. He was using WWF as leverage to get a better deal from Bischoff, figuring that if Bischoff paid him Luger money, which is exactly the way the conversations were, if I could get Luger money, they will treat me like Luger, and which basically means he would get a big push. But if they pay me $250, which is what they want to pay me, I'll always be a $250 guy, and I'll be stuck in that level with the $250 guys. And unless I get, I've got to figure out a way to get that big money, because, or else they won't respect me to push me past the same level that he'd been his whole career, basically.
It was a shame he kind of flopped in the WWF anyway.
Well, the whole thing, he never should have come back from the ankle.
Though.
True.
Yeah, and there were other factors, but realistically, once he hurt that ankle far worse than anyone knew, and far worse than he would let on. He was told there was no way he was going to wrestle again. And there was no way. He would walk in the airport. He'd have to go on major pain pills just to walk through an airport. Let alone trying to do wrestling. If you ever watched his matches at the end in the WWF, the stuff he had to do, like take bumps on his face to compensate for the fact that he couldn't he was so physically limited with what he could do. I used to hate watching him wrestle at the end because I knew how much real punishment he was taking to avoid, because he couldn't do a lot of the basic stuff because of his ankle.
I really appreciate you taking my call, guys. You have a tremendous show.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go to Scott in Connecticut. Scott, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Scott.
Hey.
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Good, man.
I had a question for you. Is there any particular reason besides, the fact that, you're on the other side of the country that you don't really work up in the Northeast?
No, man, that's really typically, that's really the only reason is just probably airfare.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
More than anything.
And, no one's ever contacted you about, coming over here for anything?
Not really, but that, I'm partially to blame for that because I just recently got with the whole computer revolution. I just recently learned about AOL and everything, and I'm getting a website up. It'll be up within the next few days.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had one a while back, but this was before I had a computer, so I couldn't really communicate with the guy who was in charge of the website, and so it was kind of, pointless to really have.
Yeah.
But now, I plan on being a big part of this website, and, people will be able to go on there and find out where I'm going to be. They'll be booking information. A lot of people just don't know how to get in touch with me, and for anybody out there that does want to get in touch with me, you can get in touch with me at right now at Modest4Life, that's the number 4, at AOL.com. But yeah, that's pretty much it, man. It's just people just don't know how to get in touch with me, and now they'll have a way.
Yeah, because, I've never gotten to see you live, and if I ever get the opportunity, I'm definitely going to get down there to see you, because, I've seen you on tapes and stuff, and, of course, on the WCW match and then Beyond the Mat and stuff. And I think with a lot of the guys up here in the Northeast, basically everyone works together as far as, we got a lot of different companies, but then they're all, the same workers going from company to company, and I think a lot of the guys you would work very well with.
Cool, man.
As far as, Low-Key and guys like that. So.
Actually, I just got a chance to see some of his work, Low-Key's work, and I was real impressed with the guy, especially, the guy just throws some insane-looking kicks.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping to get a chance to work him in the King of Indies tournament that All Pro Wrestling's doing in October.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully, if that thing is big enough, I might actually come out to because I'm, planning the trip to California next year. I might actually come out for that.
Well, I'll tell you
Brian may come out for that too.
You couldn't pick a better time. You're going to have 16 of the top indie workers from all around the country. Plus, it's being done in part with Cauliflower Alley Club, and it's also being done as a fundraiser for Cauliflower. So you're going to have a lot of the legends there too. So it's going to be a real cool week. It's going to be like a 4 or 5 day event where you're going to have opportunities to rub shoulders with some of the legends. So it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, hopefully that'll be a good way to get a lot of the guys from up here, and then from down south, and then from over on the West Coast too into one tournament. As far as because the Super 8 over here, it's only 8 guys, so there isn't that much of a wide range of talent. Whereas Roland said it was going to be 16 guys.
Yeah, 16 guys.
Yeah, so then he was also saying maybe some guys from Japan too. So
yeah, we're looking at possibly bringing in somebody from Japan. I know we're bringing in Doug Williams from Britain, and I had a chance to work with him, or actually I didn't work with him, but I worked on a card with him in Ireland, and I was very impressed with Doug. Doug's a great worker.
Yeah.
So it's going to be pretty exciting. You're going to be able to see some guys, internationally that you'd never be able to see in person, as well. So it's going to be real big, and I don't know if APW is going to make money on the deal, because obviously there's a lot of expense going into it. But we're doing it. I think Roland's main idea is just, he just wants to get APW's name out there and just show people, hey, we recognize talent, and we want to reward the guys who have been working hard in this business. And plus, we're going to do a boot camp summit just for all the guys in the tournament to kind of get together and just work in the ring. Even guys that I'm not going to be working with, I can get in the ring and work with that guy and learn something from him, and in turn, hopefully, he can learn something from me. So,
cool. Do you know if you guys are going to be doing like a package as far as travel or maybe hotel and stuff like that?
I don't know.
That's a good idea. That's a real good idea.
It is.
To do some sort of a tour like that.
And I'll definitely mention it to Roland. I know that there is a package as far as attending both days of the tournament because it is a 2-day tournament. But I don't know
the whole week. Because it's a whole week, then I know a lot. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to want to, make the commute.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is you should take advantage of the fact that, you're in San Francisco. San Francisco is one of the greatest places for a tourist to go.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
I remember, I know how WCW used to go to Las Vegas every year for Halloween Havoc.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always the mentality that, they did it at the Grand, at the MGM Grand, and the wrestlers were always staying there, right? So the whole weekend was basically just, a big fan fest as far as, getting to see all the wrestlers. And then, of course, if you actually got the opportunity to stay at the MGM Grand, you were actually at the place where the arena was, so it's like, you're 2 seconds away. And they have a lot of stuff going on. So that a lot of people, would fly into Vegas. A lot of fans, basically, I'd say 50% of the people weren't from Vegas who attended that pay-per-view,
Yeah, that's what UFC did with Atlantic City the last 3 shows, too.
Yeah.
They had a certain, at the hotel, the Trump Taj Mahal, the fighters were all there. And all of the, the real hardcore fans were all there. And, and the building that it was at was, right in the hotel.
Yes, I think it'd be a great idea if Roland can get, some sort of, not really a deal with a hotel, but as far as, just getting a hotel that, if he, says, look...
Yeah, official hotel of the tournament as a sponsor, sure. And maybe an airline as a sponsor. I think that's a great idea.
We're having this, we're going to have a lot of people coming in for this event. So, is it possible maybe, a special, rate for the week? Because I'm having so many people come to your hotel for this, same amount of days,
Yeah, that's a great idea. And in fact, I'll probably give Roland a call right after the show's done.
Yeah, because I know I'm going to want to... I'm really looking forward to hearing about that. Do you know by when you guys are going to have a definite idea of how it's going to be laid out as far as
I believe they've got a pretty good idea already. But he's just leaking the guys out one at a time.
Yeah.
To kind of build the anticipation.
So probably by the end of the summer would be a good time to make the plans.
Yeah, I would say by the end of the summer you'll probably even know everybody that's going to be involved and everything. So, yeah, I'd say by the end of the summer would be a good time to start making your plans to come out.
Cool. Yeah. And then he'll have it all set up with the hotels or airfare and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We're here with Mike Modest, of course. We got a full bank of phone calls. We had tons of emails. This is a weird one. This is from Ralph, who goes, Mike, who is your favorite woman wrestler of all time?
Oh man. Golly, that is a tough one, man. There's so many good ones in Japan, that I don't even know all their names. Probably Medusa, I think, would be one of the greatest, and the reason why is because she kind of brought the very physical women's wrestling to the United States. And if he's talking about, the golden era of wrestling, probably, Mae Young or a Fabulous Moolah, either one of those ladies would probably be my favorite.
Now, did you know Mae Young when she lived out here?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
she's a crack-up, man. She's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You ever see her at the gym?
No, never did.
I just see her as someone who's there working out every day for some reason.
She's tough.
She was tough. In fact, there was one time when I first started training, a guy had me in the ring, and he was giving me some heat and working me over, and Mae says, you call that heat? And, she got in the ring, and she started beating the living shit out of me, this old woman. And I was thinking, what a bizarre business. Here's this old lady, and she's biting me. She was biting the shit out of me. And I was like, good God, So, yeah, she's a trip, man. She's a crack-up.
A lot of people probably don't know this because no one was alive then. But she had Mae Young had a rep. Not just for being tough as far as being able to take bumps at 78 years old that nobody should be able to take at that age. But Mae Young and Mildred Burke, they were like these shooters of all the women wrestlers.
Yeah, well, I got a little taste of it when I was 18 years old.
I remember hearing the stories in the 60s about, some of the smaller men wrestlers, and Mae Young start pounding on them. There were dressing room stories about her. She was a tough woman.
I believe it.
Let's go to Tim in Utah. Tim, what's going on?
Nothing much, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Tim.
Really good.
Mike, it's a pleasure to talk to you. I really dig your work a lot. I think that the WWF is probably passing up big time on having you involved, especially in the new WCW. You'd be a good standout wrestler for them.
I appreciate it.
And I wanted to ask you, of all the matches, you probably have been asked this before on Dave's show, but I didn't hear the answer. What's the most memorable match that you've had so far?
Memorable matches I've had. Wow, that's actually a tough question. I've had some really good ones. I wrestled Donovan Morgan in San Leandro, and oddly enough, I'm not even going to say any of my major TV matches. I had a good match against Elix Skipper that I was really proud of, but I had a match with Donovan Morgan in San Leandro, California for All Pro Wrestling that went 25 minutes. And
is that the match I was at, or is it a different one?
Yeah, it was.
That was a hell of a match.
And that was that's one of those matches that I remember, that I don't think I'll ever forget. I really liked that match a lot. And And then also, I just recently wrestled Vic Capri at Pacifica, and that was a real good match. We only went about 15 minutes, but man, it really was an awesome, awesome match. I've also had some really good ones with Chris Daniels, but I don't think that I could pick like my most memorable. You know what? Actually, I probably could. My most memorable was probably when I was 18 years old and I wrestled Coco Beware in Thailand Arena. And I got squashed.
For WWF, right?
Yeah, for WWF, and I got squashed. I was Mike Stone, one of the famous Stone brothers, and we're up there with Rocky and Tom Stone. But that was probably my most memorable, just because it was my first time in front of any kind of real crowd. I'd have to say that.
And who do you think, like, if you were to get put in WCW, let's say you were in a tag team, who do you think you would work well with to form a good team?
Right off the bat, I think Lance Storm would be somebody that I think I would work well with. Also, I think I would have worked really well with Elix Skipper as well.
Yeah, totally. I think that, like, when it comes to, I heard you say, like, you kind of like being a face, but you like being a heel more. When you wrestled that one match on WCW TV, it was like, you could like feel like you as a bad guy. So it was like you could just feel it, like just the way you walked out to the ring. It was like really deep hatred. You could, I don't know, it was just like an expression on your face. You made such a good heel.
Yeah.
I had never seen you wrestle before then, so I thought this guy's going to make it big time for sure, just because of the.
The funny thing is too is I don't really change my persona, whether I'm heeling or facing. I never really change my persona. I just come out and I'm myself. And some people like that. I mean, nowadays, with now Stone Cold's actually getting some heat, but before, he was actually, still being a prick to people, but because of the storyline, he was over as a face. So that's really the only time, I work face or heel just depending on how the promotion uses me, but I don't really change my persona at all.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And now, Dave, I have a question for you. It
Sure.
has to do with Goldberg. Like, I know, like, he doesn't want to get out of his contract because he's going to be losing all those millions and all that. But doesn't he see that he could, like, go a long way with becoming, like, a huge face in the WWF, and also at the same time, like, he would get exposure for charities that he supports, and also, don't you think that his marketing, his merchandise would make up, like, that $2 million or whatever, or that $3 million?
If it's done right, it could, but, if you have the,
The thing is, he's making $40,000 a week to sit on his couch and, eat or watch TV
play video games
and
and
movies. Whatever he wants to do. He doesn't have to go in there and go on the road 200 days a year, get hurt, nothing like that.
He really has a phenomenal job. If I had that job, I love what I do as far as work goes. But if I had that job that Bill Goldberg has, and I had the chance to do what I do, I would probably take what Bill Goldberg does. I mean, not even probably. I'm sure I would with that kind of money, because it's like, geez, it's just like, that's like the dream life, And the thing is in 2.5 years, he can go back and do all that, and he'll have made all that money, and if he suffers, let's just say he goes in there and wants to wrestle, and let's say 6 months in, he suffers, he gets a neck injury, and he's out and he's done, and he's out all that money. But this way, he sits out those years, he collects $6 million more. He can live off the interest probably forever. He can go back to wrestling in 3 years, all rested and healed from everything, come back, good as new, and, it's the best of both worlds.
I see your point.
He'd have to get over, but, he'd become almost like like that thing of like, people would be waiting for him to come back. There'd be anticipation. Just like there was, of course, with Jim Hellwig when he came back, and it lasted all of 1 week. But, if it's done right, and he can pull it off. But he's, so I can't, if I was, I know what I would do if I was Vince, and he may end up doing it. The lower the ratings get, the more likely it is he's going to make that call. So, and the ratings are falling.
Like an all-time low.
Well, not all-time low, but they're the lowest they've been since '98, since early '98.
And since you brought it up, what's the deal with Hellwig? Is he ever going to come back, or you just think he's pretty much like
who?
in the closet?
Jim Hellwig. I think he's impossible to deal with. Yeah, I think he's impossible to deal with because there's a million promoters who would love to have him. Certainly for those last 10 years, and the fact that he wrestled, except for a few matches in WCW and a few matches in WWF, and I think one overseas tour. That was all the wrestling he's done since, the early 90s. That tells you how difficult he must be to deal with. They had that Australian tour he was going to headline, and What was the deal? He didn't get his passport or something, and they had to cancel the whole tour?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just like, what can you do? You know, it's like, what can you do?
Well, Mike, I wish you the best, and I hope to see you on TV sometime soon.
Thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate it.
Welcome.
This is from Mike Johnson, who's asking, what dates are you going to be in Canada? Do you know the cities you're working?
I don't know all the cities that I'm going to be working, but I'm going to be there from the 20th through the 25th. But I don't have the itinerary of you know, the individual cities.
But the Friday night you'll be in Calgary, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I'm sure you could go to the StampedeWrestling.com and find out the schedule where they're going to be on those dates.
I want to ask you something about a guy you just wrestled a couple weeks ago or so, a little over a week ago, I guess. Mm-hmm. Nathan Jones. What were your thoughts on him? I know he's only probably had about half a dozen matches.
Well, Nathan's teaming with another guy, Big John, and I was real impressed with Nathan. As far as a big guy goes, I mean, the thing that impressed me about both those guys is that they're very humble. For as big as they are and you know, awesome as they look, they're very humble guys, and they don't go in there and pretend like they know it all. You know, they're very upfront, and you know, with the fact that they're a little on the green side. But the thing with Nathan that really surprised me too is, man, the guy's got a ton of charisma. And I had a pretty good match with them. Donovan and I wrestled them. It was like a 5-6 minute match. It was like a TV match, you know. But it was a good match. And hey, I came out with all of my limbs still attached. So anytime that happens, man, I got to consider it a success.
Do you think they'll make it big someday, both of them?
Without a doubt, I think both of them have the have a good opportunity at making it big. Nathan is further along than John at this point, but John is very eager to learn, and so yeah, I think both of them have a real good shot at making it. I heard a rumor that they were going to be going to Ohio Valley as well, which I think would be really. They are. They are at some point. Yes, and I think that would be a really good move for them because they're going to get more work, and you can't help but learn up there. So I think it's not a matter of it's not a question of if, it's just a matter of when.
Cornette's getting all the giants.
What's that?
Cornette's getting all the giant guys.
Yeah, he is. He's getting a lot of monsters up there.
Oh my God! I mean, it's amazing. You hadn't seen the tapes, Mike, but John Cena prototype is there, and it's like. He looks so small.
He looks like I wouldn't want to say a midget.
No, he doesn't look like a midget, but it's so funny because watching him, and it's just like, you think of, because we've seen him out here, and he's not a tall guy, he's probably 6 feet, but very muscular. And then I saw him on their TV, and it's like, oh my God, he just doesn't look like a monster at all.
Well, you know what, though, too? Before he went, they asked him to actually cut up. And I think the reason being is because of the fact that he's not super tall. So he can't, it's going to be tough for him to pull off the I'm a big power wrestler thing, Well,
especially there.
Yeah,
with Brock Lesnar and those guys.
Exactly. You walk up to to monsters like WWF has, at 6 foot, you're not really going to be able to pull off the. I think the days of Ivan Putski are over, So
they've been over for a long time.
Yeah, for a long time. So they actually wanted John to trim up a little bit. So I think like right now, I think he's only about 245, 240.
I think he's like 235.
He could be because he did drop a lot of weight and he really cut up. So it doesn't surprise me at all. In fact, last time I saw him, I was joking around with him, telling him that I was almost there. I was getting close to him. But actually, what it was, he was shrinking down, getting closer to me.
This is from Chris, who says, if you were offered a deal from New Japan, All Japan, Noah, WWF, the contracts are all the same money, basically figured you were going to get the same push, same level, where would you go?
At this time, I would probably go to Noah, and I'm not just saying that because I had a tryout for him, but because I just feel like there's a lot of room to grow there, and I don't know that there's as much room to grow in New Japan, and certainly there's not a whole lot of room to grow in WWF.
Stylistically, you're the best fit there.
Yeah, I just think I would do better there, and I think it would be the best for my career.
The All Pro Wrestling King of the Indies tournament, it's basically a deal. It's going to be from October 24th through the 28th. The shows are going to be in Vallejo on, I believe, it's Wednesday they're going to have a boot camp summit, Wednesday the 24th, which is my birthday, by the way. Friday the 26th is the first night of the King of the Indies in Vallejo. They're going to have on Saturday morning, since the ring will be up, they're going to have an amateur wrestling clinic in the morning, basically a boot camp demonstration where they're going to show how they train all pro wrestling wrestlers in the early afternoon, a mini camp. So if you're coming from out of town, you can train in the ring. Also in the afternoon, there's going to be Legends Polaroids for the wrestlers, as far as also a lot of the wrestling legends that live in the Bay Area are going to be brought in. And the finals are going to be Saturday night in Vallejo, and there's going to be a barbecue, after show party, and plenty of other stuff. We'll actually be talking about this a lot, probably leading up to the event. We're going to get to as many phone calls as we can because our phone lines have been jammed for the entire show. We're going to go to Chris in Indiana. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, could an orangutan do a top rope Hurricane Rana? Just wondering.
No.
Okay. Sorry about that. I got a couple questions. Actually, one I was going to ask about, of all things, somebody called up a few weeks ago and asked about the Gaspar brothers, and I happen to hear that archive, so I don't need to ask that question. Somebody must be watching the same old New Japan tapes that I am.
That was a bad period, though.
Yeah.
that was when they were in trouble.
I can't believe I didn't recognize it was Orton now that I know.
Maybe those tapes were in the discount bin.
Right.
You know what's funny is the Gaspar brothers were like, that was New Japan's version of like T.L. Hopper and the Goon and that period where they had all those bad ideas at once.
And then soon after, like, I don't know, October or so, Orton was under the mask, and then in December, he was back as Orton, Bob Orton Jr., so it's not like they took him off the tours or anything. I got a question about the Russians there when they were there in '89. I mean, that was
those Russians, I remember that.
Not Nikita and Ivan. That was going to be a huge deal. I mean, they promoted that in the After mags and everything. You know, Inoki's bringing.
Well, it was a huge deal in a huge deal in the sports world. Yeah, Hashimikov and Zangief and those guys when they first came to New Japan.
And did they?
Yeah, the deal was politically it was a big deal because what happened was at that time, you know, Soviet professional athletes or amateur athletes had never gone. They were always kept in their country and they'd never gone. And then the Soviet economy collapsed, and one of the things they were doing was selling their athletes to different sports, and actually the first sports organization that got Soviet athletes was New Japan Pro Wrestling with Hashimikov and Zangief, who were great amateur wrestlers, and they brought them in. And that was the actual first wrestling show ever at the Tokyo Dome in 1989 or 88, I don't remember which. And, it was a very successful event and, basically paved the way for all of the Tokyo Dome shows of the last 12, 13 years.
They just couldn't work. That was the only problem, right?
Well, how could you, though? I mean, you're talking about, these were guys who were super amateur wrestlers that were trained by Hiroshi Hase, who was also a good amateur, and they were taught to do enough to get through a match, but, they never went through pro wrestling training.
Enough to win the world title.
Right,
Hashimikov got the world title right away, yeah. But, Zangief Zangief could have been a great pro wrestler. He just didn't have, he didn't have the training he started when he was old. But, it's like any of those athletes that come in from another sport, and Mike will tell you this, the ability to work, and granted some guys are natural and pick it up, but the real ability to work that you're talking about, how long does that take? How long did it take you, Mike, where you could go back and go, like, it took me this many years to really, when we were talking about, really know how to work a crowd?
I'll tell you what, Dave, every once in a while, like, I'll have another match, like I'll have a match like this one I had with Vic Capri just recently, and then the one I had with Donovan just recently, where I think that I've reached the top of my game. And then I have another match that I think, man, that was really it. Now I really know what I'm talking about. So like, I never stop learning. I always try to, keep learning. But I think it probably took me a good 5-6 years before I really started understanding psychology at all, and before I really understood how to work a crowd. It probably took me 5-6 years.
Yeah, the guys that we're talking about here were guys that were thrown in the Tokyo Dome in main events or high on the card, and one of them in the main event, obviously. Literally, their first night in the ring, and, like Hashimikov was in the ring for, I think it was a month before they gave him the world title, because the one thing about that period was that angle with the Russians wrestling the Japanese and the Americans drew tremendous money for about 2 months. And then, the novelty faded, and the matches weren't that good, but there was a period where they were doing, like, incredible gates every single night. No one could believe the business it was doing not just at the Tokyo Dome, but at all the arenas. So those guys had to go in there, and they had to work. And, literally, and they were clueless. Let's face it. But, they were thrown to the wolves.
I can't even imagine what it would have been like, to be thrown in there after I'd only been in the business a couple of months.
Yeah.
My second question is regarding Tough Enough. I didn't tune in until after Mike was already on, so you may have already talked about this. But Mike, are you going to be watching Tough Enough? Are you going to be interested in that? Do you know what it's like as a trainer? And
I'll probably watch a few episodes, but to be honest with you, I mean, you know, it's something that I live, you know, when I'm training guys and stuff. So, but yeah, I'm curious to see what they do with it, you know, and so yeah, I'll probably tune in.
Now, was there a ringer in that group or not?
What's that?
Was there a ringer in that group or not?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know either. I mean, I know that there were ringers in the tryouts, but I don't know if they made it.
Okay.
We'll be, you know, I think Brian and I are going to have tapes of it soon. I may have it, like, even by tomorrow.
Right.
Tape of the first episode and maybe the third episode as well.
Some people have written that, you know, Al Snow is going to be, he's going to get over because of the way he trains just the way he deals with the students. But, you know,
that's what Mick Foley said.
He had a gym for years and years, so it's not like, you know, he had a hand in training Kane and D'Lo and a lot of other people.
Yeah.
It's not really a surprise.
I think they're talking more as his persona.
Right.
But, of course, and again, you know, the whole thing with ECW, I mean, they thought it was like guaranteed this guy was going to come in and be huge. I don't know about huge, but come in and be more successful than he was, and it just didn't happen.
Right.
I think there's certain ECW gimmicks that just, they don't translate over well.
A lot of them, actually.
Well, thanks for having me, and good luck to you, Mike.
All right, man. Thank you.
Okay. This is a question I wanted, before we get back to the calls, for Mike, because he just met the guy. He goes, I recently saw a tape of a Misawa Kawada match, and I was wondering if you could tell me how big they are in terms of height and weight. And he goes, I now understand why you rave about those two so much. Their work is great. I mean, they had many, many great matches. I mean, what would you say? I mean, you've seen tapes of them. I've actually met both guys, but how big would you say Misawa is? Because you were just around him.
Well, you know, you can go to the All Pro Wrestling website, and you can also go to my website once it's up, and there's a picture of me with Misawa, and he's a lot bigger than I had expected him to be as far as height. He's probably about 6'2", 240, 245. So I mean, he's definitely larger than me. You know, I've got you know, more definition in my body and stuff, but he's a pretty big guy, man. And Kawada, I've never met in person, but just judged based on, you know, seeing Misawa in person, I can tell you Kawada's a monster. He's probably, you know, he's really thick.
Kawada's not as tall as Misawa. I mean, I'm guessing 5'10" to 11. I mean, his weight varies. I mean, I think he's very, very thick. Some are like, recently he trimmed down a little bit, but I mean, even trimmed down, I would say, you know, 235, 240, and maybe when he's, maybe even as much as 245, 250 at certain points, because he's got a big chest and arms.
Huge chest, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Misawa was a lot bigger than I thought he was going to be.
Let's go to Chris in Minnesota. Chris, what's going on?
Not too much. What's going on with you guys?
Not a whole lot.
Dave, you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hey, I got a question for you. I was watching I don't know if you answered this earlier, so if you did, cut me off. I was watching the AAA Wrestling last night on Galavision, and they had this interesting match with a 6-turnbuckle ring.
Six-sided
what was the deal
ring.
with that?
Pena had a bad dream one night and woke up with we woke up with a 6-sided ring as a gimmick. No, it was just, he just wanted to do something different. He built a 6-sided ring and he brings it in for some shows.
Okay, so there's nothing significant to it, like there's a long tradition or anything like that. He just
King of Kings
it's very
tournament
short.
they use that ring. I don't know about.
Yeah, there's actually a short tradition. It's a couple of years.
Okay, so it's not just he saw No Holds Barred and thought that would be a great idea to use that gimmick.
Yeah.
No. I think he did he did a ring that was like a star once. And this Pena is like, I don't know how to explain it. He just comes up with ideas and throws them out there, and many of them are terrible, and some of them are good. But it's kind of like Russo, although his company's still alive, so maybe it's not quite the same.
Yeah, well, he hasn't made David Arquette the champion just yet. So.
Well, that's a good
No, he used celebrities, but he did keep the celebrities, like the celebrities feuded with the referees, as opposed to like, you know, celebrities going in there and beating the world champion. That's true.
Yeah. There was a good point I thought of yesterday while listening to Bob talk about that he went to McAllister College here in Minneapolis. I find it interesting that they ousted a guy who went to McAllister, which McAllister grad was, I believe, the former head of the United Nations. And then you have, he gets replaced by a guy who put 2 video stores out of business. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting when you think about it like that. A guy who is very educated, very qualified to basically run a wrestling company, and then you oust him for a goof that put 2 video stores out of business. But, oh well, thanks a lot, Mike. Enjoy your work a little bit. I do get a chance to see a bit. Is there any chance of you coming to the Midwest and working at all?
You know what? All I've been doing right now is I've been heading out to Chicago. But other than that, I'm working on something possibly in Connecticut and stuff. But who knows, man? I mean, it's just a week by week thing. I get people calling me all the time for bookings.
Okay, well, I hope to see you in the area, and I'll let you get another call in.
All right, man.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Dave.
Okay, let's go to Bill in Wisconsin. I think you're going to be the last one in.
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Hey, Bill.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask you guys to clear something up for me. I've been hearing rumors on the internet lately. Could you please tell me that the Stalker is not the Big Show?
It's not the plan. I can tell you it's not the plan. What it's going to
anything can happen, but
that's right. I will say this: anything can happen. This booking is week to week, which has its pluses and minuses. But that I can tell you that that's not the plan.
All right, that's good. What about Shawn Michaels? Is that possible at all?
I'd say that one is impossible.
It's impossible at this point.
That is impossible. In fact, the only thing possible about Shawn is that Brian's going to have an aneurysm.
Yes. Well, please go on
we
your
cannot
next
talk
question.
about Shawn Michaels questions on this show right now.
Yeah, how do you guys think the whole WCW invasion has played out so far? I mean, I've been a WWF fan.
I'm horribly disappointed. I have to say that.
Yeah,
well, once Tess gets over there, things might turn around.
Yeah, I mean, Lance Storm and Hugh Morris don't exactly make my jaw drop. I mean, they got to do better than that because I've been a WWF fan all my life, and to me, Lance Storm has always been an ECW guy, and Hugh Morris he's never been anything to me.
Well, they want to tease it slow. I mean, what they've done now has not ruined it.
Who would you like to see on TV?
Who would I like to see?
Yeah.
DDP, Booker T.
Well, you're going to get to see those guys. You'll get to see those guys.
Yeah,
you'll get them.
Definitely Goldberg, but that doesn't sound like it's going to happen anytime soon.
How about Ric Flair?
Oh, Ric Flair, definitely. I mean, he would definitely.
I think that's important. I think that's an important one.
But I don't know the guys they have so far. I mean, the only way I know Lance Storm is I saw him wrestle here live in Milwaukee. He wrestled against Just Incredible for the ECW World Title, so I know him as a great ECW wrestler. I mean, when I see Lance Storm, I do not think WCW, and when I think WCW, I definitely do not think Hugh Morris.
How much WCW did you watch there at the end?
At the end, I believe I stopped completely watching it. I stopped watching it as soon as the NWO started getting old, and I tuned back to WWF.
How about that?
Okay.
Dave,
we're totally out of time. Mike, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the other day you had Bob on, and it's such a shame, man, because I think WCW was going to change around and really make a turn for the better. Bob told me, that they wanted to go back to the wrestling, stop competing, with Vince on the entertainment, stuff, because people have already got their fix of that. It's not a new product. For somebody else to be successful, and WCW, I think, was heading in the right direction, just wrestle. Make wrestling your main attraction instead of all the soap opera stuff.
Well, I think you need a little bit of everything in the mix, but
yeah, you need your angles and stuff, but
sure,
the importance of the wrestling, I think, was the thing that WCW was just missing, because they did have guys in there that could wrestle.
And having skits and stuff is okay, but when they're really bad skits, all it does is take away from it.
Yeah, and like Hugh Morris, a lot of people may not realize that guy can work, and he's a heck of a wrestler. But you stick him with the silly gimmick long enough, people lose respect, and people may not even pay attention to what the guy can do in the ring.
Yeah. Anyway, Mike, I want to thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck to you in all your endeavors. You're going to be running around Stampede and hopefully Japan, and as well as around here. And anyway, we'll be seeing you very soon and having you back on the show soon as well.
Thanks a lot, Dave. Really appreciate it.
Okay, very welcome. And that was Mike Modest, and we will be back. Tomorrow, of course, a tape show with Brian Blair, and we'll be back here live on Friday with Adam Pearce at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here, and we're going to be joined by Adam Pearce of Ultimate Pro Wrestling, who's formerly of the Midwest, now lives in the West Coast. And we'll be talking to him for the first time in about a half an hour. And I guess we will start with the news. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
That's good. I guess first thing we should probably talk about is that SmackDown delivered a record low rating, a 3.2 last night. And I don't know. Got any thoughts on that?
I guess we could. I think a lot of it just has to do with the general decline in wrestling, and I'm getting more and more emails from people that are saying, I don't like Steve Austin as a heel, and he's turning me off, and he's turning my friends off, and that's what they don't need right now. I mean, looking back, I think more and more that that Steve Austin heel turn was a really bad idea. At the same time, I think it's one of those things like Goldberg where they've done it, so now they got to stick with it, but now they're going to have to build a top babyface, and they're really going to have to, they're going to have to make a strong effort to really make an actual top-level babyface, not two babyfaces that
they're
make
not making an effort
to
now.
run off Steve Austin, that work in the opener. They need to make somebody now, and I don't know who that is.
Who? It's got to be someone. It's got to be someone from WCW. It's going to have to be a Booker T or someone, because all of their guys are tainted. They got nobody ready. If they take a fresh guy, anybody from WCW, if they take them now, because they are new to WFTV, they can shoot them to the moon. They have that. That's the one advantage. The one good thing about the current situation is, and it's the only good thing, is that they have a fresh group of talent coming in that they can mold and make, and are not limited by a perception that they're not top guys because they're all coming into a new environment. So that's the only good thing I can come. And Bill Goldberg obviously would be what they need right now, and I don't think that's going to happen this week. So what?
And the one thing about last night too that I did think was good was, as much as I hate that stupid siren and the appearance of the WCW logo on the big screen, when that thing happened, they cut to a long shot of the crowd and everybody got to their feet because they were just dying to see somebody new. And
they did.
At King of the Ring, they will be seeing many new people. And
they better, and they will.
Turn around.
Hopefully, they will turn around. Mick Foley taped TSN's Off the Record today. I heard it was a really good show. It's going to air on July the 5th. Main highlights, he said he would be back wrestling. He was very defensive of The Rock.
Back wrestling is in an occasional match or full-time?
Not full-time. There's no way.
Okay.
Although he talked about it. A lot of talk about unions. It was brought up to him that if he was in another sport, the union probably wouldn't let him wrestle because he probably couldn't pass the physical. And he said the difference between wrestling and another sport is that in wrestling he can go and say, my knees are hurt, stay away from my knees, whereas in hockey or if he was a hockey player or a football player, he wouldn't have that luxury, which is true. But he came off really good. So anyway, that's that deal. A bunch of stuff over the weekend this weekend. Tonight's the Big Memphis show with Jerry Lawler against Lord Humongous, Emery Hale, with Jimmy Hart in the corner and Jackie Fargo in the corner, and Jimmy Valiant, Rocky Johnson, Bill Dundee, PG-13, Rock and Roll Express, Fabulous Ones, Road Warriors, and all that. So it's probably it'll end up being one of the biggest independent shows of the year. Saturday, of course, is the Pride pay-per-view.
I know he's under a mask, but there's just something funny about a Memphis Legends show with Emery Hale in the main event.
Well, the main event's Jerry Lawler and Jimmy Hart. It's just that they couldn't sell tickets to that match.
Yeah.
And they couldn't have much of a match. I mean, they're very old. At least Emery Hale is not old.
Sid was incapacitated.
I guess so. Yeah. I guess so. What other stuff? Let's see, WWF guys are going to be wrestling Saturday in Toronto, and then then Sunday in Fort Lauderdale. Usually their scheduling makes sense, but this doesn't. Not that wrestlers haven't done that forever and anything like that, but it's still usually, it's like if they were in Toronto and then like Montreal and then they were going to do Florida for TV, it's one thing, but it's like one shot in Toronto out of the blue, first day of the tour, and then they're down in Florida with Fort Lauderdale on Sunday, Tampa with Raw on Monday, and SmackDown on Tuesday. So, anyway, let's talk a little bit about SmackDown last night. Any thoughts on the show? What do you think about it overall?
I think most of the things that we talked about on Tuesday when we had the Wednesday when we had the taping results, I still agree with a lot of what we said, and that Benoit and Jericho should not have worked the opener. Spike Dudley should not have been in the main event. Just this same general.
Spike Dudley should not. I'll tell you what. Spike Dudley should not have been in the main event, and Kane and Albert should not be a semifinal because that's just there's nothing against those guys, and they had probably about as good a match as those two were going to have, but there's just something about that matchup. People don't care about it. There's a lot of problems.
And I think part of the danger to me about the show was that all those things really were wrong, but at the end, it was a show that for some reason I actually enjoyed myself watching, and I don't know why that is, but when it was over, I thought, that was kind of a fun 2 hours, and I think that if they get into the habit of doing shows that are so totally backwards like this one, but are somewhat entertaining, they may just keep going down this path as opposed to, at least a couple of months ago they were doing these shows that made no sense, or, had the horrible main event, and Undertaker and Kane were involved and everything like that. And, it didn't make sense, and everybody wasn't happy about it. And, because of that, they made some changes. This show, there are people in the WWF that thought it was a great show, and I somewhat enjoyed the show, and I think that really that's a bad thing.
That you enjoyed the show? No, I mean, there were some entertaining aspects of the non-wrestling, and the wrestling itself. I don't think there was anything wrong with the wrestling itself. I think there was a lot of stuff wrong with the positioning. I think there's a lot, and it's been,
I think
a lot wrong with
the positioning of everybody on
the positioning of a lot of the people on the show was really bad, especially. But okay, now saying that you enjoyed the show, was there anything? And again, this is the real one, because what's the the main thing for the show, especially at this late a date. And when it was over, was there anything that made you go, I can't wait to buy King of the Ring? I mean, because there was nothing for me.
Absolutely not. In fact, there were things that made me not want to buy King of the Ring.
Yeah, I mean, the main event, if anything, just Benoit and Jericho did nothing on that show that made me want to buy it. Austin was super entertaining, but I don't,
But he was entertaining in that way that we talked about it a million times. Great. Steve Austin is really funny. He's a heel. But who is going to want to pay tickets to see him do this?
Yeah, well, it's Ric Flair in the Insane Asylum. There is nobody in the world who probably could have been more entertaining in that Insane Asylum than Ric Flair. but you know what? That was a complete disaster, and so is this. And don't be fooled. A lot of people, I don't know. I mean,
it's like every week they do something that hurts Steve Austin more and more. I mean, it goes all the way back to that one day where all of a sudden everybody knew that Steve Austin had a wife. And right then it's like, okay, this guy is not a redneck badass anymore. He's married. And
okay, but he does mistreat his wife,
now
though.
He's asking people to sign a petition, and he acts like he's going to cry when this petition gets ripped up. This is Steve Austin?
But you know what the other thing is that, like, he's walking around backstage, and, he's being nice to people, and they're being nice back, and it's sort of like, okay, we all know, us viewers, that he's being really phony, and he's not really a nice guy. But the point is all those people who work with him, I mean, they're just, hey, they're slightly
I'll
nervous.
Sign it. You're right, it's not fair.
It's so stupid. And Jim Ross,
the whole thing to me was at the end of the show, everyone has signed this petition saying that this match is not fair. And Benoit and Jericho, at the end of the show, they run out to make the save for Molly, and it takes two grown men with chairs to run off Steve Austin. And I just thought, wow, they are really elevating these two guys. These guys are threats to Steve Austin.
We still got a week. Tajiri looked really good in the match with Crash Holly.
What a reaction.
Yeah, didn't he, though?
Hey, I got to ask you this question. Maybe I'm the world's biggest mark, but this is the second time that something like this has happened. And just incredible. Are they ribbing this guy on the air, or is it just me?
Oh, they're totally ribbing the name.
When Kurt Angle said, if you say your last name right after your first name, it sounds like just incredible. And everyone else started laughing, and Justin rolled his eyes and looked all pissed off, and I thought, they just got to be ribbing this guy. This cannot be played.
No, I think some of this also to make Kurt Angle a geek.
Well, he didn't come off as geek there. He came off as making Credible look like a geek.
Yeah. There's some interesting stuff in the Ross report, which we just got. I got to read you two paragraphs. Have you read it, by the way, yet?
I haven't read the whole thing, but I read your notes on it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll read you the two paragraphs. Well, one of them, then you basically know both of these. Anyway, it says, speaking of Canada, I don't know why. When I read this paragraph, I just started laughing. And I have no real reason to laugh other than every reason. Anyway, speaking of Canada, Diana Hart-Smith has a new book almost ready to be released about her life in and around the business. Diana has had a very interesting life full of unique experience. I can't even do it with a straight face. Basically, he plugged her book, which is only funny because last week she did an interview, I think, on Slam Wrestling, and she goes, oh, it would be just so wonderful if Jim Ross were to plug my book. It would mean so much to me. So, sight unseen, he did, so he's a nice guy. And then the other one, which I thought was, I don't know if it's weird. I don't know what it is. He just goes, Baltimore SmackDown was not sold out this week, even though the building marquee indicated as such, and we aired that. And he just goes, not good. It's like, who ever heard? I mean,
that's why Ross,
for the last 100
we always
years.
talked about Ross and Tony Schiavone and their credibility, and this is why Ross had more than Tony.
But I mean, for the last 100 years, they have been lying about sold-out houses. And Baltimore had about 8,800 people, and I would guess with a SmackDown setup, taking away seats that sold out would probably be at 9,500. So they were actually, they had claimed sellouts that were a lot further away from sold out than Tuesday. But Tuesday was not sold out. But anyway, I don't know why. I just found that totally humorous. Kurt Angle's going to be on Conan O'Brien on Wednesday night. Cool. And mentioned that Nathan Jones and John Heidenreich are going to Ohio Valley, and said that we seem to be seeing a trend where
Albert could stand to drop a few pounds.
So he should.
That is never good news.
Nobody praises
That's almost
Nash.
the worst thing you can hear in the Ross report is your name. And
No.
To lose a few pounds.
But he said he's showing a definite improvement, so he was going both ways. I think it was like that positive reinforcement. Albert, you're doing great. Just drop a few pounds. We seem to be seeing a trend where wrestlers are slamming one another on the Internet. The only thing new about this is the advent of the Internet. I think I wrote these exact words, not these exact words, but I wrote this exact thing this week. It's like, hey, when guys do these interviews on the Internet that sound like pro wrestling interviews, they're works, guys. You know what I mean? Let's see. Did you mention something else here? Don't.
Speaking of Albert.
Yes, what are we speaking about?
Not that it was a good match or anything, but I was so surprised by the quality of that Kane-Albert match.
No, I thought that match was as good as those two guys were going to do.
I think it's a standards thing. I mean, you wouldn't compare it to, like, Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit or anything like that, but for those two guys, that was a hell of a match.
Yeah, I thought so, too. Part of the reason is that because Albert is so big, they allow Kane to sell for him like a wrestler as opposed to, your normal Kane match where you have a guy like Kurt Angle who could throw him around the ring, he doesn't get to, so therefore, it's that boring Kane match. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. When you go like, oh, God, this match isn't that good. But whereas with Albert, I mean, when he would put the guy down for a move, the guy wouldn't sit up and the guy didn't play monster. And it made for an even match. They had some good near falls. Yeah, it was a nice match. It wasn't bad at all.
Albert pressed Kane over his head, he became the scariest man I'd ever seen.
Yeah. Let me just see if there's anything else on my notes on that show. I tell you what, though. I did not like Tajiri, running away from Austin in that one segment, because it's sort of like he's already established. I think that Tajiri is an awesome worker. He really showed it. But he also has established that he's a little awesome worker that's afraid of all the main eventers. I
think the reason he was afraid of Austin was because Austin's beat him up on every TV show.
But still the same point. That's my point. That is my point.
Yeah.
My point is that even as an awesome worker, they have already told you that he is not to be taken seriously when he's in there with the top talent. And I just hate when guys have their knees cut off, especially when they're only 5'4" to begin with, and when their knees are cut off, they're like 4'11" or something.
He did look really small last night. But at least they put him in with Crash.
Crash and
that's what worried me when he was in there with Crash and he was even smaller. I went, oh boy.
Well, he is really
protect this guy like nobody else.
He's only 5'4".
I hope they do too.
It's one of those things. It's like the ECW. You just don't know how small those guys in ECW were. See, Mikey Whipwreck is retired from wrestling due to all of his injuries, which is really sad.
He's retired already?
Yeah. He announced his retirement yesterday or so. There's something on the website.
That was September.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I just know he said he's done. I think because of how he felt after the Canadian shows, which were last week.
Huh.
I think he's done. Anyway, I'll have to reread that. But whatever it is, he said he's retiring or retired. Let's see. We have a whole bunch of people trying to book King of the Ring, which, you know what? 3 weeks ago we had people booking King of the Ring, and I think that every single one of them, with maybe one exception, was better than what's turning out, which is really bad. But anyway, we're going to give some people more chances. This is from Peter Kanichki. God, there was a famous sumo wrestler with that name. But anyway, not Peter though. Anyway, Rhino over the Big Show. Okay. Tajiri over Perry Saturn because he kicks him in the head again. Actually, that's kind of cool. I like that. Edge beats Christian, or the other way. Yeah, okay. Kurt Angle beats Steve Blackman. Okay. So those are all the TV matches for this week.
Steve Blackman.
That's right, Steve Blackman's not in this thing. So who's the guy that's...
not in the tournament.
That's right, Steve Blackman got beat by Perry Saturn. All right, so who's the guy left? Jeff Hardy. Okay, Kurt Angle beats Jeff Hardy. Okay, so that's a good match. All right. Semifinals, Tajiri beats Rhino. Nah, it's not going to happen.
Nah, it can happen. Rhino beats him.
Okay, so this is on the paper. Angle beats Edge when Christian turns on Edge and costs him the match, or his help goes awry, which leads to a split. I'm just not looking forward to Christian and Edge splitting.
I was thinking the same thing last night because there are a lot of tag teams where, eventually it's time for them to split up, and it's like, okay, good, now these guys can go on their own and do their thing. But there's something about Edge and Christian where you see them fighting with each other, and it's almost sad that they're going to break up.
Also, I like their chemistry and charisma is a dual charisma. It's kind of like with the New Age Outlaws when they split them up. It was like you really saw how much both of them lacked that you didn't notice when they were a tag team. Yeah. Not that Edge and Christian lack that same thing, but they have so much more charisma as a duo than they would have as individuals.
I think part of it is the way they're kind of doing the skit is, they're talking about how they want to, each be in the King of the Ring and maybe meet each other in the finals, but the way they're doing it, they sound like they really don't want to because they actually like each other. And so you're sitting here thinking, these guys, they really are friends and they're going to break up. This is sad. Not like, the Dudleys break up. Okay, great. Go off. Do your thing.
Okay. We got a bunch of critical letters here, so I'm going to get to them right off the bat. This is from Matt, who says, the Steve Austin heel turn didn't have to start out the way it did. People can say the wrestling business is down because after WrestleMania there's always a lull. But by the way, I don't want to hear that for these ratings because the ratings of SmackDown were down 30% from the same week from last year. So it's not the season and it's not the post-WrestleMania. Anyway, but that isn't true. Last year WF got huge ratings after WrestleMania. True. Huge buy rate for Backlash. Granted, it was Austin returning for one night, but nonetheless it was a huge buy rate. Okay, the night after WrestleMania, Raw scored a 5.8. Actually, it was a 5.7, but that's okay. That's close enough. They got that because people were interested in seeing Austin as a heel. I don't buy that. They were interested in seeing WrestleMania, what happened after WrestleMania. Plus, this was also the week after that great skit that everybody was talking about, that everyone has forgotten about, which was that Shane McMahon appearing on Nitro, and there was so much curiosity of what's going to happen with WCW. With Bill Goldberg and Scott Steiner and all those guys being mentioned on Raw. Plus, it was the day after WrestleMania. That's why the rating was high. I don't buy that Steve Austin's heel turn meant anything for that rating. Anyway, the overrun got a 6.2. This included Hunter and Austin aligning. If that didn't take place, I think WF would be getting high fives to low sixes. Triple H should have never been put in there with Austin. A lot of people say that because it was one of those logic things. Anyway, it lacked logic. It wasn't given an explanation to help make sense. Triple H should have turned face, and the WWF would be riding high right now. Well, they wouldn't, because then their only face that would be over would be on the shelf. He turned heel, and I can only assume that's what he wanted because he doesn't like playing the face. That was one of the dumbest moves he has ever made. He should have turned face, and him and Austin would be involved in a hot feud right now, which would be making him and Austin a lot of money. I'm not completely blaming Triple H for the floundering ratings and low buy rates, but he is to blame somewhat. Also, the WWF writers are to blame. They should have started to push newer people after Mania. Raven and Eddie Guerrero should have been given a chance and could have started to fight in higher card positions. And don't say the politics wouldn't have allowed it, because it's not all true. If Hunter turned face after Mania, was involved in a hot feud with Austin right now, making tons of money, would he care about two guys moving past low card status? I don't think so. In conclusion, if Triple H and Austin weren't aligned after Mania, the WWF would not be doing less than normal business. Okay. This is from Neil, who goes, I am an avid reader of your columns. Obviously not avid enough. But after reading last night's SmackDown review, the reason I say that is because I didn't write last night's SmackDown review. I think that was Jeff. That was Jeff, right? Jeff Merrick last
either
night?
Jeff or Alex, neither of which are currently doing this show today.
Yeah. That reminds me of something. I was on a radio show about a week ago, and this guy goes, I love your IATA show. It's really funny. It's really entertaining. And he goes, that Alex is so funny. And I thought, that was just...
Was it Man-Cow? At least he didn't say Bruce.
It wasn't Man-Cow. It wasn't Man-Cow. No, I know. Then it would be Bruce, right? Anyway, I understand your arguments, but I think today's wrestling fan is going to watch the WWF no matter what. This is like Foley with that drug chapter. It's just like the wrong week to be saying this. I don't think there's any way people say to themselves, oh, man, Jericho just lost to so-and-so. There's no way he can possibly beat Austin.
Really?
I don't know if
well,
they say... That's what's been happening in wrestling for the last 100 years or so. They want to be entertained. Just entertain me and I'll watch. The WWF needs to maintain the audience they have now and wait for the new thing that will spark the next boom. A boom needs to reach out to people who aren't watching wrestling like right now. Mike Tyson did that, and word of mouth, coupled with good wrestling and entertaining vignettes, generated the ratings thereafter. Same thing with the NWO angle. Wrestling became hot and cool to watch. The mainstream audience of today simply doesn't care anymore. WWF was hot. Now it's not hot. It's all cyclical. Can it be accepted the rating?
Oh, go ahead.
What?
I'll rant in a minute.
Okay. Can't it be accepted that the ratings of last year were the absolute peak of the wrestling boom, and the slow downward trend is the result of wrestling losing its mainstream appeal? You know what? If it was, I can accept that was last year was the peak because when it was going on, I thought it was. And if it was a slow downward trend, I would go, you know what? It's a slow downward trend. This is not a slow downward trend. This is like nothing I have ever seen before, and I've been following wrestling for 20 years. I have never seen things fall off a cliff. There was one period in 92 where over the course of about, let me see, over the course of from May through December, we had a decline that was probably similar to this. Ratings-wise, maybe, I'd have to look back. That was a real bad period, too. And, in fact, that precipitated a period that stayed bad until 1996 in this business. So, anyway. But this is scarier because that decline did not affect the hardcore fans, and this decline is affecting the hardcore fans. You know, I think a lot of it is the loss of WCW on that one. Anyway, every show peaks no matter how popular it is. Even the second year of Survivor was down in the ratings. It happens. The second year of Survivor will be next year, and it probably will be down in the ratings. It happens. I don't think it matters who they push, but rather how they do it. Hell, I was impressed with Albert press slamming Kane. Pushing Edge, Jericho, and Benoit to the moon will not necessarily bring in the mainstream audience that was responsible for the monster ratings of a year ago. I do agree with that. I honestly don't think if the WF executed perfect booking strategies that wrestling could maintain those huge ratings. No, but they would not decline as quickly as they did. Especially the buy rate aspect of it. If the WF continues to put out a product such as they've been doing the last couple of months, the core fans will remain. This is a very bad day to say that. I write this because I thought last night's SmackDown was one of the most entertaining shows in a long time. Austin was tremendous with every little gesture. His timing was perfect. The bow and handshake interaction with Tajiri was hilarious. That's not what draws wrestling ratings, though. Anyway, as was his wiping off his hand on the shirt after he shook hands with that one guy. The subtle stroking of the Think's bald cap with his thumb. Angle's just incredible line at X-Pac and Albert breaking character. When Spike ripped up the petition, tell me you didn't need to say, oh shit, Spike's dead. Stacy Keibler, enough said, etc., etc. I know this is long, but in summary, just enjoy it. You ready to go, Brian? Because there's more.
You know,
afterwards.
We have heard just enjoy it for about 8 months now, and most of the time it was about WCW, and WCW is now dead. And I've got to say that as much as I made fun of Thunder, and as much as I made fun of Nitro, there were some days where I enjoyed Thunder more than almost any show that I'd ever seen because it was so bad, and it was hilarious, and I was entertained. But at the same time, things continue to dwindle, and I just want everybody to go back to our website, if you really have a problem with this, and look at the feedback section, because it goes all the way back to, I think November. And go back there and read some of the comments about the WCW shows after I made fun of them in the Thunder review and the Nitro review, and you will hear the exact same things that people are saying now about the WWF. And all you have to do is look at where WCW is right now. It is dead. And we really don't want WWF to be in the same position. So just say, don't complain about this stuff, just enjoy it, is not helping.
Especially when the numbers are declining. If we are complaining while the numbers are going through the roof...
And getting higher.
And getting higher, then please write us that, because then we're stupid. But as the numbers dwindle, if we're giving reasons why the numbers are dwindling, you can say, okay, your reasons are wrong. These are the right reasons. You have the wrong reasons, and that's good. But don't say there are no reasons, because obviously there are. Monday, we are going to have as our guest Jim Cornette. So that should be a really entertaining show, and we'll probably hear many, many times about The Last Dance on the 27th in Louisville. And we'll talk about that, and we'll probably know on Monday far more about that lineup by the end of that show than we do about King of the Ring. Because we still actually only know Undertaker against the Stalker, and we know the three-way, and we know Kurt Angle against Shane. And is there anything else that we know?
I wonder if there's ever been a King of the Ring where we didn't know the brackets the week before the show.
The Monday before the show? We will know Monday night, the brackets. That's what I was told, is that they're going to do the brackets on Monday before the show. Okay. Which is... Now, I know there's never been a King of the Ring where they did the brackets the Monday before the show. They usually do it 6 weeks before the show, and then... Mm-hmm. But anyway, that's something else. Let's see. Are Benoit and Jericho being... Let me get some of this other stuff here, actually, first. I really enjoyed listening to your taped archive shows. However, I don't understand why you are so in love with the WWF. This is from Bill Nelson. They are so lame most of the time. Why can't you even admit when they are? For example...
Start listening to archives instead of just looking at them on the website.
Yeah. For example, on your May 10th, 2001 show, you alluded to the fact that the viewing numbers for the WWF were down among wrestling fans over the age of 30. Duh. Did you ever think of the fact that we in that age group, an age group, by the way, which I'm a member of, grew up with quality wrestling? I tell you what, now, this is one thing. Okay. you got to look at those tapes, and I'm not knocking. There was I grew up with some great wrestling, and in the 80s there were some awesome matches involving a lot of people. But you know what? There are some awesome matches in the last couple of weeks on WWF. I don't mean to be, I mean that stand up to any matches of any era, as far as like that tag match in San Jose and the Austin match with Chris Benoit from Edmonton. I mean, those matches would have been match of the year candidates any year. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not winners, but people would talk. But anyway, that's not.
I don't want to preach to older fans because I'm not one of them. But when you're an older fan, you look back on a lot of things that you saw during your childhood, and you remember them as being very different. Because I can remember when I was very young, I thought the Ultimate Warrior was the greatest wrestler in the world, and it turns out he was horrendous. And if you actually look back at a lot of these tapes, a lot of that stuff doesn't hold up, but. You have a fond memory of it, and your memory is usually very kind.
Okay, but anyway, now we are left with one choice that puts out crap. Second, when you talked about the fact that a recent WF house show in Ohio was canceled due to wrestlers being injured, to which your esteemed partner, Brian Alvarez, responded by saying, I don't feel sorry for them because they refuse to elevate new wrestlers, and they're left with 4 stars, and when one of them gets hurt, they're screwed. Your only response was, oh, well. I guess that was my response. Oh, well. Oh, well, the other thing is that they didn't sell enough tickets to the show is actually the real reason it was canceled. Anyway, I got news for you, Dave. AWA, ECW, WCW. What is that? What's that? They're all out of business? They all had good wrestling and wrestlers, not only WWF. And contrary to your opinion, this was a good one, actually. Contrary to your opinion, there were great pay-per-views before 1997. Damn. I'm learning something new. Anyway, that's why those of us over the age of 30 prefer to watch old wrestling tapes rather than tune into the WWF crap. Don't you ever see anything negative about the WWF? Never. There's nothing wrong with the WWF. Everything is perfect. Especially, anyway, I know Adam's going to be up in just a second. I'm sure that Vince McMahon loves you. You should ask him about that. He actually doesn't. I don't know that he hates me, but I don't know. Thank goodness you get guys like Tom Zink, Billy Graham, Nick Bockwinkel, Bruno Sammartino, and Bad News Allen to tell it like it is and refuse to genuflect to His Majesty Mr. McMahon. Okay. Anyway, I was just entertained by that letter. We got Adam Pearce up here. Adam, how are you today?
I'm good, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Hey. We're doing really good. Adam, why don't you let everyone know a little bit of background? I know that you started in the Midwest and actually just in the last year or so moved to California, and a lot of it, I guess, was it mainly for wrestling that you moved? And tell us a little bit about, why you made the move.
Actually, to be perfectly honest with everybody, I didn't move out here for wrestling at all. My girlfriend's out here. She goes to San Diego State University, and honestly got tired of the Chicago winters and decided to make a change for myself to get into school out here. Just so happened there's some pretty decent wrestling promotions out here as well, so I kind of lucked out. Them winters in Chicago can get pretty brutal at times.
Yeah, I would only spend a day here every now and then, and it made me glad I lived here.
No doubt about it.
So you grew up in Chicago?
Absolutely, about 25 miles north of Chicago in a city called Waukegan, which is actually right in the middle of Milwaukee and Chicago, about 45 miles in each direction. Broken in business about 96, just out of high school, trained with ex-AWA jobber Sonny Rogers, who somebody may remember.
I do.
Yeah, well, unfortunately nobody else does, anyhow. I don't. Make a long story short, trained with him on the north side of Chicago, along with guys like Danny Dominion and Ace Steele, who you may have heard of, who were all alumni of Windy City Wrestling, Sam DeCero's camp. Christopher Daniels was an alumni from there as well, and they all broke in together, so it's kind of a little lineage there.
And now, you worked for Mid-American Wrestling for a while, right?
Sure did. Your same promotion had just lost their building in West Dallas.
Right. I was going to ask you about that because, what are your thoughts? There was actually an interesting thing. They had an article in the newspaper. I think it was on Sunday.
Right.
And it was a nice long article, and then I guess because of the publicity from the article, the Knights of Columbus, where they've been running for I don't know how many years, probably 5-6 years, kicked them out of the building.
Exactly. And the odd thing to me was that the article didn't really portray them in a negative light. I think the thing that did their downfall there was the exposing of the hardcore nature of the promotion, which in reality they only had 1 or 2 matches per show in that hardcore genre, and I think the Archdiocese in Milwaukee there took exception to it. And my personal feeling is that they didn't really pay attention to Mid-American Wrestling. They've been running shows there since like 95 without any contention. So I guess in this instance, no publicity would have been better publicity for them at this point, because obviously now the Archdiocese put a kibosh on the whole thing.
I got an email about that, actually. I wanted to read this to you. Just interrupt because it's actually fairly long, but it had to do, it goes, this email is in regard to recent events with Mid-American Wrestling as well as Adam Pearce, your guest today. You may want to ask Adam what his thoughts were about MAW. He used to wrestle for them in their pre-hardcore days. He left the promotion shortly after they became hardcore in 98, or maybe it was early 99. Did you just leave just because you moved here, or is there any other reason?
Honestly, I moved here, as just so everybody knows, in November of 2000. So at that point, I was still living in Chicago. And at that time, I just didn't agree with the way that Carmine DeSpirito, who owns Mid-American Wrestling, was running it. He was tapping into that hardcore thing, and at that point, he was having a lot more matches on the card hardcore. Now, previously, I mean, it was just traditional wrestling, and he was doing fine by that, and started using guys like Ian Rotten, who I have no problem with whatsoever. These guys are all my boys and all that. But at that time, when half the show was turning into blood and guts, they were turning the crowd. Half the crowd was in riots during the show, and it's just something I didn't want to be a part of. I didn't necessarily agree with it at the time, so I moved along, and since then patched up things between myself and Carmine beliefs-wise. I guess in that respect, I'm somewhat old school and still am, to where I think wrestling is wrestling and the hardcore stuff is something else. But, I mean, nonetheless, he did what he did to make money, and I can't really fault him for that. I know it paid his bills for a long, long time, but unfortunately, in the long run, it caught up with him.
Okay, because before then, he, and they were talking about you, was probably the best pure babyface I've seen with so little experience on the indie level. He did return as a heel for a few shows last year before moving to California and was equally as good as a heel, but you could tell his heart wasn't into working here anymore, not that I blame him. Anyway, and he goes, one thing I noticed what was wrong with the Mid-American article in the Journal Sentinel was the claim that there were never any problems with shows in the building. He goes, that isn't true. Ever since the promotion went hardcore in 98, it was rare for there to be 2 shows in a row where there wouldn't be at least one fight in the crowd. I have not been to a single show in the last 3 years where there were less than 2 or 3 people kicked out. Most of the shows, it reached double digits. Most of the old fans got scared off by this and stopped coming, being replaced by, how can I put this nicely, a less than savory element who invariably would be quite drunk by the time the main event came. It didn't help when Ian Rotten felt he needed to shoot on the mic every single time he was out there, and particularly when he gets personally offended and starts picking fights with any fan who doesn't show what he considers proper respect, whether he is supposed to be a face or a heel at the time. Frankie DeFalco was almost as bad at picking fights with fans, but at least wrestles early enough in the card that the fans are still sober. And I should point out this is a matter of getting good heat because DeFalco is supposed to be a comedy babyface, but like Ian, he takes his fan comments seriously. Anything on that? Or?
You know, I wish I could say that what he just said in the email was false. Like I just touched on, there was fights in the crowd, and that's part of the reason why I left in 98. And as far as the drinking goes, I think being in Milwaukee and being in wrestling, beer's going to be involved to begin with. And I think everybody expects that. But when it gets to a certain degree where, like I said, there's violence breaking out, and a lot of times security would have to break up fights between the fans and wrestlers, you know, it gets to be a little much. And I think they toned that down after a while and learned their lesson, which is the reason why I came back in 99 to work for them. I think that what he's touching on in that email is probably as extreme as it got, and I think it calmed down, like I said, after that, and got back to a normal type show where maybe one match or 2 would have a hardcore element in it, but beyond that, it was pretty much, you know, calmed down. I feel bad for Carmine, known him since 96, to lose his building. I know that it's his livelihood, and that's all he does. And I think at this point in time, it's a lot better than it was in 98, and I don't think he really deserved to lose his building at this point. Now, if it had happened in 98 when I left, I would have completely agreed with everything. But that being the case, you know, he's going to move forward just like I have and all the fans have. And I think the fans that went to Mid-American Wrestling every month did so because they were entertained completely, loved what they were seeing, and the beer didn't hurt at all, actually, as I said earlier.
Okay, he goes, the guy continues and goes, I can say this because I've been a part of Mid-American Wrestling since the mid-'90s, and I've seen what was once a fun promotion turn into something way too serious and downright scary at times. However, I want to remain anonymous because I don't feel like getting heat with Carmine or Ian. Okay, that's about pretty much it. Okay, you know, as far as like, now what promotions have you worked for? I know I saw you on the UPW show, right, and I've seen your name on a lot of the smaller Southern California shows. What else have you been working down here?
Predominantly, I've been working for UPW and another promotion called Millennium Pro Wrestling, which is owned by Paul Ventimiglia out of Los Angeles. Beyond that, I've been kind of laying low. I'm working 1 or 2 dates a month. That's pretty much about it. I know now that with APW, some things are starting up where I'm going to be going up to the San Francisco Bay Area and doing some things there. And I'm always trying to come back to the Midwest as much as I can and work a couple shots here and there like I'm going to be doing in July. But, you know, I'm trying to focus myself now in getting an education further than what I've already placed in. and just trying to move up in the wrestling business. I don't really know that working, shows for $10 or $15 is going to help me much. I'm trying to stay in a realm where I can further myself and learn more things to get to that upper echelon of the wrestling business, which has always been my goal. I think UPW is a venue that can do that. Certainly All Pro Wrestling up in Northern California is another place in which that can happen. And I just look forward to learning from the guys up there that have been around, Christopher Daniels and Michael Modest included, just to take little pieces of what they're doing and the success that they have garnered and try and capitalize on that for myself.
What are you doing in school?
In school, I'm trying, and this may sound funny to some people who know me, but anyways, I was going towards being like a chiropractor type thing or sports medicine and kind of got away from that. Now I want to go towards broadcasting. I think speaking is something that I'm strong at. I'm not putting all my chips in the wrestling basket as I did when I was, first breaking in. I don't know if that's where I'm going to be in 5 years, but I think using my mouth has been more successful than using my body in certain extents, and I think that I could capitalize that on the future and possibly, I don't know, Dave, work next to you someday.
I want to mention one thing. We got Jim Ross was on WF Bite This, and here's some of his comments for today. He said that Steve Austin is happy with his current heel character. He says Triple H was slated to fill one of the top 2 face slots that were vacated by Austin's heel turn and Rock's movie departure. Several people have actually emailed this in today, and they're right. That next day when Hunter did the run-in to help Austin, the day after WrestleMania, they really made a mistake by having Austin then align with Helmsley.
Yeah,
because
that was something really straight out of WCW.
Yeah, people did want the turn.
He just did it.
Yeah, people wanted the turn real bad, and there was actually a great explanation with Vince and everything, and Austin. You know what I mean? Where Helmsley didn't know. I mean, it all fit the puzzle, and then they just put them together. And with Rock out, that was, the timing of that wasn't the best. And then I hate that false tease. Remember that one show, the SmackDown they did?
God, they did.
Where they spent the whole show teasing that Austin. What?
They did a ton of those leading up to that one. They were all stupid.
Yeah, but that one laugh,
once you do it and everybody wants it so badly, and then you just laugh at them, what do you expect the fans to do the next time?
Yeah, and then half the people that were in the WWF that were in that decision-making capacity, this was the Thursday after the SmackDown, that fake tease, they wanted to go on Raw that next Monday and do the real one, and I'm going like, oh my God. It's like you just did the...
What do you guys
Go ahead, Adam.
To me, and speaking on that topic, to me, I don't know, and you may disagree, but I think it would have made more sense if they knew ahead of time that The Rock was going to go do this movie and be one of the top 2 baby faces with Steve Austin. Wouldn't you have waited for the whole heel turn until somebody else could get established before you go ahead and turn the other top baby face and then leave yourself short-handed? To me, that would have made more sense.
Especially because, theoretically, if we're looking at long-term, which we were doing in February, and evidently they weren't, they had Helmsley all set up for Austin.
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about, everyone's going, it makes no sense for Helmsley to beat Austin before WrestleMania in that 2 out of 3, and we were going, but it does set him up. When Austin wins that title from Rock, they got Helmsley to go all summer until Rock comes back, and then they didn't do it.
Right.
So now there was, so what was the purpose of Helmsley?
What I think that might have been better is if maybe right after WrestleMania, Austin would have stayed babyface, and they would have gone with the Austin Hunter deal, and then maybe do a double turn later on down the road, because I just think that the timing of Steve Austin turning heel the day that he achieved the goal that everybody was just dying to see him achieve was so stupid, It's like he came back after a year. He really was a fresh face.
Right.
And he was so over, and the fans wanted to love this guy and see him as a champion so bad. And he finally gets it, and he joins Vince McMahon that day. And it's like, what a slap in the face.
They could have milked it for a lot longer.
Yeah.
Could have milked it.
He said that, that the Triple H will be a huge fan favorite when he returns in October or November, that Rock will be back in August. He says raising the bar is perfecting the art of storytelling in the ring and ring psychology. Raising the bar is not going through 3 tables one week and 4 tables the next.
I agree.
He said he was
not that, though, after Raw.
Yeah. He said he was not comfortable with Kurt Angle doing the moonsault off the top of the cage. He said that whenever he tries to, this is actually kind of funny. Whenever he tries to say something good about Paul Heyman, people always twist it around. I don't know. I thought that's something. He says that he wishes Jerry Lawler could return to the WWF, but he doubts it's possible with everyone's current mindset. He says it's less than 50-50. He says the WCW product will be different than WWF. The look of the show will be different. obviously they're talking about a TV show.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's, you know, it goes different graphics, different pyro, different music, different lighting. Talent roster will be new and fresh when it's all said and done. New broadcasters. Storylines will be well thought out with more continuity in mind. I hope so. The vast majority
what would happen if they started this WCW show, and just because everything was so different and people are really bored with the WWF product right now, it just immediately started killing them in the ratings?
I'd laugh.
Fine.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't it, though? When you really
Wonderful.
think about it, look what happened the first week of Nitro.
That's true.
The first week of Nitro,
It
yeah,
wasn't like
that's
a
true.
slow growth or anything like that. They started with a bang and started kicking their ass immediately.
And thinking about the boys that have been working for WCW since turnaround, that'd be a nice breath of fresh air. Instead of coming to work disgruntled, they'd be happier than hell.
Yeah. A lot of those guys, I mean, it really is good for them to be in an organization. You know, I mean, for all the knocks we made of WWF, I mean, an organization that really is, like, they're so much more organized than WCW ever was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He goes, the vast majority of the current WCW roster have great attitudes. Some of the signatures they have signed are not ready to be announced. That's why a complete list has never been released, which we know. Hugh Morris needs to drop some weight. Says Lance Storm is going to be excellent. Jindrak and O'Hare need to learn how to tell stories and not rely on their high spots. Says nothing new on the Goldberg front. He says that they have been trading phone calls. They're waiting for Time Warner to close out the DDP contract. As time goes on, WWF people will transcend into WCW, and WCW will transcend into WWF. They're going to do back and forth, which we do. He goes, this was an interesting one. He goes, Memphis, OVW, and UPW wrestlers will not be going to WCW, at least not anytime soon.
Really?
I think that's a mistake. I don't know,
though. I think that might be better, you know, at the very beginning, because
you're
who's
right.
really ready right now?
No, not at the very
you don't want to
beginning.
bring somebody up and put him in WCW that's not ready because it makes them look like the B League.
Well, on top
No,
of
no,
that,
no, 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 no. I think that there's I mean, I would say as far as the first week or the first 3 weeks, I would agree with that. But I think that by about the third or fourth week, they should start doing vignettes with somebody, and teasing for like 5-6 weeks somebody new coming in, like in the old days, because they got this roster of guys, and I think there are a few guys that are ready.
Steve Bradley.
I think Rico Constantino is ready. For maybe in some ways, maybe more than Steve Bradley.
Yeah,
I mean, as far as like a whole character, and bring him in to be a star. Don't bring him in to be an opening match guy like K Quick, because what's the purpose of that?
Exactly. I think the most important thing for WCW is to reestablish all the guys they had on TV to begin with, get them over with the people, and then worry about that.
Yeah,
And that's going to take a while.
The thing also, like we talked about earlier, is they've got all these guys that people know, but they have no limitations or preconceptions because they're reestablishing them. So like, if there's a guy there who was a mid-carder in the old WCW, they're not locked in that mid-card position. And they shouldn't think of them as like, this is where, you know what I mean? Because that was one of WCW's big problems, is everybody was locked into this position. And it's sort of WWF's problem as well right now.
Right.
Right now, yeah. But, I mean, just look at anybody that jumps ship to any promotion. You can do anything you want with them the first day, no matter what happened before. I mean, people, that was the whole deal. You get jobbed out, and then you leave the company, but you could still start with a new company. Look at Jericho.
Exactly.
Everyone thought he was just some mid-carder, and his debut, if they really would have pushed him from the beginning as a top guy, it would have worked.
Yep.
He's certainly getting over now, that's for damn sure.
What is your thoughts, as far as, one of the names that was mentioned about WCW at one point was Josh Wilcox, who you did an angle with and then a match with. What were your thoughts about working with Josh Wilcox?
Josh has a great attitude. Josh is one of those guys that loves the business so much and will listen to every single word you say and just hang on it. I think the biggest thing that would hold Josh Wilcox back, and this is not a knock on him, I mean, and he knows it as well as I or anybody else does, is that he'd need to learn how to work first. And I think he would need to go somewhere like Louisville or Memphis and sit down with Bobby Eaton or Danny Davis or one of these guys and learn the business. He already appreciates it. He already loves it. He's got that in his blood like all of us do. But now he has to learn how to fine-tune it and actually perform it instead of having somebody hold his hand out there. And once he gets that down, there's enough personality inside him, I think, at this point, that's just waiting to escape. And if WCW wanted to capitalize on and say this is an XFL guy or something like that along those lines, Josh Wilcox is the perfect specimen simply because of his desire and his determination and pure love for the wrestling business. I had nothing but good things to say with Josh Wilcox. I talked to him last night, and he's back up in Oregon. He's doing really well, and he's waiting. He's had some contacts with people within the World Wrestling Federation, namely Dennis Brent, about possibly doing some things, and I guess he's just waiting on that phone call, and I know he's keeping in great shape, and I know he's watching his tapes, and it was a pleasure to be in the ring with him. I'm glad that I could have something to do with it, and I think, if I made him look decent, and hopefully that rubs up somewhere in somebody's office as well. We got Wilcox, but Pearce did his job too. So, whatever. I love Josh Wilcox. He's my boy, that's for sure.
One thing, when I saw you on that UPW show, is the first thing I thought of is there's always the talk on this show all the time is that the whatever happened to managers. We all grew up with wrestling managers who, especially with the idea of whenever it comes up, there's a guy, whether I'm just throwing out a name, Benoit, where someone will go phenomenal in the ring,
can't talk,
but his interviews are holding him back. And my thought is I grew up with a million guys who couldn't talk at all, that drew money, that were good workers, or not even necessarily good workers. Sometimes they were just menacing guys that still didn't talk because they had a Bobby Heenan or somebody like that, Jim Cornette with Ray Traylor, and I mean, and everyone goes, well, who is there? And when I saw you, I mean, what I was impressed with is first of all, you can bump and you know how to work, so that's an advantage because eventually the manager needs to get in the ring.
Sure.
But the thing is, you can really talk.
Well, I appreciate the compliment. And growing up in Chicago, Bobby Heenan, I was on TV every single Saturday night. And that's somebody that I try to emulate in terms of speaking. And like you said, back in the days, even with John Studd, who couldn't talk a whole hell of a lot, Bobby Heenan was there snapping one-liners. and where is that now?
Or work, or anything. Just stand there and look menacing.
Where is that now? And I agree with you. There's a couple of managers of the independent scene, one up in Minnesota named Mortimer Plumtree, who, if this was 10 years ago, would have already had a job. Another guy that comes to mind like that is a guy named Dave Prazak out of the Midwest who can talk, too. But at this point, is there even a place for a male manager in the upper, promotions? And how would you reestablish that to the people to make them, again, take them as the incredible characters when all you're seeing now is a bunch of TNA? So I think that's a problem. I think if they were going to do it, I would do it in WCW, try it out. Guys like Jim Cornette and Bobby Heenan, I mean, obviously their craft is something that has been completely forgotten. And I think that's crap. I think that's something that made wrestling great. And how many times did you love it when you saw Hulk Hogan blast Bobby Heenan in the forehead with a big boot at the end of the night? I mean, people miss that. People miss that. And especially I do. That's the type of thing that I grew up watching. So, I mean, I think there's a place for it, definitely. I think it should make its comeback. And if that's the type of role that would suit me better than actually getting in there and bumping every night, or bumping several times every night, I should say, then, hey, I'm up for it. I don't care. I didn't get in this to be a superstar by any means. I'm just there because I love the business. So whatever's clever is what I say. I think there's definitely a place for it.
I think that's one of those things that it just hasn't been done for so long that if the right person came along, it could really be something cool, something new.
Exactly. I mean, just, J.J. Dillon and the Four Horsemen, I mean, that stuff was great. When you have that like a leader of the pack that can do the talking and take the big bump and it's like throwing the food to the lions. I mean, the manager was always that. Always got his ass beat in the end, and people love to see that, and it's missing now. I mean, I'd rather see someone like Bobby Heenan or someone newer anyway, a male manager taking big bumps than seeing women like Terry and Trish Stratus put through tables. I mean, I think it's getting a little old, and I think that maybe now would be the time to do something in terms of bringing back a male manager. Just like you said, it's fresh, and it could captivate people. Why not? They haven't seen it for so long. Let's see something a little more serious. I mean, that's just my opinion anyway.
Yeah. I mean, there's really, like with the women, the other thing with the women, and I mean, there's a role for them too. I think there's too many of them, but there is a role. But the thing with that is you never get any real satisfaction at the end with the women, especially because they end up putting them in the ring in these matches that, it's like, when the match is over, it's kind of like, oh, that was kind of ugly. You know what I mean?
Here's my take on that. When the women first started coming in and getting big as managers, everybody always anticipated them taking that big bump. And there was always that buzz. And then when they finally took the big bump, it was like, ooh, ah, but where do you go from there? Now you got them doing matches, and then obviously they can't work, and they're filling space. I mean, I guess there's a place for them. I agree with you, there is a place for them, but once they took that big bump, now you've taken that away. It's not like you're going to get that big pop every show now, and when you do, it's not as big as the time before, and pretty soon nobody cares about it to begin with. That's the problem I see with the women managers, and it's only going to get more blasé as it goes down the line. I can only see so many bra and panties matches before I want to throw up.
The other thing is, I think one of the things is, I was watching Sin when she was there for the OVW Southern title match that they had on SmackDown, and it was such a huge pop for her taking like a body slam because everyone was just dying to see it.
Right.
And if you protect one bump like that, and then the next week she's on TV and she doesn't do anything, and then maybe you build up to another bump 3 months down the road, it means something.
Right.
But once she gets in the ring and she's taking a bunch of horrible bumps and everything like that,
and pretty
it's like not only do you lose it because you just saw her be a horrible wrestler, but now the one bump means nothing.
Absolutely. That's what I was trying to say. Pretty soon she's taking suplexes and power bombs, and it's just not believable to me anyway. She should be dead.
Yeah.
She should be dead.
The one thing about Sin, okay, is that I consider Sin closer to a manager than a valet. In that her role, her role isn't really that TNA role as much as an old-time manager. She just happens to be a woman.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen too much of her work.
But I mean, just because she's mainly out there doing interviews and, to get people over, whereas like most of these managers or women managers that are out there right now, their mic time, they're not out there getting anybody else over, and their mic work often leaves a lot to be desired. I'm going to ask Adam this one. This is actually a question from Ted. It's about the ratings. Actually brings up a little bit first about didn't the ratings go down horribly in '92 when Vince was in court regarding the steroid scandal? I'd have to look up everything. I mean, business went into a big decline after April of '92, but I remember a lot of it was live attendance more than ratings that went down, and there was a lot of reasons, and I think the negative publicity was part of it. I think that the booking in late '92 was real bad. That was when like Papa Shango was doing the voodoo with Ultimate Warrior and things like that. It was just a weak period. In the last couple of months, wrestling has taken quite a blow from the media in regards to death from people performing wrestling moves in their backyard and their little sisters, etc. Do you think the bad press in the media could be a reason why the ratings are so low? I mean, do you attribute any of this to the media as far as like the drop in the last couple of months?
I think it's residual. I think the business goes through cycles. It's up and it's down, and it's going to continue to be that way as long as the business is around. I think that obviously when the media wants to portray wrestling in a bad light, that helps it along. But I think it's going to go down eventually anyway. People get tired of seeing the same old thing night in and night out. They're looking for a change, and eventually it will come, and then the wrestling ratings will jump back up again. I think that there's too many, to put this mildly, the hell with it, there's too many marks in the wrestling business to begin with, and that's why you're seeing people out in the backyard, and they're getting the publicity, and then these same people are getting in the ring and killing each other. It's not as locked down as it should be. I think the wrestling business should be protected a lot more and weed out these people that are bringing the bad light onto the business, and that would eliminate the backyard stuff to a certain degree. Now, I mean, I was in my backyard doing wrestling moves, but I was 8 years old with my little brother, and we were doing headlocks instead of power bombs and pile drivers off the top of the fence and all that type of thing. I mean, it's a different time, different things. But I think it's residual. I think the business goes through ups and downs, and now it's just going down a little bit. That's all. It'll rise back up. It always does.
I have a hard time with the putting the blame on the media, because I can remember, during the peak of this boom period,
the media was more brutal then.
Was, talking about this as being an angelic sport. They were burying it then.
Right.
In fact, if you remember, Vince McMahon was getting buried more than WCW at the time that Vince McMahon was starting to surpass WCW.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when all of the first slew of the negative things about, the language and all that, and they were basically portraying WCW as the cleaner group and WWF as the dirty group. And I remember there was this 1 week, and it was like, with all these stories on NBC and whatever, and then the next week it was like, the ratings for WWF jumped up, the rating for WCW went down. It was like, okay, that's just what, that negative publicity didn't, I mean, and I'm not saying, there is negative publicity that hurts, and when you lose sponsors, then it does hurt.
Sure does.
Yeah.
I think that they could portray it in a more positive light. These people in the wrestling business are phenomenal athletes, and that, number one, is always overlooked, and that's always bothered me. People from other professional sports have tried to come into wrestling. A lot of them have failed, aside from the ones that have gotten notoriety doing it. But this is a sport, and if you want to call it sports entertainment, fine, but athletes are involved, and no credit is given where that should be. And I think people, if that was exposed to the media and people looked at it as a performance like it should be, and then noted that these guys are world-class athletes, then the business could have a whole turnaround of positive light shed upon it. Guys like Kurt Angle should be commended. This guy here is a legitimate athlete, and now one of the greatest wrestlers that I've seen growing up, and he's been in for how long? 2-3 years tops? I mean, he's a phenom.
2.5 years.
And I mean, that type of thing should be exploited on a positive note, as opposed to all this crap we hear on TV about people getting killed doing pile drivers in their backyard. If someone would just have the balls to expose something positive, you'd see a totally different influx of media stories and everything else, putting a positive spin on the wrestling business.
I think the one thing I do have to say about the media is they're far more likely to jump on a negative story than a positive story.
Sure.
And it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you never see the news going. We're going to talk later on today with a young teenager that's helping the elderly. You never see that. It's always, this teenager killed 10 elderly people and, News at 5 or whatever. It's just the way it is.
I think it's just a reflection of our society, unfortunately.
There is one thing, though. I've seen some of those in some of the markets like L.A. and New York when I've been on the road. And where they try to do that SmackDown story on Thursday night on the UPN affiliate? Some of those are positive. They're actually so lame, too. But it was one of... anyway, let me get to... this one question is, what is the best match on the Pride show? Boy. I mean, I thought Fujita and Takayama was the best match as far as on the show, and a lot of people would say Matsui and Pele. Some people would say Chuck Liddell and Guy Metzger, but as far as just like...
I think it probably depends on what you like to see in your fight, too. A lot of fans like boxing because two guys are just pounding on each other. You're talking about Fujita and Takayama who are just going to pound on each other because that's what they do.
Because they had no defense.
I must have missed that one. I was watching an old Dusty Rhodes tape, I think. I missed that one.
Was there ever an incident between Paul Orndorff and Vader? If so, what was the story? Oh, there certainly was.
There was.
Many years ago, let's see, what was it? Paul Orndorff was road agent for
peak of his scariness. I just want to mention that.
Yeah, it's like 95-ish. And Paul Orndorff was, I guess, a retired wrestler with a bad neck and a bad arm. And he said, Leon, it's time for you to do an interview. And Leon said, I don't want to get up off my chair or something. Who knows what they said? Words were exchanged.
I think Orndorff said, get off your fat ass and do the interview. And Vader took exception to that, despite having a fat ass.
Anyway, after being at the power plant, I can completely see Paul Orndorff saying that to a number of people. Believe me.
It ended up where they started arguing, and Paul Orndorff threw, I guess it was, he threw a punch with a bad arm. So is that the left or the right?
Left arm, yeah.
Yeah.
So he threw a left to Vader's jaw and crumbled him, and then started kicking him in the face before they were pulled apart.
And I think Vader went after him again after they'd been pulled apart, and Paul took him down again.
Yeah, and Vader got fired off of that one, which is why he ended up in the WWF. So that's the story there. We're going to start with phone calls right now. Ed in Texas, first up.
Yeah, hey guys, how you guys doing today?
Hey,
really good.
Yeah, I have a couple things. One thing for you, Dave. Have you had a chance to see that short film on the Von Erichs' Faded Glory?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, I saw that the other day, and I thought it was pretty good. It's very protective, of course, but it did have a lot of old footage and a lot of interviews, and it's pretty good. You should check it out. I think you'll like it.
Now, is that on a website, or is it available for commercial release?
It's on a website. It's let's see, OneWrestling.com had a link to it on their issue for the 1st of this month.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was on page 5. They have a link to it. It takes you right to it, and you can play it on either your media player or your real player. And it's about 53 minutes. And,
I lived in Texas during one of those years. I think in 1983, 84, I lived in Texas for a year. And that was the peak. That was actually their peak. And that was quite a period. I mean, as far as fan reaction and revolutionizing the business, because that was right before Vince went national with the entrance music and everything that he got credit for. And, I mean, we were seeing, the high production values of the TV and the entrance music and the young, athletic-looking guys. The Freebird Von Erich feud, I thought it was pretty much revolutionary, actually, in wrestling.
Yeah, and let me ask you this, Dave. Were you taking photographs at ringside at the Parade of Champions?
No, I was not.
Okay, no, because I saw somebody on the tape.
That was El Dandy.
I don't know who that was. Oh, you know who that... there's nobody there that looked like me. Forget it. I was thinking back, because I remember all the photographers that were like Craig Peters and Bill Apter and all them.
Well,
I'm not
there was a muscular guy with a blue short, kind of curly hair.
I don't know who that was.
That was Roland Alexander.
Okay. And then my question for Chad is...
Adam.
Who?
I mean, I'm Adam. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You better be,
Adam,
boy.
I've never seen you compete before. What could you tell me about your style of wrestling and some of the spots you like to do and some of your moves?
2 words: old school. I keep it very basic most of the time, as goofy as I get, as maybe as a dive. I try to tell a story in the ring, and I most often use my mouth more than anything else. If I could compare it to somebody, I guess maybe someone like a Larry Zbyszko type who's always flapping his gums. More likely than not, I'm end up as a heel in the match. I'm just the guy who ends up putting the pretty baby face over in the end. That's about it. Try to keep it clean, try and keep it tight, work a little snug, and just tell a good story. That's basically what I'm out there to do.
Okay. And are you in the business to make it in the WWF, or are you like Brian, who's just doing it like as a hobby because it's what he likes to do?
Well, in the beginning, to be honest with you, I mean, obviously that's every kid's dream is to go to the WWF, but as time goes on, it's like I tell people now, my dream essentially was to get into the business and to be a professional wrestler, and I've accomplished that. So anything else that comes and is going to come from this point forward anyway is bonus to me. I'm just taking it as one big roller coaster ride and having a blast while I do it. If something breaks, fine. If not, I've had a great time. Been overseas, done dark matches, had a blast, and I will continue to do so. So if that answers your question, I hope so. I mean, you know, you never know in this business, and it's so hit or miss. It's who you know, not exactly what you know or what you can do. So a lot of times the people that deserve it most don't get it, and obviously been looking at some old tapes. Some people who never deserved it got a real big opportunity. So we'll just take it and play it by ear and see what happens, and hopefully stay safe in the meantime.
Okay, and are you going to be participating in that tournament that they're going to be having for APW?
I am going to be involved in the King of Indies tournament this coming October with APW. I got the invite from Roland Alexander about a week ago, and I'm very, very honored to be a part of that. I think I can bring something to that tournament. There's going to be some really great athletes involved in this thing, and I'm not too ashamed to say that these guys are better athletes than I, and I'm just honored to be included in the same brackets as them. I think it's going to be one hell of a wrestling experience, not only for us that are involved in it, but the fans as well. It's a big 4-day event up there in the San Francisco Bay Area, a lot of boot camp summits and things where the public can get involved. And there's going to be a whole week of legends with some people. I know Red Bastien and the Cauliflower Alley Committee are going to be heavily involved in this. And I think it's going to be a tremendous event, not only for APW and the independent wrestlers involved, but for the business in general. And just to open the business eyes to a lot of the young people that are involved, that have some talent and some upside, and hopefully can really spark interest in these individuals. And there's a lot of really, really positive attitudes involved, and I can't thank Roland Alexander enough for having the guts to put me on there. And considering some of the names that have yet to be released, I'm completely honored, and I think I was, in fact, more shocked than anything else to be asked to be a part of it, because my style is somewhat different than a lot of the guys involved. But I think it makes for a very healthy mix. I think you're going to see some really great wrestling action in the next couple of months, especially and culminating in October with this 4-day event. And it's something good for the record books. I think it's going to be a very positive thing, not only for me, but for everybody involved. So, yeah, definitely, most definitely. I'll be up there for APW representing Mid-American Wrestling, oddly enough, out of Milwaukee. And we're going to have a blast, rock and roll. Let's do it, and I'm looking forward to it.
Do you know if they're going to be putting the tournament on video? Because I would really like to check it out if they do.
Well, I tell you, they'd be stupid if they didn't. I think that this thing will definitely be on video in some form. I don't know about webcasts or anything like that. I think plans for that type of thing are being finalized as we speak. The event's a couple of months away, obviously, so there's some time to prepare those things. But, yeah, most definitely I would say, and I'm just speaking on behalf of Roland Alexander and APW, that I know him from a business aspect, and I know that this will be on tape in some form. Somebody will profit from this, definitely.
Okay. I want to make mention real quick. We're going to have Roland Alexander on the show next Friday, so if you have any questions on, what their plans are or ideas to give them, because it's months away and there's time to implement it, next Friday's a good show to call in or to email in on that. Okay. Before we go to the next call, I want to ask you, we were talking a little bit about, talking about old tapes and things like that. What was, and the Von Erichs and everything, what was your favorite era and place when you look back at old tapes? Was it what you grew up and saw in Chicago or something else? And who would be the guys that, looking at, as a kid you liked the most, and now looking back, who you go, well, maybe I should have liked this guy more, or thoughts on that?
Someone asked me this, and I went on my website and I did a little spiel on who I admired and for what reasons. And I think there's a number of names that I could throw out there for different reasons. At the top of the list, I would have to say is Ric Flair. I think he was the pioneer and the absolute best in what he did, which is obviously different from what we see on television now. Guys like Jerry Lawler, Bobby Heenan, Larry Zbyszko I'd have to throw in there. even guys like Ricky Steamboat and Randy Savage. I mean, these guys were athletes of their time, and I always respected, and I guess I was always a mark for the heels more as a youngster. Guys like Brian Pillman, and I loved when he was doing the loose cannon thing, and I think that was, to me anyway, I got a big kick out of it. It was a blast for me to see. Going back even further, I loved the Midnight Express, that whole NWA 80s thing. Dusty Rhodes is huge, and I gained a lot of respect for him when I was in Atlanta at the power plant. I'm a huge mark for Dusty Rhodes. Love his work. Nowadays, I love Chris Benoit. I think he's excellent. I think he's as technically sound as I've ever seen. I love watching Dynamite Kid and his matches with Tiger Mask. I don't get tired of. And I certainly don't get tired of watching Flair and Steamboat either. I know I'm leaving a bunch of names out, but I could go on all day long about the wrestling business and what I love about it. But more often than not, the old stuff is what got me into it, the stuff that I really, truly love, and the stuff that I think I would be more cut out to do as opposed to the product that's on TV now anyhow.
Let's go to Sean. Sean, what's up?
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Hey.
Hey, listen, I missed the first part of the show. What did you guys think about the TV last night?
It was an entertaining show. I didn't think it did a good job building up the pay-per-view. So I guess that would be my thoughts.
It was like one of those shows that on a different night would have been really good, but last night wasn't the night to do it.
Yeah. All right, and just one quick question for Adam. I wanted to know who you enjoyed working with, in UPW and some of the other promotions you worked with earlier than that.
Well, right now they got me involved in a tag team angle with Aaron Aguilera, who works as a hardcore kid, who's under WWF developmental, and right now he's at home healing from back surgery. And that's another thing that I think is missing from wrestling is really strong tag teams. I think that psychology is something that's untapped right now and can be exposed even further. So I'm having a blast tagging with him and just trying to put out good tag matches. But before that, if I go back to the Midwest, guys like CM Punk and Sexy Ace Steel, a great competitor, Danny Dominion, classic Colt Cabana, these guys. There's great wrestling all over this country on the independent level yet to be discovered, and it's a matter of time before these names break out. I mean, there's some really, really good athletes, guys a hell of a lot better than me out there, who deserve their just due, and I'm just happy to be in the ring and wrestling. Frankie Kazarian and Chris Daniels, I had a 3-way match with them for Millennium Pro not too long ago, and that was a blast. We had a good time with that, and some really great athletes. So, I'm having a lot of fun, as I said, and I really wouldn't want to single it down to who I have a favorite with because every match is different. I mean, you work in lightweight one night, heavyweight the next night. So I get a kick out of telling the story and just trying to evolve from whatever I'm there to work with and put something out that's enjoyable and keeps the people entertained.
All right, man. Well, good luck in the future, and that's all I got today, guys. Thanks.
Okay, you're very welcome. You brought up lightweight. When we all started watching wrestling, it was very rare for a guy probably under about 205, 210 to even be in the business. It was pretty much you were locked out.
Right.
And now you can pretty much be just about, as long as I guess you're about 140 pounds, if you got to be super talented. What are your thoughts as far as that changing trend? And also how to use them? Because I just as an example, I love the smaller guys, but I think that they have to be used smart, and when they're not used smart, I think that they detract from the product.
I agree. I think that, anyway, obviously the wrestling business now is a lot more athletic than it was when it was, 300 pounds, 6'7" giants out there. Me, I'm about 235, so I would have been considered, 10 years ago a lightweight. But now I'm kind of in the middle of the pack there, and I think that we have to split up the card evenly to make sure that it's not oversaturated with one type of thing. And I think that at times you don't want to stick someone who, like, let's say, for instance, Spike Dudley. I wouldn't want to put him with bigger guys constantly over time because what happens is people lose the conception that Spike Dudley's 150 pounds and should be mauled by these heavyweights. And I guess the Giant Killer thing will get him over to begin with, but it gets really old. I'd like to see him in there with Crash Holly like they're doing now, and I think they can have some really entertaining matches. And keep it with guys more in that size range. Even guys like Benoit 10, 15 years ago would be too small to be in the business.
They'd be junior heavyweight title guys, not heavyweight title guys.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
Exactly. Yeah. I like the business. I don't want to say more than I do now. Just because obviously I grew up watching the older stuff, but I think it's a lot more athletic now. I think it's a lot more exciting physically now than it was back then, and I'm just rolling with the punches anyway. I think that the wrestling business is going to continue on this trend and having smaller guys and more athletic guys in there, and then when your big guys come along, then they're huge giant heels for a while and they phase out. I don't know if it's ever going to go back to the huge, giant 6'8", 6'9" guys battling out night after night, and I don't really know if the people would take to that considering what they're seeing now. So I think this trend is going to continue for a while anyway.
I think one thing we learned about from the Big Show is that you not only have to protect the little guys, but you almost have to protect your giants now, just because there's so many guys that are so big.
That's true. Very true.
Yeah, you know what I think one of the keys is I think what you said is a divergence. You know, like if you have like 8 matches and they're all different, I think that the staleness of the product would slow down a lot more than when you have 8 matches. You know, even if they're good, if they're all the same, you know what I mean? You don't want too much sameness.
You don't want to beat a dead horse, that's for sure.
Let's see. This is from Brian Maring from St. Louis, who goes, "You've had some very bizarre emails on the show today. Here's my story. I'm 43 years old, and I've been a wrestling fan since 1972 when I was 14. My heroes at first were Dory Funk Jr., Jack Briscoe, and Harley Race since I grew up in St. Louis. My dad's been a fan longer than he can remember. To give you an idea how long, he met Lou Thez when Lou Thez was in his prime."
Oh, my God.
Lord. Good Lord. You know how long? He's been a fan for like 50 years.
No doubt.
Anyway, he's been a casual fan for the last 20 years because of the lack of emphasis on the actual wrestling and more on the storylines and the interviews. He thinks the reason wrestling is in such a down period is for those reasons I just mentioned. I tend to agree with him. Don't you think there's a lot of burnout by the WF writers? You know, I mean, no doubt the WF writers. Yeah, they're being worked too hard. It's too much TV to fill. I mean, you got to remember in the old days when we're talking about some of these promotions, they were doing maybe 1 to 2 hours of television a week, depending on the company. And now we're talking about 4 hours of a lot faster paced stuff. I mean, they could get away with, you know, longer matches. You know, just basically in the old days it was match, interview. I mean, now you have all these vignettes and show-long storylines and things like that those guys didn't have to deal with.
By the way, with the vignettes, is it me or have they just really sucked the last couple of weeks?
The acting.
Some really bad acting.
The acting is really, really bad. Some of them have been okay. I mean, the idea behind them, but just the execution isn't exactly the best.
I like the Austin stuff, though.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as...
I mean, it's another thing where the idea behind it's really bad, but the way he's doing it is very good.
I agree.
I mean, Austin having people sign a petition, that's a horrible idea. But it was funny last night the way he was doing it.
Yeah. Let's see. It's okay. They seem to be running out of good ideas. Yeah, well, I think they're burned out. I think you're right. Don't you think that getting back to basics is the thing WWF should be doing right now, especially with WCW? I say keep the skits to a minimum, and re-educate the fans to actual matches. We don't have to return to 30-minute matches with a guy holding another guy in a headlock for 5 minutes, but at least fans can be taught to enjoy wrestling. I mean, that's if you put the emphasis on the TV show on the wrestling and not the skits, sooner or later the fans will think that that's the important thing. Adam, I know you were going to say something.
I agree. I think if they wanted to do that and turn the fans back onto wrestling, it'd be easy considering like the Benoit and Angle matches that have been happening lately. Some great wrestling matches, and I think that guys like Jericho and certainly most of the guys on the roster can have matches that are very, very good as well. I think if they wanted to go along that route and maybe limit some of the people who have a problem talking in front of the camera, just let them do their thing in the ring, that they could do that theoretically. I don't know if they will, and I doubt they will, honestly, but I think they could.
Got a couple of pride questions, and we're going to get back to the phone calls. This is, how well do you think Kurt Angle would have done if he decided to compete in mixed martial arts as opposed to pro wrestling? Personally, I think if he had trained for it and set his mind to it, I think just judging from how quickly he adapted to pro wrestling, I think he'd be possibly, the best guy. Hey, he beat Mark Coleman's considered the number 1 heavyweight, and he beat them when they were both an amateur.
Right.
And I think that Kurt Angle adapts to new things quicker than Mark Coleman. So he'd have been a force for sure. And this is from Bob Martin, who goes, I live in Canada. There's a Pride pay-per-view on tonight. I think it's tomorrow night, but it may be different from Canada. I've never seen Pride before, but we talk about it. What's Pride about? It's basically shoot fighting, although the main event actually has 2 professional wrestlers in it that are it's like an interpromotional match between pro wrestlers in Japan. But it's a shoot fighting group, and if you like UFC, you'll like Pride. If you don't, you won't. So it's a good show. It's a good show, the one that's going to be on this weekend. We're going to go to Tony in Long Island. Tony, what's up?
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Hey.
Doing really good.
Great. I missed like the first 40 minutes of the show, but I just wanted to talk about a couple of things. But specifically, I wanted to talk about Tajiri. And I just wanted to say that guy, it's unbelievable how much charisma that guy has. I mean, that guy's got more charisma than Blackman and Test and Bob
Blackman, come on, okay. Say he's got more charisma than The Rock. Don't hit him, whatever, but no. Blackman.
I think
anyway.
He's a charismatic freak, Tajiri, and I love him with Steve Regal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tajiri's facials are great. I love looking at his face and the way that he moves. It's incredible. It makes me laugh every time. And a hell of a worker too, by the way. Hell of a worker.
Dave, does he speak any English or?
I think he speaks English pretty well. Yeah.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Or I know he understands
I think he
it.
speaks selective English.
But
he understands it. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the pairing. I can't get enough of him and Regal together. I think they're tremendous. I hope they keep that together for a little while and let that kind of find its way through. And I thought I'm enjoying the Stone Cold stuff as well. Did you guys notice when he was getting Finkel to sign? Did you notice him rubbing his Finkel's head while Finkel was signing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's stupid stuff, and I don't know if it's going to really make a difference in the buy rates and all. But I think it's definitely a more fun show in the last couple of weeks anyway. So I think over time, hopefully that.
I mean, over the last few weeks, I mean, and I won't include the last two shows, but I mean, the wrestling on the TV's gone. Wrestling quality's way up. I mean, the main event on Monday was outstanding, but yeah, I mean, they did more comedy. I mean, here's the thing, like. I love Steve Austin as a heel because I think he's a phenomenal heel. But I think that, and I want everyone to be clear on this because people are going like, he's so great or misinterpreting it. And Brian does too, and I think, Adam would agree on this one. I think what we've said on the show is that the timing of when they turned him was wrong for business, and I think that business shows that one plain and clear. I don't even think that can even be argued at this point.
Yeah,
but as far as his actual performances, I don't think there's anything wrong with him at all.
No.
Oh, no.
Certainly nothing that he's doing. Maybe things he's been asked to do, but nothing that he's doing.
And guys, I wanted to ask about Rick McGraw. Now, there was a small guy that I used to like watching as a kid. Mm-hmm. And was it strictly because of his, I mean, he wasn't necessarily small, but he was short, I guess, from what I remember.
He was really short and really thick.
Yeah, really thick. But pretty agile from what I remember anyway.
Yeah, high drop kicks and everything, yeah.
Yeah. What was it? Was that basically, what happened to his career? Just kind of...
He died.
He did?
Yeah, he died in 1984 of a heart attack.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Which may have been drug-related, and that's what, that's pretty much what did in his... he was active until, that day. He was on the road.
Right. Yeah, I remember him being quite muscular, so that doesn't...
Yeah.
That's too bad. And one last thing. Dean Malenko. I think the guy... well, I guess I heard you mention on another show that he's probably going to be retiring, but... I think there's another guy who's pretty funny, and I don't think he's being used. I mean, I think he's got some comedic attributes that I think could be used better.
He was funny last night. I thought so.
He's got a strange kind of comedy.
Yeah, he does. Kind of warped, but I think they could use him better. So, okay, guys.
Okay. All right. Anything you want to add to that, Adam?
Well, I think, number one, Steve Austin's a top-notch competitor, whether it's in front of a microphone or in the ring to begin with. But I think when you're searching for a top babyface, and I think they're trying to make Jericho that now, or even Benoit or Angle, or you can't find one. You got to search out there. I think they should have waited to turn Steve Austin heel, at least for a while. And I think they're at this point now they're trying to search and find that babyface and see what sticks. The Undertaker thing, I don't know what the hell they're doing with the whole wife angle. I don't know. It's hard to follow. I think they need to find somebody who's going to captivate the audience, and I think the perfect guy to do that, and unfortunately they can't do it now, would be Steve Austin.
Okay, let's go to Robert in Maryland. Robert, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not too much.
My first question is for Adam. I was wondering, we're looking at the attendance, or rather the ratings, for WWF shows and house shows. How is attendance on the independent scene right now?
The independents are up and down. I mean, if you got guys who smart fans know their attendance is going to be up a little bit, I think that it's down from where it was a couple of years ago a little bit. But a lot of that depends on the territory. Where I'm from, Midwest, now wrestling has always pretty much been a big deal, where the independents could draw 400 or 500 and make a decent payday from night to night. And when I left, they were doing roughly 2.5. And then obviously you have some promotions that draw 10 people a night in and a night out and can't figure out how the hell to book a match to save their life. But, I think the independents, especially this thing coming up in October with APW, is going to draw some decent amount of fans and generate some interest. And I think independent wrestling just goes along with the flow as the big two. When the business is down, independents are down. And if people don't want to see wrestling on TV, they certainly don't want to see guys they never heard of. So I think it just all goes with the trends.
Okay, cool. And also, too, Dave or Brian, Has WWF released the brackets yet for the King of the Ring? The rest of the King of the Ring?
They don't have them. They're going to decide on them on Monday, I heard.
Okay, I'm just praying to God that we don't have to see a Tajiri versus Big Show match.
No, keep praying, please.
Please pray. Yes.
Okay. Anyway, oh man. Anyway, okay. As far I asked a question maybe about 6 months ago. I talked about like with the performance of the lightweights, with some of the heavyweights get jealous, and you had stated at the time that was like more of a concern, and WCW because of their wrestling product was actually going down. And I'm looking at Tajiri last night, and I'm thinking there's not too much that they could do. I'm sorry, that there's a lot they could do to like help him out as far as like giving him good opponents, like think of like him against Benoit, Eddie Guerrero. But as soon as he goes in against Albert and they do that squash match, I'm just hoping they don't do that.
See, the thing with WCW, though, was they had some cruiserweights that were out of this world, and they had some heavyweights with power that were out of this world in a different way, out of this world horrible. Mm-hmm. And at least in WWF, they're top-of-the-card guys. They can go. And, I don't think there's going to be so much jealousy as far as the upper-card guys looking at these little guys and going, these guys can outwork us, we better bury them.
Well, we've talked about, like, how when McMahon gets desperate, he brings in the 300-pounders. And I'm thinking, again, we a lot of people say he's a genius. And, yeah, he is he's very good at what he does. But to me, genius or just being good at what you do would be teaching people, educating them to appreciate, a good product. And, a lot of us know or feel that, the lightweights would provide a better overall product. And again, like I said, Tajiri was an example of that last night. Matt Hardy maybe, and definitely Eddie Guerrero. But again, I'm just hoping that, again, we talk about like how he gets, scared when ratings are going down. And I just hope that he doesn't fall back on the 300-pounders, and, 60-minute, Iron Man matches or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, I don't think we're going to be doing Iron Man matches.
No, that was a bad joke.
Not on television, anyway.
With Albert.
Exactly. That was a bad joke. Okay, and lastly, I guess, how realistic is it that a company like New Japan could buy a company like All Japan?
Well, as far as realistic as a possibility, it could happen. It hasn't happened. That rumor is premature. There was what basically happened was I think about 2 months ago, one of the magazines there, Weekly Fight, which is a weekly newspaper-like magazine, did a story that it was going to happen, and it was basically a story to sell magazines. It was kind of like the old After magazine stories from the old days, where they would just make up stories to sell magazines. And I think that's where the thing got here, was from that story. Now, but as far as legitimately, All Japan cannot draw on its own right now. But they can draw these, like their last Budokan was a huge success both in and out of the ring because of New Japan and doing the interpromotional matches. So rather than fold the company, if it got that bad, the idea of New Japan taking it over, it's very plausible. Now the idea of Antonio Inoki buying Motoko Baba, I think that one is not plausible at all. I think that she would rather die than sell her husband's company to Antonio Inoki. Whatever you think about McMahon and Ted Turner, this is a much more personal thing. But as far as absorbing it or something like that down the road, I think it's plausible.
Okay. And actually, one more quick question. I'm looking at Noah as a federation or as a company. How do they compare as far as income, compared to, if you compare them to let's say New Japan, whereas New Japan,
they're not in New Japan. They're not in New Japan's league.
Okay, would a good comparison be like a WWF to an ECW, or?
They're bigger than ECW.
Okay, but a Toryumon perhaps might be maybe.
Toryumon is probably a little smaller than ECW was. Okay. But maybe comparable.
Okay.
Because they're smaller, but they don't have the salary structure. They may have more longevity and more legs, but their guys, you talk about a style that leads to a lot of injuries. That style, those guys are they do so much.
Right.
A lot of them are great workers.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, Adam, anything on that?
You know what? The Japanese style is something that I'll never be good at, but I love watching it. Them guys are athletes and acrobats and doing all that stuff, and I love the stiffness of it. But, not for me. Not today, not tomorrow, brother. Not for me.
So you've been overseas, but you haven't been to Japan, right?
Never been to Japan. Did a tour of Europe in '98, and was just strictly American style. Like I said, as goofy as I get is a couple dives and maybe a Frankensteiner here and there, but beyond that, the crazy stuff I leave to the other guys. That's for damn sure.
Got a full bank of calls, so I want to get through as many as we can. We're going to start with Frank in California. Frank, what's up?
Hey, Dave. How's it going?
Going good.
I was wondering, has WWF picked who the stalker's going to be yet?
They have an idea. They've had an idea since they started this one, actually. Now, as far as if it's going to be the person who they're picking, I guess we'll know in about 2 weeks. Because sooner or later he's got to show up.
It's going to be Tito Santana.
Do you know who it might be, or?
Yeah. I know who it's supposed to be, but I'm not going to talk about it because it may not be.
Come on, Dave. Let it out of the bag. Tito Santana's making a comeback.
Brutus Beefcake.
I have a question for you. You have one of the best minds in the wrestling business. Has any major promotions ever offered you to be a booker or anything, or?
Not directly here. This is an offer. Casually, it's been brought up from time to time, although not in the last year.
Yeah. And then I heard that that during I didn't see it last night during Tajiri's match on SmackDown that there's like a big ECW chant, and I read somewhere that they actually deleted some of it out or something like that.
It was pretty clear last night
that
they were chanting that.
Yeah.
It sounded pretty loud on TV. I don't think that they mixed. If they wanted to take it out, they could have, and obviously they didn't. But I don't think it.
I even thought they mixed it in. Part of it was so loud.
No, I don't think they did because I heard in the building it was really loud too. So
yeah.
And how much power does Paul Heyman have right now?
Enough to get Spike Dudley in the main event.
There you go. That's right. And get Rhino to beat Jericho 2 weeks. And get Rhino to beat Jericho 2 weeks before Jericho's in the main event of a pay-per-view. So he's got a lot of influence right now. He got some of his stuff in, and then when the Benoit Jericho thing in San Jose, which was really his doing, hit so big, since then he's had a lot more influence, which has led to, we've had a lot better match quality. And for a couple of weeks, it seemed the decline in the numbers had leveled off because it was going down every week, and then it started to level off. But then, Raw was slightly down this week, but SmackDown was way down this week. And I don't have a total explanation. Sometimes, ratings aren't perfect either, but that was. I expected a low number because of a lot of things, and one of them is Spike Dudley in the main event, but I cannot come up with an explanation why it should have been a 3.2.
One more question. Is it true WWF is trying to contact Scott Hall to come in?
Yes, that's true. Although not in the last week or two, but was that 4 weeks, 3?
I heard he's supposed to be cleaned now or something.
What'd you say?
What was that?
I heard he's supposed to be cleaned up his act, whatever.
Well, you always get those stories every now and then you get another story about a week later.
Well, I heard he's touring with Japan with Chris Candido, so I don't know how.
Were they on the same tour? He wasn't on the junior tour, was he? Oh, he was on the next tour.
No, he wasn't on the last tour.
Oh, he wasn't on the tour. Okay, someone told me he was on touring with him.
Yeah, but I think Candido's on the next tour, and I know Hall's on the next tour.
Yeah. I heard Hall had a seizure last week or something like that.
Friday or something. Yeah, and at the mall, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. Anyways, thanks, Dave.
Okay, you're very welcome.
The one thing about Spike Dudley on SmackDown and the ratings is they had no main event announced on the show until the last 15 minutes or so.
So it's not his fault.
You can't blame him.
Right.
You're right. The fault is that they had no main event announced.
Mm-hmm. Just look at last week. They had the main event announced as the show began.
Yeah.
This week it was they had nothing. You got Angle and Benoit and Jericho and everyone out of the picture early, and it's okay, who's left?
Yeah. Let's go to Alan in Florida. Alan, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
All right, I had a few questions. I wanted to ask Adam a question after the questions first. What do you think of that angle, or that, I guess, with Perry Saturn acting like he's a retard? He reminds me a little bit because his partner, remember when he used to be part of the Eliminators, Cronus used to act kind of like a retard. It kind of is, his face expression.
Cronus. Yeah.
I guess we just got to see where it's going. Right now, it's just another goofball angle that I forget about the next day.
Yeah. Is is there a possibility? Like I know when they went their own ways. Him and Cronus. I don't know where Cronus is resting now. I believe Independence and maybe XPW.
Right. XPW, I see his name. Yeah.
Is there a possibility? I mean, did they?
No.
They wouldn't team up again?
He's not. They will not bring him in to WWF. It will not happen.
No, I don't see that he would, be any big help to them. And here's another question. I think I asked you this a long time ago, but I think Balls Mahoney did some interview or something on radio or somewhere, and he mentioned something about ECW that.
Yes, he did.
Well, my question is this: what's the possibility? I know it sounds like why would you worry about it now? I mean, we haven't seen WCW start up yet, but do you think money can be made a little bit? Say Paul Heyman wanted to start up ECW again with help for Vince McMahon, and say like they own 50%, share it. Do you think there could be money made?
I don't think you'll ever see ECW as like a separate company again, but I think that maybe they would do, somewhere down the road like an interpromotional angle type deal in WWF. But as far as another company, it's dead.
You don't think? Because I could see them running shows in wherever they ran before. Where WWF would never run. Like at the War Memorial in Fort Lauderdale or small arenas. I mean, people still liked it. The name ECW, remember it. So
okay, but okay. The thing is that Vince McMahon is in business to make money, and for all, ECW there were many things about ECW that were great, and many ideas that came from ECW that were great, but it never made money.
Right.
And so if you think and go, like a lot of people will go, well, why don't they just go back to all these cities? The fact is that Paul lost money running all those cities. Yeah. If like Paul had made money in all those cities, then I would go, yeah, Vince should do it. It's a way to make money. Mm-hmm. But you've got to figure out a way to make money out of it, not just go and repeat the same money losing, stuff that Paul did.
Well, hopefully, WCW. I know it's a different story, but they lost a lot of money too. Hopefully, he won't.
Yes,
make
they lost a lot more than ECW did.
So you never know. Anything could happen in the business.
That's true.
And a question for Adam
and you know what? Maybe ECW wouldn't have lost money in those cities if Vince would have promoted it. If there would have been the money behind it to do it, like a WWF show.
Right. Okay, but the thing with them is if the WWF is going to do a developmental territory or a secondary territory, they're going to keep the cost low, like OVW, as opposed to having as opposed to having their developmental territory tour all over the country as develop. You know what I mean? Because the costs are so high.
If they wanted to do that, would ECW make it a developmental territory?
Well, I mean, if they were going to, because they already have.
Late now.
Yeah.
And I have a question for Adam.
Plus the other thing, and I really want to bring this up in case, is that Paul Heyman does not want ECW. How do I say this? ECW was a great part of his life, but it's over. Right. And I mean, we talk about it from time to time. I mean, when there have been talks of reviving ECW, like the ECW group, and Paul's thought process on this is that ECW is one of those things that will be remembered far more fondly than it probably was when it existed, as long as it never comes back.
He wouldn't want it to come back.
It was a great learning experience and all that, and it got him where he is, but it's over. It's like you have to cut loose, kind of like a relationship that had many good points, but then the relationship's over. You don't keep going back to it because then you end up with a lot of heartache.
And having the same problem.
And a lot of banana.
And can I ask a question, Adam?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. I remember seeing him. I mean, I've heard about him a lot on the internet. I haven't seen him wrestle that much, but I thought he was pretty good. I saw him on that. I guess maybe he could tell the story because I've heard a lot of different things about it. You remember that WXO group that didn't last more than a couple of weeks? What could you say about that?
WXO, when the one-night payday that never lasted. Me, Danny Dominion, and Ace Steel up here, when we were in Chicago, we got the call from Rene Goulet that they were doing some big show. We had no idea exactly what was going on, and I think a lot of that we got kayfabed on. So we get on the plane and get down to Florida, and we're looking for this building, and I think we all expected it to be some kind of National Guard armory or whatever, and pull up to this arena in Lakeland, Florida, and this is a big deal. We go on there, and this is supposed to be some national TV that I guess some idiot in Vegas was wasting all his money on syndication and this and that. And they took care of us really well. We got to meet some really great people like Ted DiBiase and to work with him and guys like, Fidel Sierra and obviously Rene Goulet and even guys like Barry Darsow we had a blast with. Scoot Andrews was involved in that as well. We taped, I guess it was 3 weeks of TV in one night, and if you watch it from start to end anyhow, the crowd's nice and full at the beginning, then the second week there's like half the people there, then the third week there's like 4 people there. Mm-hmm. So I think at that point they pretty much knew. Yeah.
A few weeks ago, about a month or so ago, I went to the website because somebody mentioned it, and they said they had a thing on their website. I just tried to go to it now. It doesn't work, but it said WXL returning in 2002 or something.
Oh boy.
I can't see it returning. I think it's
maybe with WoW. Their second
Could
season.
happen, brother.
A joint show.
If they're paying, I'm there.
And one more quick thing to tell Adam. I heard him mention something before about tag teams. I agree with him because, I mean, there's a few good tag teams in WWF, but those 3 good tag teams have wrestled each other enough times that, you know, I mean, what else can they do?
Exactly.
And he mentioned, I think one of the, you team up with the Hardcore Kid.
Right, that's what I'm tagging with out here in UPW. Guys got some great talent, and I think I like the idea of working in a tag team setting. I think that it can, if it's booked right, tag teams in that psychology can make a big comeback, and I think it's a lost art again in wrestling, just like the male manager.
Maybe it would be better. I mean, like he has a development deal, you don't yet, but maybe if you were to get one, hopefully, because I think you're a great wrestler. I've seen stuff on you. I think you deserve a development deal.
I appreciate that.
Maybe I mean, like even also that other guy that was on the show a couple weeks ago. What's his name? Frankie the Future. He wrestles.
Frankie Kazarian. Yeah.
I heard. I didn't even know that he's teaming up with Nova. I thought I heard that they have like a tag team.
Yeah,
I guess going together.
Yeah, we had a hell of a tag match not too long ago for UPW. Me and Hardcore Kid against Frankie and Nova, and we had a blast. And I know that they're putting that tape in front of Jim Ross and hopefully get a development contract. So hopefully something can break for everybody involved.
Okay, let's go to Ben in Minneapolis. Let's not. Go to Luke in Montana. Luke.
Hey.
Luke is.
Yeah. I'm from Montana.
Oh boy.
Okay.
All right. Dave, you said you know who the stalker is?
Oh no.
Yep. I think I do. Yes.
Rios, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right.
That would be good.
But you know who it is? Do you think if they're going to go with that person, it will be good?
It will
Brian,
not
what do
be
you
a
think?
letdown. How about that?
Alrighty.
It won't be a letdown. It won't be through the roof. I don't think you won't groan or nothing. It's not like it's going to be. It's not Billy Gunn. Put it that way.
Okay.
You may be confused.
Well, yeah.
Okay, can you explain this to me? How can the WWF spend like $250,000 on Jeff Jarrett for one night, but they can't spend $6 million on Goldberg for 3 years?
Because they had their backs against the wall on that one night.
Yeah, but
They may have their backs against the wall soon enough that they'll pay that $6 million, but right now, they're not thinking that way yet.
Yeah, but don't you think they could have just said Vince fired Jarrett and they're holding up the title or something if they were that worried about it?
They could have done that. It was Vince's call. It's his money.
That's it.
I mean, it was. He could have done it. I guess he just wanted Jeff Jarrett to lose to China before he went to WCW, and it was that important to him to do it.
All right, and what's the latest on Hulk Hogan?
Supposedly he's got a taping on August the 8th, maybe a few tapings, and trying to sell it into syndication. And I think today was the day they were going to get. Today was like a big day for them, like they were going to get some financial stuff together or something. So maybe in the next couple of days we'll hear something new on that. But that's August 8th is the planned taping date. The last I heard.
All right, and I heard this on the internet, so it must be true.
Of course.
But I heard Vince McMahon wouldn't let WCW get bigger than the WWF, and
nobody knows. For Vince,
That's impossible
I mean
to say right now.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think anyone's worried about that this week.
Yeah, but
it doesn't.
Yeah, that's
it doesn't matter.
If he did, why would he care? Because he owns it and he'd get all the money.
Exactly. I mean, I don't think that anyone's thinking about like the only thing they're even thinking about these days is how to get this thing rolling in a good way.
That's it.
Not about like, oh my God, let's get it rolling and make sure it doesn't get too popular. It's like, they can't hold it back. I mean, this is not the time in wrestling where you politically hold things back because you're doing, you know what I mean? When things are going down, you got to exploit anything you can make money with.
Exactly.
The best thing going for right now is that Shane is his figurehead guy in charge because Vince can't let this dude fail. I mean, it's the son. It's the guy that someday is going to be in charge, and he can't let this kid look like a fool.
Exactly.
The other thing also is, and this is I think one of the reasons why it hasn't started as quickly as a lot of people hoped, is because after the XFL, one they hopefully learned some lessons from the XFL, and number two, they can't have two failures in a row. Even if it had nothing to do with Shane, the idea that they, it was bad enough that they failed so bad in the XFL, but to come back and fail in their own business that they're the masters of, it would reflect so badly on them that, like, believe me, they are going to... The one thing is that they are going to work themselves to death to make this thing succeed, and hopefully it will.
And you know what? They're going to end up losing money for a while on it, and I think they expect that to happen. They have
at the beginning, of course they do.
The whole thing. So I mean, if it gets big, and they're going to roll with the punches, exactly like you put it. If it gets huge, they're going to continue to make it huge. Whatever puts the dollar bills in the wallet is going to happen.
Yeah. Adam, I want to thank you very much for joining the show.
I appreciate the offer, and I come back anytime you guys want to hear me ramble.
Okay, anytime.
No problem, and I'll see you guys down the line. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we'll definitely be seeing you at the King of Indies, and maybe when we go back to L.A.
Sweet. See you guys then. Thanks.
Okay, you're very welcome. That was Adam Pearce of Ultimate Pro Wrestling, and I want to thank him for doing the show. Of course, thank Brian and Al for all the help this week. We'll be back Monday. We're going to have a big show. We've got Jim Cornette, and I can't wait for that one. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here, as well as Bill Behrens, Vice President of the NWA. We're going to be talking a lot about television and wrestling and that marriage of convenience and everything else in major importance for the last 50 years. And Bill Behrens probably knows more about television syndication of wrestling than just about anyone, because his primary job is a television syndicator, and wrestling is more of his avocation than his vocation. And wrestling syndication has changed so much, and a lot of people have asked so many television questions. If you got questions about television costs, how you can make money or how you can't make money doing that, why territories probably cannot exist the way, well, they cannot exist the way they did in the 80s and things like that, this is the guy to talk to. This is the show to call in. So you can call in for that in about a half an hour when we get to that. Brian, how are you today? I do not hear Brian.
Can you hear me now?
Now I do, yes.
Okay.
What's going on?
I'm doing good.
Okay. Before, we'll talk to you about Lita, because I didn't listen, but I know you did. Tough Enough starts tonight at 10 p.m., and right after SmackDown, so I think we'll all be watching that show. It's gotten some good reviews, and I'm sure we'll be talking about Tough Enough tomorrow. New Japan had its stockholders meeting today. There was no real huge news that actually came out of that. They didn't announce anything publicly of what's going on behind the scenes. They basically said that everything's fine, and they are working on a big Sapporo Dome show on July the 20th, which we've been talking about a lot. A lot of stuff coming out of the WWF as far as the developmental system. There was the overhaul that had been hinted and the cuts that had been talked about for literally months. Today was the day. They dropped the Memphis territory. They fired Terry Golden. They're not going to have anything to do with that. They have hired Les Thatcher, and they are now affiliated with Heartland Wrestling. So some of the Memphis guys, let me see the names I got around here. The Island Boys and Steve Bradley, Victoria. I don't have the names in front of me, do I? Oh, no, yeah, I do.
Lance Cade,
Haas Brothers. Right, yeah, those guys are all going to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati and Louisville are not very far apart, so there's going to be a lot of guys going back and forth between Heartland Wrestling and Ohio Valley Wrestling. That's going to be the WWF developmental territories. The guys who I didn't mention, which includes, Spanky and American Dragon, and Joey Abs, and some of those guys are being cut. A couple other guys, several others are being cut. Sylvester Turkai, Mike Howell, Brian Keck. And actually there'll be more decisions on guys being cut made in the next couple of days, I think. But the basic situation is that if they send, say, a wrestler who's not booked or a group of wrestlers, they can work for both territories because it's like a 2-hour drive, I think, from Cincinnati to Louisville. And Jim Cornette and Les Thatcher, we've had both had on the show many, many times. They get along. Les Thatcher worked for Jim Cornette and Smoky Mountain Wrestling. They have similar ideas about wrestling, and I think it was just felt that they'll train the guys better. There is a lot of holes in that system, and I think that they're readily admitting that what's happened is there's come to a point where some of the guys have been in the system, like Rodney, Joey Abs, those guys, for a couple of years now, and it's either it's time to bring them up or not, and I guess the decision was not, and so they're being cut. And what happens is that they're turning out a lot of guys, but I guess that the feeling was that the guys are not ready for the roster. And again, now I've seen all the Ohio Valley guys plenty of times, The Memphis guys I have not seen a lot of, so I'm not really fair to judge them. I had seen American Dragon and Spanky, especially when they first broke in under Shawn Michaels, and I thought they were really, really good. And I think that the fact that they have been cut is probably a sign of the future of what they perceive as the importance of the light heavyweight division. And it doesn't surprise me, and it shouldn't surprise anyone because we talk about it on the show probably 3 times a week, but it's just the reality. And it's just the reality of how the WWF sees things. And that's that. Anything else? You got any comments on that?
I think there's been a lot of stuff happening down in Memphis for a long time that led up to this, and I don't think it's much of a surprise that this happened, and I've been hearing stories for a long time about just Memphis and Terry Golden and everything, so I can't really say I'm surprised. I am kind of surprised at some of the guys that they did cut. I mean, like you were talking about, a lot of light heavyweight guys were said to be pretty good, and, you know, Jim Ross talking in the Ross Report all the time about, I really wish we'd do something with our light heavyweight division, and as it turns out, they're not going to.
Yeah. Now, the Terry Golden stuff, that was an inevitability. Terry Golden's relationship with WWF was started because Jerry Lawler pretty much, was at odds with Randy Hales at the time, and basically convinced Vince McMahon and Jim Ross, probably more Vince McMahon, to go with that Terry Golden would be better. And, Lawler at the time had a lot of stroke. Then Lawler and Terry Golden had the falling out, and then, which has nothing to do with the fact that Lawler doesn't work for the company now, because they had a falling out, and there were just all kinds of problems. And, I mean, there are a lot of stories. I mean, some that happened over this last weekend and some that happened before of just, the whole thing with Bobby Eaton. And, I just remember one person in that company that I saw about a month or 2 ago, and just talking about developmental. And it was just they were just about Memphis, and it was just like, oh, Memphis. You know what I mean? Something's got to be done about Memphis. So I knew that, like, the days were numbered for Memphis. Plus, if their TV, they don't really book any TV, and I think they like the guys, the kind of TV that Cornette books, because the Cornette TV gets people ready, and I'm not sure that the Memphis TV, which was just a bunch of matches thrown together with not so much programs and things like that. I think I don't know. It didn't seem like guys were advancing as quickly. So they'll get different training from Les Thatcher, the ones that are kept. And there are far more changes that are going to be made as far as developmental, as far as California, Puerto Rico. I think there's going to be some changes there as well. Let's see, what else do we got? Let me see. The GHC Junior Heavyweight Tournament, that's the NOAH group. They have a Final Four, which will be Saturday at DeFerrariaki. It's going to be Yoshinobu Kanemaru against Tsuyoshi Kikuchi. Kikuchi beat B.J. Whitmer today. And the other one's Juventud Guerrera against Naomichi Marufuji, which will be a hell of a match. Guerrera beat Satoru Asako yesterday. I'm going to read the poll results because nobody tampered for the first time in, it seems like weeks. Nobody
and the last time in weeks, I'm sure now.
I know. Oh, well, that's why I'm reading them. So probably the last time for weeks I'll be reading them. Anyway, who should win King of the Ring? Kurt Angle, 41%, Edge, 10%, Christian, 14%, Rhino, 24%, and a last-minute entrant, 12%. Let's see what else we got here. On the show, the win Ben Eckstein's money. Not Ben Eckstein, that's the guy who used to be on our show, on our station.
Uh-oh. Looks like we lost Dave there. Till he gets back, I guess we'll talk a little bit about the Lita conference call that I listened to today. And TNN and USA, or TNN and WWF do a lot of conference calls with guys. They did the one with Taz and Al Snow a couple of weeks ago, where basically they talked about Tough Enough. They had one with Big Show where he talked about eating and whatever. So anyway, they had the Lita conference call today, and basically she talked about how happy she was with the WWF. And really nothing major of note. I can only get through about a half hour of this conference call because usually there's enough calls to last about an hour and people ask somewhat intelligent questions, but today the questions ran out about 5 minutes in, and so they were basically asking people, begging people to call in and ask questions, and it lasted about a half hour, and she talked a little bit about training down in Mexico and talked about some of the people that had trained her in her career and everything like that, but really nothing major of note on the chat, so I guess that's all I have to say about that. And I believe Dave is back.
I am back. Yes, I am.
I talked about the Lita conference call, and there was nothing of note, so that's taken care of.
I read your report on it. It actually was really sad. Plus,
it's just one of those things where, how many times can you ask about the woman's title? You know what I mean?
Because
she answered the question once, and it was like people just kept, calling and asking about it. It was kind of sad because I felt bad for this girl that, she has been to Mexico. She was in ECW. She's done a lot of stuff in the WWF, and nobody had any questions for her.
You know what's funny about Lita? And they're promoting her very, very hard because she's got the video coming out. She's on the cover of the Raw magazine and everything. And I realized when reading that stuff, there's two things. First of all, there's no depth to the women's division in that you don't know anyone as characters at all. They're just kind of like thrown out there, and there's really there's no questions to ask. And then also you got the problem of the WWF in that there's no way you can really answer the questions either. You know what I mean? Because it's like you have to, there's things that you can't say. So unless it's a character with a lot of depth, or somebody like Hunter, who knows is really a knowledgeable guy, or somebody like that, or Mick Foley, who's was great on those conference calls. I think those conference calls,
or even Big Show was pretty good.
Well, because he's been around and people, he was pretty good.
And there are a lot of questions that you can ask Mr. Show.
Yeah, but with Lita, what do you ask?
Yeah.
I mean,
it was one of those things where I got a thing saying there was going to be a Lita conference call, and my first thought was, how can this even be? What do you ask her about? Besides, her training. I mean, the only thing I could think of that would be of any interest is, training down in Mexico.
And just her making it. Since she's been there, it's like she caught on. She caught on through whatever reason people catch on. But there's no okay, she caught on. She can do a Hurricane Rana. What do you think about wrestling China? She can't answer the question except for,
the funniest thing was when they first asked the question about China, she goes, well, I was disappointed in the match. And then she talks for about another minute. And then all of a sudden, so I was happy with it. And then, she just goes on. And I thought, man, it's just like WWF when Vince in somebody's headset, or Jim Ross, and all of a sudden they change what they're saying.
Yeah. Let's see. Any other news before we start with emails?
I believe that's it.
Okay. This is about Jacques Rougeau in the 93,000. He goes at the Silverdome. The one thing that you got to realize about the 93,000 is it's not that Jacques was lying. I mean, I sort of groaned, and the show was at its end when he said that, because it's like basically, except for me and Brian, everyone in wrestling actually believes that's the real number. It's not like that they're. It's
not like Vince had a meeting and went, okay, we got 78,000 people here. We're going to lie and say 93. I mean, everyone that was at the show believed there were 93,000 people there.
Hey, I believed there were 93,000 people there for 8 years for 8 years after it happened, until in the course of a conversation with somebody who actually knew, and they just sort of said, by the way, and it's like, wait a minute, and it's like, no, so anyway, that was the deal. Anyway.
And one of the other things, I should mention this also about the Lita conference call, because if anyone listened to it, Paul Heyman has been in this company for I don't know how long. And she worked for him when she was in ECW. And she's talking about how, when I was in ECW, I never really talked to Paul. And I've said hi to him in a couple of things, when he's been here in the WWF. But, I really don't talk to him that much. And everyone has people that they talk to and confide in. But I think some people have this impression that if you're in the WWF, you literally know absolutely everything that's going on. You're going to know who's going to win King of the Ring and all this stuff. And they don't. I mean, they have no idea. I'm sure Lita has no idea what in the hell's in store for Jeff Hardy on Sunday. I'm sure she has no idea who's going to win King of the Ring. None of this stuff here. And, all these wrestlers backstage at WrestleMania 3 being told there's 93,000 people, I mean, they don't know any better, and I'm sure that they all really believe it.
And they all believe that Bret Hart was going to be in Memphis the next day, too.
Yeah.
This day. Let's see. I just finished watching Starrcade 98. God, it was horrible. When it was over, it got me thinking. I know Kevin Nash was the booker, but the buck stops with Bischoff. Why didn't Hogan complain to Eric to try to overrule the fact that Nash would be the first one to beat Goldberg? Did Nash use the Finger title win as bait or what? I just don't see Hogan's ego allowing Nash to get the first win over Goldberg. What was the story? That was a long, involved story, and it was done months ahead of time. And the deal was Hogan had a lot of people were really rebelling against Hogan as far as the wrestlers because of the feeling he was holding people back and things like that. And Nash was kind of like the champion of the wrestlers because he was kind of like the team leader, which was not good, but he's got a lot of personal charisma. Have you ever hear, when we have people on the show, everyone likes him. He's got this knack of everybody liking him. And, Anyway, the deal is that they made a deal, and that was that Hulk Hogan would work everyone, and and it was so I'll tell you what. Speaking of things that guys fall for, there were so many people in that company. Not all. I would say 25% didn't fall for this one at all, but like probably 60, 70% did. When Hogan said he was going to retire, it was like, come on. He's retiring, and we're putting Hulk Hogan videos on every show after he said he's retiring. This is not wrestling. This is not how it operates. They're going, no, he's really retiring. The worked story that came out was that Kevin Nash was made Booker, and Hulk Hogan was so mad at Kevin Nash for being named Booker because the two of them didn't get along, wink, wink, that Hulk Hogan was going home because he's not, he wasn't going to be pushed on top and all that. So Kevin Nash comes in as Booker, and he's the champion of all the little guys because he got rid of Hulk Hogan that nobody could get rid of. So the basic deal was that for doing that is that, I guess Nash got to beat Bill Goldberg first. And the flip side of that is that Hulk Hogan would then get to be champion the next year as a heel when he made his big comeback at the Omni in front of 38,000 people or whatever the number was. And I don't remember the exact number, but I do remember that they never drew another crowd in Atlanta half that again after that one-finger poke deal and that Bill Goldberg stupid thing with Elizabeth, which was one of the really memorable, horrible TV shows as far as that company goes, as compared to the unmemorable, horrible ones that were actually all over the place. And that was the deal that was made. Nash, didn't have to do a job. Hogan got the belt. He was happy. Nash was happy. He got to be the Booker. He got the respect of theoretically, he would get the respect of the guys for those 3 months that Hogan wasn't there because he slayed the dragon.
He got to beat Goldberg.
He got the win over Goldberg, and in exchange, he would give Hogan the title, and Hogan would have so much heat on him because he got this belt that he didn't deserve because Nash just laid down for him, and Nash would not have to do a real job. And that was the plan. So that's why. It was a hell of a dumb plan for business, but it was a great plan for them in their minds.
Yeah, for business it was horrible, but what an ingenious plan for those two.
It was a hell of an ingenious plan when you sit down and think about it, wasn't it? I mean, compared to most of the plans in WCW, that one was clever as hell,
If people would have thought out plans like that actually would have helped business, they'd be kicking ass today.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I remember that period, and I knew the Hogan thing, believe me, I knew the Hogan thing was a work from day one and I knew that Hogan was coming back and winning the title all along, but I'll tell you what, I did not know that Nash and Hogan had cooked that deal up beforehand, that the whole thing was Nash, that whole way that deal worked out. It wasn't until that was over where I could look back and go, my God, look at how ingenious those guys really were with that deal. Anyway. This is from Scott Keith, who goes, great show with Jacques Rougeau yesterday, while the callers, I feel sorry for the callers. We had full bank of calls, and I think we got to one call the whole show because, well, to make a long story short, anyway, while the callers might not have liked the long wait, I loved his detailed stories, and I wish it would have been a 3-hour show. Has the WF actually released a buy rate for Judgment Day? Yes, they have. It was 1.13, I think. It was better than I thought it would be. And I'm skeptical of it, too, but that's another story. I've had a ton of people who write to me since Raw and suggest the WF is going to have Austin tap out to both Benoit and Jericho at the same time on Sunday and then vacate the title. Then Austin can beat both of them on Raw with Vince's help and regain it on Monday. I suppose it's possible. I don't expect that.
I think that'd be a horrible idea, but
yeah,
it's
I don't
possible.
expect it, but yeah, it's possible. Speaking of which, as far as Benoit goes, exactly what's going to happen with Chris Benoit with his neck injury and everything, it's still undetermined. He had some testing done yesterday. He's seeing a doctor, I think, today or tomorrow. It's pretty much acknowledged that Benoit's going to be taking some time off. What that time frame is and when it is will probably be determined in the next couple of days. He's going to work Sunday. He's going to work Monday. He'll work as long as they need to do the injury angle or to do some storyline reason or whatever they want to do to get him out of the picture. But he's going to be out, he may be out most of the summer or he may be out some of the summer. And I think we'll know a lot more about that probably by Monday or Tuesday. So that's the update on him. Let's see what else we got here. This is someone who was reading something on the AD Abu Dhabi Combat Club news page about Sakuraba. Wow. I do know with Abu Dhabi why people would say this. Oh, there's some really nice things that they said about me, but then again, it's Jeff Osborne who would say nice things about me. Said a lot more nicer things than this. But anyway, they're just talking about Kazushi Sakuraba and the reason that
Are you being sarcastic when you say nice things about you?
Oh, no, I am not being sarcastic.
Okay.
He has, Jeff Osborne, who has a pro wrestling background. He did pro wrestling on an independent level, and now he promotes Hook and Shoot in Evansville, Indiana, which is a mixed martial arts show, and they've really built up a following. I mean, they drew over 3,000 people to one of their last shows. He has, they have a television show on, I think it's the NBC affiliate in Evansville, a weekly show which builds up their shows, kind of like an old style pro wrestling. And, on times where I've been on clips where he's been in different parts of the country, he always has really nice things to say. But anyway, he talks about the Wrestling Observer newsletter and talks about how the most respected pro wrestling publication anywhere, as well as a fantastic source for information on Japan fighting scene, is reporting that Sakuraba will not face Silva in a rematch in July, not because of the injuries in the match to Silva, but due to a liver problem. Sakuraba, one of the greatest fighters the sport's ever seen, is suffering from liver disease. According to the Observer, Sakuraba has reportedly consumed alcohol nearly every night over a 2-year period, which may have contributed to the liver damage. It is expected Sakuraba will return to the ring sometime in 2001, but there's no date. Actually, he's going to fight July 29th. The idea is they're going to put him against an easy opponent. And then the idea right now they're looking for is November 3rd at the Tokyo Dome to do the biggest Pride show ever with Sakuraba Silva rematch. So anyway, that's the deal there. And in fact, I did report that that was in the Observer.
Well, that was a story for a while.
That is the story.
Well, I mean, as far as him not fighting.
Oh, yeah. Originally he wasn't going to fight, but I think that the feeling was because they got such a big arena that they got to fill, that they got to get him on the card. But yeah, no, originally, that's why he's not fighting Silva right now, because the original plan was Sakuraba Silva for this show. That's why they booked such a big arena. And the reason he's not fighting is not injuries from the Silva fight, but because his liver had not fully recovered as quickly as they expected from all the damage from all the drinking. So anyway, a lot of emails about Jacques Rougeau. Boy, people liked that show yesterday. Let's see. Let's play Where Would They Be Now? What would have happened to Ricky Steamboat if he had not been injured and forced to retire? I think he would have had to turn heel to stay fresh. Do you think there would have been money made with a heel Steamboat and a face Flair? And has Steamboat ever been a heel? I don't remember Steamboat ever wrestling as a heel, not after, once he became a big star, when they made him a big star in the Carolinas in the late 70s, he never had a heel run at all. There were matches that he was booed in. I remember when Luger was a heel and he was a face, it was a 50-50 reaction. And in fact, when Flair wrestled him in many matches in the 90s, it was a 50-50 reaction, and some where Flair was cheered above Steamboat. But, I think that was more because it was so cool to cheer Flair. I don't think it was a negative on Steamboat so much, although some did because of the family man image, and they thought that, Steamboat was a kind of, as he got older, I don't know how to explain it, but it was that old time, he was in like an old-time babyface, and he was such an incredible worker and sold so much that a lot of newer fans kind of didn't get into him as much. As far as like what would,
I think he used to tell people too that one of the reasons that he never turned heel was he just thought it was so much easier to be a great babyface.
For him, not for most people, it's not.
Yeah, for him.
Well, he knew how to work it. I mean, Ricky Steamboat was one of the greatest in-ring workers I ever saw. I mean, Ricky would be 48 years old now. So if he had not gotten injured when he did in the match, I think it's an accumulation of things, but the match with Steve Austin in, I think, 94, which forced his retirement, he probably would have wrestled a couple more years, I suppose. I don't think he'd still be wrestling now. It's possible it's doing indies or something. He hasn't even done one comeback match, so, I don't know. I mean, he's a guy who a lot of wrestlers think should have been hired as a coach. And there's a lot of political reasons. He sued both companies, so there was a lot of bitter feelings on both sides, regarding Steamboat, as far as like after his career was over. And then during his career, he had filed different lawsuits against both companies at various times. So anyway, I think that's what happened there as far as like for merchandising and things like that. Okay. I think if they were going to have a stalker angle, it should not have been DDP. It should have been Canyon because he seems more likely to do that sort of thing. DDP's a bigger star.
He does?
I don't know. So much for Mr. Canyon. Is Vince McMahon making it tough for Shane Douglas to find work? I heard Vince will sue Douglas if he attempts to work any indie show because of Shane's comments made about the WF and a few of its workers a few years back. Is that true? No. I don't believe that that's true at all.
No way.
No. Shane Douglas, the story why Shane Douglas can't work is because he's still getting paid by Time Warner, and Time Warner is waiting to breach these contracts of anyone who wants who does it so a lot of these guys who want to work indies, until they stop getting their Time Warner paychecks, are not allowed to work indies, and I think that's the whole deal with Shane. And once that's over, Shane can do whatever he wants.
It makes for a good story, though. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
I can't do your show. Vince might sue me.
Yeah. In your opinion, do you think Lita has had breast enhancement surgery? I can tell you.
Come
this
on
one.
now.
Okay. Look at a tape of Lita in ECW, and look at a tape of Lita in the WWF, and
she just went through puberty.
Okay. No, talk to your girlfriend about that one. She'll tell you. Anyway, okay, more on Josh.
That question was not brought up at the press conference, by the way.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Let's see. What was Dynamite Kid's account of the Jacques Rougeau incident? He's got a book out, which has his account in detail. I just remember, it wasn't, it was more slanted towards his side, but as far as the details of what happened, the actual physical things that happened in both things, they're pretty similar. It's just a question of, which side of the story. Dynamite Kid was a very vicious man and a very tough man, and he inspired fright in many wrestlers in the mid-'80s. I can tell you that. And he was an awesome worker, but do you believe Rena Mero's lawsuit had any merit to it? I believe that there were aspects of what she said in the lawsuit, as far as the accounts and things. I'm sure those accounts of specific incidents were true as far as, realistically, did they make her do things that she wasn't going to do? If she had said, it's like there's an inherent thing where, if you start saying no a lot and you're a woman, or even a guy, but especially if you're a woman in wrestling, they'll just get another one to take your place. And so there's that feeling that you really can't say no. And I'm sure she did things that she probably in some ways wishes she didn't, but she made tons of money doing them. It's kind of an ethical thing. You come in with the big religious background, and then they ask you to take your clothes off for just incredible amounts of money, and you do it. You make incredible amounts of money. I don't know. As far as like the suit, the suit was settled, so everyone's as happy as they're going to be. It's done. It's a dead issue. But as far as her accounts, WWF is not a perfect world. I'm sure those incidents happened. Does that mean that she should have made $100 million or whatever she was suing for? Probably not. And she didn't, so I don't know.
Now, what was the story about a hole in the dressing room wall?
Yeah, I think that there was a hole in the dressing room wall and the guys were peeping Tom. Now, you don't believe that any of those WWF wrestlers would actually, drill a hole in a dressing room wall somewhere.
Well, I'm just thinking, it's not like there's one building that they run every show in that you can put a hole in. It's like there'd have to be a hole in every building in America.
No. She only said it happened once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised that
I wouldn't put it past them if it only happened one time.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like they did it in that they were peeping on her in every dressing room in every building, because then we could go to 50 buildings all around the country to find that peeping Tom, peeping hole, Yep. So anyway, no, that was just like an incident that she said only happened once. We got Bill Behrens on the line. Bill, what's happening today?
Hello there. How are you all doing?
Hey,
we're doing really good.
Good. I see. I came in at a good time. We're talking about people spying on women.
Yes.
Yes. Bill, one of the reasons that I was so anxious to get you on this show is your background in television syndication. And besides, Bill's also promotes NWA Wildside, which has, actually, as far as distribution goes, probably has more distribution, has more distribution on television than any promotion in the United States except for the World Wrestling Federation, and vice president of the National Wrestling Alliance. So if you want to call in about NWA business or, how that thing's going, you can do that. But I wanted to ask you, it's a television syndication business, and you've been around it for a long time. As it affects wrestling, how would you basically, in a nutshell, describe the changes from, say, the 70s, 80s, and today's environment?
Well, in the 70s were different than the 80s, and the 80s are dramatically different than today. In the 70s, professional wrestling shows found their way predominantly onto television through cooperation with the TV stations. There wasn't a fee paid by the promoter. Rather, the local station in general saw an opportunity to do what was in essence local programming. They usually helped produce it, and there are 800 examples. Don Owens' promotion, CWA, which became USWA. Even Fritz von Erich's thing started on a Christian station, literally in Dallas. All of them got going cooperatively with the TV stations. And that was the earlier time. It goes back, probably to the beginnings of wrestling, where wrestling was considered to be a viable product that they could market and sell to local advertisers. The 80s came in, and Vince McMahon expanded, and when he did, he went into those local markets and he said, what if I give you a fully produced program, so now you don't have to produce it, I give you at least half the commercial time, and I pay you promotional dollars because I'm probably going to come to town and promote. And in many cases, why don't I just pay you? Which is one of the great pitches in syndication. It's the easy one. I'm going to pay you, and therefore you're going to love my show. And that's what expanded the WWF at that time and effectively, slowly but surely eliminated nearly every to almost every local show that was out there. In fact, until very recently, the only show that had survived was the Memphis promotion. Everybody else had gone away either immediately or eventually. Spin forward to now, and because of that, pretty much to get on TV, you've got to pay. And if you can find a way to avoid paying, you've hit the mother lode. Fortunately, because I syndicate programming for a living, the only reason the people I work with have been able to survive for the time they have, and that goes back to the end of USWA and Smoky Mountain and various other promotions, is I don't pay. So I fight the system, and normally the system eats you up the way it exists now. Stations are not looking for wrestling.
Now your deal with not paying is you don't really care what time the show airs. You're not specific as, this has got to air at 8 o'clock p.m. on a Wednesday night or whatever. It's just like, if you have a spot here that's open, can I put my show in here? Is that basically it?
Yeah, it can be. It depends. I mean, in some cases, like in Philadelphia, the same station that ECW used to pay you to be on, we're on Monday nights at midnight, and have been on relatively in the same kind of time periods they were on for the entire time they existed. But that's because that's what they wanted the show at the time. We never talked about money; it never came up. Now, in Atlanta, at one point, I was on at 2:30 in the morning because that's all that was there. I snuck into a paid programming time period because they let me, and sales didn't notice. The programmer never told them, and until the station was sold, it survived. So yeah, I do go the area of least resistance. Now, if you're promoting the market, then obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but you do need to have then, depending on how you're promoting, an effective time period you can promote off of. And you probably have to do your show very specifically to promote your house. Burt Prentice, for example, in Nashville is a master at that. He'll get a 9:30 a.m. time period, do a big commercial that's criticized for its content, and then draw enough to make money that night at the Nashville Fairgrounds. That's a very specific business because he's doing it 52 weeks a year, every Saturday. In my case, we don't have to draw that much. We fuel ourselves by the TV and by the perception of the size that Wild Side, in theory, is. I mean, by attrition, we've become the number 2 television promotion, which is pretty cool. If more people go away, who knows? We could be number 1. But
not this year, though.
No, it's going to take a while at least. WWF has to try to launch WCW before that potential problem occurs. But, basically, most people who go into wrestling perceive that if I get my show on television, I will therefore be able to draw and make huge bucket loads of money and become wildly successful. And the reality is it's the opposite. Television will eat you up unless you know the rules.
I mean, realistically, the cost of television was probably the prime reason for the downfall of both Smoky Mountain and ECW. I mean, ECW had other problems too, but if Smoky Mountain did not have to pay for their TV, I'm not saying they would have lasted until today, but that was the cost that always kept them from ever really making money.
Well, it's a combo package, and Smoky suffered from it, ECW suffered from it worse. Which, it's not just that. It's also, if you get into the position when you're not the biggest dog in the pound of guaranteeing contracts, and Smoky Mountain at the time, Ricky and Robert were getting $500 a week. The Thrill Seekers, Lance Storm and Jericho were getting $500 a week. Bob was getting his money. Everybody was getting a guaranteed salary at certain levels, and even people that were working spots were getting reasonable pay. Corny suffered from, to an extent, being one of the boys. Same thing Dusty Rhodes is suffering from now. I mean, at the low end, he'll pay somebody $100 because he just doesn't want to be that guy that doesn't do that. And the end result, unfortunately, is, and it's the old Jerry Jarrett thing that he told me, you got to remember who's paying the bills on this thing. And the one thing that's always true is the boys always go out, leave the building, in theory, with money. The promoter doesn't necessarily. And he's paying all the bills that get you into there, and if there's TV involved, more. So yes, TV was a piece of it with Smoky Mountain, but it wasn't the whole problem. It was that the expenses were far greater than the revenue Jimmy could scramble to get. And believe me, he scrambled as hard as anybody I've ever seen and was masterful at it. But he got to the point where he had to promote bigger and bigger shows to keep creeping toward breaking even. And after a while, and it was after the Super Bowl, which was a hell of a show, if we didn't do another Super Bowl, Knoxville wouldn't show up to see it. 300 people would show up, and when you've got a payroll that you've got to pay based on that gate, you're screwed. And that's eventually what came back to haunt him.
You know, you just said something, and it's funny because we had Jacques Rougeau on yesterday, and somebody sent me a letter about the history of Montreal wrestling, which will be in the Observer probably next week. It's an awesome letter. But anyway, the gist of the letter was a history lesson of Montreal wrestling, which portended a lot, actually, if you look at the WWF with the WCW thing, because, they had two, and when I thought back on it, and I written about the roller derby thing in Detroit, and in a lot of territories, when there was a big fight, and of course the WWF, WCW was a big fight, but on a national level, at the beginning, wrestling got really hot with the big fight, and then after a while, it cooled off, as wrestling is going to do.
Well, anything will do that. That's cyclic in all programming. There's always the hot period, and then it starts to skew in television older, or people stop caring as much. So, yeah, that's very much true.
Oh, that's what's happening with SmackDown, skewing older.
Well, it's not really getting older, it's that the younger people are leaving, which is making it older.
Right, well, and that's the most cyclic of the audiences. They're the hardest to get attracted and to hang on to, but when you get them, they can artificially pop what you're doing, sometimes for as much as a year and a half, 2 years. Power Rangers is the great teenage example, or Ninja Turtles before that. And in essence, wrestling has periodically, during a variety of cycles, suffered from or benefited from that same reality.
Yeah, and what happens is eventually one of the two groups goes down. Mm-hmm. They end up working together, and they, at the beginning, working together, and everyone thinks they get the dream matches, and the dream matches do huge business, and then they have nowhere to follow. And the amount, and so many of those cities, Atlanta probably being the best example of one that didn't suffer that fate, now that I think about it, in the 70s, but Montreal and Detroit certainly, the established promotion that won ended up as a loser too, because they were gone pretty quick after they won.
Yeah, and honestly, I personally feel that the dream match giveaway is a big mistake. Right now, for example, with WCW set potentially, and I guess all you can say is potentially until they do it, relaunch WCW, my biggest fear is that it's going to be booked out of the same room that the WWF is booked. The key difference, and this is a television reality.
It will be right now, which is something that I have a lot of qualms about as well.
Well, and the problem is, and if you've ever paid, and I know you have because we've watched the numbers over the time they competed at various levels, but when it all ended, WCW television really wasn't broken. It did $50 million in revenues for the year it died. And yes, the company lost, but TV wasn't the problem. Delivering at house shows and excessive contracts were. That's what killed that company. It wasn't TV. TV was performing. Its gross aggregate average made it it was a number 11 in the time it was there. They were making a good living off of the TV. They just couldn't sustain the payroll they had, and then they were incompetent at house shows, and WCW suffered for that.
And pay-per-views at the end, too.
Oh, well, that all sort of flows together after a period of time. Once people get disinterested, everything dies and goes to hell in a handbasket. But one of the truths that existed, no matter how bad anybody's numbers got, no matter who was ahead, there have always been audiences that only watched the WWF. And always there were audiences that only watched WCW. And you notice that when the two run head-to-head. If WCW was doing a 3, when Raw started, it never lost more than a rating point. There was always that 2 rating point to 3 rating point that stuck around, and no matter how bad it got, because they were WCW watchers, which probably means history-wise they go back to Georgia Championship Wrestling. Vince made this mistake potentially one other time when he came in and he did the thing on WTBS originally.
In 84.
And all of a sudden Mr. Wrestling 2 showed up as the only identity form, really. The wrestling fans went, screw you. We don't want this product. my fear as they relaunch WCW, no matter what the window dressing they put on it with the talent that used to be at WCW, if it's not similar, if it doesn't look like what they remember, if it's couched in WWF look and attitude, it's not WCW. I don't see those fans coming back to that product, and at that point, what advantages are there going to be incrementally in terms of the rating you're trying to draw, particularly if the WWF is going to put WCW into existing time periods. The only advantage is if you can grow unique audience and get a higher number. Well, if all you're going to do is move WWF fans, you're not growing. You've got to find a way to get that 2 rating point that used to watch just WCW. That's the challenge. I'm not sure right now that they're addressing that challenge from what I've been hearing.
Right now, we're in an interesting situation with wrestling, of course, with WWF, which basically owns the market, which means that there's, and it can be, historically, a very lucrative market, not just in television, but producing arena shows, although that's harder than it's probably been in a long, long time, and pay-per-view, which I think is also harder, although maybe it's just that the pay-per-view shows haven't been as good for the other organizations, and that's why it seems harder. I'm not sure. So there's people on the outside, the fringes that Vince doesn't want, Hulk Hogan, we hear about Randy Savage, Eric Bischoff, different people, Jerry Jarrett, thinking, there's a hole in the market for me.
That's the only one that has potential credibility because he knows what he's doing.
Okay. Now, when I hear about these guys saying, that they want to start something, I think because of television, especially the odds are pretty much against you unless, is it, I just keep thinking of all these people who, like WXO and AWF, who were going to use television syndication, and they go through so much money so fast that it just blinds you almost.
Well, yeah, and with all respect to the nice people that did those, they honestly didn't have a clue what they were doing on a variety of scales, but particularly on the television side. Alberstein did very pretty television for a 13-week period. I literally told people to take the money and pull my show off because I knew it couldn't survive, because there's a perception that some still have, and we even have this discussion at the National Wrestling Alliance in our lofty board meetings, where we talk about the potential of a singular national voice on television, like the NWA ever had one of them. But the reality is you can't have one show and succeed. That is impossible unless you control the budget and you build a business around it. WXO is a wonderful example. WXO came out and said, we're not going to do house shows for months. Well, there's a smart idea. We're going to go into an all-expense venture where we won't make revenue for 6 months. And how the hell do you survive that? And then all of a sudden they go into a second taping and they cancel it with a press release that says the bleachers didn't look good on television.
That sounds almost exactly like WOW.
Yeah, like WOW.
Same thing, like $2.5 million in 2 months.
Yeah, they made a valiant effort in that they tried to do the full gambit. They got there, they did the pay-per-view, but they hot-shotted it. It's like I've heard Mr. Bischoff say he wants to take the exciting Mat Rats concept to pay-per-view. Well, how the hell do you do that without promotion and a vehicle to do it? And that is the 8 ball everybody's behind. When various people were trying to or thinking of buying WCW, Jerry Jarrett was one of them, and I was talking to him at the time. The one thing that was key to that potential acquisition was the timetable. Was the time periods that the wrestling was in, the diversity of distribution, and the ability to turnkey that. When that was pulled off the table, WCW, the name brand alone, didn't mean enough to jump into that. It wasn't worth buying. And that's the key, is to try to figure out, you can go in one time period, but you've got to have a bigger business. If the Universal thing that Hogan is supposedly setting up with Jimmy Hart and others were to promote a theme park that had something to do with wrestling, and the show was a commercial to promote people to it because that's the ancillary revenue, then there's a chance it could work, because then the business isn't traditional wrestling. You're really out of the wrestling business. You're just playing around it. But if you're going to go play by the wrestling rules, where WWF is up on Madison Avenue with a gross aggregate average across, 8, maybe 9 shows. I've lost count at this point because of how they break the shows down by hour. But they're all cumed together. And at a GAA, it's as high lately even as a 13, 14. And as an average, it's still a top 10 program, which makes it viable. Well, if I go out with my little piece of shit single show, like I've got, we've got a great show, wonderful talent, exceptionally talented people, Steve Prazak with us. We've had everybody everybody and their mothers come visit us, but we're still, we're small. And I can't go to Madison Avenue with 40% of the country and have any credibility at all. They're going to beat me up. There's no way to do that. And ECW suffered from that. They had their show bought on the air, so they had tons of expense in their syndication side because, in theory, they're going to make it back promoting, but that never worked. Then they added the albatross of a cable time period that fragmented everything they were doing, and most particularly the pay-per-view that it was almost working. And the two pieces together didn't add up to shit, so they were screwed. They were going to Madison Avenue with a 1 to a 1.5 cum rating. Well, you're not even in the ballpark of the worst weekly action hour at that point, so your commercial value is going to be $2,500 a 30 if you're lucky. And that's if you can sell it. And that's what kills everybody. You've got to find a way to escape the pitfalls of that business. And that means you've got to have a plan to run buildings that makes sense, which means smaller rather than larger. TV's got to be a promotional vehicle where you count on at least breaking even, but don't look at it as the moneymaker. And you've got to control salaries and deal with people reasonably. I mean, if you're going to give a bucket load of money, I had Tank Abbott with me at one point working in the development system at Wildside, and here's a guy that was making up, multiple hundreds of thousands in the upper end who didn't want to wrestle. And yet somebody was stupid enough to give this guy a contract. He's a nice guy, but he doesn't want to be a pro wrestler. What idiot gives somebody a $700,000 contract?
And a no-cut contract.
Yeah, fuck, he's still getting paid.
I know.
And I don't blame him. I'd sit there and take it if I were, staying all
I would have signed it if I was
stay
him.
home with your wife and get paid. Somebody was stupid enough to open a checkbook and think that's booking, and it isn't.
Now, as far as using like TV for commercial purpose and that sort of thing, I also see a lot of indie groups that have a little tiny TV show, and the way that they pay for it is they use it as a commercial for their wrestling school. Yeah, and that can be very sleazy because then you have a tendency to be, charging a large amount of money for people that are never going to get anywhere. For example, I won't let our guys do that. We actually have to deliver something. We just can't do that. I don't feel good when I see people that have no reason to be in a building outpaying us money. I'm sure once or twice it's happened. We've fallen off the wagon, so to speak. But in general, we don't suffer from that problem as much. But it is a problem, and the wrestling school isn't going to be enough. There's not that many idiots at $1,500 a crack that are going to come in, to bounce off the ring a few times. So you've got to have a bigger business built. You've got to go out and, if you're going to do your show to promote your house shows and to really make money, you've got to do all the pieces. You've got to go get advertisers involved. You've got to do site signage. You've got to control your costs. You've got to spend hundreds, not thousands. Don't worry about how much shit you're blowing up. Don't worry about the smoke on the entranceway. Work on the quality in the ring and frame it. And if people bitch at you because it doesn't look like the WWF, go, okay, sure, it isn't. We can't afford to be the fucking WWF. We're going to be what we can be. I tire endlessly of being criticized or anybody being criticized for the quality. I once had somebody criticize my show by saying the Ohio Valley graphics were cutting edge compared to mine. which if you've seen the Ohio Valley graphics, is really a nice insult. Good news is we have a new graphics generator, so eat that, Cornette. But the reality is, what's the fucking point? I mean, what we really should be showing are talented athletes in the ring, trying to tell good stories and trying to draw a loyal crowd, and then realizing the opportunity presented by that. If you're doing anything else, it's driven either by greed or ego.
Now, I got a question. What do you think long term, as far as, I guess two questions. One is, I look at TV cable ratings as far as these various networks, and almost all of them are down from last year. And the one that isn't down is TNN because of Raw. It's way up, and if you take Raw out of the mix, it's probably exactly where it was last year, but it makes it look like they doubled their ratings because Raw is so powerful a vehicle. Now, being that one show, Raw, has such an impact, and granted, nobody else is going to be Raw, but you've got all of these cable net stations out there struggling for very small audience increases. How come nobody wants wrestling, which, if nothing else, as far as a fringe niche thing, it may not be powerful enough for a network, it may not be powerful enough for syndication in prime time as compared to Seinfeld or Friends, but as far as on one of these networks, like TNN, I guess, why would TNN not want another show as opposed to giving them an existing show? And why would some of these other networks, like say a Fox Sports Net or something like that, not want wrestling, which will deliver theoretically or a better audience historically than 98% of the stuff that they already have on?
There's a variety of answers. My personal opinion is it's a progression of the people who have grown up and are now at these stations or networks making decisions and what they learned in the process. I mean, Vince did a very good job of making everyone look like low rent compared to what he was doing, like the second tier. Nobody really wants to have the second tier. In addition, no wrestling has really been managed effectively by a leveraged syndicator, other than when Time Warner or Turner before that had WCW. So everybody else was already behind the eight ball because they had to fight to get on rather than a Who Loves You getting on the air. They had to fight like Vince did. The problem was he already held all the cards. There was nobody else to bribe. He had already done it. So you were sort of screwed. You were trying to go in and fix problems. ECW, for example, fixed a time period, took it from a 0.3 to a 0.7. Congratulations, you still lose a bucket on that. But, they did a good job. I mean, but the reality was it wasn't a job that was going to get them any money. And it wasn't going to keep them around for any period of time. Again, the system is set up to beat you, and Vince has both, and he's actually almost hurting himself now by the way he's built the product, because he's going to suffer from that in his potential relaunch of WCW. They are a secondary brand. Few people want the secondary brand. What you want to always couch what you're bringing is as new, unique, exciting, better, different, wonderful. If you're couching it as more of the same or as good as, you're going to have trouble getting real players to get involved. Because they all are knee-jerk and they will follow genres. Everybody will clear 800 court shows because they're out there. We'll all get on top of talk because it's out there. Now we're doing relationship or we're doing other stuff. As an industry, we're good at that. We'll do replication, but we won't put it into any serious time periods, and we won't take it from people who aren't leveraged, who we need to get other shit from. And wrestling is never leveraged. You don't see Columbia TriStar going out with wrestling.
Okay, but now just an example, an ESPN2 or even ESPN1 will air minor league versions of Major League Sports.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But ESPN long ago decided wrestling was not a sport.
Yeah.
And not something they wanted. They had a bad period of time, and they felt they were burnt in the process, and they've never been inclined to come back unless somebody pays them for the privilege and does it on the second tier. Fox is the same way, even though they had more success in their fleeting involvement. They've always wanted to be paid. Every discussion with any Fox entity is put us up. Yes, we'd love it on the sports channels. Put it on Monday through Friday and pay us for the privilege, and go bankrupt in the process.
Bill, we're going to go take a break.
They're all willing to put it on. Everybody's willing to put wrestling on. That is not the problem. It's how they want it to go on that is.
We got a bunch of calls, and we're going to get to them right now. Wes, you're first up.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Very good.
Hey.
I wanted to ask Bill in regards specifically about NWA Wildside. I've seen in promotion, and it's good stuff. And why did WCW back when they were under Time Warner pull the developmental deal? And what happened with Sam Greco and Bob Sapp?
Good questions. Actually, WCW pulled the deal consistent with their pending sale. Literally, the day they had the meeting with personnel to announce that they were pretty much throwing it all out and selling out was our last day. They simply gave us notice 30 days prior to that because they had already pre-established the date fairly well going into it. They had some vagueness in it, but in case some of the other deals had come down, but they had already established sort of a drop dead just in terms of how much more money they were willing to lose at the time in terms of going forward. So we pretty much weren't eliminated for anything we did, but rather as a product of saving costs. And the way the deal was set up, good or bad, they were actually spending a lot of money because Terry Taylor's vision of the deal was to include the young talent that was also on television in addition to the talent that hadn't made it there. And some of those people had deals where they were paid per appearance in addition to their salary. So all of a sudden, if I have Jindrak, O'Hare, Palumbo, and Stasiak on a card, and let's say they're getting $500 an appearance in addition to the trans and other stuff necessary, all of a sudden, beyond the little bit I'm being paid, they've got an additional $2,000 a night booking fee on them to pay those guys. I think in 1 week I was told that they had a $12,000 payroll on what we were doing alone. So it became a cost they had to get rid of to get everything in line. Bob Sapp, I'm not sure where the beast is. Last I saw him, he came to a couple of shows. Always had a good attitude, always was fun to be around, but I have no idea what's happened to him. Sam Greco had left us prior to the end of the deal because he had been identified to take the role as a wrestler in an action film in Australia for a major studio. And I believe that's what he's still working on.
Yeah. Were you surprised when TNT and TBS, when Jamie Kellner made the decree that he was canceling wrestling effectively, basically ending the era? And also, in hindsight, do you believe that decision was more the only way to sell to Vince as opposed to a decision made based on the fact that they really didn't want wrestling anymore? It was just like, if they were going to sell to somebody else, they had to keep wrestling, but they wanted to sell to Vince, and it was just the only way to make that deal go through.
Well, it must have been because there was an extremely viable offer from Jerry Jarrett to buy the company, and they did not take that offer that was on the table. Times that people were assumed to be on vacation and other stuff. They were actually in negotiations with Jerry, and I was privy to those with some other people. And but our key on the potential of involvement would have been television. Jerry Jarrett is very smart and has a great rule as it relates to wrestling, which is he's determined not to lose money, and he never has. And that's the thing that makes him the only viable person to get back in. Everybody else is, with all apologies to all of them, because some are very talented performers, but they're pissing in the wind. And they're going, Hogan's thing, for example, is talking about doing a pilot. That is mistake number 101 in television. You never do pilots. You tell them how wonderful it's going to be and resist any temptation to spend that money. No one. The only pilots that are done are at the network level, and that's because it's sort of a grandfathered thing. They've done the pilot process. But in syndication, you show them as little as possible, probably a 3-minute tape. And that's what everybody should be doing. Show them the stars, don't show them what you're doing, or somebody's going to try to help you produce your show and you're screwed. So everybody going in that says, I'm going to do a pilot and go to the networks, as a given, they have no chance in hell.
Now, just a quick question about WCW, because you were talking about this earlier, how in order for this thing to be a success, they have to get back that segment of the audience that only watched WCW. And you were talking about how
where do you find
the new company has to be similar to the old one. And my question is, how similar does it have to be? Does it have to be the same names, like Ric Flair and Goldberg? Does it have to be the Southern style?
Yeah, well, you have to start with enough continuity that people think it's the product. And then if you want to try to fix it, who knows if that's going to work? That's a whole separate conversation and argument. And that happens during the process, because until you do it, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But the realities are that there was a substantial rating that liked, at various levels, WCW.
I would say more.
They liked it.
I would say more hadn't been driven off yet, because there was a lot of people who I think really liked it a few years earlier.
I would agree with that, but they exclusively had not been driven off. And once the product went away, that audience did not jump over to the competitor, or the competitor wouldn't be constantly losing numbers.
The competitor's losing his core audience, and never gained their audience either.
Because there's no spark, there's no competition in the process. And that's the key of the relaunch, is not to artificially do it. This can't be the NWO internal gimmick. You've got to create what looks to be an autonomous company, and you've got to find a way financially to make it work. Fortunately, they haven't yet, to the best of my knowledge, tossed a bucket load of money at anybody, so they haven't made mistake one like another major industry figure did. But, I don't know whether they can take it where they need to go, because until we see their vision, if the idea is to move Kurt Angle over and, have back and forth, and that, my personal opinion is that's a mistake. I think they need to distinguish the product, establish it on its own, and then if they want to create something down the line, like what the fuck is this upstart doing messing with our time? It's taken away our time from the from the WWF side. That's fine. But to come in and immediately try to jumpstart a feud and try to reclaim the audience in that, I think that's going to have the same hotshot success the XFL did. You may draw them the first time if you put the fireworks display up nicely, but after you've seen the fireworks one time, it's the same damn show.
Now, do you think throwing $6 million at Goldberg would be throwing money away?
Yes. I don't think Goldberg will draw that for damn sure. I think Goldberg could be a good single 1 or 2 payoffs to draw a hotshot crowd, but there better be something underneath to keep him around. Goldberg's been off for so long, there'd be interest in seeing him back, but I don't think there's a lot of mileage there. You know, unless he's been in the ring regularly, and I know he hasn't been.
No, but the one thing is that there's the marquee value of Goldberg Austin if it really hits big on pay-per-view.
Well, you addressed that in an early one. There's all sorts of early matches you could do. You can do the champion stuff, but then you're falling into Bischoff mentality, which is going to be a short-term hotshot that's eventually going to kill you. You know, you're going to all of a sudden be buying your rating, and eventually you're going to end up booking rap stars.
Hey, Wes, is there anything else?
Yeah, just one more. In regards to just when I grew up with the NWA, and they had the heavyweight champion would tour around. How does that envision that there's still Howard Brody has, that there's going to be one NWA champion, and they'd go to different territories, or how do you think that's been handled?
That's not Howard's decision. We actually have a board of directors, and Howard is part of that as our esteemed president. I get to be one of the lofty vice presidents, and Jim Miller, God bless him, gets to be the other. Yes, we do have a touring champion. His name is Steve Corino. He is moving around. He's got 4 or 5 dates up in the Pacific Northwest for ECCW. He's going into Texas, facing Kevin Northcutt very soon. He just came out of Florida not that long ago. Are we able to keep him as busy as we'd like to? The answer, regrettably, is no, because good or bad, we're still our little clusterfuck of promoters. And this is not the 1970s, and none of us are making hundreds of thousands promoting gates that exceed 5,000. We're all either, some of us are hotshot promoters that, put Tom Brady in the main event in 3 different roles, and others of us are trying to run as regularly as possible because we believe in the circuit system. And at least, if they're doing what I'd like, we're running once a week, and certainly that's not all of our people. So we're not keeping Steve busy. We didn't keep Mike Rapata busy. We didn't keep Ogawa busy. We didn't keep Gary Steele busy. We didn't keep Danny Severn busy, and they had to do other stuff. But I think, and it has to be a slowly but surely process, we're doing the best we can by relatively the same rules the NWA existed before, which is we're a little group of promoters. We agree, and then we're all out for ourselves in the long run, which is the way it's always been. And we'll share the talent, and we'll do the best we can to get people booked. I mean, I have the world champions going around. I have the new heavenly bodies, the NWA World Tag Team Champions, coming up in late July, and they're starting to travel more. We've got a little junior tournament going on in Florida coming up that will expose some more of the talent. There's no quick way to do it because we don't have one great national voice with the layers necessary. But we're doing, I think, as good as you can given the independent system and the realities of the system. And if you add together the cumulative gates and the impressions that our individual members get, which, by the way, does include Victor Quinones, Antonio Inoki, and Ohio Valley, we are drawing some reasonable houses, and people are getting the NWA name out, at least in fits and spurts. So it's not the same as it was, but we're getting there, and hopefully we'll keep Steve busier than he has been, but he's been a good champion so far, if not a great champion.
Is there like an eventual goal that the NWA has for where they'd like to be in the future?
Oh, if you asked every one of the promoters, it would be different because there's always 2 priorities. There's the company and them. Because everybody wants their thing bigger than everybody else's, and yes, we'd also like the company to grow. We're not owned by a single entity. We're a limited liability corporation with 20-plus members who each own a piece of the pie and who all want to be the guy at some level. So there's, the usual petty jealousies and fun stuff that occurs in any happy family like that. What's our goal? Our goal is to be bigger. Our goal is to have the NWA name recognized, ideally at the level it was before, although that's probably not possible, but at least respected. And, you know, in my tenure with the company, I mean, I was approached first with Cornette back when we didn't join, but we did get Danny Severn in back in the Smoky Mountain time. Then Corny, you know, they set the deal up at the WWF, and I was approached, and then Corny said, yeah, now is the time. So I joined. I think that from that 3-year ago period, there's been dramatic improvement of the overall perception of the NWA as a name brand, because it relatively didn't exist before that much. You know, it was something that ECW threw into a garbage can. And hopefully we're getting beyond that and we're moving forward. We've got matches set up for one of Inoki's companies with Carino and Rapata going over to work Otani and I forget the other guy. But, I mean, I think that's going to be good. Internationally, that's a good thing. You know, we do have international members. We have 2 strong Canadian members. We've got Victor. I mean, everybody doesn't jump on board as aggressively as we liked, but slowly but surely we're getting there. Where will we end up? You know, who knows, because we're actually not playing with the real rules, which is, you know, in terms of being a singular national force. If we're lucky and I get my way, each of our members will become important where they are. And by that strength, city to city or region to region, will be considered larger than we are today. That's, I think, the primary accomplishment we can hope for.
And let's go to Jason in Georgia. Jason, what's going on?
Dave, Brian.
Hey,
how's it going?
Good.
Good? Hey, before I start, can we plug the Observer Live chat room?
Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say hello to everybody. Hey, there's an argument right now about what's going to be talked about next, if it's going to be the Dudley Dog or Dong or the dreaded F word for today.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, Bill Behrens.
Yes.
I had heard talk about Roland Alexander was talking about maybe bringing in AJ Styles a couple weeks ago on Dave.
Yeah, and in fact, AJ had told me he was talking to him, and at least based on the Internet, because I haven't called Alan today, it appears he's booked for that King of the Indie thing. And then we've got Air Paris and Jimmy Rave going down for Howard Brody's Junior 12 or whatever the hell he's calling that thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we're trying to get... Part of the gimmick I do is, because I'm known notoriously, I again learned from Jerry Jarrett, we're not known as a great payday. We're known for exposure and hopefully helping the other guys move around. And perhaps those are examples that we're accomplishing that. You know, fortunately our guys are being requested by other promoters and getting reasonable payoffs for that. And I think that's great. And AJ's beyond talented, and he'll do a wonderful job there.
Yeah, how long do you think, I mean, he's in the same boat as all the other...
He should already be signed at this point. It's a shame he's not. I think his problem was, he and Air Paris both, is that they got there at the end. I don't know how that explains Easy Money Jason Jett getting signed, Jason Broles, but he's a good kid too, and he deserves it. But these kids just did exceptional work on television and should have been brought in with the rest of that crew. There's still continuing interest. They keep calling. AJ is booked for the WWF when they come to Atlanta on the 9th. So I think there are some opportunities for these kids.
Hey, since there's so many close promotions nearby, is there any chance Wildside will be working with Dusty's group or more with the Florida group or any of the groups in Tennessee?
Well, we work with all the NWA groups all the time and the Tennessee groups. As long as Burt Prentice has a company, I'll always work with him off and on and provide talent. He saved my ass when USWA went away by creating Music City Wrestling with me when I needed a television product, so I'll always owe him at some level, and he's an exceptional promoter. And I work with Mike Porter also in that area, which is, you know, interesting and somewhat confusing, but always works. Sometimes they're together, sometimes they're apart.
I never can figure out Nashville.
Never try.
I stopped a long time ago.
It's based on whim alone.
I mean, when Bert did like his 14th retirement and then came back, it was like, okay, I'm just not going to think about Nashville ever again.
Well, it's actually, Nashville's one of the more entertaining places to watch because when Bert's on, it's extremely compelling, and then it will go through these dark periods where you want to throw darts at it. But you mentioned Dusty Rhodes' Turnbuckle Entertainment. We actually did our best to cooperate and still do with Dusty. We had Jorge Estrada, who now works with Dusty, started with us. We had Luther Biggs and Ron Studd were with us, and we put over that they were from Turnbuckle at the time. I've offered to sanction Dusty's cards, in fact, as NWA. Dusty has very specific ways he wants to do things and specific ways he wants to accomplish them, and for whatever reason, my offer, which has not included any money, has not been what he would prefer to do. Exactly why, I don't know. But it's no problem. I can coexist with Dusty with no problem. He provides a dramatically different product than I do. I doubt I will ever have Larry Zbyszko versus Dusty Rhodes as a main event, although it certainly sounds interesting. As it relates to the other promotions, we work all the time. I've got kids coming in from NWA Southwest. I just had a group coming in from NWA Virginia for the last TV. I've got the Heavenly Bodies coming up for 3 dates in July. I've got a group coming down from Maine. Our goal with our television is to present an open door, and it's just the difficulty is getting everybody on. I've got a show called Freedom Fight coming up on the 30th at the arena with literally over 50 people booked.
Wow.
On good or bad, our locker room is very full and includes some extremely talented people. David Flair, for example, is back with us now that he's free because he wants to get back in the ring, and he's hoping that that brief mention by Jim Ross is true, and if he'd only call.
How was he doing, by the way?
David
we got some
Flair
reports saying he was looking better, but, you know, how do you...
David
he
Flair
wasn't exactly looking great before, so...
Well, the biggest shame is that we're not more widely distributed and more people haven't seen how good David Flair's gotten. David Flair came to us just badly beat up. He was told he had to be his dad. And nobody should ever be that when your dad has a high profile. You should never be told that. That's the worst
Especially
thing to
Ric
have
Flair.
to do to somebody.
Oh, God.
And he literally, when his first 2 matches, would come to the back and whip himself. And it was just terrible to watch. And we finally, I spent a lot of time, and we talked him down. And the difference now is that David Flair has found a group of people he enjoys being around. He goes to the ring, the crowd responds immediately to him. The Flair spots are now pop spots, and accordingly help him feel good, and that's opened him up to want to do more. So he's a Flair that throws a drop kick. He's a Flair that does a moonsault. And he also will flip over the ropes and hit the clothesline, and he'll slap the shit out of you. So, and he smiles the whole time, but when he's taking the heat, he knows what to do. He's learned it, and people don't know. David Flair is 6'3". He's 235 pounds now, and he's added 15 pounds of muscle to his upper body. This is a talented kid that can go somewhere if he's not pushed too fast. When The Rock, for example, came in as Flex Gavan into the WWF, they pushed him so fast he was booed out of the building. I see a lot of analogy to this kid, because he's no less talented, quite honestly.
Whoa.
And people just don't know it because he was never given the chance. He was thrown in the damn ring, and they thought Terry Funk could lead him. And, you know, if anything, he was scared to death of the whole experience. This kid was treated so badly in the way it was done, and I don't know why it was done that way. But he was thrown in and told, you know, here's what you have to do immediately. I know you've never bumped before, but you're now about to go out and be one of a guy who's considered by many as one of the best that's ever hit a ring. And you have to live up to that name. Oh, okay, you're not doing a good job at that, so we're now going to make you a fucking crazy man, and we're going to do some kind of stupid gimmick where Vince Russo will end up really being the father of your child. You know, this kid was torn all over the place, and he's just genuinely a nice guy. He's a good kid. He listens. He learns. He wants to improve. You know, I'll give you an example, and this is the honest-to-God truth. Although the show was moved, Burt Prentice offered this kid $500 an airplane ticket and a hotel room to come to a show on the 30th in Nashville. It's now been moved to the 14th, so it's not an issue. I called David and said, that's one offer. I said, or you can drive to the arena and I'll get you $40 gas money. Guess where he was going to come?
To your show.
Exactly. That's the kind of kid he is. He wants to keep learning, and he's serious about what he's doing. And he's also a Flair, so he's really good now because he's actually getting attractive women to come in and work some of our shows.
Anything else?
Yeah, Dave. Any chance of getting any lucha stars that speak English on the show?
For example,
Porky?
Lobos?
Do they?
Oh, God. No.
Well, Fabuloso Blondie's probably available.
One of the female headhunters.
Oh, Martha Villalobos? I don't know. Does she speak English? Well, I mean, I don't know if I would I don't know where to find her, for one thing.
What about Juventud Guerrera?
We've had him on before.
Right.
I got nothing against having him on. In fact, he'd be pretty interested. Pretty interesting right now.
Maybe when he comes back from Japan.
Yeah, well, he'll be back from Japan. The last show's Sunday, so. And he's always running around, Juventud Guerrera. He's very unreliable these days, now that I think about it.
Didn't he just start back in Mexico?
He starts back in Mexico all the time, and then he's not there very long. So, but I personally like Juventud Guerrera a lot, so, I'll try to find him. If anyone knows where he's at, when he comes back from Japan, let me know, because, I'd like to have him on again anyway.
You guys do a great job. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Scott in Connecticut.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
And, hey, Bill, how you doing?
Hello there.
First, I just wanted to say, you were commenting before about how the way not to do this WCW thing is to rush into it by doing, interpromotional angles right away. And I totally agree, and I think, the first thing they've done wrong is having, DDP as this stalker. That's a main angle, and already you've got, Undertaker, who's considered a top guy in the WWF, and DDP, who's basically the biggest guy that they have under WCW contract, and now you have them feuding before WCW TV's even on. And I think they should wait a year at least of just constant WCW programming and, WCW product being WCW product, not WCW product being WCW/WWF product,
You know what's funny of what you just said?
I think that was the plan. For a while.
That was exactly what their...
I agree with him.
That was exactly what their plan was, and then Wyatt, and I don't know why it changed, but they just did a 180 about...
I think I know why it changed. TV.
Because TV ratings went down.
If you look, they were in panic because the numbers were dropping, and they were trying to find a way to artificially enhance from one week to the next. But that's
and they
always
figured interpromotional. They figured interpromotional is a way to get the ratings back up.
But I think the reality is, and you're right, first of all, again, we go back to what I said earlier. If you remember Raw and Nitro, there was an audience that was watching, and there was only one rating point that jumped when Nitro went from hour to hour over to Raw, on average. So let's take that the opposite way. There was this whole unique WWF audience that never knew what the fuck was going on over at WCW.
Exactly.
I was over at my godchild's house talking to a kid, and he ended up saying, he saw a Lawler for Mayor sign in my car, and I gave him one, and he started talking, and all of his questions were WWF, and I out of curiosity, I went, do you know who any of these people are? And I ran through everybody at the top of the old WCW. He knew Flair, but only Rick. He knew Hogan, but only really from the WWF mix-over. Yeah. He knew Sting, and maybe one or two guys, Goldberg. Only the top, most visible pushes that were there. Otherwise...
all the ones who aren't coming, by the way.
There's something they weren't watching. And I think that's the end mistake. I think Page's appearance was a huge mistake because the audience he appeared in front doesn't really know who the fuck he is.
Well, I think people know who Page is, and I think that's
but
they don't care about him.
But
he got that huge pop and everything. And I think that's basically the only reason.
Well, that's a Pavlovian pop. He's brought out as a guest star. I swear, a monkey will get a Pavlovian pop if you bring him out that way.
Well, I'm pretty sure if Bossman took off the hood, then the crowd would.
They would.
Maybe not Bossman.
They would, but they would groan real quick afterwards.
But I'm pretty sure Golga would get the pop.
But I think that
no, not that one.
Putting Page in his main,
not
interpromotional angle is a real mistake. I think that I know this is impossible for them to do now because they've already started the interpromotional angles, and I think they've started with Lance Storm, Hugh Morris, and Stacy Keibler. I cannot imagine any casual WWF fan who hasn't watched WCW for the past years knowing who any of these people are. So just by showing, the casual WWF fans, the first guy that comes out is Lance Storm, and of course, the pop was big because it was Calgary. But
and he kicks Perry Saturn, who's an insignificant guy on their.
But it's like the first guy they're seeing in this angle is someone they don't know.
Yeah, if we were doing this on the regional level, of course, we would build up the history between Storm and an existing player like Jericho and go it that way.
Well, I think they should hold off on that. I don't even think. I think maybe, a one-shot deal at a pay-per-view where all the WCW guys come out and, they announce all their information, like when they're going to be on TV, what the plan's going to be, whatever. But I don't think there should be, super kicking random guys, especially guys like Perry Saturn and Edge. And I don't think they should be doing that because I think for a year they should be two separate companies because right now I'm spelling NWO all over again.
Well, no, it won't be that good, unfortunately, because NWO worked You know, good or bad, it worked. And this, I think, is going to have trouble working unless I'm missing something that they're not showing me.
And the only thing that could be is Goldberg. So.
Well, yeah, but that I still think that's a hot shot. That's XFL. That's at one big number, and then it drops in the toilet.
They have to book Goldberg right too. I mean, they could bring in Goldberg, and if they do it the same way they're doing this, it'll sink too. I mean, they have to give Goldberg a year in WCW before they do anything with Austin.
You know, if they bring him back, all of a sudden put him with Austin, and then have The Rock hit on it, it'll draw one good house.
Yeah, one, and then they'll go down from there, just like they've been doing since WrestleMania. But I had a couple more questions. For actually all of you on this is what does it take for like say a moderately successful independent promotion who's doing pretty well within the area but only really tours that say like the Northeast region, what would it take for them to get a television program? What do they need as far as like what kind of money do they need to be bringing in like every couple months and stuff?
Are you talking a local program?
Yeah.
Well,
it probably depends on the size of the market.
In theory, I know that. There's two answers. There's what people think, and there's reality. I'm probably going to get all of my staff irritated right now, but we produce our show for hundreds of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
The word thousands scares me. That has far too many zeros for me to deal with. Anyone else that was doing the show we do, good or bad, would be spending thousands.
Mm-hmm.
When Dusty did his show, he did one taping, spent $35,000 to $50,000 on a show that never saw the light of day, except in home video, I'm assuming. If I had $35,000, I would be embarrassed to tell you how long I would be able to do my TV without having to go out of pocket again.
Yeah.
So the reality is anyone can do television if you understand that you don't have to be the World Wrestling Federation and duplicate those costs.
Yeah.
And if you find a way to do it that works. And we've done that. I mean, we use 3 cameras, but I won't out the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
But they're definitely not necessarily the big time. Now, would I love to have $20,000 cameras? Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if somebody wants to ship me the money, I'll get them. But until then, I'm going to work on making it look as good as possible with what we got. I grew up watching, and I still think there's an audience for it, USWA at its most compelling for me, or CWA actually before that, was when they took the single overhead camera shot down on the ring, and you guys who watched that will remember, and showed me matches from the Mid-South Coliseum. And all of a sudden, Lord Humongous would be beating the fuck out of Jerry Lawler. And all you had was that one camera. And it wasn't even that good a camera. It was Randy West doing the best he could up there. And the end result was it gave you something that you normally would have to pay a ticket for, and that's the thing that frequently we don't do for our audience. And that's what we got to remember. You don't have to give them everything on TV. It's just there's a perception you do, and then ego gets involved, and people are concerned that their stuff doesn't look as good as the best that's out there. What doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Provide product and make sure that the talent you're utilizing is good. Or if you're just going to be local and you're trying to draw a house, do the best damn commercial you can to get people into that door, because that's what's going to make you money, not the TV.
Yeah, definitely. And Dave and Brian, you guys are on the other side of the country, so you guys probably maybe aren't at a position to say this, but I mean, who would you say right now up in the Northeast is like at the closest to being able to put something together on TV?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
I have no idea. I don't think there's anybody up in this area.
Like, just to throw a name out, the company that runs the Elk Lodge, right? UCW, right? And that's the company that
I've heard of them.
Yeah, you never heard of them?
No, I've heard of.
Okay, yeah, and they basically bring in a bunch of like ECW guys and stuff like that.
Right.
But I mean, they have Low-Key and Red and Maximo and Mikey's guys. So then, I mean, they run basically a show every 1 to 2 months, which I mean isn't good for having a television show, because I mean it's like you're not. I don't think that would be able to. You wouldn't be bringing in enough money as far as events.
Well, actually, that's actually not a terrible idea if you take a step back. That's how ECW survived for going on 4 years. They didn't do more than one show a month either. They did one taping at the bingo hall and got all their TV out of that, and then people bought the shows eventually, but Paul wasn't promoting that much. So, believe me, that's not a bad way to go if you can get the product out there.
So I remember ECW towards the end, basically last year. They'd set up this string of shows that they'd always want to guarantee as TV tapings, especially up in New York, like they'd run Poughkeepsie or Danbury, and they want it to be a TV taping, but then they'd stop by the arena and they'd have to make that a TV taping. So they ended up putting 1 to 2 matches from each show on TV for the week, and then some of them would make syndicated, some of them would make TNN, and it got really confusing. And none of the stuff really meshed well on ECW TV as far as building up angles. And I think you're right that it was better just to do the one big arena show and use it for 2 to 3 weeks.
Well, that worked at the beginning. The problem with ECW is it aspired to be big.
Yeah.
Without continuing the perception of being big that was working for them. Paul just decided at one point with Steve Carroll and the other guys, let's be big. And believe me, the hardest thing to do is be big and make it work. You've got to have a bucket load of money to cover your ass on the lean times. And when you don't have that bucket load of money, you're caught against the payment process of the people you work with. You've told your talent you're going to pay them today, but you've got a pay-per-view provider that's paying you in 4 months.
Well, I think that,
all of a sudden you're basically fucked, and no matter what you do, you're going to constantly be, trying desperately to make it even. ECW made the mistake of trying to become too big. If they had stayed small and tossed their pay-per-view in, which we're doing adequately, they'd probably still be around.
Well, I think the whole reason that a lot of the ECW fans were generally older fans who basically gave up on suspending their disbelief, and they were just going out there cheering all the blood and stuff like that. I think they liked that it wasn't a big WWF promotion. I think they liked that you're in this small arena and you get a good shot at looking at the action and stuff like that. Whereas
but the one thing that they didn't like was that as soon as there was a star, that star would leave, and they would turn on that star. And the problem is that Paul then, because of that, wanted to keep those stars, which meant he had to pay them, and that's where he got screwed, was paying people enough for them not to leave.
Again, that's the problem of attempting to be big.
Well, back to my example of ECW really quick is that they do the shows once or twice every 2 months and stuff like that, and they produce the videos that they sell, right? And I have a couple of and the as far as the graphics through the transitions and stuff like that, and basically with the names on the bottom and at the entrance and the opening montage they have and stuff like that, it's pretty decent quality. I'd say it's up there with almost Ohio
OVW?
Valley.
Ohio Valley?
Yeah. So
that is the standard, by the way.
And so it's almost it's a little I guess maybe because it's probably a second generation tape, it looks a little foggy or whatever, but it's still pretty good as far as that. So they obviously they have the equipment and stuff like that, and I've noticed the cameras they have are pretty professional. They're not $20,000 cameras, but they're pretty good, and I know they actually have they're not doing the work themselves. They have a company doing the shooting for them.
Oh, they're in trouble already?
So, they have, and I'm looking at these videos, and they're pretty good, and I'm thinking, if they have enough money, or they're bringing enough money to do this for a video, which, I wouldn't imagine gives you that much income, why don't they do it and try to put it on TV? And that's why I was interested in knowing, what's missing, I guess.
I think Bill's idea is that they probably don't have enough to afford that right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they're bringing enough from the shows to afford these expensive, paying someone else to do it and everything like that, and probably using money that they don't have right now.
Well, and it appears, without knowing the promotion very well, though reading about it, that with a lot of good luck to all of them, that they're doing the TV for reasons that don't have a lot to do with making money on the house shows per se, because the only reason to do television is to draw a house. Otherwise, or to provide the perception that your people are stars if you know how to do that, but that requires you getting on for nothing.
Well, the thing is, they run the same building every show up until now because they're outside.
Well, then the with all apologies, potentially the television show is probably a vanity vehicle for them if they were to do it, because they have to find. Otherwise, there's no reason to do the television show, because if you're doing it for home video, you're going to make hundreds. That's pretty much a reality.
But the question is, if we're talking the New York market, that's got to be the most expensive market in the country to get on television, just to get on a station, wouldn't it?
Licensing alone is a bitch.
So, one more quick opinion on, if you guys give me, Brian and Dave, is that, would you recommend doing the subscription plan for the OVW TV?
Yes.
If it's so, if you like OVW, yeah. Sure. You want to see more wrestling, and you want to see.
Corny does a very good job, and he's got some very talented kids down there that will probably show up in the World Wrestling Federation, whether you want them to or not.
Yeah, I know that. I'm a fan of the product. It's just that I'm worried about, like, will I be interested in it, like, 2 weeks after it's occurred, you know? And
Yeah,
when
no,
I don't see any reason why not. I don't see any reason why not.
I mean, that doesn't matter.
Now, you don't know it's 2 weeks late anyway because you're just getting the tape, you know.
Yeah. So I mean,
and you're not going to the house shows yourself, so it's not like it's going to be out of order for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I mean, what is it? It's about 2 weeks for.
Yeah.
And
It's
how much-
every 4 weeks you get a tape.
If you like a Southern-style hard sell with Corny as the primary driver and some decent-looking bodies and a few guys that actually know what they're doing in the mix,
well, I love Corny's
it's not a bad promotion at all, and Corny's doing a wonderful job by, trading off the guys that know what they're doing with the guys that don't.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got Kurt Angle's brother there, and he is as much an opposite of Kurt as there could be in the world in terms of his ability to get over.
I mean, but is it worth getting it, so far after it's actually,
Yes.
I don't see any reason why not. If you enjoy it, I mean, I get all my Japanese tapes are a week to 3 weeks later, but it doesn't make a difference to me because no one else is seeing them any quicker either.
All right, cool.
The timeliness of watching the good product it doesn't matter. I mean, I would encourage anybody who wants to watch Wildside to order the tapes for the same reason. I mean, the fact that the storylines aren't the day you watch them. I mean, the reality is it's only now with satellite and the perception that everything has to be there today that this happened. In the old days, the same damn show traveled around a circuit over as much as a 2-week period. So, I mean, shows were dated as a given if you were running a circuit. And in theory, those people I work with and myself, we have the same mentality. I don't mind that it's 2 weeks old. It doesn't matter.
Did York and Matthews get released?
I believe so, yes.
They did. Everybody but Rod Rages supposedly got released.
No, they're keeping Victoria, Lance Cade. I had the names earlier. Island Boys.
Yeah, but unfortunately, and that's a shame because Joey and Christian are exceptionally talented and great young people.
Yeah.
One thing I want to ask, what do you think as far as viability of an attempt to syndicate either a Mat Rats to build for a pay-per-view as something other than traditional wrestling programming, or say an Ultimate Fight television show? Let's say UFC would produce a television show as a way to build stars for a pay-per-view, kind of in the old way that professional wrestling did the same thing.
It's very possible, but everybody who tries it goes into it the wrong way because they go in and have to live with the rules they're provided. You basically have to go in and understand that you have a limited budget and you have certain things you want to accomplish. If you want to draw incremental dollars at a pay-per-view, you need to figure out what the number is that you can afford to spend to get there. And then the TV is literally a commercial. Wrestling has always been a commercial. It always will be. It's a commercial for other
people don't.
related
You know
products.
what you just said. What you just said is something that people don't understand. A lot of times when we talk about Raw, Brian and I will go, "That was an entertaining show," but we understand that its purpose is not to just entertain you for 2 hours and then not spend money. It's to also get you to want to see a certain match, want to buy a certain match, and if it doesn't accomplish that, it's missing one of its prime objectives.
Well, and it's to develop the stars that you can merchandise, to develop the back end of the video library.
Well, to spend money.
To do, if you're doing a business, then the business has legs to it. It's a hydra. It has more than one head. And that's what most people who start up television don't get, is that they go at it from a totally ego standpoint. I want my ass on TV. And, so all of a sudden we see some fat guy doing ring announcing. And that's the bulk of the indie shows. It's a bunch of idiots putting together television that may or may not involve talented wrestlers. Because, God bless them, wrestlers will take money wherever it comes from. But that doesn't get you to where you need to be.
I mean, that was one of Vince Russo's biggest problems was when he wrote TV, he was writing TV to entertain himself and, I guess he figured, the people
and
as well.
Friends. And
if he ever did an angle that was to build up a match, it was never a match that people would have to pay to see. He was building up matches that people would see for free on TV.
Yeah, and it was a crucial mistake. I mean, I often analogize when I talk about it. We actually, with our Wildside show, provide an awful lot of wrestling. We actually allow people to see a lot more than if we were promoting for that house show we would. On a local level, we would never do that. We would show less, which is what we do. But I flash over to Bert over in Nashville, or anybody who's a good promoter. The more you give away on TV, the less you're going to draw at the house. So you don't want to give them that main event. You don't want to give away all of the major angles. You want to tease everything, set up the major angle for the house show, because that's going to be your primary revenue historically in wrestling. Television's there, but unless you control the revenues on it and have all the mechanisms we talked about starting at the beginning, cable, syndication, a big enough number to sell it on Madison Avenue, you're pissing in the wind anyway. So your key is to promote to where you can make the money. Merchandising, house shows, potentially pay-per-view. But you can't jump into one without the rest of the pieces.
Let's go to Mark in Los Angeles. Mark, what's going on?
How you guys doing today, Dave?
Doing really good.
First off, is there a subscription system for NWA Wildside like there is for OVW?
Not subscription, but you can buy our videos. Go to nwa-wildside.com, and you'll see in the video, just go to merchandise, you'll see a breakdown of videos. It's relatively inexpensive, and we pay for shipping because, honestly, we want to get the product out there. So check out, but all of our TV shows and most of our house shows are available.
Dave, this was the best show you guys have had. You guys, I hope when you finish the show, you guys rebook him for, next month. But
Cool.
My question is, do you think the UPW is really being dropped as a developmental territory? I've read that on One Wrestling today.
Yes and no. Rick Bassman is being dropped from contract. I don't know that, as far as any other changes, they're going to still, work with them. But as far as, I don't know that they ever really were a developmental thing other than Rick Bassman was under contract.
Well, Rick's deal was totally different from everybody else's in that his was totally a back-end deal anyway. He was being paid salary, and he was paid salary, but he's still got the back-end deal, I believe. Yeah, he was never really part of the normal development system. And
No, yeah, right, exactly. It wasn't his company was not a developmental company like Cornette's anyway, right?
Totally different. Yeah, his deal was different. The relationship was totally different, and will probably continue to be.
Yeah. So it's like yes and no is the answer to that question, I guess.
And that is right.
Okay, That's all I got. I'll let somebody else come up.
Okay, we're going to go to Abby. Abby, what's up?
Hey, how are you guys? I have to agree with the last caller. You were probably the most entertaining guest I've heard in a really long time, and I think it's because of the background that you're bringing, to the listeners.
Oh, thank you.
Really quick, I think that the DDP thing, in terms of its shock value, was what, I guess hearing the mixed reaction from people that it should have been somebody different. The only other person that came to my mind that would have been a logical suspect would have been like Shawn Michaels or something coming back.
Yeah, but that's not viable.
Boss man, I probably would have groaned and turned off the TV and gone to bed.
That's the problem with surprises is that people in wrestling love to swerve and give you surprises, but they're not as good at paying off.
I would have.
And it's hard to pay off.
I would have actually promoted the surprise, and that was, I think, a mistake.
Right.
And the funny thing about surprises is 95% of the time they're horrible, but fans, whenever they hear there's going to be a surprise, their expectations still go through the roof. I don't know why that is.
In fact, I saw that on my report, I think, on the Observer thing, that I had the requisite mystery partner at an upcoming card.
Well, the other thing I was thinking, too, though, is that if you had to pick a logical person to pull from WCW to rush into something to try to sell the pay-per-view, he kind of makes sense because he is kind of up there in age, and to put him up against The Undertaker, who's also kind of up there and been around.
Oh, Dallas is youthful.
I think that it's a program that's good for DDP to start with, and if Undertaker really is nearing the end of his career, to sort of go out with. But I'll let you guys go.
If you look at it of the list of guys from WCW that they have, and for the role that they have, he was the best guy.
He wasn't, but I could see.
No, he was. As far as of the list of guys that they could have brought in, unless they, the only guy I was thinking of, the best guy that would have popped everything, but except it couldn't viably be done, except it would have gotten a great pop, is Jake Roberts, because it would have fit everything that everybody wanted, except he was going to come in and look 100 years old, so you can't do it. But aside from that, DDP, at least, it's not the greatest.
But it's something we've never seen before either.
Yeah, well, they're going to have a different match.
DDP is, in theory, he can talk And I think that's going to be what has to sell this thing. Is you're going to have to get it over, and you need a spokesman. And
Boy, you need
Dallas
some good
started
talkers in
out
this
as
thing.
primarily a mouth, and he'll always be primarily a mouth, even though he turned himself into a reasonable worker.
Right. I mean, I thought his interview was pretty fair in the sense that he was saying, make me famous. Like that.
Yeah, well, that was a tough spot, and I'm not sure he did as well as he would have liked to, but...
Well, again, I want to thank you, and Bill, you need to come back soon.
So,
Take care, guys.
Okay, we're going to go to Mike. I think, Mike, you're going to be our last caller.
Hey, good evening. How you doing? A little word about the UCW guys in Queens here to run the Elks Lodge. They're going to be doing Sports Fest in Staten Island, an old ECW haunt, and after that, they're doing Jersey. The guy who runs it has his Ultimate Cards and Comics. It's kind of a video card shop. He used to always have, whenever WWF or people would be in town, they'd be in free autograph sessions. That's how he got into wrestling. He rents videotapes and stuff. So if you're doing New York City here, the WWF syndicated show is on the Long Island station. If you want to get on a New York proper station, it's pretty expensive.
No, that's impossible.
Ask
Expensive
ECW.
is the wrong word. It's $1 million cost, or at least for a
Forget it.
time period over a $500,000 just to get on, and at all.
Forget it. WOW was on 2 a.m. on the Fox station, and that was even a nice buck.
Well, and I have a feeling they probably still owe money.
I think so. If you look at the ECW bankruptcy filing, MSG was basically being paid a few bucks a week to even stay on the air. I was surprised ECW was even on the air with MSG.
MSG was paying. Yeah, well, actually, ECW did a very good job hanging on with a diversity of television entities when they weren't paying.
Yeah.
And they actually did a wonderful job doing that. Steve Carroll actually jumped through hoops there.
It was a little, how would you say, shell game going on there, too.
One of the keys at stations is once they have you in too much debt, any money they get is money that they can put into the bank, and so they'll string it out, and they'll actually keep you on for at least a while.
Yeah.
And they work that gimmick as well as anybody ever has.
And, by the way, Dave, I tuned in a little late. I heard a few of the names from OVW, Keck, Howell, and,
Turkey were the only OVW guys
Those the only
dropped.
guys I heard?
Those are the only OVW guys dropped, but there are a lot of developmental. Most of the Memphis guys are. Seems like about 2/3 of them.
Yeah,
are
I
dropped,
read that. It's basically, would you call it a consolidation?
No,
I think that they got rid of the ones that they didn't think were going to make it.
You're kind of combining Les and OVW there, kind of going back and forth a little bit. Wouldn't you say that?
Certainly.
But
Plus,
you have to
because they're
understand that Les's promotion is 90 minutes away from Corny.
Yeah, I know that, yeah.
And so they have the ability to run a circuit with Corny helping, because Les has never been that good at running the house shows. So if they actually, the key of what WWF wants is ideally they want the USWA system, where you're running 4 or 5 days a week and keeping the boys busy.
Yeah.
Because that's the key of development system. And the problem anybody else has is how much they run and how much work the guys can get and whether they like what they're doing. And that's the gravy on it. So anybody that they may eliminate, like Memphis, or modify other deals, they're looking at, are they delivering across all the layers? I mean, anybody can put a damn ring in a building and call it a school. But at the end result is you have to keep them out there, even if it's 20 people in the fucking audience.
And if you
my deal with WCW, I was paid based on how many shows I ran. The key was the more I did, the better I was doing, even if there were 4 people and a chicken in the audience.
And by the way, Dave, when you see talent being cut, it's not like they can't pick and choose who they want anyway. Like you see them having Chris Daniels and Scoot Andrews in TV taping matches.
No, of course
they
they
want
can.
sign people. They can't.
They can get anyone they want, and they're not. You know. Here's the thing. They're not poor.
I know.
And they can afford anything they want to do right now,
But a lot
and
of these
probably
guys,
for the next several years.
Yeah, but a lot of these guys have kind of been there for a while, like you mentioned. You know, you got to bring them up or cut them loose. You know?
Yeah, well, sooner or later.
That's why they were cut loose.
That's why they were cut loose.
You can't be the welfare house for wrestlers and you to work sometimes, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but the WWF will always have a spot for the guys that have brought them to the party.
Yeah.
You know, I have a feeling that Calloway and all of the other guys, when they decide not to wrestle anymore, will have jobs backstage.
No, and I'm talking about just keeping on guys, a lot of these, workers just for the sake of it. You know what I mean? Just letting them stay up there.
Well, you can't do that. You're not. You can't do that.
Think of it at any real level. Vince is not that kind of businessman.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, we are totally out of time. I want to thank you so much, Bill, for coming by.
Thank you.
And we'll have you on again. And tomorrow we're going to have Roland Alexander, and we'll see everybody tomorrow at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We got Brian Alvarez, Figure 4 Weekly here. We're also going to have Roland Alexander, promoter and wrestling school owner from here in Northern California. We'll be talking about, he's got a big show late in the month, and actually it's pretty apropos to have him on because we're going to talk a lot about Tough Enough today, but that is not our number one story. The first thing we're going to talk about is that it appears that the relationship between China and the World Wrestling Federation is kaput. The two sides of her contract, Joni Lauer's contract with the WWF, expires in November, and all negotiations for renewal are pretty much done at this point, as in that the two sides are not expecting to talk anymore, so it's an impasse. It's been, I think a lot of people have known for a couple of months that there was a good chance she wouldn't be with the company after November. If you have watched, seen some of her interviews, she kind of set the stage for it. If you watch the TV, you can kind of see her being phased out. You can see her changing her look completely to fit more into the Hollywood thing, losing all the muscle mass, dieting strictly, really dieting, that Hollywood actress dieting, things like that. Basically, I think that it'll become official by the end of the day today that she probably will not be back on television anymore. And I guess they'll have to decide what they're going to do about the women's title. I guess they should have double-crossed her at Backlash. I guess some people might be thinking that today. But she double-crossed them. The story at the Backlash, I guess. I remember the day after Backlash when we were on here, and I go,
when we were appalled at that match.
I was not just appalled, but just I thought how strange it was. Well, it was, because that's not the match that was laid out.
And the funny thing about that is, Lita and China are talking about how, oh yeah, we're all good friends, we're confidants and everything like that, and
they were. She worked.
Great friends.
She worked. Boy did China work Lita, and all the other women. And you could see China didn't want to work with any of the women, And I think that was a lot of it was when the decision was made that China wasn't going to be able to beat men anymore. I think it all went downhill from there. And
this reminds me so much of the Sable story in that. You listen to some of China's interviews, like on Entertainment Tonight, and she's talking about how, I want to go off and do things as Joni. I want to separate myself from this China character.
Well, she knew it was coming.
There's so many people that get the success with the World Wrestling Federation and think that this is something that they have accomplished on their own, and that maybe they would have achieved this level without the marketing machine behind them. And then they go out in the real world, and they're really nothing.
Well, I don't think that any of them really will delude themselves into thinking that they would not have gotten to that level without it, but I think that a lot of them, because when they're at that level, think that they don't need it to maintain that level, and in most cases, they're wrong. Sable was the perfect example, and I would presume that China would likely be as well, but, who knows? She's gotten some acting gigs. Sable got some acting gigs, so... Anyway, that's the deal there. Let's talk about Tough Enough, Brian. I'm sure you have a lot to say. And
I have a lot to say about Tough Enough today. I was looking forward to this show for so long, and I really enjoyed it. I wish they would have had more of the training footage, but I guess we can wait until next week for that. But for about the first 10 minutes of the show, they showed a bunch of guys trying to jump over a bag and falling on their ass and trying to run from one side of the ring to the other and fall on their ass. And for a little while, I felt really bad for these people, and I was actually sad watching this show. But then about 10 minutes in, I had this revelation, and the revelation was, screw these people. Almost every one of them. Because some of this is going to sound kind of pompous, but this is just the way it is. I work my ass off. I work out at the gym. I watch my diet. And I have no aspirations of making it to the WWF. I do this because I do indie shows in front of a couple hundred people. And a better example would be you. When you have time, you work your ass off. And you watch your diet, and you not only have no aspirations of going to the WWF, you have no aspirations of doing indie shows. Yeah, except that one match with me that I guarantee that someday you'll have. But anyway, the point is, this is stuff that we do for ourselves. And I saw these people on this show, and these people weren't even trying out for, Wacky Mountain Wrestling. These guys were trying out for the World Wrestling Federation. And they showed up in the shape that they showed up in, and I just went, how can this even be? And what was even more pathetic was some of these people, after they didn't make the cut, they were talking about how, this was my life goal. I wanted this so badly. And it was almost like they expected it to be handed to them because they had this desire inside them, but really didn't have enough desire to actually work out or get in shape. And we have heard interviews from a million different wrestlers, and I cannot think of one wrestler that has ever said, I just had this great desire, I didn't even really try, and it was just handed to me, and I made a great career, and I made $1 million, and I'm a superstar now. No wrestler has ever said that. And the perfect example from the last couple of days would be Pete Gas, who has been released from the WWF, a childhood friend of Shane McMahon. This guy grew up with the McMahons, and sure, he got in easy. He broke in easily because he was friends, but from that point on, it was up to him, and he couldn't cut it, and now he's gone. Being a friend of the McMahons, in the long run, meant absolutely nothing. And I just could not believe some of these people on this show showing up the way that they did, thinking that just because they had this desire and could go into character, most of which were horrendous, that they would just be pulled into the WWF and become superstars in the main event. And
or because they had implants.
Oh, yeah. But I actually felt like Taz for a moment when that dude, I think his name was Tom, I wanted so badly for Tom to make it. Because I just wanted to see Taz and Al Snow and even Jackie just beat the hell out of this guy.
Oh,
but
the one who thought he was
young Tom
God's
did not
gift.
make it.
What about the one who thought he was God's gift and did make it and then backed off at the last
Yeah, that's
minute?
the one I'm talking about. That guy right there.
Yeah.
I was so sad when I heard he pulled out.
Yeah, I almost, and again, I haven't talked to anyone since the show, but watching that show, I had a feeling that may have been, there are going to be, reality TV and autobiographies that are supposed to be truthful and things like that. The reality of a lot of this is that because it's television, there's always what's the word I'm looking for? Fudging. And I almost thought that they put him there because his stuff was so compelling, but the other guy who ended up getting his last minute slot,
was a much better choice.
When I was looking at it, well, first of all, he was a big, good-looking guy. Okay, the other guy really didn't seem to have anything other than the fact that you kind of wanted to see him beat up. Okay, and I almost got the impression that the producers kind of have here's this story of this guy who was actually cut, and we're bringing him in case he does make it. Okay, and not that it's fixed that he's going to make it or anything, but it makes they're trying to make good television stories, and I almost. Again, I could be dead wrong on this one, but I almost thought that was a little too hokey for me. Like, wait a minute, all of a sudden, this guy who, when I was looking at it, I was going like, well, this guy's being picked for sure. He's cut. He's sad he's cut. And then all of a sudden, there he is with this other guy, the arrogant guy, where I'm going like, except for the fact that I kind of want to see him, humiliated just because of his attitude. We all know he has no prayer. And they're not picking guys with no prayer, although I think there were one or two guys in there.
Well, I think they might have, if the guy that made it was on the bubble, I can almost see them dropping him in favor of this other guy who has no chance, just because for the sake of good television, you want to have one guy in there that thinks he's God's gift to life, and he just gets destroyed.
Yeah, I guess.
That's almost a better story right there.
Yeah, I like that guy who was cut coming in. It seemed like kind of too good of a story, especially because if it was somebody else that was on the bubble, like someone who was really a marginal choice on the bubble, I would have believed it and go, okay, it's marginal. But this one was like, there were 3 or 4 guys only that when you're watching all this where you're going like, well, these guys for sure. And he was one of them. And then all of a sudden you find out he's cut, but then there it is in that last scene. Hey, guess what? He made it.
Yeah.
But the other thing was, think about this, Brian. There were 2,500 tapes sent, and there were like 200 people who were invited, 250, whatever the number was, 230, I think. What about those other 2,170 tapes? Can you just imagine?
I can't imagine. I was appalled with the 250 people that made it.
Of those 230, I mean, like, realistically, of the ones we saw, except for the ones that made it, and not even all of them, but except for the ones that made it, it was like, what were a lot of these people thinking? I mean, some of the people just showed up. They just showed up out of shape. I mean, the worst thing you could do, look at what these guys look like on TV, and granted, most of them are on steroids and things like that. Nevertheless, there were guys there that made it that obviously I don't think were on steroids, but, they trained hard, they were athletic, things like that. You're going to something like that, and you think you can make it to the WWF, And I mean, like, I am not anywhere close to the world's best athlete, but I know I can jump over that thing without falling on my face. And I know that I can run the ropes. The first time I ever ran the ropes, okay, in a ring, I mean, it was like I was as uncoordinated as anyone, but I did not fall down. You know what I mean? I did not trip. And I'm just thinking, you know, between that.
Hey, well, you did better than me in my first match then, because I hit the middle rope like a mini.
But I think that the other thing that bothered me while we get off that subject, and I really like the show too, and I'm sure I'm going to watch it, you know, probably regularly. I think it's going to be like, well, I think I have to, and I will, and I expect to enjoy it too. Is that what was I going to say? As far as you know, the whole thing is that well, I don't even know my train of thought other than whatever. Where was I going with that? Doesn't even matter.
Taz was awesome. Al Snow was awesome. All those guys that.
Yes, they were.
I mean, there was just Taz to me. I was like thinking everything that he was saying when he reached over and was like whispering to Al Snow, "I can't wait to break this guy down." That was like the exact thing that I was thinking, and I thought, you know, this is the greatest TV show that I've ever seen. I mean, the thing with the jumping over the bag. I was just appalled to see so many non-athletes in that ring. You know what I mean? I mean, aren't there any athletes that want to get into wrestling?
That was the other thing. I'm thinking with this open tryout that you were going to find some, you know. I mean, I was sick of arrogant bodybuilders, and there were like a dozen or so of those, you know what I mean, of the arrogant kind of bodybuilder, and a few of them. I don't know if they actually made it, but aside, you know, you kind of had like. You had like either you had bodybuilders and like the girl who wants to be in Playboy who were trying to, you know, kind of like you know, using that, and then you had people who were unprepared. I mean, what about just people who were like the Ivy League football guy? See, now I liked him because it was like, you know, he was a big guy. I don't know if he took steroids or not. I mean, he didn't have a steroided up body, but he clearly lifted and was a big, strong, athletic guy. And, you know, you look at him and go, okay, you know, he's in shape, and you know, he may be able to take the thing, you know what I mean? Yeah. And then you think of some of these other guys. Well, what I was going to say is, when those guys, when they did the final cut and the ones that didn't make it, I was just thinking to myself, I'm sure you were too, you know, it's my dream, like my whole life, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just thinking, like, if it is, then why don't you go to wrestling school like everybody else that made it in wrestling?
Yeah.
I mean, if your whole
it was like they had a dream, but they didn't care enough to even do the slightest bit of research to find out that, yes, there actually are wrestling schools. You do not have to go to an open tryout to make it to the WWF. You can start on the indie scene and work your way up.
Yeah, and I mean, the odds are great against it, but, you know, let's face it, the odds are great against this as well, and you know, the two things is the guy who wins, if this show is a hit, and of course there's no guarantee it will be, because it's a very competitive television environment, but it is a good show. But if this show is a hit, I think that the guy who wins will probably have a short shelf life of fame to where people will really want to be behind him. And the sad part of that is that he won't be ready for it, and you know, he's going to end up, you know, if he is a keeper in like Ohio Valley, and by the time, you know, he actually is ready, it won't matter anyway. The other one is I think that they should put, and not on a pay-per-view, but perhaps on SmackDown next week or on Raw in the next week or two, they should put Taz against Steve Austin, because I think that after 2 or 3 weeks, Taz will be so over from this show that it's not even funny. And not that he should beat him or anything like that. In fact, he should lose. But I'm just saying that just.
But at least have a hell of a showing.
Yeah, just like have Taz go in there and go, I am just so mad at having to deal with these prima donnas, and I can't do anything to them. I want to wrestle Steve Austin. And, you know, I just think that any match that Taz does on TV, if he was over more than his push before, which he always was, he will be way more over than his push if the show is a hit. I'm not so sure about Al Snow. I mean, Al Snow, I think, is going to get over as like a very nice, smart guy, but I didn't sense that like people are going to go, oh, I can't wait for Al Snow on TV. But Taz, you know, he came off pretty good. Anyway, let's talk about SmackDown last night.
One thing I got to say real quick, though, is I think that every aspiring wrestler in this world should have to watch this series. I mean, this should be put out on videotape, and, you know, I don't think that there's anybody who should try to be a wrestler without watching this, because they will learn a very, very important lesson before they even take that first step.
Oh, yeah, it's a great educational thing. But these guys also, you know, they really are lucky, though.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. if they recognize it or not, but they're real lucky because they're getting on TV and they're getting good instruction. You know, I mean, like there's a lot of wrestling schools where you're not getting good instruction too.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact is they're, you know, if they do, you know, show up and do well. I mean, first of all, a lot of these guys, if they do well and get cut, they probably, just because of their television exposure, might be able to do something on the indie scene for the short term, and you know what I'm saying? Because they've been on TV a lot, and become cult favorites. I mean, Rory Fox only had one TV show, and you know, people always talked about him or Cena, John Cena, who of course we've had on the show. They were only on one television special each, and they got, you know, this kind of insider cult following. I mean, these people are going to have 13 weeks on MTV in prime time. At least the ones that survive, you know. So even the ones that make the final, you know,
plus they're going to get that exposure on Raw and SmackDown. I mean, pretty much every one of them, just because you know they're going to show clips of the show. I mean, look at all the XFL stuff we had to put up with.
You're absolutely right, because they will. They'll be promoting the show like crazy on those things.
Hey guys,
SmackDown.
Hey guys, I got a quick question about this though. Are these guys getting paid as they're being trained? I mean, are they getting, you know, room and board? I mean, is there any like incentive, or they're just, you know, they have to go through all the same stuff that, you know...
I would expect they're getting paid, but I don't know that as a fact.
I mean, I would imagine that...
I'm sure, like, their expenses are being paid. I don't think they're, like, getting a paycheck to...
Right, but
I guess they might. I don't know. They're not contestants. It's kind of like a game show.
Yeah, I think that they're probably getting some money, and but I don't know that. But you know, they're getting to live in that was a hell of a house.
Oh yeah.
You can imagine Stamford, Connecticut. That's a rich place. I mean, dumps are expensive there. That was a hell of a nice house that those people got to live in.
So they're actually doing a lot better than some of the guys who are working the indie scene now. Who are,
they're doing better than all of them. Are you kidding?
Right. That's what I mean. They're saying, you know, you guys are saying, yeah, they you know, if they get this big break or whatever, they haven't really worked as hard as a lot of these other guys, you know, guys like Mike Modest and Chris Daniels and stuff.
Oh God, please don't bring that up. I'm going to cry.
No, but I'm just saying, who have put in all the sweat and the, you know, and the years behind it. These guys are coming in, you know, basically with nothing and pretty much getting a lot of stuff handed to them. I mean, they have to work for it, but you know, they're way up on a lot of these other guys.
Oh, yeah. Way up on everyone. Oh, you should see some of the letters that I got this morning from independent wrestlers. They were not happy with that aspect of it, and nor should they be. It's not a fair world. But I think, you know, it's a television show, and they're trying to produce entertaining television. And as a concept, you know, so far so good, I guess. I guess the ratings will tell the story like they always do. Anyway,
well, I think we need to wait also to watch the training that these guys go through, because they may not pay the dues of some people, but they're going to take a beating.
Oh, they're going to pay dues, but they're going to pay 9 weeks of dues.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, they're not going to pay the dues of these guys that, you know, like a Mike Modest or someone who's, you know, been out there for 10 years working indies, learning the business, studying videos. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're not going to, you know, I mean, they're going to train real hard for 9 weeks. But you know what? I mean, if you're like a football player, and you're going to, you know, like before the high school season or the college season, I mean, they work your ass off too, you know? I mean, anyone who's ever played, you know, football or God knows wrestling, because that's harder than football, you know, I mean, and you know, what's the upside of that? I mean, I've done enough wrestling training to know that, you know, and there's no money in that. And that's, you know, that is hard training. And it's probably similar training to what they're going to go through. I mean, it's going to be real hard, but, you know, it's like a lot of people go through real hard training. I mean, for no rewards and no contract and no television exposure or things like that. So
SmackDown was another one of those shows that I enjoyed it, but when it was over, I just thought, well, what the hell are they doing? Which is probably about the third show in a row that I've said that now. But they lost the belts, and it was about as dumb on TV as it was reading about it. And that's all I got to say about that.
Well, I mean, to me, watching it, I enjoyed the show. And my thoughts when it was over was that, you know, and looking back on everything and stuff that I already know, is that on June the 4th, which was 3 weeks ago, they gave up on this main event angle as far as the aspect of making Chris Benoit and Chris Jericho into the top position. I think that decision was made weeks ago, and once that decision was made, everything that's happened since happened. And I think that what I've been saying about most of the TV in the last couple of weeks is it's entertaining TV, but it does nothing to build the pay-per-view. I thought last night's show attempted to build for the pay-per-view, but they had completely given up on Benoit and Jericho. And so instead of figuring that, you know, these guys, whatever, and I don't know why they gave up on them, because for the 2 weeks they pushed them really hard, it seemed to be working, and God knows they had hellacious matches, that they go like, instead, like whatever interest in the main event was built around, can Austin survive the odds, or else his relationship with Mr. McMahon is over, and Benoit and Jericho just happen to be these 2-bit players involved in that, incidental players in the puzzle with Austin and McMahon. And I felt that they were also counting on Undertaker and Page to be more important, because they give them a hell of a lot more interview time than Benoit and Jericho. And even with Austin's interview time, and Austin had a ton of interview time last night, none of it was really... he never mentioned Benoit and Jericho in his interviews, did he?
Nope, I don't think so.
Yeah,
they didn't even show up till the end of the show.
They didn't show up till the end of the show. He didn't talk about them. They have given up on that match, and they gave up on that match 3 weeks ago. And anyone who doesn't understand that, just watch that show and think about it. And the other thing that I thought that was very smart they did was they edited a lot of Undertaker's interview out. The stuff that we talked about on Wednesday.
All the stuff about burying the company.
Yep. So I'm giving them a lot of credit that they did the right thing there.
One of the things, in fact, I wrote about this a couple of weeks ago, was it's just so sad that they gave up on Benoit and Jericho as top guys so quickly. I mean, you look back at Steve Austin, you look back at Hunter, you look back at The Rock, and all those guys, they pushed and pushed and pushed. I mean, when we were talking about this, when Hunter won the belt, it's like, this guy's not ready. And they just shoved that dude down our throats. They did everything. And, he finally made it. But how many months did it take for him to really start to make it? And what did he have to do to get to that level? Beat Mick Foley over and over and over again.
How many times? Over and over. Remember on TV, we're going like, God, he's beating Mick Foley every single week on TV. He's got to lose at the pay-per-view. And then he would win at the pay-per-view.
And he kept beating him every time.
And you know what? And it was the right decision, because Mick Foley was retiring, and Mick Foley figured, his role is to, preserve the future of the company and to make this guy a star. So, good for Mick Foley. He did the right thing. And Hunter became a superstar because of it.
I mean, all three of those guys became superstars, and it took a damn long time. And to think that after 1 week, Vince McMahon just goes, what the hell was I thinking? I can't do this. I mean, it's just like, it makes me worry about the future. I mean, okay, who else is there that he can build? And if there was somebody that was really obvious, let's just say Kurt Angle. I mean, is Vince really going to have the patience now with ratings going down to push that guy like he pushed these three to get them to the level that they're at now?
I don't think choice. So. Okay, but he has no choice.
He has no choice, but he had no choice with Benoit and Jericho, and even though he had no choice, his choice was no.
I know. And I don't understand. I really don't understand. Any more comments as far as... I thought the Kane match was a lot better than expected on the show. I thought Page was much better. Of course, that was pre-taped.
Kane and Albert. Whoever thought that those two would be able to work well together? Kane and Albert are having better matches than like Kane and Benoit had. Or Kane and anybody.
Well, Albert's the one they're going to push. Because he's really big in that locker room.
I think that anybody that listens to this show and reads my newsletter knows that I am far from Michael Cole's biggest fan, but I thought he did a hell of a job last night. He did a good enough job that I actually felt bad for Michael Cole. I felt bad for him.
That was really well done. As far as like, as far as stirring emotion. But you know what? I tell you what, and I guess it's just the reality of wrestling and everyone knowing what it is I'm watching this segment, and Steve Austin just killing Michael Cole. I mean, unmerciful. I mean, this poor guy, and he's wearing this shirt so you can see just how scrawny he really is. I mean, to exemplify that this is not a big, tough guy by any means. And Steve Austin's just stiffly kicking him. And I think they had mics somewhere because, boy, it sounded great. And you see these fans in the background, and they're just laughing. And I was watching those fans, and I'm going like, God, I mean, it's like if you're not going to be emotionally involved in this, and it's like, hey, whatever, you paid your ticket money, you can react however you want. But I'm thinking like, man, I mean, they were just like laughing. What are you going to do? I mean, he was unmercifully killing this poor man.
And it wasn't even during the beating, but right when Steve Austin came down to ringside and he looked at Michael Cole, there were like 3 fans in the front row behind Cole, and they're screaming, "Get him!" And they're pounding their fist in their hand like this. And I just thought, oh my God. Yeah. Everybody wants to see poor Michael Cole get beaten up.
Yeah. I'm going to hit a few emails. Let's see. What is the relationship between Shane Douglas and Paul Heyman? There is none. Does Douglas have even a slim chance of getting into WWF or WCW? Yeah, slim. I'd say very slim.
Pretty soon.
Let's see. Yes. What is Alex Wright and Bam Bam Bigelow's contract status? Alex Wright is still under contract at Time Warner. He does not have a 90-day cycle. I'm not sure how much longer. Bigelow, I think, is a free agent right now. I'm not positive of that. How long is Tiger Ali Singh signed? I don't know. Does Tiger's
I think
father
that guy
still...
hasn't been cut yet.
I know. Does Singh's father still wrestle? I don't believe he still wrestles. Whatever happened to Babu? Babu's wrestling for IWA in Puerto Rico, Pablo Marquez. When was the first match ever between Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant? It was in Dothan, Alabama, and I'm guessing it was in the late 70s, like maybe 79, maybe 78, 79 in Dothan, Alabama at the Houston Farm Center. Anything new with WCW getting either SmackDown or Raw, or is Wade Keller blowing smoke up everyone's ass? I think Wade Keller is... I don't know what he wrote, but it's not... I have a feeling he's probably right, or pretty close, of something. But I don't know exactly what he wrote, but yeah, pretty close. Let's see, any chance of getting Bret Hart or Eric Bischoff on the show? Eric Bischoff, I'm sure we'll have on the show at some point soon.
Plug in the pay-per-view.
Yeah, or plugging, the Mat Rats or something. But, or whatever projects. He's involved in a lot of different things. I just talked to him yesterday, believe it or not, about a lot of different projects. And Bret Hart actually was going to do the show just a few weeks ago, and then that thing happened, with Calgary, when the WWF did the show in Calgary. And I talked to him afterwards, and I go, when you want to do the show, and he just goes, well, everyone's going to call up about my family, and if I say anything, I come off bad, so let's just let it rest so everyone forgets about it. So when everyone forgets about all that stuff, he may do it.
So, never.
Okay, we got Roland Alexander on the line. Roland, how are you today?
Good. How you doing, David? How you doing, Brian?
Hey, we're doing good. Did you watch Tough Enough last night?
No, I was so bummed out because I missed it because I wanted to watch it really badly and at least to record it. And because to be honest with you, I thought Beyond the Mat was going to go in that direction, and I thought it would have been great for fans to see what it really takes to become a wrestler and what you got to go through, and it's a lifestyle change, and so I was kind of bummed out that I missed it. But we've had so much going on around here that I just couldn't get away.
Oh, okay, because I'm just interested in how. I don't know. This is a good question, because actually the one thing that you will see more than any of us is people coming through your door or calling you up on the phone and say, I want to be a wrestler and I want to join the school. What percentage of them have any clue what this really is?
Boy, I really hope this doesn't hurt our boot camp business, because I tell you, the percentages are so low. And I'd like to think that the percentages with us are a little higher than most other training schools, but when I first started the training school, there was still that old school mentality where, let's break people down, let's discourage them, let's take their money, and they're not big enough, they're not 230, 240, and I think it's because I had a lot of sour grapes about not being a big guy myself, not having the genetics, and really being lazy, not wanting to work hard enough on my body to get to where I wanted to be a wrestler, that I thought, this is something I'm going to do for the little guy, and so I've given almost everybody an opportunity that walks through the doors, and I remember the Matt Heisen story. He was 135 pounds, and I was impressed with how tough he was in the ring and stuff. And I try to encourage everybody. Let's push this guy. Let's convince him to not just go through the manager's camp, but go through the because I think this kid is good, and that's how I've always.
I told everyone that's Spike Dudley for those who don't know the story.
Yeah, and that's how I've always felt about I feel if you're a little guy and you work hard and you got a good you got a good attitude and you're dedicated and loyal and it's your dream and you just go for it. I think little guys should be given an opportunity. Look at the things that Rey Mysterio Jr. did. And so, we had the attitude where let's take everybody, and naturally for business that's good but you'd be surprised at the percentages. I mean, I'd say out of every 100 people that walk through those doors, I'd say maybe 30% make it in APW. Okay, now APW is just a minor league feeding system, and Jesus, you got no shot at doing anything else if you can't make it with APW. And of this 30 to 40% that make it with APW, I'd say probably 10% at the most will have a shot at the big time, the major league. So out of every 100, maybe 3 or 4 have a shot at getting to the WWF. Guys like a Michael Modest that walked through the door, I've always been told by the old schoolers that, God, you're lucky if you were to be in business 30 years, you're lucky if you get one guy like that walks through the door.
Now, when people come in to train, do you get people that seem to think that you could train like a dead man? Like they can come in with absolutely nothing, and the training will make them a wrestler, give them a body, and all that stuff?
Yes, and yes.
Wow.
It's amazing. Like, I don't want to get into people's heads on what they think, because everybody has a right to pursue their dream, but sometimes we're amazed at the kind of people that walk through our doors, and they've got enough for a $500 deposit, but they don't even own a vehicle, and they think that they're going to walk through the doors and there's going to be a gimmick table, and because they're so brainwashed by what they see in the WWF, and even some of our students today, they say, well, why am I working so hard on this wrestling part? Like, I watch WWF and they're not wrestling, and it's very difficult to tell a student that, listen, this is the way we do things, this is the way you got to do things, like it or not, and someday the business may go full circle and may come back to wrestling, so this is to your advantage to be able to know how to wrestle,
But even if not, if you cannot wrestle, they will not take you. Even if they don't make you on television wrestle a 20-minute match, the fact is that there will come a time where on the road you're going to have to do 8 or 9 minutes, but be able to do the transitions and all of that stuff.
Or look at the pay-per-views.
I would like
to that's right, pay-per-views. That's the thing you don't. I mean, on a WWF pay-per-view, if you're in a main event spot and you can't pull together a 25-minute match, you're not going to keep that spot.
And I would like to think so. And when regional wrestling existed, you could work 5-6 nights a week. Ted DiBiase in his rookie year probably had 250 matches at least. And today in indie wrestling, like, we're a pretty active indie, and we don't do more than 2 shows a month. And so that would take somebody 10 years to get that kind of experience. And so we put more of a stress on the training, and I'd like to think that you can be, but it doesn't happen. The industry, I don't know, it's so much based on look, it's so much based on credentials, and I'm not picking on everybody, but you take a Mark Henry who's put in the ring just solely on credentials alone,
But
really,
ultimately he didn't make it, though.
Yeah,
but he did get a
really
chance.
Trained. He was never really trained, and now they're going back to square one with him, and it's like that should have been done to begin with, I think,
Mm-hmm. Well, part of the thing was that you coming, and I'll tell you what, now we look at this in hindsight, the greatest thing that ever happened to Kurt Angle was that he turned down that first job, because they offered him, he was coming right off the Olympics, and they wanted him on TV, like right after the Olympics, to capitalize on this Olympic gold medal, and he would have been so not ready, and people would have just, he wouldn't have made it.
As talented as he is, I think you're right. I don't think he would have been as successful as he is today, and I think if they'd have held off even a little longer, he might have even been more successful. I mean, as talented as he is, there's a guy that if you gave actual 2-year training program to, he'd take full advantage of it, and he'd come out raring to go,
But guys like him, they're one in a million or maybe a billion.
That's the guy Buddy Rogers was talking about. He says you could own your school for 30 years, and if one of him walks through the doors, you're going to be lucky. You're going to be
Kurt Angle,
the greatest gift in the world to you. And that's how I felt with Michael Modest. And when Donovan Morgan walked through the doors, even though he's starting to walk in those Mike Modest footsteps, he wasn't that. Donovan Morgan has really worked to get to where he is today, and so. He's not one of those guys that walk through the doors and you just go, oh my God, So,
but I remember when Donovan first started out, and he was doing a lot of risks, and you could see watching him wrestle in the garage that he had the desire, and I don't think that. Maybe I'm wrong about this. I don't know if you can teach that part, and that's the key, and that's really the key in this business more than anything else is the fact of against all odds, I will persevere, and if I don't persevere, I will not have an emotional breakdown. I will just keep going.
And you could see that he didn't have the gymnastic or the athletic ability that those that did similar stuff that he did in the ring had, and perhaps that's one of the reasons he got injured a couple of times. But he really learned the psychology game real well. He learned the mat wrestling. He's very impressive as far as a mat wrestler is concerned, and naturally his body still sucked for a long time, and now he's coming around with that. He's really made some strides, and those are the kind of people that you got to be a student of the game. You got to be, like, as far as like Noah's concerned, like with the reason guys like Noah are impressed with a Modest or a Donovan is not necessarily because of the job we do, although I think we do a good job with fundamentals and stuff, but it goes beyond that. It goes like you got to be a student of the game. You got to be a guy that's willing to watch 10 to 15 to 20 hours of footage every week of different stuff, including Japanese stuff, and just learn as much as you can learn. Like at one time, Donovan used to not watch wrestlers that were horrible, and I got on him for that. And I used to tell him, Donovan, I don't care how much this guy sucks. He's going to do one thing you can walk away with. So you can learn from everybody.
I don't like watching wrestlers who are horrible either.
Yeah,
that's what the fast forward button's for.
Or learn some stuff that you don't ever want to do.
Well, I worked for a company one time, and I learned a lot from this company. It was the worst company you could ever work for, but I learned everything not to do in business. So.
Actually, I think I learned a ton watching WCW the last 2 years.
Exactly.
I mean, a ton.
Exactly.
Probably more than watching WWF, actually.
You can actually learn as much from them as you could from WWF because you learn about all the things not to do.
This is from Marty, who goes, can you explain to me why the house show in Trenton Saturday night has the big show against Kane in the main event in a cage? I thought cage matches were for high-profile feuds, and these two aren't even feuding to begin with. What's the logic?
Business is falling.
The logic is business is falling, and they felt the big show in Kane without the cage wouldn't draw, and with the cage it might draw a few extra people. And that's
the people that are setting the cage up.
No, but I think that one of the things is they usually do not book house shows the night before a pay-per-view. It's and what happened was Trenton is, for those of you who remember back, this was the original starting show for the new WCW television show when they were going to do those Wednesday night tapings was going to be in Trenton, New Jersey. And I think because they had the building booked and everything like that, they felt obligated the building to do a show. And with the schedule so booked, this was the only night. And I guess the idea was we don't want to put the stars on the show because the last thing we need is someone to get hurt the night before a pay-per-view. So that's why we're showing Kane in the middle.
Hey, Dave, back to Tough Enough. Did they show, did they show anything where they try to discourage, the guys, tactics that WCW has used in the past?
No, they didn't, make them squat till they puked, but they had Taz was pretty hard on them, but probably no harder than they deserved.
Yeah, and
it wasn't trying to run people off, but it was trying to make them, right away go, hey, this is not a cakewalk, guys.
I mean, the horrible thing, Roland, was they had these guys do these, what should be simple tasks, like jumping over a punching bag that was laying in the middle of the ring, or just running from side to side and touching the bottom rope, and there were guys falling down on their ass left and right.
Yeah, we don't do anything out of the ordinary to discourage people. We want people to pursue their dreams, but it's sad that the numbers are the way they are, but really, without us doing anything, people just drop off by the wayside and they just come in here not prepared, not ready, thinking wrestling is something different than what it really is.
Well, you've expressed to them when they first come in that please, before you start, get in good shape.
Yeah,
get in cardio shape.
Like right now, everybody we're signing up for the August camp, we tell them, listen, you can join this particular camp that's in session now and just participate with the cardio stuff, and you can come on Friday nights and join our strength and conditioning coach, Greg Thurston, and do all the cardio stuff, and they get dialed into the nutrition thing and the weight training and all that, because I'm going to tell you, if you're not ready when the camp starts, those first 30 days are going to be like hell, because we have a system. We do a lot of cardio. We do the amateur wrestling, and the amateur wrestling is for several reasons. One, I feel people should have an amateur background. Two, it is good cardio. And three, I think it toughens people up a little bit, and then we go into bumps. And so, the first 30 days of the camp has got to be the worst, most boring. You're not doing any pro wrestling. They don't learn how to lock up until week 5 or 6, So it's kind of discouraging, and that's where most of our numbers drop off. The dropouts, usually in the first 30 days.
Oh, I would think that, in the first week or two, because the ones think... Now, did they come in, because Brian talks to me about this, guys come in, and they have their idea for their gimmick right away.
Oh.
As opposed to, hey...
Or their big angle.
Day 3, they walk through the doors, and I don't recognize them, because they got, blonde hair and all kinds of different looks. So. Okay, this is from Jay, who goes, it's tough enough going to air in Canada. They're negotiating a deal. It's not finalized yet, but they're hopeful for late summer. But... by the time it airs in Canada, those of you who follow closely, you're going to already know who wins.
Doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Let's see. I read on the law side, did the WWF ever come to an agreement with Stampede and Bruce Hart? No, they did not, and nor will they. I don't want to say never, because that's too strong, but at no time soon are they going to be putting a developmental territory in Calgary. They want those developmental guys in one specific spot, and that's Cincinnati, Louisville. What's the best Pride match in your opinion? I think Silva Metzger. Silva Metzger was a hell of a match. Matsui and Pele was a hell of a match. Fujita and Takayama was a hell of a match. I don't know. You got any idea of best Pride match?
No, I just haven't seen enough of the Pride shows.
Silva Metzger was really good. Let's see. Do you think that the WWF's obvious lack of interest in smaller wrestlers could lead to someone attempt to set up a light heavyweight promotion based on the success of people in boxing like Mosley? I'd have to know how to... It's so hard because, there is something there. But nobody's ever really since the 60s probably has ever been able to really pull off what would be called... Remember in the old days, Roland, you probably remember this. They used to have junior heavyweight territories where like everyone in the territory was like 200 pounds.
Oklahoma, I think, was one of them.
Oklahoma, because Danny Hodge was the big draw.
Exactly.
Portland for years and years was called a light heavyweight territory. Los Angeles, and this is going back into the 40s and early 50s.
Because even
Los Angeles had
even Chavo and Roddy, they were heavyweights, but they were really more like junior heavyweights.
Okay, now that we're talking about that, would be the 70s Los Angeles, where they relied so heavily on Mexicans, and most of the Mexican wrestlers were junior heavyweights. So pretty much everyone in that company, with few exceptions, were junior heavyweights. So yeah, that was kind of a junior heavyweight. But in the 40s and 50s in Los Angeles, they had a promotional war, and they had basically the heavyweights were run by one guy. I don't remember the names anymore. And then they had a light heavyweight promotion, which only used light heavyweights. And the deal was the light heavyweight promotion had way, way, way more action, but the heavyweights drew better. But at that point in time, both did good business. Because I remember at Cauliflower Alley talking to Paul Bosch, and he was telling me about how, oh my God, when he was a heavyweight, was like, oh my God, like I think it was Hugh Nichols may have been one of the two promoters, because whoever did the light heavyweight, the light heavyweight promotion, and he just goes, we used to watch those guys, and it's like, God, they just outworked us. But they couldn't outdraw us. And I think that mentality, as years went on...
Yeah, but you know what I think you could do is, so much of this is perception, that I think if you created a promotion and everybody was smaller, and you didn't have any giant guys to show how small these people really were, and you didn't even bother saying it was a light heavyweight group, you just had a group of smaller guys that had awesome matches.
ECW.
Yeah, just don't have a giant in there to make everybody look like a midget.
Yeah. Or if you have one guy who's 6'4", you make him out to be a giant, like Mike Awesome in ECW. Mike Awesome, they made him out to be like some 6'8" monster, and and he could get away with it because everybody else there was 5'9", 5'10".
We did that Max Justice. We are a long
Max Justice for you guys, exactly. Yeah. Perfect example. Yeah. Yeah, he wrestles a monster style because he's tall. Because most of your guys aren't that tall.
But in WWF, he'd be probably a normal sized guy.
Yeah, he'd be Billy Gunn.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's start.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Billy Gunn, I just got to say something real quick. We've been talking about how Billy Gunn had his rotator cuff surgery, and he managed to stay gigantic during the off time. Apparently, the new Raw magazine has photos of Billy Gunn during his off time, and my friend said he looks like X-Pac.
Oh, my God. You're kidding.
No.
Oh, my God. Let's go to Alan in Florida. Alan, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Really good.
I had a few questions. Like they released some guys, through the development deals. Were there any wrestlers out of that you were shocked that they were released? Or thought they shouldn't have released for some reason?
I didn't watch enough Memphis to really give a great opinion on it. Like, I watched enough Ohio Valley, and the guys that they released, I knew it was likely to happen for months, actually, of those, Sylvester Turkey and Brian Keck. I expected them. I had heard a lot, and I've seen American Dragon and Spanky, and they're very good. And I didn't expect those guys to get released, but that's their decision. I don't think that they felt that guys that small had potential on their big roster, and
you think that's politics, Dave, with American Dragon?
Politics. There's politics in everything.
The Shawn Michaels thing and whatnot.
Well, all of Shawn's guys were cut.
Yeah.
I think one of them, they kept a guy named, one of his guys, Lance Cade or somebody like that.
That's right, dude. I think you are right. They did keep Lance Cade, but Lance Cade's a big guy. He's like 6'5". And again, Lance Cade's not as good as those other guys, but I think I think they have an idea of what they think you need to be on that roster, and I think that size is obviously very, very important to how Vince McMahon thinks. So a 6'5" guy who's 21 years old or whatever Lance Cade is, I think he's about that, who's, with blonde hair and a good worker, is someone that they would want, a guy who's 5'6", 170, like American Dragon, who's an awesome worker. I think they just didn't see him in the system. I guess that's the only answer. But as far as from what I had heard about American Dragon, I would say that, and then Spanky, those two, they surprised me. Yeah.
I thought they should have kept Christian York and Joey Matthews, but maybe if they gained some weight,
those two. But the thing with Christian York and Joey Matthews is it's all about timing. because Christian York and Joey Matthews are good, but they have like 10 guys on that WCW roster now under contract that are exactly the same as Christian York and Joey Matthews, and they're already under contract. They don't need 2 more guys just like that, I guess. Not that I'm saying they should have cut them, but just
no.
Like when I look at WCW, the WCW roster as it stands, and again, these rosters are going to all be intermixed anyway at some point. But when I look at that roster, then people go, like you bring in like this guy and this guy and this guy because they're small, and I'm thinking like they got enough small guys. They need to bring some headliners to that side. Now I could see them bringing in some small guys to the WWF side because they're kind of they got Tajiri and get opponents for them, but they are not thinking that way. So they're not thinking that way. What can I say?
Another guy? Another guy. I think his name was Sylvester.
Turkey. That's Sylvester Turkey.
Yeah, isn't he supposed to be pretty good? I mean, he has an amateur background.
Look.
He wasn't good, but he was really big.
Yeah, he had a great amateur background. He looked like Bruiser Brody. They tried to teach him to wrestle like Bruiser Brody, but he wasn't Bruiser Brody. And, they gave him time. I mean, they gave him time to develop. It just didn't happen.
So in other words, all these guys released, does that definitely mean they don't have another shot at possibly getting another deal later on? Or?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, if they
Anything can happen.
If they were to go to independence or go to Japan and become big stars, they could come back. And, some of these guys, Sylvester Turkey might be someone that Misawa would want. Although, God, it would be a killer for him, though. I mean, he better shave his head because the worst thing you could ever want to do is go to Japan looking like Bruiser Brody. Oh, God. But they may like him because of that look because, he's 6'5" and 330 pounds. It's a big guy.
Now, as far as, like, does this have any, this doesn't mean they're not going to, I mean, obviously they're always looking for more talent, development talent. How do they, I mean, like, as far as, how many guys do they have on development now? Because not everybody knows about every single person they have on a development contract necessarily.
I don't know what the number is, but the folding of WCW and the lack of competition has changed the whole dynamics of this. I don't think that a lot of these guys would have been cut if they were still a WCW because then they would be afraid to, one of the reasons they signed so many guys up a couple of years ago to developmental deals, and they were signing guys up left and right, and Roland knows, I mean, they signed Vic Grimes and Aaron O'Grady. Vic Grimes long before he was ready, I felt, and I don't know if Roland will say the same thing, but the deal was that they saw this guy with a lot of guts who was very agile for a big guy, and they didn't want WCW signing him first, even though he wasn't ready. And Roland, you remember that time.
Jim Cornette, I questioned, not that I wouldn't want to do something for my own graduates, I do, but I'm so dedicated to the business that I just mentioned to Jim, I said, I just think Vic's too raw, especially behind in the dressing rooms. He just needs a little bit more, grooming. And he said, "Oh no, you're probably right." He goes, "But the thing is you got to get a guy like that because if you don't, WCW will." He said, "What happened several years ago?" He goes, "I scouted, Paul White, and I thought he had a lot going for him, and I mentioned him to Vince McMahon, and by the time they reacted, he was having a second pro match on a pay-per-view with Hulk Hogan, and it was too late, and so."
And they gave him $1 million for 10 years, and
yeah. So sometimes they got to jump on those guys, with WCW. And you're absolutely right. I think.
But now they don't have to. Now they don't feel they have to, and that's why it's going to be a lot tougher to get developmental deals. They're going to want those guys to go through the indies now.
Exactly. And it's not like their talent roster's not filled, so they don't need quite as many guys being developed because there's not, that many guys being replaced.
So a lot of these guys that don't have, do you think? I mean, like Hogan, for example. The rumor about him starting up a group, whether or not. Obviously, he realizes, I don't think they're going to be able to compete regardless for McMahon, but if he's starting a group, isn't Jimmy Hart supposed to have something to do with it?
Jimmy, if Hogan's there, Jimmy's doing the legwork.
Well, I would
Jimmy's
think
one of the hardest working guys in this business.
To realize, I'm sure they're going to have all their old buddies and guys, but maybe some of these guys that have development deals that will not, having deals anymore, would be smart for them to use on their shows because they need some young guys, not just depend on all these old guys that,
And I'm sure they will, but not to the extent of a WWF, how they would do their thing. But
and also,
and another thing is, if that promotion actually got off the ground, you'd see a bunch of guys get signed by the WWF again.
Yeah, because they wouldn't want them to have the. Now, right now, there's how many? I believe they have a group in Puerto Rico, right? And then there's Ohio Valley. Then HWA took the place of Memphis.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So right now,
I don't know how much. I don't know how much they're going to have to do with IWA. I don't, I mean, in fact, I don't know how IWA is doing. They were doing very well, actually, a couple of months ago, but I don't know how much they're going to have to do with IWA in the future. I think they really want all their developmental talent in Ohio Valley and Heartland, which would kind of be the same thing because they're geographically close.
And plus, they got in California the UPW, Now,
yeah, I don't think that they're going to want their developmental guys in UPW. I think that the ones who they really have, I mean, they'll have a relationship with UPW, but the guys they have under contract, I think they're going to want in Louisville and Cincinnati.
now say one more quick question. Say McMahon wanted, or whatever, if they wanted like more territories or more developmental groups, what other groups do you see out there that exist or are decent enough to have a?
I don't think that they're thinking in that. I think that they're thinking what they got's enough.
You don't think, like, for example,
they're obviously looking. No, they're looking to consolidate costs, and I think they really like the job Cornette's done with Danny Davis, and I think they have a lot of confidence in Les Thatcher. And Les is pretty much a straight shooter and a lot, and all that. And they're geographically close. Les Thatcher and Jim Cornette have similar ideas about the business, and I think they're very comfortable with those, with those two territories. I don't think they're looking at adding any other territories really.
Because I could see somebody like Alpha who has a lot of experience. I don't know how often he runs shows, or even APW having a good deal. Doesn't APW work a lot with UPW?
We kind of just were exchanging some talents and stuff. They're an affiliate of WWF. We've never really been an affiliate of WWF, and for whatever reason, our talent, like I know there was an old saying one time. Jim Cornette at a tryout said, gosh darn it, Michael, if you could juggle plates or sing and dance, I could do a little bit more for you, but, damn it, you wrestle, So, oh well, but
that was that period.
We're always ready to do something, with everybody, but right now our area of concentration is with Japan.
What is wrong with the creative brains in WWF? Didn't we just see a wrestling company die because they didn't get behind the young talent who deserve pushes? The current WWF mentality is just like the WCW mentality. They push a guy for a few weeks and then they give up on it. Now WWF is doing the same exact thing. Chris Benoit and Chris Jericho's push should have continued. What are they thinking? They just thought it wasn't going to make it, and they went in a different direction. This is from Paul Miller, who goes, isn't the deep push of Benoit and Jericho simply the deep push of Jericho? Benoit is injured and will most likely need time off, so he can't be counted on. That's true, but the decision was made before they knew the extent of his injury. So it was what it was. What can I say?
Yeah.
Another incentive for a Taz Austin feud. No, I didn't say I wanted a feud. I just wanted one match because I don't think they could pull off the feud. Is the Michael Cole thing, and that actually was another reason. Is that Taz can stick up for Michael Cole. Taz can say he's in a bad mood from having to deal with those people on Tough Enough, and I think Taz is going to be a cult figure. And again, I haven't gotten the numbers yet. If the numbers for that show are good. I want to mention this also. Can you address what Taz meant when he asked one of the contestants who'd taken a few weeks of Kowalski school if he was going to be able to be reprogrammed? Are there issues with Kowalski school? I think one thing Roland can talk about is better. Every school has their own way of teaching.
That's right.
And Roland, Roland has gotten people, and I mean, I remember the story with Crash Holly. Crash Holly had been trained, and you had to totally retrain him. Is that pretty much just
It's a lot more difficult to train somebody that's been trained than it is to take someone in off the street who already, the guy that's been trained already has some bad habits. And Aaron, Crash Holly did very well in breaking a lot of the habits we wanted broken. Sometimes you teach things, there's no right, there's wrong, there's just different ways of teaching it. But certain things are pretty standard in the industry, like when you get thrown through the middle rope, you go a certain direction. And Crash being left-handed was never taught that it was universal, and so he was going the wrong way. And still to this day, I watch him get thrown through the middle ropes on WWF. He's still going the wrong way. So those habits sometimes are tough to break. Headlocks are always done from the left. There are certain things that are universal. Other things, there's really no right and wrong. Like I used to tell Modest, when they do an arm drag and they hook the arm, they should hook it under the right armpit. Everybody today in this generation hooks it under the left armpit. Well, we sort of gave up on trying to break those habits. So Mike's just put a new thing in the handouts that we hand out, and he called it the East Coast Armbar. We now have an East Coast Armbar we teach, which is where you hook the arm under the left armpit.
Also, is there any truth to the WCW is Raw rumor reported by The Torch? Very likely, yes. Very likely. This is for Brian. He goes, pro wrestling appeals to non-athletes. They don't understand it takes skill to wrestle. They figured since it's fake, they can make believe they're athletes. Foley thought that when he started. Brian, lighten up. Oh, Brian shouldn't lighten up.
God.
Come on, Brian, lighten up, guy.
I'm sorry, you're right. We need more non-athletes in this sport. We need more non-athletes trying out and disgracing themselves on national TV. You're right.
Yes. Let's see. Do you think the Tough Enough is just the WWF's attempt to jump on the reality show bandwagon? Absolutely. That's exactly what it is.
And it's a good idea.
Yeah. If it works, it's a great idea. Like everything in television. If it works, it's brilliant. If it doesn't work, like the XFL, you go from being brilliant to a moron in Vince did it in about 3 weeks, didn't he? I mean, no, seriously. Remember that XFL? I mean, after week 1, guy was the unbelievable genius.
And we all gave him hope just because of what he had done with WWF in the last year or two, because really Vince has not succeeded in any project outside of wrestling.
Yeah, or wrestling related, like a restaurant. If that restaurant was like just a restaurant and didn't have a wrestling theme, I don't know if it would have done that well.
What was the deal with the restaurant? I thought that failed at first, and they wanted nothing to do with it, and then all of a sudden they were right back in. And what was that all?
It was
on the very verge of like bankruptcy, and all of a sudden they put it on TV, and the thing turned around.
Yeah, and they pushed it. Yeah, they pushed it in a totally different way, and it's been successful of late.
Wow.
I was there. That isn't between that store and everything. That's what. Go ahead.
Is that worth seeing, Dave?
If you're in New York, oh yeah. I mean, if you want to buy them, it's a great place for merchandise. I mean, as far as like it's across the street from ESPN Zone, and I mean, I went to both, and when I've been in New York, we always end up eating at ESPN Zone and not at WWF New York. I don't know, we just do. But I mean, WWF New York, if you're a wrestling fan, it's like a nice tourist place.
Right.
Let's go to Ed in Texas. Ed, what's up?
Guys, how you guys doing today?
Very good.
The first thing that I wanted to say real quick is, you know how Brian had mentioned about Billy Gunn pumping up real quick when he came back? And I was wondering, did you guys see Vampiro Tuesday night?
I did.
He looked pretty huge, a lot bigger than he used to be.
I think part of that is because everybody else is so much smaller, but I did think he looked a little bit bigger. Noticeably bigger than at times in WCW. Now, there were times at the end in WCW. Vamp got big at the end in WCW.
Yeah.
At the very end. So
some of it too is when you're off the road for a long time. I'm not saying this is what it is, but when you're off the road for a long time and you can devote yourself to eating and working out, you can be a lot bigger than when you're touring every night.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it just kind of shocked me how he looked. But what I really wanted to talk to you about was Tough Enough. I saw the show last night and I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I really liked it. It had a pretty good concept. The only negative that I would have about it is I thought they were a little too cosmetic on their choices.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's reality.
Yeah, but it's not. It's a very unfair reality. Like, let's say if I was to have gone
Life
to
is very unfair.
the tryout myself, and they would ask me to take off my shirt, they would have looked at me as a guy 5'11", 250 pounds and the weight is not muscle. Okay, and they would have automatically assumed that I'm a big fat ass and I'm lazy and I don't have any desire, and that's not the case because I mean the last 4 months I've lost 50 pounds. I've really made a big change in my body. I'm still heavy set and everything, but they wouldn't have given me chance number one just on looks alone. I don't really think that's too fair, but I guess like you say that is life.
But I mean,
actually, you know what? I will say one thing defending at least some of the contestants, and that is that when they announced that they were going to be doing this, they sure didn't give a whole hell of a lot of time to get your tape in there. I mean, it was like, get your tape in by this cutoff date, which was, I seem to remember, like, a few weeks or something like that.
Yes, it was.
And I think if they do this again, they really need to give, like, 6 to 8 months advance notice before you need to get your tape in because, I mean, like you said, hey, if you lost 50 pounds, that's awesome. But how much weight can you really lose in, 3 or 4 weeks to get your tape to the WWF?
But, to be honest with you, when I look at an applicant that applies at the boot camp, I look for certain criteria, and some of the stuff I look for is, does he have bodybuilding experience? Does he have a martial arts background? Has he done any amateur wrestling? Is he a college graduate? Was he in the military? And the reason I choose all of those that I just mentioned is because those usually take dedication, they take devotion, and I mean, those you got to sacrifice to be successful in any one of those fields, and I think that person would probably be more apt to be successful in pro wrestling.
Okay, and how did you guys? I didn't hear the very beginning. Is this a show you guys are going to be watching and reviewing, or did y'all?
Oh yes, we'll be talking about that show every Friday. I have a feeling.
Okay. Which contestants did y'all like? Because for me personally, I liked the really tall girl because she was probably the only one that wasn't good looking. And the big guy, Moose, or...
what was the name? What was that guy's name? I forgot now.
The last one they picked, the big guy.
Yeah. Not the 6'7" guy.
Oh, yeah, no, the black guy.
No, I forgot his name. The one guy, to me, stood out, and I don't remember his name, but he was a bodybuilder-looking guy. Not the one you're talking about, but the other one. There's the bald one, right? I just thought he had a good look and a good camera presence. The one woman,
there was a really good-looking black girl that made the last 25 that did make the cut, and I was very sad.
Yeah, but I didn't understand how they picked the women they did, other than the tall one, because they weren't nothing special or anything. And
well, the one was like right at a UPW, if you know what I mean. I don't mean, in that she was really pretty and like, she was really pretty. She had the implants, and I mean, she had nothing else. And I was thinking, and like when they asked her what her goal was, it was to be in Playboy. And I'm thinking like, then again, I guess, it's reality TV. You want to draw ratings. You want some pretty girls there. But I was thinking like, I don't know that this girl's gonna, like running in the mud or whatever they're gonna do. But then again, maybe she does. So we'll see.
Okay. And I do have one question for Roland.
Yeah.
Roland, have you filled out your tournament? Do you already have all 16 names?
I've got 14 of the 16 already solidified and ready to go. And naturally, we're getting a head start on a lot of the administrative red tape stuff of Week of Legends and King of Indies, but we're not going to release. If I was to release all the names now, there'd be no interest. So we're going to release them a few names at a time, and I'm looking still for my last two entries.
Have you talked to Noah about the things that we talked about?
Not yet, and I think I may do so, and I may do so once Jardy returns, and probably in the next couple of weeks I will, and I was also reserving a slot for Teddy Hart, but I understand he no-showed last night's Stampede show, so I don't know what's behind that, and I'm not counting on him too much.
He's Matt Rat Superstar.
Right, and I know one of the guys now that he's been released, I might look into his American Dragon.
Yeah, I was just about to suggest.
Actually, that's a good choice.
Christopher Daniels could really steal the show if they got together.
But it's going to be exciting. I mean, we were just talking about it this morning at breakfast. Like when you see the final 16 that have been selected, I think you're going to honestly say, my God, this really is the best of indies in the world. And it's like one of the people I told you already, we haven't released his name, but Doug Williams is just about a shoe-in.
Have you talked about Minoru Fujita?
Is that the guy from Noah?
No. Minoru Fujita lives in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
but
no, we hadn't even discussed him.
Okay, just a name thrown out there.
Cool.
Okay.
And let me ask one more thing before I go. How long before the tape of the tournament will be out on video?
I'm not sure, but probably within 4 to 6 weeks, my guess.
Okay, and how would I go about purchasing one? Would I have to go to your website?
Yeah, go to the website, or go to the kingofindies.com website. There'll probably be information there. That website's actually debuting next week.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Roland.
No problem.
You guys have a good day.
Okay. Another name is since he's Super Crazy.
Yeah, and I want to know more about this Fujita, because if the Noah thing falls through, then that's I do want to put a Japanese wrestler in the tournament, so maybe that's a possibility.
And Ricky Marvin is another one.
And where's he
just
from?
because he's never worked this country.
Okay.
And he'd have to he'd need the right opponent. But I mean, he's as a small flyer, he's one of the most spectacular flyers there is out there.
And where's he from?
Mexico City.
Mexico City.
Yeah, he's an EMLL guy.
And what was the one right before that you mentioned, Dave?
Super Crazy?
Oh, yeah, Super Crazy, right.
Yeah, just because WWF didn't take him.
Right.
And he's
why do you think they didn't take him? I was always impressed.
I think they don't like the lucha style. You notice that they really didn't take hardly any lucha guys. They didn't take, they've never pursued Mysterio.
He didn't really do a lot of lucha. I mean, he still did a lot of Americanized wrestling, I thought.
Yeah. Let's see. This is from someone who goes, is MTV the one in complete control of the Tough Enough thing? Because all but one of the guys look like they are not and never will be WWF material. It was actually, they had the judges, and most of the judges were WWF people. Because Kevin Dunn, Taz, Al Snow, Jackie, the big Jim guy, those were all WWF people. They had that one woman from MTV there, but I think most, probably 7,
Now, wasn't that Big Jim's house?
God, what a nice house. I thought it was,
too. He said that was his house. I went, oh, my God.
What a nice house. What is his job there in the WWF? They had
I don't know, but
he was something. I didn't even know the guy.
Some kind
nice
of
house,
relations, I think.
Man, nice house, though, yeah. Anyway, anything else?
I think he's gone.
It's gone? Okay, Jim, what's up, Jim?
Hi, Roland.
Yes.
I had a question.
Sure.
How hot was it in that fat suit that you were in Beyond the Mat?
How hot was it?
Yeah.
Bye. Let's go to Joey. Is it Joey?
Oh, yeah, hi. I'm
Hey, what's going on?
OPs, right? I just had a quick
Yeah.
question for Roland.
Yes.
I heard, on the show Jim Cornette, a few days ago, and the other guy was calling from Texas about the videotapes. I was wondering, I go to your site, I go to all the shows and everything, and I was kind of disappointed, I don't see the tapes on there to buy or anything, and it's kind of hard to get your product out there without putting out any tapes or anything like that.
Yeah, I'll be the first to admit, one of our weaknesses is marketing videotapes. We're not really in the videotape business. We're not without television and stuff, and I'm not making excuses, but we just haven't probably utilized our website well enough as far as marketing videos. And the other thing that I think we do wrong is we offer every video of every show, and I think we need to just be selective and offer certain ones and really market those a lot nicer than we are now.
Yeah, and I had one other quick question about APW TV. A few weeks back I heard about, APW on Bay TV or on KTSF or anything. Has that got any advances or anything like that?
I can just barely hear you.
Oh.
Any advances as far as you getting TV on Bay TV or KTSF?
Not really, but there is a lot of interest, and we're doing things on a regular basis even with KRON. Like Randy Savage was in town doing the Slim Jim tour, and he stopped here for an interview, and we were very accommodating. So we're doing all the things correct politically to try to, but we're just not quite ready yet, not there yet. But I think there's going to be something in the very near future.
All right, thanks.
I don't know if you saw the Weekly Pro Wrestling for, I guess it would have been the issue that came out at the end of last week, so about 7 days ago, 7 days ago. But they had a lot on Mike Modest, Mark Smith, and Donovan and Dilip.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you had profiles of them, and
Is
them.
that Japanese magazine?
Japanese magazine, yeah.
Okay,
because
I think I got to look at that. Like Samoa Joe got back from his thing in Japan. With
right. It would have been the week he was there.
Yeah, and he brought us a magazine, and we had 4 or 5 pages of coverage in the magazine. I'm going to try to get a copy of that, and I'm going to try to get somebody to translate some of it for us. But obviously they're very high, to be able to, if they're going to print pictures on Mark Smith and Mike Modest and Donovan Morgan, I would assume that they're very high on those guys. So
certainly.
We have yet to hear from them, and actually this week we've actually been quite busy with New Japan. New Japan paid us a visit on Monday to take a look at our training school and to take a look at Dilip, and Masa Saito was here, and Brad Ringens was here, and my hat's off to them. That's the first time I've met Brad, and one of the nicest guys you'd ever want to meet, and so that was nice that we're getting our foot in the door with them, and it's nice to be wanted by wrestling companies, because that's what I think we are. We're a wrestling company. And again, not to say that we wouldn't be interested in doing anything with WWF. We always are, but it looks like right now we're opening up some nice doors in Japan.
Well, Dilip could be an entree.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things that's like, guys like that, I mean, I don't want to say they don't come along very often.
Was he 7'2" or something?
Pardon?
I don't know. How tall is he, Roland, actually, for legit?
I think legit he's just a little over 7. He's like 7.5 inches or something.
Wow. But I mean, Brian, he looks like I've never seen anyone like this, because he looks like a bodybuilder.
And even though he's 275, he looks over 400 because, like Dave says, he's chiseled like a bodybuilder. He is a professional bodybuilder from India, and takes care of his body.
The tallest bodybuilder I have ever seen. I mean, I've seen.
It's just so incredible to think about that, because think of what you have to do to be a bodybuilder when you're small.
And
imagine being 7 feet tall.
I can't stress to you guys how agile he is. Like I thought his most impressive showing was this Monday when Masa Saito and Brad Ringens were here, and he did a little spar with Mark Smith, and what a physical spar that was, and they both look awesome, and I think they understand that there's a lot of rawness there and that they need to develop a little bit more, but I think they also see a lot of great potential, and not to toot our horn and say that, because I don't know, Andre was very agile on his feet when he was young, but I don't think he had the body that Dilip had.
It's a different era.
No.
Yeah.
It's a different era, though. I mean, when Andre came along, there was nobody like that. I mean, Dilip, the one thing he's got is, there's guys his height, like Big Show and Silva, but I've never seen anyone, ever his height with a bodybuilder physique.
I'll tell you what, he's still a ways away. He's no Andre, but he's already surpassed every other big man that's ever wrestled in this sport, and I think there'll be a time where he might be able to be compared with Andre. I don't think that's fair to Dilip. I don't think that's fair to Andre, but he's already better than everybody.
I don't think he'll ever be
even Elegante.
He's better than Elegante and Silva. And
come on now.
The thing though, is as far as I don't think anyone can be an Andre. It's just not. It's a timing thing. I mean, like you remember when we were kids. You know, Haysex Calhoun, just as an example. Okay.
Right.
If Haysex Calhoun came along now, he wouldn't even get in the door. But I mean, he was a great attraction.
Andre was the first guy, so there was something special there when he walked down that aisle, and he had a lot of thickness to his body, even though he didn't have that bodybuilder's body. He looked.
Oh no, he was scary though.
You know.
He was just a scary man because he was so. He got you. He had this aura about him that if you got him mad, you know, he will tear your head off.
He would kill you.
But he did, he learned a lot of the things with the experience that Delete still needs to learn. Like, Andre always had a smile on his face, waving to the fans. Like Delete still wants to be that monster, and he's watched a lot of WWF footage, and so we got to kind of get a little bit of that out of him. So.
Just for Roland, which of the following do you find to be a better school prospect? A natural athlete without a clue about what pro wrestling is, or an average athlete with aptitude for wrestling? With knowledge of wrestling.
I'd rather have the second, and I'd rather try to develop them into a better athlete. And I know that might seem harder, but I'd rather have the wrestling knowledge.
Have you ever had someone come through your doors who you just, did the drills with, and just the size and the speed and everything, who was just like an awesome, I don't know, like a Kurt Angle or something, but like an awesome athlete, but you just couldn't program them into pro wrestling mindset?
We've had a few of those, quite a few of those. As a matter of fact, let's say if in 10 years I've had 10 of those, then I've only had one that actually, could pick up on the wrestling, and all the rest of them were just like, I don't know, it just didn't work. That's why I prefer to have somebody with the wrestling that's not quite as good an athlete, and hopefully we can turn him into a better athlete.
Hey, this is an email. This is from I can't even talk. For Brian. Do you remember last night when the one guy thought that Jackie was hitting on him? That was great.
Yes.
I'm glad they kept that in. They had this one of the contestants, just winked at Jackie while he was doing it, and it's like she was smiling at me, and then at the end, because I know she was smiling at me. It was so funny.
She'll deny it, but she was.
Now, did you ever have Paul Barlins come through? I think didn't he go through your doors once?
Yes. And how did he was always looking. He was always looking for a free ride, and thought he should be trained for free and didn't want to pay, and he always was trying to gimmick me somehow. And then the last I heard from him was I'd heard from his agent after he had gone through the ECW stuff, and he had been trained by somebody in Texas and was ready to go, and he wanted to do some stuff. And instead of him calling me, because he knew he was on my garbage list, so he had his agent call me, and nothing ever came of that. And I didn't expect it. And I lost a lot of respect for him after that whole incident in ECW now. I mean, he's sitting there talking about how Taz doesn't even come up to his belly button, and how can he job for Taz. And I mean, guys like that.
He did say that. I had some conversations with him about that.
Yeah.
So. He just didn't know what pro wrestling was.
No, he had no knowledge of it. He thought, well, he had in his own mind and just like a lot of people have their own conceivements of what pro wrestling is, but they're like far off base.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Scott in Virginia. Scott, what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
I heard a bunch of stuff about Tatanka coming back to the WWF. I was wondering if you guys knew anything about it, because I heard he was...
Was this from the Tatanka website?
No, somebody had reported it who had been to a show who had spoken to him. Actually,
I haven't heard his name mentioned by anyone. Not that it's not possible.
Guys say a lot of things, especially in the dressing room.
Right.
Yeah.
In fact, it's kind of funny. I don't want to mention this person's name, but we had someone in our dressing room, and he did not know that I was listening, but he was talking to some other people about how during his time off, he'd been doing some work backstage setting up WCW, and I thought, how about that?
You'd be surprised what you hear in the dressing room.
Surprised. I bet you as a promoter, you hear that stuff. You probably hear in the like somebody calling you up, going like, "Oh, I sold out this place and that place," and you're going like, "Yeah, I follow."
I've had calls from promoters saying, "Yeah, this wrestler wrestled for you," and I've never heard of the guy. And actually, I've had that happen about a dozen times over the years. And one of the last times it happened, I actually did some research and found out that it was an old student of mine who had stiffed me for about $4,000 and was using APW as a reference to get booked, and I said, that guy has not been fully trained. That's the one thing I really despise, is somebody coming through, and not just because they owe me money, but just because they didn't learn their trade, and they'll try to tell people that they're trained, and you'd be surprised how often they get booked.
Anything else, Scott?
Yeah.
Hello?
What is it?
Steve Austin. Do you guys think he's over as a heel? Because, I mean, when I see him
It
doing
depends on what you mean by over. I mean, as far as selling
does he
tickets.
convince you? I mean, because when I see the backstage skits and everything, I mean, I'm halfway laughing and freaked out with him and Vince McMahon. And
I think he's a wonderful performer who works his ass off. It doesn't have to work as hard as he does, but but does, and I give him all the credit in the world. But I think the heel turn I think he's a great performer as a heel, but I think that the turn was a huge business mistake. And I'll tell you, and I'll go further, because I think that anyone who denies that it was a huge business mistake is really fooling themselves. And I've heard, because even on this show, people have denied it, and it's like, you can trace the downfall, and not the downfall, that's too strong of a word, but the downward trend of this business to that turn. And I mean, granted, The Rock is gone, but it's not just The Rock being gone, because Steve Austin used to sell tickets at house shows that The Rock was never on, and he doesn't.
And it's not even just the death of WCW either, because they've already lost that audience, and they're losing their own audience as well.
That's right. The people there was something about that Steve Austin character that people really liked, and some people, that babyface heel thing. I mean, there are some people. It's like when Bill Goldberg turned, and I mean, we were just railed on everyone for it, and they ended up giving up on it a month later, which made them all, made it even worse. But it's some characters, if you turn them. I mean, there's that saying that, like, oh, if they're really, really over as a heel and you turn them babyface, they're going to be really over babyface and vice versa. And that's just a saying, because sometimes it's true and many times it's not. Some people, I mean, if Bruno Sammartino was ever turned heel in New York, I mean, they would have been fools to do it, and luckily they were never fools. And I think the Austin thing, it was, when Rock comes back and Hunter's a babyface, that might have been a time to make the turn, but right now, boy, it was not the time. Anyway,
all right.
Anything else?
That's it. Thanks.
Okay, you're very welcome. Let's go to Charles in Connecticut. Charles, what's up? Charles.
How's it going?
It's going good.
I have a question about the rumors about WCW taking over the Raw time slot. That sounds like something of a mistake. I mean, what do you think about it?
What do I think about it? I think that it was probably, it is a ballsy as hell move, but probably a move that needed to be done if this thing is going to work. I mean, not necessarily the Raw time slot, but something similar to that. I'll tell you what, when I first heard about that kind of plan, and it was actually from Vince, I thought, that is one ballsy move. and if it was me, I wouldn't have done it, but, when he gave me the explanation as to why, I thought, you know what, it may be the right thing. It's probably,
and a lot of it too is going to have to do with exactly how it's done.
Yeah, and that's right. That's right. Because there's a lot of things that are going to be happening in the next month, throughout the month of July. July is going to be probably the most important month in the history of wrestling, and how it's all done, and how they mix up the talent, and all that. And until it's done, it's really hard to evaluate, because I don't know who's going to be where and how it's going and exactly how it's going to be done either. And it's massive changes in this industry between now and the end of July.
I mean, do you think they could get the same numbers now, or the numbers they were getting before, by having by putting on a WCW show without Steve Austin and people like that?
I think they're going to struggle for numbers, but they may. But I think they may have ended up struggling for numbers in 4 months with the WWF show as well. I mean the numbers are going down anyway.
Because they lost the WCW audience, and they're going to have to get you're going to have to get that audience back, and they're going to have to have some of the WWF audience as well. In order to do good on Monday night, it's going to be WCW.
What they're going to have to do.
The one thing would be, though, that it would not be adding another 2 hours of wrestling a week. It would be replacing 2 hours of WWF programming with 2 hours of supposed WCW programming. So if you're a wrestling fan that enjoyed watching Monday and Thursday, you're going to see some different faces on Monday night, but it's not like you're going to have to be going out of your way to watch an extra 2 hours of programming to see these guys. So I think that this is a far better plan than adding another 2 hours of non-WWF wrestling on like a Saturday night at 11 to 1 o'clock a.m.
The other thing about this, The one thing where I think that this is the right move is that on Raw and SmackDown, what you would have is you would have some wrestlers that you would only see on Raw and some wrestlers that you would only see on SmackDown. So the storylines would slow up. You wouldn't have to burn through people by coming up with 4 hours worth of stuff with Steve Austin. For Steve Austin to carry these 2 shows a week, he only would have to carry 1 show a week, and then somebody else would carry the other show. And it theoretically, this is the theory behind it, is that with only 1 chance a week to see it, a lot of people now, because it's kind of a cooling off product, will go like, if they miss Raw, well, we can always watch SmackDown and catch up. And this way, if you miss Raw, there is no SmackDown to catch up. You missed the week. And theoretically, and again, there's so many things that are changing, and I don't know where they're going to end up, and I don't know how to evaluate how it's going to be. And we're not going to know. I mean, we're really not going to know until September, October, November exactly what's right and what's wrong. There's going to be. I will say this: in November, we're going to look back and go, they made some really bad decisions, and probably they made some really good decisions. But what they are going to be, I got no clue, because they're making a lot of. I just admire the fact that they got the balls to make the changes. But some of them, some of the changes may not be good changes when all's said and done.
Yeah.
What about Norman Smiley? What's he doing right now?
He's waiting for his contract to expire, which should be any week now, and then he's going to most likely go to EMLL.
Okay, guys, thanks.
Okay. Let's go to, is it Charles? Is Charles?
Sean.
It's Charles. Sean in Pennsylvania? Sean, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? I had 2 things real quick. One, I was wondering, just from getting a sense of how the politics works in the WWF, I have this vision of people in the locker room blaming the presence of all these ECW guys on the failing state of the ratings right now.
Some people will.
I mean,
I've heard that.
Has it started yet?
Yes, it has. Whenever things go down, there's going to be finger pointing everywhere, and some of it's valid and some of it isn't. Some of it's a little bit valid, but yeah, it's been said.
Oh, jeez. I mean, that seems like such a real cop out, actually. I mean, considering that sure they can propose things and propose guys to hire. I mean, it's Vince's decision.
It's all Vince. Like, he deserves the praise and he deserves the blame. They're not all his ideas, but the bottom line is he's the one who says this idea is good and this idea is bad. And Vince has had, and I think Russo is the perfect example. He's had a hell of a track record of picking the good from the bad, considering the plethora that the guy probably came up with.
And very few people are going to say, that damn Vince, it's all his fault.
Oh, geez. I was wondering with this WCW thing, I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to work right now. I mean, the way they seem like they've blown the entire build-up for this whole deal. I mean, I really don't have any interest in seeing it at this point. And, I'm a hardcore fan, and, if I'm typical, then, I have a feeling it's just going to blow it. I'm really mad I can't get Japanese wrestling.
Yeah, you may be right. Well, you can get it if you want it bad enough. It's kind of, we had a poll, and it was one of those tampered with polls. But the one thing about it is that literally nobody voted, and I mean nobody voted for the idea that they're handling this WCW invasion well. So that tells you something. I mean, like, you can tamper with it on the other categories, but when nobody votes for one of them, it doesn't matter how much it's tampered with. People don't think that one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Do you think things would have worked out a little bit better for the wrestling business as a whole if the Screen Actors Guild had striked?
I don't think in the long run it would have made any difference. I really don't. I guess everything affects things in some way, but, one of the things we've seen with wrestling is it doesn't seem to be affected by outside forces. That's more of a convenient excuse than when things are bad.
Unless it's a Gulf War.
What? Gulf. That's different. No, but if in the fall when wrestling goes against football, this year, wrestling's probably going to get a bite taken out of it by football. But the fact is, when wrestling's good, it really doesn't get hurt by football. When wrestling is not hot, yeah, of course football will hurt it. So Survivor hurt SmackDown, but if SmackDown was at its peak and super strong, Survivor wouldn't have hurt it that much.
Dave, I have one last question. Have you seen that movie, The Replacements?
No, but everyone else here has.
I was watching that movie last weekend, and it came to me in a flash that this is where Vince McMahon got his idea for the XFL.
That's what everybody told me. I had a whole bunch of friends over, and they were watching at 1:30 in the morning, The Replacements, and I just said, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. And the next morning, people were going like, this is where Vince got the XFL idea. Maybe I should watch the movie.
It is. You will see it. I mean, you could probably imagine a light bulb appearing above his head. All right, thanks a lot.
Screw that producer. He's going to ruin. He started the wrestling thing going downward. Roland, what's going on?
Oh, not a whole lot.
Did you see that movie?
No, I haven't seen the movie, but now I'm anxious. Actually, while these guys have been talking, I've been reading the review on Tough Enough, and God, I hope somebody taped it for me, because I'm actually marking out for this thing. I want to watch it.
Roland, real quick before we go to a break, I want to just tell everyone about the dates and everything and all the different things you got planned for late October.
Yes, King of Indies, Week of Legend. It's going to be an exciting time. It's going to start off with Wednesday and Thursday, October 23rd and 24th, which is going to be the APW Boot Camp Summit. All 16 participants in the tournament, we're hoping to have them here. They're going to go naturally through a private workout session in the afternoon, but we're going to open up the session to those with a VIP ticket package, and we'll have more ticket information probably in the coming weeks, probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks. That's going to be fun, and I think it's going to be also useful to the guys participating. We're also going to invite other people not in the tournament to participate by private invitation, and I think it'll just be a fun time where people can exchange ideas, training methods in the ring, out of the ring, holds, high spots, finishers, just a useful thing, I think, for the industry. And then Friday and Saturday, we're going to have the King of Indies tournament, the first round on Friday night, and I'm not sure exactly how many. I'm sure we'll have 8 first-round matches, but we're going to add a couple more matches. Maybe Brian will be wrestling either on Friday or Saturday. And then Saturday is going to be the actual quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals of the tournament. There's going to be an after-hours King of Indies after-party, which only the VIP ticket holders will be able to attend. That'll be at the host hotel. All the wrestlers will be staying at the hotel, so eventually we're going to put a VIP travel package together for those in town and out of the area, where even those that are in the area that want to stay the whole weekend in Vallejo, where the wrestlers are staying and hang out. That'd be kind of cool. On Sunday is the King of Legends barbecue, ribs and wrestling, so we're going to have some barbecue ribs and talk wrestling with some of the legends. I talked to Red Bastine on the phone last week. He should be putting together in the next 2 to 3 weeks, start calling some people, and we'll start releasing names of those that we're going to have attending the festivities. We're going to honor during the tournament some legends at intermission and stuff, and it should just be a whole fun week that I'm really looking forward to. Saturday, the day of the championship round, there's some exciting things going on during the daytime. There's a free amateur wrestling clinic that's going to be real neat, and I'm trying to get a legend or two involved with that. Also, a demonstration of the APW boot camp for those of you that have never seen a training camp operate. Then now's your chance to check it out. And for those of you that feel that you might have the ambition to pursue pro wrestling, either as a hobby or as a career, we're going to have a free mini camp. So bring your gear, and we're just looking forward to an exciting time. I even understand that Yada.com is going to get involved, and I just think it's going to be a fun week for everybody.
Yeah, we'll all be there. We got a full bank of calls, so we're going to get through people as quick as we can. We're going to start with Mike. Mike, what's up?
Hey, good evening. Hi. Yeah, I just came in when Roland was talking about, we're a wrestling company, and it's nice to be recognized by New Japan and Noah. And you alluded to, nothing against the WWF. I kind of think the WWF is wrestling too. What did you mean by that?
Oh, I think WWF is wrestling, and I think that but they're more of an entertainment company as opposed to a solid sport product, like a New Japan or a Noah is. It's just a whole different, product. Not that it isn't wrestling; it still is pro wrestling.
Yeah, because I was thinking of when you meant that. Does that mean you wouldn't allow Donovan Morgan and those guys to work Jack Medley anymore? God forbid they wouldn't make a payday. You know what I mean?
No, not at all. Those guys, and I think they would fit in great with, and I think they've got a lot of great. I mean, Chris Benoit is a great wrestler. There's a lot of great wrestlers in WWF. I'm just saying that it's a pleasure to be working with Japan. That's always been my dream, coming up in the business and stuff.
I think a Dollop thing would be good for Noki. He's always, he brought over Ron Reese for a spot.
Yeah.
It just didn't work. Everybody tried with Ron Reese. It just didn't happen.
Yeah, even WCW tried him again and again and again.
And again. Dusty's still trying today.
I'm sorry?
Dusty's still trying today.
I just saw the Ross report. He said Ross said Sheldon Benjamin has a torn ligament in that bruise there.
Oh, really? So he's going to be out for that show for sure then.
6 to 8 looks like weeks.
6 to 8 weeks. That's too bad. He'll be off the show.
A question for Roland. I got a videotape. It's meant to be a parody, I guess. Beyond the Fat.
Probably something that happened once Blue Meanie came. Yeah, just everybody sometimes likes to have fun with me, which is cool. That just gives me a little bit more.
Well, what do they say? You spell the name right? That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Well, I want to say something. That Access Hollywood thing really kills any from last night. That is, when they say that no publicity is bad publicity. I mean, that Access Hollywood was really bad for WWF last night. Just want everyone to know. They did a piece on the decline of wrestling on television.
With Stephanie.
With Stephanie, where Stephanie was trying to explain the reason the TNN ratings were down was because a lot of people haven't been able to find the station.
Right.
God, how stupid does that make wrestling fans look out to be?
She didn't really look that bad, really.
I can't find TNN on my cable.
Yeah.
I don't think she looked that bad.
Yeah.
They repeated a lot of the stuff that was in the Programming Insider stuff about the UPN stuff. And they put up the graphics, with the arrows down, arrows up. You know what I mean? And, they put it graphically up on the TV. Down 20-something%, and, the arrow going down from where they were there.
We'll see that they want, boy.
Well, like you say things are going to change and stuff like that, so.
They're going to change. That's right. The next month is a huge month.
And by the way, was there any truth to them really wanting to have Shawn Michaels be the stalker?
No. I can tell you that Steve Austin was the stalker, and when that fell through, it was Diamond Dallas Page. And I mean, there was nobody else.
I thought the thing last night was the tape. They do some very good editing on promos.
Boy, don't they? Boy, you wouldn't have even. I watched that, and I never, when I watched it, I never even thought it was edited until afterwards. When he's done, I'm going, wait a minute. He didn't say half of what I was expecting.
That was real good editing, to say the least. That gets an Emmy award there for editing.
Well, I have been at their SmackDown tapings when guys have missed moves, and I know that they're going to be edited out, and you just can't even find the edit. It's amazing.
In the Ross report, he mentioned about the announcing situation for WCW be settled soon. He mentions about Arn and the Office guys being backstage this week too. Do you know of any announcers? Would any of them be possibilities be old WCW hands?
Cole. They set it up perfectly last night.
Yeah.
They could do Cole. They could do Tenay and Hudson. They're still under consideration.
No Shivani, though, right?
Shivani, no. Shivani's given up on them, and they have not considered him. No one will say this, but I still believe that Lawler could be part of it. I mean, the bottom line is
the Cat come in now without China around too now,
Oh?
I never thought of that.
How about that?
That's a good point. Although I don't know how much China really was involved in her being gone. Although she may have been. That's an interesting. I want to tell you something about that China thing. Today's show really surprised me because I thought we were going to get email upon email about China.
By the way,
two or three. It doesn't seem like anyone cares.
People, I've been looking at stuff and emailing people. People are going. I even emailed you, said happy day.
Yeah. It's an amazing lack of reaction to this story that's supposed to be so huge.
I kind of said, she should have a meeting with Sonny and Sable in about 8 months and see where they all are.
She will, and they'll have a meeting real soon. Sable and China are going to be meeting, I'm sure.
Yeah, they can do car commercials. They can do hey, you're the dealer.
They can finally have that big match on pay-per-view.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, some Mark guy can put on a pay-per-view and get 2,000 buys, and all the money can go to the two women.
Yeah,
I wonder if he'll start at ground zero and go back and visit Kowalski.
Yeah, that'll be for. That'll be next. You'll see them on the Wrestle Express tour in England.
Actually, she'll be available in December. So.
Of course, and she'll sell for those women too. How about that?
No, she won't. That's part of the problem.
Count on it.
I just got down on my tongue when I said that. That was a little tough there. Have a nice weekend.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Mike. We're going to go to Mohammed in California. Mohammed, what's up?
This question's for Roland. Do you think that the next generation of wrestling school applicants will be mostly smaller guys?
I couldn't really hear him. He's real low.
Do you think that the next generation of wrestling school applicants will be mainly smaller guys?
I will always take smaller guys. I don't necessarily. I'm always hoping for the big guy too, because I know that still, even though the doors have opened wide open for the smaller guy, the industry still leans towards the bigger guys.
You know what surprises me on the independent scene is that with all of the money out there that the top wrestlers can have, one of the things that I expected was so many of these football, because people in general are bigger than ever before, but independent wrestlers are actually smaller than ever before at the same time. And part of it's good because you get a better product with smaller guys. But I'm just surprised that there's so many football players out there that are huge lineman types that don't go into wrestling when they see what, say, like Dwayne Johnson has done for himself, as a football lineman who went into wrestling, and Steve Austin, who was the same way. That if they're not good enough to make it in the NFL, that if they have a little bit of charisma, and enough of them obviously grew up watching wrestling, that more haven't come your way and come the way of other trainers.
Especially now with all the unemployed XFLers.
Or just XFL.
Maybe they all watched McMichael.
Right.
Yeah, maybe.
But you're right.
Anything else, Mohammed?
It's hard to believe that not more have come through.
Yeah. Let's go to Scott. Scott, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey,
I missed the first part of the show, and I imagine you guys talked about Tough Enough quite a bit, but what did you guys think about it?
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, so did I. I thought it was awesome. And I don't know if you guys picked this up, but there were quite a few indie guys up in there.
I recognized one, but I didn't.
Did you see Psycho Sam Dudley?
Champagne or something.
Yeah, there's this guy who...
Yeah, Champagne was there.
There's a guy who left up here as Psycho Sam Dudley. He was in there for about one shot. He's horrible, so I'm glad he didn't make it. Then there was Champagne, who, if you've ever seen Champagne's work, he's really good. And I was looking at this, and I'm talking to my friends, I'm thinking that, and I wanted to know this going into it, are they looking for guys, when they see a guy who looks like they have some, either they have a lot of knowledge for the business or they've been around a wrestling school, so, or they're actually a trained wrestler, are they not looking for those guys in particular?
I think that they were looking for guys who knew as little as possible.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Because I'm thinking, I don't understand how Champagne, I've seen some really awesome stuff with this guy, and he trained with who, like a 3 count in the Hardys, right?
Yeah, so I'm sure that's one of the guys that they wouldn't want.
Yeah,
because you don't want someone in there who just goes in there and can actually do stuff. I mean, then it's like it kind of would make people go, wait a minute, look at him. He's been in it for 2 weeks and he's flying around like that, and he's a ringer.
Yeah.
And the other thing is you don't want people going, they brought in a ringer.
Yeah.
Okay. We are totally out of time. I want to thank everyone for joining in. We will be back Monday after King of the Ring at 5. How's it going, everybody? Dave Meltzer here with the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling with Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly. And today's going to be a real special show because today's the one we've been talking about for weeks. It's a tribute show for Ray Stevens. We're going to have 5 of the biggest names in the history of this industry on in just about a half an hour. We're going to have Ric Flair, Superstar Billy Graham, Nick Bockwinkel, Bobby Heenan, and Red Bastien. We won't be taking phone calls today, but we will be taking emails, talking about Ray Stevens, talking about the current scene. This is going to be a real good show, and I can't wait. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Before we talk about that, I guess the first thing we should talk about is, we'll talk about SmackDown last night from Madison Square Garden, and actually a really well-received show. And I guess a lot of stuff going on in backstage there, too, as well. It's quite an interesting atmosphere. It's just I was just told that the atmosphere backstage at the WWF has changed completely in the last week as far as dressing room. And there's a lot of, that thing about that cohesive locker room and everything that they're looking for? It isn't so cohesive anymore. Anyway, let's...
just wait. Nash will come in and... he'll get everything settled.
Yeah. It's just different people that came from different environments, and there's this certain, there's like that resentment. It's actually exactly the same as when Mid-South, actually there's many similarities between Mid-South when they were bought by Jim Crockett Promotions in 87. I mean, the stories I heard last night were just like, oh my God, I'm reliving 1987 again. And hopefully I don't relive the end result because that wasn't a good end result at all.
You know what? We've talked a lot about promos, though. When people cut promos, they really do a really great job when they actually believe what they're saying. And it might actually be good to have just a little bit of, a little bit of trouble backstage. Not trouble that's going to cause,
Maybe Vince is causing it, playing that game.
He's done it before.
He is the best at that, that's for sure. Let's see. Okay. SmackDown opened. Vince and Linda McMahon came out, and Vince McMahon said that WCW had soiled the good name of Madison Square Garden, that it used to be the most famous arena, but now it's no different than the Nassau Coliseum, which I hope, for his sake, wasn't the case, because the Nassau Coliseum crowds are so dead on television, and Madison Square Garden crowds are usually a little bit better. Anyway, he talked about all the great memories. Actually, Linda said that she couldn't believe that Vince would insult Madison Square Garden, their home base. All of the great things that had happened, Bruno Sammartino and Superstar Billy Graham and all that. And then she said that when he showed all those highlights from Madison Square Garden, he forgot to show the clip of when she asked him for a divorce, and then Vince had that Vince McMahon cartoon character look. Said he no longer wanted a divorce. He's a loving, caring husband. And Linda said that deep down in his twisted heart, that may be true. So she still hasn't figured it out. Is that the deal? Anyway, but he's got his problem is his priorities are all mixed up. Vince said he's a fair man, but Linda is just trying to steal half of his money. And Linda said that since Vince had prevented WCW from getting any sort of a time slot, that to be fair, they should let WCW get some airtime on Raw. Vince said, no way. Linda said, are you scared? And Vince, of course, said that he's not scared of anything. And then Linda said, if you're not scared, we have a pay-per-view called Fully Loaded. Why not change the name of it to Invasion and have WWF against WCW matches? And Vince said, okay, no problem. So that's what happened. Then they had a promo, and the APA cut some more promos. Same basic thing, so that's what happened there. Same thing as on Monday. Edge and Christian beat Billy Gunn and X-Pac when, Edge pinned X-Pac with the Impaler. Steve Austin was backstage talking about how bad he wanted to beat up Booker T. Unfortunately, this is not the week it's going to happen because Steve Austin and Kurt Angle are not in good physical shape right now. Vince McMahon came in, and Austin was angry. Austin said that he wanted WCW match on WFTV. Vince asked him why. Austin whispered something into his ear, and then Vince said that starting next Monday on Raw in Tacoma, there will be WCW matches on Raw and on SmackDown. So they're going to start. Those guys are going to start getting.
That's going to be the first historic thing that ever happened in Tacoma.
It won't be the last because there's going to be a lot of historic things on Monday in Tacoma. So anyway, that's what happened there. In Spokane, they're going to have Booker T and Buff Bagwell and Chavo Guerrero Jr. and Shane Helms 2 title matches. Mm-hmm. Which I'm real interested to see how that's positioned on the card because I just remember when UWF was bought by Jim Crockett Promotions, and I went to a show where they were going to have UWF title matches on the basically on the joint show. Okay, it was Bill's a joint show. I went to Houston, Texas, big joint show, and Ric Flair and Barry Windham for the NWA title was the main event. They had a hell of a match. They went 30 minutes. And Steve Williams and I think it was Bubba Rogers, but I don't remember exactly. But anyway, the UWF title match was like 4th on an 8-match card, and the UWF tag team title was like 3rd on an 8-match card. And right then and there, that night, it was like the beginning of the feud, and I go, I know where this one's going. And I was right on that. Let's see. They did a taped interview with Sarah and her husband, whatever his name is. And I guess they didn't trust it to be live. And she was talking about if anybody messes with Mark, and Undertaker was real mad because she called him Mark on television. And he's not Mark. And he threw
Maybe she called him A Mark.
Maybe that's what it was. But he was upset. So there's trouble in paradise there, too. Let's see. So then, Vince, Austin, and Deborah talking in the locker room. Kurt Angle came in and said he heard a rumor that Booker T was going to be there, and Austin said that he's happy because he wants to beat up Booker T anyway. Albert won the Intercontinental title. You heard that right from Kane when DDP hit Kane with a diamond cutter. And later in the show, Vince McMahon blamed Undertaker for that because he was the one who said that security could not keep DDP out of the building. So that's the story there. So anyway, none of the WCW guys or WWF B-Team guys ran to attack DDP. I don't know why, because later on, not so much later, in fact, they did.
Maybe they were still having that meeting backstage.
Yeah, I guess so.
They were so busy having a meeting that people were running in and they didn't see it.
Yeah, Spike Dudley and Molly Holly were talking, and Spike called Molly beautiful. Perry Saturn interrupted them for some reason. Anyway, Crash Holly came out and said that it makes him sick to see tiny guys like Spike Dudley wrestling in the WWF. Then challenged them to a mixed tag match with Crash and Jackie. Okay, let's see. Then they have the match. Actually, they don't have the match yet. Dudley's against the Hardys in an elimination tables match. I think the two guys go through tables. And then Chuck Palumbo and Sean O'Hare ran out wearing their WCW T-shirts, which probably say WWF.com in the back, no doubt, right? Actually, I don't know if they said that. But anyway, they run out and they start beating them up when the entire WWF B-Team locker room ran out, and they destroyed Chuck Palumbo and Sean O'Hare. I mean, they killed them. And I was told that they killed them worse than they were supposed to because there were certain people in that locker room who believed that those guys were too cocky for their own good, and they needed to be taught a lesson. And they don't realize that they
APA was out there, I'm sure, all ready to teach some lessons.
And they did. Actually, they've been teaching. They did that with some other people in the last week too. Where were we? So anyway, they were killed. Rhino stiffed. Was it Sean O'Hare with a gore? Let's see. Haku, S.A. Rios, Kai and Tai, Bull Buchanan, Goodfather. They just kept beating him up. The Acolytes powerbombed them through a table, and they continued beating on him even when the cameras were rolling, or cameras were turned off for the commercial. After the commercial, the WWF locker room was shown dragging them backstage and still pounding on them. Okay, then it was Spike and Molly against Crash and Jackie, where Molly pinned Jackie. And then after the match, Crash blamed Jackie for getting pinned, and so she started beating up on old Crash.
She better beat the hell out of him, because this is right before Tough Enough.
Yeah, well, she does. Sure. Let's see, then more with Austin and Angle and everybody. And Earl Hebner comes in and says somebody from WCW wants to see them. So they all think it's Booker T, and Austin's getting ready to fight, but in fact it's Tori Wilson. And Tori Wilson says that her contract with WCW is expiring, and she wants to talk to Vince about signing with the WWF for a private meeting. And then Steve Austin acted very jealous. This is a weird one, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that contract tampering, by the way?
I guess so. Big Show was again trying to get Trish to go to Europe with him. And anyway, she talked him into ordering first-class tickets for both of them. That guy, that Big Show's, with all that big contract, he's going to end up broke anyway. And anyway, Big Show, the clumsy guy that he is, knocked down Trish's water and grabbed a mop to clean it up. And Perry Saturn got mad because I guess it was his mop. So that's that. And I'll tell you what.
Are you sure it wasn't Terry?
When it comes to reasons for when it comes to reasons for setting up a match, that is definitely a new one. They showed some stuff in Regal's office, and he still had the green mist all over his face. And they set up a tag match where Chris Jericho and a mystery partner were going to face Regal and Tajiri. Mystery partner turned out to be Scotty 2 Hotty. Anyway, Big Show beat Perry Saturn, which was just an excuse so Terry and Trish Stratus could have their catfight scene. Then the WWF B team was guarding the doors, making sure that no more WCW wrestlers were going to get in the rest of the show. And they were not successful. Tajiri and Regal lost to Jericho and Scotty 2 Hotty when Scotty pinned Tajiri. That'll teach Tajiri for getting over.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Then Vince McMahon started talking about Tori Wilson. You ever notice how the people who are in charge with booking always link themselves, no matter how old they are, with, like, the best-looking woman that comes through the door?
Of course.
Yeah, Shane's going to link himself.
It's one of the benefits to being a booker.
I know, and you know what else? How often does that stuff play out in real life? Far too often for...
Oh, yeah.
I know, so anyway, that's another story. Let's see. Kurt Angle says that why are they wasting their time talking about Tori Wilson when they should be talking about Booker T? This caused Austin to get very angry because he was tired of hearing about Booker T. As I said, I was told this was an excellent show. Then we had, actually the final segment of the show, which was Steve Austin came out and challenged Booker T to come out and fight. And he said he'd give him 10 seconds, and Booker T did not show up. So Taz finally got tired of Steve Austin. He got up, so they're setting up the big Taz-Steve Austin match, which I think is going to take place on Monday. And Taz told Steve Austin to apologize regarding Michael Cole, and Steve Austin kind of laughed at him. And Taz said he was going to beat the apology out of him, and somehow Steve Austin hit Taz with the belt in the face, knocked him out, and started beating on him. And let's see, then what happened? Finally, Michael Cole came out, and Steve Austin threatened to beat up Michael Cole. And before he could lay out Michael Cole, Booker T ran out and hit Steve Austin with the WCW title belt. And then the entire WF locker room, lower card locker room, ran out, and Booker T ran away into Shane McMahon's limo and sped off to end the show. So that's the show. Okay. Anything else, Brian, as far as that goes?
I think that's it. Sounds like a pretty good show.
Oh, yeah, it sounds real good.
They got to do the angle pretty soon where the whole WCW roster lays them out. It's got to be coming.
I think they got to do it Monday.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I wasn't planning on going to Raw and SmackDown, but I might do it now.
Really? You're going to go to SmackDown, too?
I may.
I would go to Raw. And SmackDown, you know. How far's Tacoma?
From here, about hour.
Oh, God. Then
hour in traffic.
Sure. Oh, God. I thought it was like 3 hours or something.
Oh, hell no. Portland's 3 hours. Portland's not even 3 hours, actually.
Like if they were in Sacramento's one of those, like, maybe I'll go, maybe I won't, because that's like about 2.5 hours. But, you know, Oakland, San Francisco, which are like an hour, you know. I mean, I would go unless it's Tuesday. Well, it's Tuesday night I would go for sure. Monday night I wouldn't go because I can see it on TV. Actually, you know what? You should probably go Tuesday, not Monday, because Monday you can watch it on TV anyway. You don't really need to go.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, okay. Anyway, Carl DeMarco is going to be on Live Audio Wrestling this Saturday, which will be on from 6 to 8 Eastern instead of 5 to 7 due to arena football. God, they get jacked around too much. So anyway, he's president of WF Canada, so I wanted to make mention of that. And also, Mick Foley will be. God, he doesn't want to travel, but in fact, well, he can tape 6 shows at once. He will be the host of TNN's Robot Wars Extreme Warriors. Remember that show we talked about?
Oh yeah.
Mick Foley will be the host. Quote, Mick Foley is the perfect host for TNN Robot Wars Extreme Warriors, says Diana Robina, the executive VP and general manager of TNN. He's beloved by World Wrestling Federation fans, but won't be for long if he keeps doing stuff like this. And it's natural to host this high-octane robot battle featuring house robots developed as characters, much like the characters of the World Wrestling
Federation. House robots?
Yes.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know anything about robots, and I really don't want to know, and I'm not going to.
Not outsider robots?
Okay. How'd the newsletter turn out?
I got done later than you did. I was sitting there trying to proofread it, and all of a sudden I got the email from you saying you were going to bed.
I know. This is like probably the earliest I ever went to bed on a Tuesday in my life. Yeah.
It went pretty well, though.
What?
It went pretty well.
It went good. I'm like so thrilled with this issue. I don't know why. Just a lot of news. You know, a lot of stuff's going on right now, and a lot of stuff will be going on for the next, actually probably 3 months through October, November till this thing all settles in. But we got all the news as far as WWF, WCW. Plus, it did a lot of historical stuff. The Ali Inoki, since it was the 25-year anniversary of it, actually. What day was the 25-year anniversary of it? Yesterday was. Wow. And anyway, that and 10-year anniversary of the Zahorian trial, 5-year anniversary of WWF suing WCW, 1-year anniversary of USA suing WCW and Viacom. So it's just a bunch of lawsuits.
Are you going to do that every week now, 1, 5, 10, and 20 years ago?
No, I just did it this week because I just did it. Next week I for sure won't do it. Because this week there was so much interesting stuff. You know what I mean? It was kind of like, and so much of it relates to today, which is why once I started reading it, it was like, I got to put this in. But next week, no. Next week we're going to get some letters in because I got some really, really good letters in the last couple of weeks that I haven't had room for. But
actually, I had to cut stuff out this week.
So did I.
It was a toss-up between the Lita conference call and the Tough Enough review, and
I would do a Tough Enough review. Hey, that's what I would. That was the call I would have made too. There was nothing in that Lita conference call.
I know.
Really. So a Tough Enough review, all the Japan news. Anyway, there's info on the website, WrestlingObserver.com, on how to subscribe to both Figure 4 and Wrestling Observer. So anyway, there's that. Scott Hudson was contacted, and in fact, I think he may be flying up to Stamford, Connecticut this week. So that's for those of you interested in who may be announcing at WCW. He's one of the maybes. In fact, I guess by the fact they're flying him in means that they're going to take him. So anyway, this is from Keith Morrison, who says, here's a couple of news items that I may have read somewhere on the Internet. It says, Bill Goldberg has negotiated someone. By the way, this is all a spoof, so please do not take any of this seriously. Bill Goldberg has negotiated a contract with the WWF. Goldberg will sign a $3 million contract, but he will not be wrestling. He will do a Brother Love segment from his living room couch. A local independent promoter was shocked Friday night when Jake Roberts showed up for one of his shows in condition to wrestle. Actually, I like that one. Last week, by repeating the same phrase over and over, Jacques Rougeau made a short story long. Hey, people love Jacques here. Haku made some off-color remarks about Rikishi's rear end. When the comments got their way back to Rikishi, he confronted Haku. Haku told Rikishi he shouldn't be so angry because the comments were only tongue-in-cheek. That's lame. Let's see. Vince McMahon decided on Sunday. Vince McMahon decided on Sunday that he needed to push somebody to the top and decided it was Edge. So to make an Edge the top guy, he was instructed to do a run-in the main event to lay out Stone Cold, Jericho, and Benoit. 2 minutes later, as Edge took his spot in the gorilla position, Vince, just getting off of that cell phone, came up, realized that Edge, in fact, was not over, and canceled the run-in.
And had blonde hair.
That was the joke, Ryan.
Okay.
To find out how much money is available for creation of a new federation, Vince McMahon, Jerry Jarrett, and Hulk Hogan have all ordered copies of Matthew Lesko's book. Billy Gunn enjoyed that promo on Monday night. He went up to Edge and goes, man, that promo where you ran me down was awesome. Who are the writers? To which Ed replied, writers? Anyway, so much for that. Let's see, this is from John, who said, I read that Low-Key had a match on WF tapings. Yeah, he did, last night, as a matter of fact. And he did a good showing against Raven. That was, did that as well. I think that was the night before. Do you know if he has a developmental deal? No, he does not. What's the situation with his chances of making it? He's ultra talented, but then again, so are Chris Daniels and Mike Modest. You know, I still haven't seen Low-Key, but obviously I will be seeing him soon. But what was I going to say about that? They are not looking to add people right now to their developmental roster. You know, they haven't signed, since York and Matthews, who have already been cut, they haven't signed anybody developmentally, I think, all year, have they?
I don't think so.
Ever since WCW.
So many guys.
Yeah, I think that they're just going to go with what they have. This is from Nathan, who goes, the invasion angle should not be heel versus face, but like two sports teams playing against each other. I agree, and that's what it's going to end up. That's what it's got to be. It can't be a heel promotion versus face promotion because they both got to end up as face promotions in a month. Let's see. What do we have here?
You know, I was looking back at the whole NWO deal last night, and I was just looking at the whole storyline was built around the fact that WCW was this loser organization, and it was just amazing to me that at this time when WCW was just kicking the WWF's ass, at the same time their storyline was that they were losers. And look what happened.
Yes, I know. This is from Marcus, who goes, all of this talk is mute. WWF is going to be doing 3.0s pretty soon once Monday Night Football starts. And I will not predict anything. I will not predict anything because I have no idea where this is going to turn out, but I do have something to say about that. Just right, he goes, reminds me of the death of roller derby. Where's anyone heard that one before? He goes, dead within 18 months. Okay, this is not going to be dead in 18 months like roller derby. Okay, here, there's a couple things about it, and a lot of the roller derby or Jim Crockett promotions or Montreal wrestling or Detroit wrestling analogies pretty much all hold true, but there's one big difference. Okay, well, and what happens is there's a big war. The war ends. Somebody loses. They do interpromotional. The promotion that wins usually kills the promotion that loses because they can. And during this period, which is actually the period we're going through right now, there's a short-term period of anywhere between 3 and 6 months where business booms again because people are seeing all those matches they want to see. And then it dies real fast. That's what happened with roller derby, Montreal wrestling, Detroit wrestling, all of them. And they all died. The difference is, and why this will not die, is because none of those promoters had $250 million of cash reserve to ride them out through the bad period. Vince has enough money. You know, whenever I hear about, like, Vince can't afford
and
some
a net
guy,
worth of $750 million.
Billion, although that will go down. But still, even if it goes down to, let's say,
$750 billion? What are you talking about?
$700 billion. Vince is
$750 million. Because he's no longer a billion.
You're right. $700 million. Okay, I'm losing my mind.
I almost had a heart attack right there.
I know, my God, then he's really rich. But no, yeah. Vince has a net worth of $700 million right now, which will go down. But even if it goes down to $500 million, none of those promoters have that kind of money. So he can buy anyone he wants. He can ride this out for as long as he wants. He's already making cutbacks. So I mean, it's not like he's not preparing for this.
Yeah.
So I mean, it may very well go down, and won't go down for 3 to 6 months if this thing's done right. At least at the beginning, I think you can't screw up. Although,
I mean, think about it. Right now, they have 4 years of losing $60 million before they would be in trouble.
Exactly. And they don't have the contract overhead like WCW had to where they're ever going to lose that kind of money anyway, because if they start losing money on the road, they'll cut back on road expenses. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And these guys, none of these guys have big downside guarantees. I mean, in comparison to what, the kind of contracts that WCW had with those guys that couldn't draw anymore at the end. So they're not the dangers of losing. I mean, they could conceivably lose money if this thing goes south, but they're not going to ever lose that kind of money. And the time it would take for them to lose $250 million, believe me, they'll come up with something new, and they'll be, you know what I mean? It's not going away. It probably will. There's a good chance it will go down at some point. Maybe it won't, but there's probably a good shot of that. Let's see. Wasn't the Kimo Sakuraba fight a work? I don't think it was. Let's see. More on Jerry Lawler. Jerry Lawler.
Why would you want to do a work where you just get your ass handed to you? Why not just try to do a shoot?
Yeah. What is your take on Rob Van Dam? I stumbled on ECW a year ago and I was amazed at his talents. I grew up watching WWF and WCW. I feel Rob Van Dam is the best wrestler currently in the business. Brian and I will not agree with that one.
I don't think you watched enough ECW.
Yeah, he's a very talented athlete, but far from that. He goes, I also like Tajiri. Tajiri's awesome. Let's see. This is from Mark Hodgkinson, who goes, perhaps as a Canadian, I'm a homer here, but what does it take to get Chris Jericho in a long program to make him a dominant headliner? A different promoter. He can work long matches. A different son-in-law. He can work long matches, short matches, aerial matches, submission matches. He's willing to do the job without complaint. He has mic skills. His mic skills have gone down, though. He's too catchphrase reliant.
They've gone down because it's the same old,
Yeah. He gets great face pops. He can get great heel heat. I can go on. Suffice to say, I see his program getting changed on a weekly basis despite all his talent. No other dominant headliner was given 2 weeks to prove his stock before being dropped back to a mid-card status. That is true.
When do you notice that?
Yes. No more limping old punch fests from Austin Kane. Why do people always rip on Austin? I mean, he's got bad knees, but my God, that guy's great. I just think that Steve Austin works so hard, and I mean, he's not, Chris Benoit, but I mean, it's like his mic skills are great. His acting is great for wrestling. I mean,
I think there are certain people that for some reason it doesn't matter what the quality of all their matches are. People just see them as not being good. It's just like Rock, People till the day that Rock dies will say, that guy's not a very good worker. But he just has string after string of good matches. And is it always the other guy?
Part of it is also because, I don't know, like, Rock isn't, super versatile, but God, I mean, he moves like an athlete. It's just like the key is,
he knows what to do.
He knows when to make his comeback. The people are with him.
That's so much a part of it. I mean, great. You can have Chris Benoit in there with Billy Gunn. Look at the guys that Billy Gunn has had a chance to work with, and he still can't have a good match.
Well,
Yet Rock seems to have a good match with all these guys. Why is that? Because he's in there with someone good?
Good match with Rikishi on one of those pay-per-views.
Yeah.
Remember? Let's see. WF needs to bring in Ric Flair. Yeah. Well, we'll hear more about that. I like the angle with Austin, Vince, and Kurt Angle. It made me laugh so hard I couldn't breathe. Oh, they're going to start killing people like Blassie did. The angle with Edge and Billy Gunn was really funny. Yeah, it was hilarious. When Billy Gunn talked about the stuff you say about him on the show, I was laughing. Okay. I know bringing Scott Hall back is a bad idea, but if they could put a punishment clause in his contract, like that he has to pay the WF $1 million if he does drugs or alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh, they'd sign him in a heartbeat because that's money in the bank, right? Oh, God.
Or alcohol. Yes, Scott, you may not have a drink at the bar. or you owe us $1
Yes.
million.
Yeah,
He'd
well,
be
Scott-
signing that thing immediately.
Scott is not drinking alcohol these days, and that's not a sarcastic remark. He really isn't.
Okay.
You don't believe me. Anyway, this is from Peter, who says, with the recent merger of WWF and WCW, if WCW gets its own television slot, what are the chances of WWF selling the show overseas? Like 100%. Okay? We already get Raw and SmackDown. I'd like to be able to view WCW as well. Well, if you get Raw and SmackDown, you're going to be viewing lots of WCW. Let's see. SmackDown was everything Raw. This is from someone who attended both shows at the Garden. SmackDown was everything that Raw should have been. Given all the injuries, SmackDown played out great. The beatdown from the WWF wrestlers on Palumbo and O'Hara was great. Albert and Kane had an impressive match. Wow, that's something to see. Kane did a standing hurricane.
I heard Albert went for a power bomb, and Kane turned it into a Frankensteiner.
Yeah, that's the spot he just talked about.
Wow.
Yeah. Kurt was hilarious. Elevated or not, he works great with Austin and vignettes. The two worst wrestlers from Raw, Billy Gunn and Big Show, were in interesting spots on the show. Vince's interview at the beginning was good, but it was too long. The Torrie Wilson thing was obvious, but still interesting. The final angle was okay, but I felt Booker T should have attacked him face up instead of from behind. Well, I think that, I don't know. They did a good job.
What was the Billy Gunn thing? I don't even remember.
I guess just the tag match.
Oh, okay.
He worked the tag match with X-Pac. They kind of redid DX. That's kind of weird, too. Let's see. Let's see. I listened to your show in the UK. It was interesting to hear what you said about Booker T. Forgive me if I misinterpreted what you said, but it seemed you were saying one of the reasons Booker T got such a push in WCW was because he was black. You did not misinterpret what I said. That is true. I happen to think that along with Scott Steiner and Bill Goldberg, Booker T carried a weak WCW over the last year. I'm not denying it. I'm just saying that was one of the timing reasons. He has great ability. I think he can really match Austin one-on-one in the feud. He's got a ways to go. Maybe he can. He's good. He's a great athlete. He's one of the few black superstars to emerge on the scene in several years. Let's hope his talent is not wasted. One could say over the years, WWF has hardly developed the full potential of his black performers. Take Ron Simmons. In WCW,
Take The Rock.
The Rock. I knew you were going to say that.
I know it's hard to believe that man's black, but it's true.
And that's right, and they have certainly given him the chance. In WCW with Butch Reed, he was part of one of the most intense and physical teams in wrestling. Dude, they weren't that good. With the Acolytes, the WWF has a team that has the potential to look just as devastating, but they're never given decent angles to work with. Yeah, I don't know. Historically, the WWF has never represented Black America with any great light. Look at Virgil, for instance. With talented performers like Booker T and Ron Simmons in the Federation, now is a perfect opportunity to address that issue.
One thing real quick about looking devastating in wrestling. I'm not a big fan of looking devastating by really beating the hell out of your opponent. Like Acolytes just killing some guy with a clothesline or power bombing him as hard as they can. So, I just don't like that.
Let's see. What do you think about a match next week between Palumbo and O'Hara against the Dudleys? I think we'll be seeing it. I think next week would be too soon. Yeah, I could see that one on the pay-per-view. I mean, I don't know it. I heard, let's see, what did I hear? 5-on-5 and then another tag team. I think they're kind of like, I don't think the names are decided on yet. They could be, but let's see.
For some reason recently with what they've been doing, I doubt it.
Guys, we've got Bobby Heenan and Red Bastien right now. Nick Bockwinkel will be up in about 15-20 minutes, and Billy Graham is a little bit indisposed right now. He'll be up in about 10. And Ric Flair, apparently he's having some family difficulties. We may or may not have him this evening, so just to let everybody know. But first up, Bobby Heenan and Red Bastien.
How are you guys doing today? Let's start with Red. Red, what's going on?
Well, not much. I'm up in the Great Northwest at the present time, getting ready to get my sailboat ready and go out doing some sailing this summer.
Oh, that's cool. And we got Bobby. Bobby's out in Bobby, how are you today?
Pretty good. How you doing?
We're doing really good.
Well, good.
We're going to talk. Of course, we're here to talk about Ray Stevens, and I guess Red, you probably knew him longer than just about anyone. Because I mean, I remember you were. When did you first meet Ray Stevens?
I think I first met him in 1957 or 58, something like that. I met him in Charlotte, North Carolina. He was there. I was there, and he came in. He was had been wrestling over there for Nick Goulas, I think, and then I came back from the service and spent some time in Texas and Oregon, and then I went down to Charlotte, North Carolina, and that's when Ray came in. I was there already.
And you know, your career and his career crossed paths for 20 plus years, I guess.
Yeah, it's really strange. So, you know, Ray, every time I'd go someplace, he was either there or he'd be there, or he was there, or I would be there and he would come in. You know, it's just, and yet on the other hand, there's some guys in the business I never met. You know, our paths never just crossed. You know, so it's kind of funny how that works.
Now, in 57, I mean, I mean, I know that, like, in the 60s, the guy, you know, really had the rep as being, you know, maybe the premier performer in the entire business. I mean, did he already have that in 57? When you met him, was he already like the Ray Stevens that people talked about later, or was it just developing?
No, he was there already. I don't know how he did it. Ray's really a strange guy because he had charisma and pizzazz. You know, I was just amazed at him. He looked so young, you know. At the time I saw him, he was even much younger than I. So I had heard about him already, but the Lord only knows I didn't have any idea what kind of work he was. But he was one heck of a wrestler.
Now, Bobby, where did you first cross paths with him in the AWA, or did you cross paths with him earlier than that?
I could never stand the bum. No, I met Ray in 1961 in Indianapolis. I was setting the ring and carrying jackets, and him and his tag partner, the Roy Shires, Ray was boxing Archie Moore that night.
Oh, wow.
It was Roy Shires and Ray Stevens against Archie Moore. And I never could figure it out because Ray got his butt kicked, but then on the way back from the ring, he knocked out 4 people. Well, that was Ray.
Now, so you would have been, you know, a pretty young kid.
I was 17.
Yeah. What? When he was already in there. Now, Bobby, you never went to San Francisco. I mean, during that glory period. I know Red was in and out of there, you know, several times.
No, I never did.
Yeah. Red, what was it like as far as San Francisco? Because, I mean, when people think of Ray Stevens, even though he wrestled literally all over the world, Australia, Japan, you know, New York, he was a headliner everywhere, they always think of San Francisco and the Cow Palace.
Well, he was there for so long, you know. That's where his home was after a while. When him and Roy Shire left Indianapolis, they went to San Francisco, and they were running opposition to, what was the guy's name down there?
Joe Malkovich?
Yeah. And so that's where he stayed after that. That was his home, you know, for many, many years. And I guess he liked it there because he was making money, I guess.
Well, just like for years you talked about New York, first name that came up was Bruno. You talked about wrestling in California, San Francisco was Ray Stevens.
Speaking of Bruno, what was the story with him beating Bruno for the WWF title in San Francisco? What did they do there? Was it like a count-out?
I don't know.
Okay, that was a match in '67 in San Francisco, and Ray Stevens held a belt. I think he held one of the belts, and they brought Bruno in to defend the WWF title, and they had a match at the Cow Palace, drew real big, and Ray won by countout. And in San Francisco, by the rules of the, you know, that Roy Shires went by, a countout was the same thing as a pin. You know, I mean, it was like, you know, whatever, it was a win. But by the New York rules, a countout was not a win. It was like a DQ. So Bruno kept the title, could go back. But then in San Francisco, they could say, you know, Ray Stevens just beat Bruno Sammartino. So it was basically face-saving for both sides.
Okay.
And, you know, since Bruno wasn't going to be there all the time, you know, it made sense for Ray to win, you know, if you think about it. Yeah. Now, Red, when you were in San Francisco on and off, I mean, I don't know, what did Stevens have, I guess, that maybe that the other wrestlers didn't have, or what made him so special as a performer?
Well, he had it. We don't know. We're not sure just exactly what it was, but he had it. Just to give you an example, you know, for so many years he wrestled in little towns, you know, like Modesto, California. They run that town every week. And we're talking about guys that can draw. Ray Stevens drew in there for 10 years straight. He's in there every week. He's, you know, if they mix him up, they give him a tag team partner. You know, it's the 6-man tag match. They did everything. And he was always there, and he always had a house. And no matter who got there or who came in, he always made it. He always ended up being a top guy, which he was. He had so much charisma in the ring there that people just either loved to hate him or loved to love him.
You know what it was, I think, too, Red?
What?
I think that there's a lot of guys in our business, and you know this. They don't want to go out there and work unless they're with the top guy.
Yes.
And when you're wrestling, like, say, Bruno in New York, you fly around for him. Yes. Stevens would do that for Frank Monte in Modesto. Ray never shortchanged the people. When they went to see Ray Stevens, they got their money's worth.
Absolutely.
And that's what it was. He gave him a main event match, no matter who he wrestled.
Oh, no, I remember in Red, you would know this. Ray Stevens could make, the lowest guy on the totem pole, so to speak, and make you think that guy was a world-class top worker.
That's right.
He did it all the time.
Yeah.
He did it all the time.
I remember seeing guys that, barely could lace their boots in their first few matches that were basically television cannon fodder that everybody else would walk through in 3 minutes, and Ray Stevens would go out there for 8 to 10 minutes with a guy, and, you would go like, whoa, this guy's going to be a superstar someday, about the other guy. And then they never were.
Well, we're in a tag match one night in Rockford, Illinois, Ray and I. And it was, some nights, I don't care what you do, they're dead. And Ray had my Via down and was choking him. And the crowd was just dead. And Ray says, watch me switch gears. And he started choking my Via, and his hair started flying, and his eyes got big. And he just kept choking him and choking him. Finally, he had everybody in the place standing because he shifted gears.
He could really get it.
Now, you became, Bobby, you became really affiliated with Stevens in the AWA with Nick Bockwinkel and Ray Stevens tag team, and as AWA tag team champion. So you were traveling with him, for what, about a couple of years there?
Oh, yeah. I came into the AWA first time in 66 or so, or 67, Larry Hennig hurt his leg, and I went in to manage Harley for about a month. And then I went in there for good in 69 with Blackjack Lansdowne. And around 71 or 70, Ray came in. And I was finishing up. I'd gone to Japan. I was just coming back. I was going back to Indianapolis. And Ray had teamed up with Nick. And then I went to Indianapolis until 74. And then I came back to Minneapolis. And that's when I teamed with Ray and Bockwinkel.
And, Red, you were there during that period with Crusher and with Hercules Cortez and people like that.
Yes, I was, as a matter of fact.
So you were wrestling. Basically, when he first came in, you were probably just about his number one opponent.
Yeah, I worked with him a lot, that's for sure. And he came at a time. Well, I was always over there in Minneapolis because that was my hometown. I grew up there and went to high school and all that stuff there. And so there was a lot of fans that were there that knew me already. So I didn't have to. I had a pretty good base there to begin with. And when Ray came in, my God, we just took that and shook it a little bit, and it really worked.
Change gears.
Yeah, change gears.
I want to read this. This is from Tom Hankins, who's a wrestler in the 70s, who is a big fan of Ray Stevens. He just says, I've been anxiously awaiting today's show. I first saw Ray when he came to the AWA. He worked with Red Bastien in a match in Moline, Illinois at the ballpark. They put on a spectacular match, and I'd never seen some of the moves before that they used. That reminds me of something about Red. My friends and I who were with me still remember this match, and it was 30 years ago, and none of them are fans anymore, but we still talk about that match. When Ray Stevens, Nick Bockwinkel, and Bobby Heenan worked together for Verne, they were the best tag team I'd ever seen, and even though wrestling has certainly changed a lot since then, I still consider them the best tag team I ever saw. They never had a bad match or a boring match. Both Nick and Ray were the epitome of greatness, and Bobby was perfect as their manager. He was also a very good worker, very underrated as a worker. I was wrestling for Nick Goulas and some independent groups in the South back then, but I lived in Minneapolis, so I'd watch Nick, Ray, and Bobby and try to steal what they could do in Tennessee and Kentucky, where the fans had never seen them before. I guess I would also steal Billy Graham's lines from his great interviews because he got tremendous heat. Ray will always stand out in my mind as a tough SOB. I saw him work with a broken hand and other injuries that would sideline today's wrestlers and take great bumps even though he was injured. All your guests today exemplify the greatness that was once wrestling and keep the shows coming. Thank you very much. And Red, he brought something up. I never talked to you about this, but when I was a kid, I used to watch you wrestle. And you did this flying head scissors move that nobody has probably ever done since, and I don't know why no one has, because it was the coolest looking flying head scissors I've ever seen.
Well, I told the Destroyer here just not too long ago. I asked him. I said he asked me how my hips were. As you well know, I got artificial hips, and and I said, well, if you drop to your knees, I'll head scissor you right here. And he said, I always did. Oh, man. Big build-up for a big letdown.
No, but have you ever, because I know you trained a lot of guys, I mean, you know, I thought with all the high flyers that we have in wrestling now, I never saw anyone, you know, I mean, I've seen people do a lot of great moves, but, I've never seen anyone duplicate that one move.
Well, I haven't seen it either. And I don't know why. It wasn't all that difficult, because I see some of these high-risk moves these young guys are taking now, and I tell you, I'm a god. I just don't understand how they can do all this. I'm sure that their careers are not going to last as long as mine did, because they're taking some career-ending moves there that I wouldn't even do, you know.
I'll tell you something about Red. You know the move where Carpante would stand on the top rope and flip to his feet in the middle of the ring? And all the stuff you see the Mexican wrestlers do. Red Bastien could do all that stuff when he was in the ring. He could do everything they could do.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Bobby. Bobby, before we got Billy Graham on the line. We're gonna get to him in just a second. Bobby, I want to ask you one thing, because you were a big bum taker in your day, and your neck hurts real bad, and you had all the neck problems and everything. If looking back, and if you had advice for some of these younger wrestlers, what would you tell them what you could do and can't do, and what you would stop doing just for their, so when they get to be your age, they're in one piece, so to speak. And then, Red, I'm kind of curious about what you would say about that as well.
Okay. Well, you can't tell a guy anything. They're going to do what they want to do. People used to tell me not to take all those goofy bumps and stuff, but when you get in there, you just do it. You can't tell them anything. Don't forget the equipment we worked on in those days. A lot of the rings were boxing rings. They were rings that belonged to the armory or some buildings. They weren't kept up. They were pieces of junk. And it didn't have good quality equipment to work on. The guys I would tell them now, I'd say, instead of taking 35 bumps a night, take 3 good ones at the right time. Learn how to perform. That's the best thing you can tell them, because they're going out there and they're taking all those high-risk moves, and after you've seen about 10 of them in a row, they don't mean nothing.
And you don't remember the previous 9.
Yeah, you can't remember back that far.
Red, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with Bobby. I see some of these moves that they're doing, and they're life-threatening, and I don't think they're necessary. Personally, the people don't come there to see someone get killed.
No.
They come there to be entertained.
I took a bump one night out on the table, over the top rope, just to land on the table. And the table broke, and my leg went through it, and I cut below my knee to the shin, to the bone, because it's a Formica table. And every time I see these guys throw each other through tables, I'm thinking eventually a piece or that leg is going to puncture their lungs, or something bad's going to happen. I mean, you got a ring that's padded with ropes. Why use a table?
Yeah. Just, I agree with Bobby. They're taking these risks and everything like that, but it reminds me of, Ray Stevenson, and we'll get back to him a little bit. He came down to Texas. Him and Nick Bockwinkel came down, and in the dressing room, he says, we're in Fort Worth, Texas, and they had a ring there that it was so hard, that thing. I think they built the ring, and then they built the building around it, because I don't think they could take it down. I don't know. It was like concrete. So Ray Stevens says to me, he said, how's this ring for bumps? And I said, it's great. He come back in, he's holding his back, and he's got, oh, my God. He said, I thought you said this ring was good for bumps. I said, yeah, but for giving them. Not taking them. Oh, he went crazy.
Like Crusher came back from the ring one night in St. Louis. Remember how hard that ring was in St. Louis?
Oh.
I said, I know how we can get it. I told Pat O'Connor, I said, I know how we can get a new ring here. He said, how? I said, every Friday night that we're here, right after the national anthem, have Sam Mushnick take a slam. I'll bet you there's a new ring here next week.
How did Ray's body hold up? Because he took some pretty incredible bumps for that time period.
Crazy glue and Scotch tape.
I want to bring on.
I'd like to say that Ray was.
Okay, go ahead.
Ray did take some hellacious bumps, but they were all calculated. He was a fascinating guy. He could land and not hurt himself, but he knew what he was doing all the time.
He was just gifted.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to bring on Nick Bockwinkel and Superstar Billy Graham, and we'll go with Billy first. Billy, when you broke into wrestling, the first territory, I guess, that you got the big push would be here in San Francisco. And I know we've talked over the years many times. Ray Stevens was your idol in wrestling.
Oh yes. Let me first say hello to Red and Bobby. It's good to hear. I just talked to Red last week.
Nick Bockwinkel's on as well.
It's good to hear Bobby Heenan's voice again, man.
Billy, you still got those big work boots?
And Ray Stevens, he was my wrestling idol, and speaking of bumps and tremendous moves, Red Bastien, when I did first come to the San Francisco territory, Red was there. I don't know for what length of period of time in the beginning of '71, but I know I saw him in a few matches at the Cow Palace, and looking from behind the curtain, as I was ordered to do by Roy Scheidt to watch every match, and the moves are phenomenal, and what Red possessed was not only the ability to do these phenomenal moves and bumps, but he had the ability to make it look almost effortlessly and like a pro gymnast almost. And so I'd have to rate Red ahead of his time as far as bump taking. I don't think I ever saw him take the bump that Ray did, as I heard you guys talking earlier, that somersault into the turnbuckle over the top onto the floor. I know Rich.
Shawn Michaels was the one who did that a lot.
That was his signature move later, but someone asked me just recently that they heard that Ray Stevens could take that bump, that somersault over the top, and then blade himself before he hit the mat on the way down and do the bump and get juice all at the same time. And I said, well, I never saw him get the juice on the way down, but the bump was phenomenal. And Red will probably remember this, that ring, and even Dave, you might recall, if you really check your memory, that ring in the Cow Palace was extra high.
Oh, yeah.
Is that right, Red? Am I right about that?
It was. I remember.
Yeah.
I couldn't see him was in the ring.
I could even see the action in the middle of the ring.
I used to sit at ringside, and it was and when you would sit at ringside, the Cow Palace, it was like one of the worst views for that very reason, because the ring was so high.
Especially when guys got down to mat level and did some work on the mat, exchanging holds and things like that, but because you couldn't see up and across, it was like you needed a periscope to see the action in the ring. But the thing was so high, it scared me at first. It was like climbing up onto like a high. You're going to the high wire act on at a circus or something. But I just back to Ray. Yeah, he was my wrestling idol, and he that of course that signature somersault in the corner up over the top onto the floor. Was a phenomenal move, and I don't think anyone's ever done it better than I guess Ray had to be the originator of the move. I don't know.
I don't know. Red, was he the originator of that?
It goes even further back than that.
He was the first guy that I ever saw do it.
It wasn't Crusher. I said Crusher last year. I said, you could still work. You haven't lost a step.
To do it, I would have turned my back and hit the back buckle. Hit the buckle. But Ray was just incredibly on the bumps he took. There was like no fear. And when you did that thing, that somersault over the top, and you had to clear the ring post on the way out and down also, and it was so smooth, it was scary, and like I said, the height of that ring was ridiculous. But moving forward to where we are now, Monday night, I saw a clip on Raw of I guess it was Shane getting suplex into that logo.
Oh boy!
The first time it didn't break, and he hit, and he went down. I know he landed on his head and his shoulder, and it looked like he could have broke his neck right there. And then they showed the clip again, and then they went through the breakaway plexiglass or whatever they had there, and he landed on his back. But the first one, he just bounced off that thing and went straight down, just like Bruno did in the garden when Stan Hansen gave him that weird sideways scissor body slam and dropped him dead on his neck, on his head. And it's like these guys are now, not to get away from Ray, because I know it's the subject of the show, but you guys were reflecting on the bumps that they're taking now. It's like, why are they doing it? Well, I think they've got so caught up in it, and with the evolution of the sport and the business, that the bar has been raised so high that it's almost like they're in competition with one another. And if you don't take a high risk move or a bump, you're not going to get a spot on top or near the top if you don't do these insane moves. And now the crowd is like, the Romans sitting in the Colosseum with the gladiators and the lions throwing the Christians to the lions and bloodthirsty things that actually happen. And that's the way the fans are now. You say that they don't want to really see anybody get hurt, but I think the mindset is just like when they go to Indianapolis 500 or Daytona, and they're waiting for a race driver going 250 miles an hour to go out of control and roll his car about 10 times and end up upside down in a fiery crash and get killed. They're bloodthirsty, and that's what
Billy, hold up for a second.
Taste. It's like they've got a taste of this high risk moves and these unbelievable feats these guys do, and they'll never be satisfied. The only way you can get rid of them it would be a slow weaning off by Vince. Vince would have to make the call, I think, Dave. And to wean the matter of fact, I think you wrote about that about a year and a half ago in one of your newsletters. That
well, he did.
He did go out at one time to.
He did cut back on dropping people on their head.
Is that true?
Yeah. They ban. They don't use pile drivers. They won't do. What moves, Brian? Won't they? Bring.
I think it's anything where you go straight down on your head and neck, like the tombstone.
Yeah. The various forms of pile drivers, because you almost never see them, and when you do, it's always for like a special reason.
Right.
Billy, hold up a second.
And another move that right at the beginning of that show of Raw on Monday night, the match where they went back in the
the hardcore match.
The two guys and they gave each other all the bumps on the floor on the aluminum ladder, and then he put the two tables together. And he went up and on top of the ladder and gave him the big elbow drop on top.
That's Tess Rhino.
The tables split apart.
He put the tables the wrong way.
They went right between the tables and landed like full force on the cement. I thought they were going to hit for a spot for a table to break, but maybe they had a plan for the tables to split. But that looked like
I doubt it.
Horribly dangerous
and
move. They showed the replay and the tables flew apart. And they both landed, on the cement with that move. And you're only an inch away, from a concussion or being killed with your head bouncing off the cement floor. I
want to get Nick Bockwinkel on real quick. Nick, how are you doing today?
I'm doing just fine. How are all you guys?
We're doing really good.
Glad to hear your voice. Sir Robert.
How you doing, Nick?
Billy.
Hi, Nick.
And Nick, when did you first cross paths with Ray Stevens? I mean, everyone probably remembers the best in the early 70s when you guys were a tag team for many years, but you crossed paths with him long before that.
Right. That would have been Indianapolis, Indiana, 1959, 1960, when he was part of the Shires Brothers. And at that time, Jim Barnett was the promoter in Indianapolis and in the surrounding area. And so I was teamed up with Joe Blanchard at that time, and Ray, like I say, was teamed up with Roy Shires.
And when he came to the AWA, you guys were hooked up pretty quick. Whose idea was that? Was it your idea, his idea, or Vern?
That was Vern and Wally came to me, and I'm sure they went to him, and they said, "Would you mind being teamed up with Ray?" And I said, "No, not a problem," And likewise, I'm sure they asked him. And so boom, and then
in short order, I think Sir Robert, didn't you, and Lanza, he went someplace. And
Jack and I left in 71, and I came back in 74 and managed you guys.
Oh, you came back in 74?
Yeah.
Okay, so then then he teamed up Ray and I, and then I guess it was in 74 when Bobby came back that he then teamed. He put Bobby with they put Bobby with Ray and I, and then we had a nice run for about, I guess, around 4 or 5 years then.
You know, when you guys teamed, you were like AWA Tag Team Champions several different times.
Correct.
But you actually pretty much, I would say at that period, had the rep for being, you know, the premier tag team in pretty much all of wrestling. And you went to Florida, Texas. There were a lot of places where you would come in during that period.
This was true. You know, I mean, I guess for whatever reason, we were good enough and established a strong enough rep that we went to Florida, and we went down to Texas quite a bit. And this was, I think, then before Bobby came on board. This would have been before 74. So that in 72, 71, 2, and 3, we did go to several different places, which I think was a compliment to both Ray and myself for whatever the reasons were that we were getting the job done.
Now, later, you, of course, became the singles world champion of the AWA, so it made for the natural rivalry. You had many, many matches. How would you rate, and you know, and Ray probably would have been, by this point, past the age of 40, how would you rate Ray as far as your opponents and everything like that?
As far as I was concerned, I considered Ray to probably be the premier worker that the profession had. He was far better than I as far as being a worker. There's no question in my mind about that. I think the only difference between Ray and I, why Ray wouldn't have been the world champion, was because I was, I think, more serious. I dedicated myself more to wanting to learn and do my own thing and establish my own entity. Had Ray at any point decided he wanted to, so to speak, get in shape and really push the envelope, I don't think there was anybody in the profession that could have touched him because he had probably the best ring sense of anybody I ever was with, and I was still learning from him after we had been partners for years. He was just, God bless him, he was just that good. And I remember one time, I think it was Denver, I'm doing something in the ring, and Ray's standing on the apron, and I kept watching him, glancing over, and he was flirting with some gorgeous girl at about the 4th row, paying no attention to what I was doing, no attention to the match, so to speak. And yet when I tagged him, he came in and instinctively went right to whatever I had been doing, followed up perfectly, and it was almost like, if I hadn't paid any more attention to it than him, I'd have been a lost soul when I came in, or I would have lost the momentum. Not Ray.
What else is new, Nick?
Pardon? Rodney, what was that?
I said, what else is new?
There you go. So, but I mean, Ray was just that good.
You know, Billy, I wanted to ask you this question because it's a story that when you, very early in your career, you wrestled Ray Stevens at the Cow Palace a couple of times. And I believe it was the first, in fact, I remember it was the first time you would have wrestled him in the main event at the Cow Palace. You actually went in the ring with 2 finishes, didn't you?
Yes, I did. And that might have been a first. It was a 2 finish because the television before the show in the Cow Palace, I had a bad match with Pat Barrett, Irishman Pat Barrett. I know all you guys remember Pat Barrett. And I wasn't aggressive enough, and I didn't look like I had the killer instinct. And when the match was over on television, Shires caught me in the hallway of the television studio in Sacramento, and just put me up against the wall and said, "Your match was horrible, and if the house falls," he instinctively knew. Shires was so brilliant that he instinctively knew that the house could possibly fall because of my bad performance on that during that match, and he said, if that house falls, I'm gonna fine you $1,000. It falls from the previous show. And sure enough, that night while I was in the dressing room with Ray, going over the match, Shires comes in, sits down, says, "Graham, you're fined $1,000. The house is dropped." And he says, "I'm going to give you guys 2 finishes. And it's going to be up to Stevens to call the finish. If the match is crappy and is a no good match, Ray's going to beat you and pin you 1, 2, 3 right in the middle of the ring. And if the match is decent and good enough for return, we'll work the return finish. And so he gave us the return finish and the option, and told Ray Stevens, Ray, you're going to have to make the call. You are going to make the call in the ring during the match. And so, I figured right there, well, I'm going down 1-3, which I didn't care. I'd do a job for Ray Stevens anywhere and be happy to do it. And but as soon as Shires left the locker room, stormed out, Ray told me, don't pay any attention to Shires. We're going to go for the return finish. and he actually got juice. This is a really amazing thing about that. We worked the return finish right from the start, and of course Ray worked around me. He could have a match with a punching bag. He could have a match with a telephone pole. His ability was so great, but he actually did a blade job. And when we got back to during the match and for the return, got back to the locker room, and Shires was steaming at Stevens, saying, "Why? Who told you to do a blade job to get color?" And Ray said, "Well, I wanted to make sure." He said the match was good enough. He said, "I wanted to make sure we really had a good shot at a good return and bring the house back up." And Shires said, "Well, I didn't tell you to get juice." And Ray said, "Well, you told me to make the calls out there, and I made the calls." And only Ray Stevens could have got away with that in San Francisco. Maybe Pat Patterson, but for sure only Ray Stevens. Because Shires dictated everything that you did. But so that was it. We were given two finishes, man, and I was fine after the match, and when Shires brought the checks around about a week or 10 days later, somewhere down in Fresno, I think I got the check for Cow Palace. It was $1,000 deducted off the check. I think I might have made about $2,000 on top or something, maybe $2,500 with Ray, and there was $1,000 of it gone. So Shires was a man of his word. But it was a two-finish match.
Red, I wanted to ask you, what was the story with 71-ish when Ray was the king of San Francisco? He'd been there for 10, 11 years, and he moved to Minneapolis. Was it just the time? Was it just, what did Vern just made him a good offer? What was the story behind that?
Well, first of all, Ray had been there for a long time, and I'd left and gone up to Minneapolis. I got pissed off at Roy Shire, who I had very little respect for. I had respect for his ability as a manager and a promoter, but for him as a person, I had none whatsoever, because he
was an asshole, wasn't he?
Yeah, and so anyway, I was up in Minneapolis, and I called up Ray and asked him. I said, "Ray, you want to come up here to Minneapolis?" I said, "Man, the guy treats you with respect here and everything like that. He's got a good territory. He runs a nice ship here." And I said, "Would you like to come up?" And he says, "Well, I don't know. I'll think about it." And so it wasn't about a little while later, a week, maybe something like that, he gave me a call and said he wanted to come up. So and we put it together.
Was it? Did Vern talk to you about Ray Stevens, or was that kind of like you acting on your own and talking to Vern and go, "Hey, we can get Ray Stevens in"?
Yeah, I think if I remember right, I think I just called Ray because I think there was a spot for him, and I called him, and then I talked with Vern, and I said, "Ray is available." If I remember right, it's been a while, but anyway, first of all, let me say something. I would have, we got some pretty lofty company that I'm here with, Billy Graham, Nick Bockwinkel, and Bobby Heenan. I'm honored to be on the same radio program with these guys. And the other thing is, I'd like to plug Cauliflower Alley Club a little bit, if I may, Dave.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, as everybody here knows that that the Cauliflower Alley Club has been in existence for 35 years, and it's an organization with wrestlers that have retired mostly, and we even though we do accept guys that haven't been retired, they're still active. And it comes out of we have an annual meeting in Las Vegas, Nevada, and by the way, Nick Bockwinkel is the vice president there, and so I'm sure Nick has got a few things that he'd like to put in about that too. We have a reunion this coming February, and it's not just for the wrestlers, it's for the fans as well. So we would like to see some fans there. It's at the Riviera Hotel there on the Strip, right on the Strip, and it gives everybody a reason to go to Las Vegas.
What did we have last year, Red? Almost over 500 people?
We had about 500 there last year.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, Bobby did the MC.
Yeah, Bobby was there. He helped out and did a wonderful job, I might add, like he always does. He's done that for so many years. Good job at everything we always expected of him.
And doing that for Cauliflower was just like working for Wally in those days. I still didn't get paid.
Well, let me address that, if I may. The Cauliflower Alley Club is a not profitable organization, and so we don't make any money. We get money in from our memberships and stuff like that, and then of course we donate it to people who need it and stuff like that.
Well, just like a couple months ago, Sir Oliver Humperdinck used to manage, and he had a triple bypass surgery. And the guy who lives in Key West, he doesn't have a dime. Flat ass broke. Cauliflower and Red Bastien sent the man $1,000. So, I mean, it's a good organization. It's a great organization.
I want to get Ric Flair on because I want to thank you, Rick, under the circumstances, for coming on.
I'm glad to be with you, Dave.
Rick, how are you doing? Bobby.
Bobby, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, man. I just heard you and Red talking. I didn't know you guys were going to be on the show. I can't talk about Ray Stevens at the same time you guys are, because I didn't go to any parties you guys went to.
You had your own.
I hate you, Heenan. I'm not talking on the air with you on the air.
Want to talk about Boston?
No. This is not going to be good, Dave.
Rick, real quick before we start talking about Ray Stevens and everything, I want to ask, what have you been up to, and what's coming up for your future?
Well, actually, I've just really been doing nothing. I've, as you know, the restrictions put down on the guys that are under contract by, with the Time Warner that were independent contractors, not the employees, are such that they're not letting us do anything. Maybe an occasional autograph session or appearance, but anything wrestling related, they're not letting us do it. So, it's a big part of my life that I miss, but at the same time, I was very fortunate to still be getting paid by him, and I'm just having a good time with my kids. I mean, I've been real active with them a lot in the last couple of years, and now I've got 7 days full access to them, sometimes much to their dismay, but I'm having a good time with them, and it's just been a great summer so far. So I'm not really worried about it. I think that as wrestling business always seems to work its way through any kind of problem, and God only knows between Bobby, myself, and Red, we've seen a lot in this business, and somehow everything works out for the best. And if it's meant for me to be back in it and working with those guys, it'll happen. I'd like to be there, but if it doesn't, it won't be the end of the world. I had a lot of fun, and I had a great, what I think was a great career, and had the good fortune of meeting and being around a lot of guys like the two guys you have on the phone tonight. And
we also have Nick Bockwinkel and Billy Graham on the phone too.
All right, Nick, Billy, how are you guys?
Good. Hi, Rick. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, there's the two more guys, and I mean we've seen it all, and I think they know the business goes through cycles, and I feel like whatever's going to happen will be good.
Rick, when you first broke in, it was AWA, and actually all these guys were around right when you first broke in, and Ray was like, what was it like watching these guys, and of course, probably Ray Stevens one of the bigger influences on your career.
Well, let me tell you, I used to, when I was in college, as everybody knows, I've made it through 1 year, but I used to take all my friends down, which at that time, two of them were the Goldberg boys, Bill's older brothers, Mike and Steve. I'd drag them down once in a while. My favorite match, back in those days was Nick and Ray against Cortez and Red. I mean, I loved it. I mean, at the same time...
Well, Red must have been a hell of a worker then, and Ray. And Nick. The other three guys must have been hell workers.
Yeah, but I mean, it was,
I heard about Cortez.
At the same time, they had the unfortunate car wreck and all that, but I loved that match, and I got to go down to that 7th Street gym, and I got to meet, all the guys there. I don't think Ray was in there a lot, but Ray didn't need to be. You know what I mean? Ray was Ray Stevens, and as I told 1,000 people, I'd sit there all night long waiting for Ray to beg off in that corner, and for someone to throw him in, man. And if he didn't do it, I was upset about it, you know. So
you made sure that you did it. You made sure that, like, when you were a wrestler, you did that in every match.
I wouldn't leave it out. And my rationale was, someone say to me, Christ, that's like, you know, why do you do that every night? You know, and I'd say, well, why do you take an arm drag every night? You know, why do you take it, you know, get taken over in a headlock? I mean, there's 1,000 people that was wrestling. It was just something I learned how to do, and, you know, I know that I was disappointed if I didn't see Ray do it as a fan watching Ray, you know, and it just, like different things, like when I thought Red Bastien threw the greatest head scissors of all time. I mean, Greg Gagne.
We were talking about that.
Yeah, Greg Gagne spent 10 years trying to duplicate Red's No, I'm paying him a compliment. It's just things that were great in the business. I mean, you know, Billy Graham was the first guy to come along with that body. I mean, it really got that kind of recognition from it, and Billy was ahead of his time. I mean, it was a great time. Minneapolis at that time, I thought, and this is before I ever knew what the NWA was or the World Wrestling Federation, but I think Vern had all the talent in the world right there, and all but probably the best that was on the marketplace in that point in time. And I mean, everybody's going to say they didn't have Bruno Sammartino and, you know, and people like that, but I don't think that Bruno. I think Bruno. I shouldn't say that. I just don't think that he would have been the star in the AWA that he was with another company. There just were so many great performers there at that time.
Anyway,
may I say something to Flair?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Red.
Okay. Rick, you know, we got Billy Graham here, Bockwinkel and Heenan, and maybe some other guys are going to come on, I don't know, but all these guys belong to the Cauliflower Alley Club. When are you going to join the Cauliflower Alley Club?
I'm not retired yet, man.
We have a vacancy
I still
for
want
you.
to wrestle the Rock one time, man.
Rick, what's as far as, like, what's the time limit right now as far as your contract? Like, how much longer?
20 months.
20 months, okay.
If I had every Monday night between now and 20 months from now with Bobby Heenan, I wouldn't live that long. If I had to be with Bobby and Gene Oakland every Monday night again for the next 20 months, I wouldn't make it to the Cauliflower Alley Club.
I'd rather blindfold myself and cross the interstate.
No, Red, I'll tell you what, it's not that I haven't wanted to be part of it. You know, my problem has just been time management, and I know that it's really gotten to the point where I need to participate, and I'm ashamed to tell you that I haven't, but I will in the future. And I'm saying that on the air right now and go on record as saying that.
All right, my man.
Okay.
I'm going to hold you to it.
Now, when is the first one? Next one coming up?
It's going to be in February at the Riviera Hotel in Las Vegas. And it's going to be...
God, that already doesn't work.
It's going to be a slam dunk. Incidentally, while we're on that subject, Billy Graham, you're writing a book, and we're going to have it's going to be the book thing this year, because everybody that's written a book about wrestling, or every wrestler that has written a book about anything else, we're going to have those books on sale there. So the fans can come there and buy the books, get a signed autograph and everything like that. So, Billy, are you going to have your book ready?
Well, I hope to. I've had a lot of setbacks health-wise, as some of you guys know. I know Dave does. I've contracted hepatitis C, and it is really especially this last 3 or 4 months, it's played havoc on my immune system. And it's just drained me of all energy and fatigue. And I go through. It seems like I go through sets of time frames where I've just the hepatitis C is so strong in my system that it just shuts down my immune system, and I have a lot of problems. Fatigue being one of the main ones, but I managed to really see the end of the book now, and I'm really hoping that I will have it finished. There's no reason I shouldn't if I don't have another serious setback with hepatitis C to stymie my time that I need to keep on writing. I will say this one thing that. About books. I know I read in one of Dave's newsletters that Rick, you're gonna be having a book come out, I think, and your career, and I know that's going to be a fascinating book. And if I could tell you what I've learned, I know some guys need a ghostwriter to help them write the book, because it's not an easy thing. I happen to be an artist. I'm able to put a little bit of paint down on the canvas and make a rock look like a rock out here in the desert, but writing a book is something like an art form, and I found that it's a tremendous outlet, and if you've already started, I know Mike Mooneyham told me that he was going to help be involved in writing your book also with you, but try to get as much of your own words in that book as possible, because I know it's just a great thing to do. It's something that's so unique. Writing your autobiography is it's just an incredible insight to yourself. And some things have come up that I haven't particularly liked to relive in my mind while writing this autobiography, but it's a cleansing also. But I think the fans, just like Mankind's book, Mick Foley writing his in his own words, I think the fans really appreciate really much more a person who can put a lot of the book in their own words and know that it came right out of their mouth instead of a ghostwriter. But of course, like I said, if not everybody can write a book, and not everybody can paint a portrait like Steve Strong, and so, but when you do, really try to, I think you'll enjoy trying to put a lot of the words down on tape, or in my case, I handwrite every word, then give it to Valerie, and she transcribes it on the computer, and then I send it to a friend of mine in Southern California to edit, cross the T's and dot the I's and correct the spelling. But I'm really anxious to get that book. And do you have any? What's the latest on your book, Rick?
Well, actually, it's the irony of you just bringing it up, or Red bringing it up. I just signed the contract with the company. It's been put on hold about 3 different times, basically due to the difference in structure of the wrestling business per se, and then the fact that I was with a publisher that published another book that didn't do very well. So my agent is out there. A fellow by the name of Barry Bloom was done a nice job for me. They found another publisher, and I actually started to work on it, as Dave knows, about almost maybe 8-9 months ago, and then the deal with the publisher changed around, and I wasn't happy with it, and I just kind of thought that the marketplace, just being a wrestler and being a fan and being someone that was pretty close to the business, I thought the marketplace was stale on books, period. So I kind of lost interest in the project, but they talked me back in, they talked me into doing it again, so we're actually going to start on it in the next couple of weeks again, and
good.
I have to have it ready by March 1st. But a lot of what you're saying I'm aware of, and the first couple chapters were pretty much stuff that I just said, off the top of my head and just in memories, and that's the hard part about the business. The best part about the business you can't write about, because either you'll get divorced or people think it's science fiction anyway. So, yeah, and that's the God's honest truth. If I tried to tell them a night I had out with Ray Stevens once in a while, people think I was a liar, or say no, you'd be indicted. Huh?
Stranger than fiction.
Yeah, I mean, we had so much fun, and the business itself was just so much fun. I mean, the collection of guys, I mean, we got Nick on the phone, and Billy Graham, and Red Bastien, and Bobby Heenan. And let me just say something about Bobby Heenan. I'm not trying to stray away from the subject, but as much time as I put in trying to learn how to do raise bump, I did with Bobby and could never do it. And that bump that Bobby Heenan took for 20 years, or about 25 years, backwards over the top rope was another phenomenal part of our business for me. And Bobby knows that, because Bobby was trying to teach it to me in 1991. And finally just said, forget it. If you can't do that for 25 years, you ain't going to learn it.
I told you how simple it was. Pretend you're at home and try to get over the fence to get out. Same thing.
Speaking about books again, real quick, I really hope you're able to finish it, because I know there'll be just tons and tons of fans who would want to read your autobiography.
Well, thank you, Bill. I'm going to work hard on it and do it.
I spoke with Bret Hart some time ago now, and he told me, concerning his autobiography, that years and years ago he had planned on writing a book. He had really had great insight, and that he had audio taped many road trips to different towns.
Is this Bret? Are you talking about Bret Hart?
So he has a tremendous library of audio tapes going back years and years when he first started for his father in Calgary. So
yeah, you are talking about Bret Hart. Okay, so make that clear. Yeah, because Bret Hart had told me that he had taped a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Did you know Stu Hart wrote a book?
No.
200 pages of Short reading.
Bobby, you've talked about a book, a couple of times
I'm
with us
working
before.
on one right now. I have a publisher out of Chicago, and I've got a guy who's helping me write it. And I'm just telling him there's two kinds of books. I want to do one about my life, my family, how I grew up, what happened to me along the way. I also want to do a wrestling book about the stories and the fun. And like Rick was saying, or Billy was saying, you can't really tell all the stories. But you can't just make up guys' names like Bill Smith and I wrestled here.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean nothing. You have to be truthful, and you have to tell the people the fun side, the dressing rooms, the cars, the airplanes, the hotels. That's the fun part. The ring stuff isn't that much fun.
I got a question for you guys. Because Rick's talking about, what was the most fun era for all of you guys in wrestling?
I'll start off on that. For me, I was just telling Valerie the other day, just maybe yesterday probably, that I missed and think about the Minneapolis, the 3 years I spent in Minneapolis as the most fun in the business. And maybe it's because, thanks to Red Bastien calling Ray Stevens to come up, well then in return, Ray Stevens called me to come up and to Minneapolis, and my career just skyrocketed. And meeting Rick when he was fresh out of college and making the trips with Ivan Koloff, and I do agree with Ric Flair when he says that earlier that probably the group of talent, the wealth of talent that was amassed at that time in the AWA for Vern Gagne was probably unparalleled in the business at that time. And the 72, 73, 74 time frame for me was absolutely the most fun and enjoyable in the business. I became my own identity. I created myself. I really progressed. Ric Flair took me to a guy named Warren Teddy who made home gym equipment, and I filled up my basement with home with all kinds of equipment, weightlifting equipment, and solid dumbbells from 15 pounds to 150 pounds, and it was just the best time, even including the time when I was given the strap from Bruno for that almost a year run in New York. I still say that Minneapolis was the most fun and enjoyable time out of my whole entire wrestling career.
Yeah.
Nick, I want to go with you, Nick.
I would say the 17 years I was in the AWA, when I was with Ray and Bobby, and Bobby and I, when I was in the single championship thing, I would just venture to say that in all my career, those were the best years that I enjoyed the most.
And Bobby, what about you?
I would have to say this. It's two different eras. I like the 70s because from 71, I was back in Indianapolis till 74, and from 74 to 80, I was in Minneapolis. So I had the best of both. I had my home life in Indianapolis and all my friends, and plus I had a bunch of great friends in Minneapolis. In Minneapolis, you didn't work every day. Sometimes you work 5, 6 days, 7 days a week, and some days weeks you work 3 or 4 days. But I think everybody got along. They're great. And it was a real fun time. And New York was fun in the 80s because everything was different. With TNT and with going on this show and doing this and that, it was exciting and different. But to wrestle, I think the thing I missed about the 80s was we didn't ride in cars like you did in the 70s. That was the fun part.
It's interesting you talk about that because, that aspect of wrestling, not completely, but largely is gone because most of the big trips are on the plane.
Well, that's where you learn to work in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, you learn to do interviews, you listen to other people talk, and that's how you learned.
Rick, you're someone who's bridged both eras. What do you think is things that you miss as far as, and you think that the guys who are coming up today are missing, and what do you think are the things that the guys coming up today have that's an advantage of when you came up and you go, God, when I came up, I wish we had this?
Well, that's just it. I couldn't have wanted for any more than I had, in Minneapolis. That's what's hard for me to explain to people. It seems so long ago, but it was such, the 72, 73, 70, a little bit of 74 before I left. It was just a tremendous time. I can't, number one, I was around with the guys I thought were probably the greatest workers, of their era or a lot of eras. Number two, I had so much fun with them, and I was just a kid, and they treated me like I was one of them, and all of them are on the phone right now tonight, and a bunch more like Ivan Koloff and that. But number three is that they took the time. They knew that if you're interested in the business, they took the time to point things out to you. But it wasn't a lecture. It wasn't a demeaning thing. They weren't pulled aside. They just knew, hey, if you liked it, they took the time to tell you something, and they appreciated it. Now, in this business, there's a few guys. I shouldn't say there's more than a few. There are a few guys that want to learn. There are a lot of guys that need to learn that don't know it. And there's a lot of guys that are respectful and a lot of guys that aren't respectful. When I started, you would never have ever thought about being anything but respectful and just wanted to be part of it if you were lucky enough. And I guess that's what I'm saying is so much different. There was so much there, but the guys were so much willinger. Were willing to take you under their wing or whatever it was. Whether it was, Billy brought up a story about Ward and Teddy, and I was just something I wanted to do. I was glad to be in Minneapolis and glad to be part of his life at that level. But I can remember, Billy Graham didn't drink at all. He went and had a glass of wine with me one night at a place in Moline, Illinois. Remember that, Billy?
Oh yeah.
He'd say, "Okay, I'll have one glass of wine with you."
Billy, the town has never been the same.
Huh?
The town has never been the same.
Yeah, I've put my blender.
No, but I put my blender with a pokey in the egg. I couldn't wait to get to the bar with Ray and Bobby and Nick and Red and everybody else. I couldn't wait, but at the same time, if Billy Graham asked me to go have dinner with him, like he took me and my dad to dinner in New York that time. Those are things that are in my life that nobody even knows about because I can't tell anybody because they can't relate to it. And that's what I miss. I can relate. Bobby Heenan and I have been together a lot in the last 10, 12 years. Since 91, and I was with Ray a lot, and Red actually quite a bit in the late 70s, early 80s in the Charlotte. So I've had the good fortune of seeing them all. Then I saw Nick, periodically, and Nick and I worked in Winnipeg once, and we were both champions. And it just was a tremendous time. And outside of the time I had with the Horsemen, which was the middle 80s, I can't remember a better time I had in life. It certainly hasn't been the last 5 years.
No, it hasn't.
It's funny when you say that because, in many ways, because of the notoriety of the business, outside the business notoriety, the last 5 years, you probably, in many ways, had more than even your time at the top, in the 80s.
Yeah.
And,
and
financially, as far as guaranteed money, certainly you were making more guaranteed money than those.
Yes. No, that part of it, I'm kind of was answering a question about what part of the business I like. I will never knock the financial reward, and I'll never knock anything that they've done for me because I've been able to hang on way past, as Ray Stevens would say, Ray Stevens would tell me that if I lived to be 35, I'd be overstaying my welcome, So I've overstayed my welcome by about 17 years.
I wouldn't go that far.
I've just had a great time, and just thinking about the names and the guys that were on the phone tonight. I've got a story for every one of them, and it could be a personal story, it can be a wrestling story, it can be a story talking about how good they were one night in the ring or how much fun they were to be with. And if you look around now, my contemporary guys, a lot of them, I hate to say, a lot of them are gone. The guys that were my contemporaries that I was with a lot, like Dick Murdoch, and I can go on and on with guys that have either had real health problems or
or guys that are hurting real bad right now. I'm not going to, throw a bunch of names out, but you guys know who they are, and it's a sad time. I mean, another great guy in that time, and I'll tell you a great story. I used to hate it when they made me wrestle Larry Henning, but Larry was part of that same crew, And this is my first couple of matches. So George Godasky was the referee, so Larry grabbed me, and he'd grab me and say, when I hit you, sell it, right? So he'd bend me over the rope and knock the crap out of me, and I'd fall down, and he'd grab me and say, I told you not to sell it. So then I'd look at the referee and look at George. He had me horrified at that point. I think I heard him wrong. So he'd tell me again and say, sell it, right? Or don't sell it, right? So then I wouldn't sell it. He grabbed me and threw me on the floor. And he looked at George Gatsby, he said, the kid don't want to learn the business. Then he'd pull me back in, and while he didn't just go on for 10 minutes, he'd just be laughing. Then he'd say, hey, listen, kid, pretend it's a Greyhound bus, leave it driving to me. I mean, we're never going to have an experience like that. It was just a fun time, and I got 1,000 stories like that. I mean, about Bobby Heenan and Nick and Ray and Red.
Ray and I are driving one night in the car. So I just wanted to know, Ray was married to a lady wrestler. And her name was, Red Teresa?
Teresa Thies.
Yeah, and she was older than Ray. And she was tough. She was kind of like a cross between George Gordienko and Bo Curry. So I said, Ray, what's it like being married to a woman wrestler? He said, I have her on her knees twice a week begging. I said, did you hit her? He said, no, she's telling me to come out from under the bed and fight like a man. That was Ray. And I asked Ray once, I said, Ray, how old were you when you had your first lady? He said, 6 years old. I said, Ray, 6? Where did you take her? He said, I don't know, I was too drunk to remember. That was Ray Stevens.
That's how he'd tell that. He'd tell that story, and he'd laugh harder than hell.
Oh, yeah. Remember you were talking before, Red, about you calling Ray to come to Minneapolis?
I beg your pardon?
Remember when you said you called Ray to come to Minnie?
Yes.
And then, Billy, you said that Ray called you to come to Minnie.
Yes.
Nick?
Yeah.
You remember when Vern called you and said, how much longer are you staying?
Hey, let me tell you a story, a quick story that Ray Stevens told in the locker room on my first day in the territory in San Jose. It's amazing that that year 71, since this is a tribute show to Ray Stevens, that year I spent in San Francisco with Ray and Peter Maiva and Pat Patterson, my tag team partner, who really turned out to be my mentor that year. It just is embedded in my memory bank like I can almost remember every word of every day. And of course, Ray Stevens was as all of you guys know, was probably more famous for his antics outside the ring than in the ring. And I'll never forget the first day I met him in San Jose, the old auditorium there. He was telling everybody that he had gone up in a homemade helicopter that was pulled by a rope on this guy's ranch up in Northern California somewhere, and it was probably like the helicopter, you had to pull it to get it going so it actually go into the air. Now, it kind of reminds me of a hang glider now. But Ray said he went probably at least 100 feet. The rope was probably 100 foot long. He went about 100 feet in the air for about 100 yards in a homemade helicopter. And I just envisioned it looking like something pre-Wright Brothers era.
Wright Brothers everything, yeah.
and then another time in the Cow Palace, he was the main event, but he had to cancel because everybody knows that he loved the rodeo and loved the rodeo business and participated. And somehow a gate flew open at one of these rodeo events, and a bull, I guess it was someone was riding a bareback on a bull, but the gate swung open and hit Ray in the face, and it hit him so hard that his right eye, one of his eyes, swelled completely shut. It fractured his jaw and fractured that whole side of his face probably. And he came to the Cow Palace, and in the locker room, his face looked like it was made up from somebody from Hollywood. It was so horrible looking, and he got in the ring. Shire put him in the ring so the fans, because he might have brought in Pedro Morales to be the substitute for Ray. That I may be wrong.
Yeah, against Pat Patterson. I remember that. Yeah.
Is that true, Ray? Do you remember that?
I remember. Yeah, Ray got, because it was supposed to be a Pat Patterson Ray Stevens match, and Pedro Morales subbed for Ray because Ray was injured. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I was standing back from in the curtain back of the hillside, walk out on the hillside, and you could see the swelling on his face. Probably there's probably a good 30 yards away from the ring, and it was just horrendous. But you know, it was just one of those things that Ray Stevens did. He was like the things that you know, a book could be written on the antics of Ray Stevens outside the ring and probably be a bestseller. And everybody threw the stories in that they knew.
Nick, you mentioned that he always wanted to have like the fastest motorcycle and things like that.
Here's one, and it was just to show you where Ray's mind was. He wanted the biggest, the fastest, and whatever. And Bobby walks across the studio one day. We're doing interviews, and Ray's just sitting about 10 feet away. And he's just sitting there, just half asleep, waiting to do an interview. And Bobby just walks over. He says, "Just go along with me." And I go, "Yeah." And all Bobby says was, he says, "Well, Nick," and he raised his voice so he knew Ray could hear it. But Ray wasn't paying any attention to us. And Bobby says, "It had 450 horsepower." And Bobby knew what reaction he was going to get. Ray jumped up and says, "I want one." And it didn't make any difference whether it was a motorcycle, a boat, snowmobile. You name it. He had to have the biggest and the fastest. And he had a snowmobile one time when we had these cabins up in northern Minnesota, north of Minneapolis. And he says, "We go up to the factory," and he went with this other friend of his. They came back with when they ran about 110 miles an hour back then. I mean, they all run about 110 miles an hour today. Back then, that was a pretty big deal. He said, "Do you want one?" I said, "No, Ray, I don't need one." Yeah.
When Ray first got up to Minneapolis, he wanted to get a snowmobile, so he went out and he was looking at it. He said he got the biggest and fastest one he could get, and he not only got one, but he got one for his wife, too.
Oh, yeah.
He got two of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no question. But I mean, he just... And we had more fun because up in Minnesota we had the snowmobiles, we had this little resort that with all these cabins on a lake, and then we had he had a boat, I had a boat, and then one day I'm out in the middle of the lake, and I got out there first. The boat's just anchored, and just my wife and I are just sunning. And Ray brought back a boat from California. It was a jet boat. This thing would run about 80 miles an hour with a big jet blowing it up. And I hear this thing coming across the lake, and I'm in an area where you're not supposed to go fast. Didn't mean anything to Ray. And he's coming at about 90 miles an hour straight towards me. And with these jet boats, you could turn them around on a dime, and the spray goes back about 130, 40, 50 feet. And so he's coming towards me, and I see him coming, and I stand up and I look, and I don't think he's going to make it. Well, he turns the thing, he practically from the jet. God bless it, it worked out just fine, but he almost made my boat turn over. The jet was so strong, he came so close. And when he came back, he's laughing like hell, and I'm looking at him, and I says, "Raymond," and this was a beautiful metal flake boat, all gold trim and everything. I says, "Raymond, if you had hit me," I said, "I'd taken a ball-peen hammer and punched a hole all over that goddamn boat of yours." "Oh, well, no, it's okay, Nick, But I mean, he just loved to take chances. It didn't make any difference what it was.
He had a charmed life.
And one other thing? You've never heard anybody say anything bad about Ray Stevens.
No.
You never heard a guy say, "He was a jerk, he screwed me here, he couldn't get over, he did this," nothing. No one said anything. No. They loved the guy.
Yeah, just any place he went, he endeared people to him. And I think much of it was the fact that he was such a he was a big kid, and he had a big heart, and because he was, in a sense, childish in a certain way, but in a man's body, that everybody loved him for it.
Red, when he... Okay. What was the thing? At Ray's funeral, I remember Don Manukian, who was a tag team partner of his in the early 60s, was a football player out here, and they were friends, I guess, for probably 25 years.
Yes.
And he said, Ray would call him from the road, and I mean, one of the things I thought was so funny was, he goes, You never, because, I didn't call him back because whoever knew where to find him. Where do you call Ray Stevens back at?
Incidentally, I spoke with Don Mnookin yesterday. He's going to come, well, you probably heard of the King of the Indies, right?
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, right? I heard that some of your guys are going to come over there.
Yeah, exactly. Do you want to relate that a little bit?
It's October 27th, 28th. We're actually going to be there. Brian's going to be there as well. It's going to be in Vallejo, California. Roland Alexander is the promoter. We've talked about that. And a lot of the Cauliflower Alley guys are going to be there because they're going to honor, retired wrestlers.
Right. So far that I know of, I spoke with Nick yesterday. Nick is going to come there. Don Mnookin, who you just mentioned a short while ago, will be there. Bobby Heenan's going to be there. Mike Tenay probably be there. Myself, Roddy Piper.
Awesome.
I'm calling Roddy at the moment, and the Destroyer, Dick Beyer, is going to be there, and Pepper Gomez. Here. Pepper Gomez is going to be there.
Very good. I'll bring my booster chair. I used to take Pepper to towns with me, and I put a phone book in the car. He said, "What's that for?" I said, "In case you want to look out the window." One night I wrestled Pepper in Portland, Indiana, and it was an outdoor show on a racetrack, and the racetrack is banked, so the ring's at an angle. So I said, 1, 2, and follow me. So I hit him, Pepper, he hits me, I roll out the short side and run to the big side and jump in. He chases me and runs to the big side, and the bottom of the apron is on the bridge of his nose. He says, "Very funny." I had to wait for him to go back and get in the short end.
So, Robert, you did that someplace else up in Minnesota on an outdoor show. You did the same thing. This time, the ring was low enough that he tried to jump up at that point. And even when he tried 2 times, and then he just ran around the other side.
I can't take it. I can't take it.
Oh my God! Hey, we're totally out of time. I want to thank all you guys for joining in, and all you guys. Thanks very much, Rick. Especially under the circumstances and everything.
I want to thank these guys, man. It's been an honor to be on the same show with them. You guys are great,
exactly.
And Red, I want to tell you something. I am really looking forward to this thing in October with all those guys coming in. It's going to be a lot of fun for sure.
It's going to be a big day there. Three big days actually.
Yeah.
Rick, Claire, are you going to come to Cauliflower in February?
The Rick's gone.
Is he?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I was wondering if I should bring my wife.
All my love to
Oh, God, Lord.
Or something inflatable. And a squeegee.
Okay, this is Red Bastille, and I'm out of here. Thank you guys very much. I love
thank you very much, Red.
And talk to you later.
Bye.
Okay. My love to all you guys.
Okay, thanks, Nick and Bobby and Billy, and we'll be talking to all you guys soon. And I want to thank everyone for listening in.
No one to talk
about. We'll be back here tomorrow at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got quite a busy news day. We're going to be joined by Randy Hales from Memphis. We can talk a little bit about what's going on in Memphis over the last couple of months since the last time we had him on the show. So there's a hell of a lot that's happened there. And we'll talk to him how he's doing. And we'll mainly be talking about the current wrestling scene, taking your phone calls. Of course, we couldn't do that yesterday because we had 5 guests. We have Brian here. And Brian, I personally really got a kick out of last night's show. I don't know, what anyone else thought, but I don't know. It was a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, I thought it was a great show. One of those shows where my role was just to sit there and listen.
Mine too. I know. I was just really having a good time listening to those guys. It's real. I mean, the stuff that was real interesting to me is we had a bunch, and I wrote this on the website earlier. It was a bunch of guys. I mean, Ric Flair being the youngest at 52, and the rest of them in their 50s and 60s, and they're looking back at this period in their life, which is a long time ago, because most, we were talking about Ray Stevens, and most of them, in fact, they were all together in the AWA from 72 to 74, and there was, looking back, I mean, there was a hell of a collection of talent in that AWA at that time, and it was, they really looked back, and that was like one of the funnest times. In fact, most of them said the funnest time of their whole careers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Heenan, probably had more fun, or talked about WWF in the 80s because, the money was obviously bigger, and Flair in the Four Horsemen days, but he said that this was the other one. Graham said it was, Graham and Bockwinkel and Bastien said that was the best time of their whole careers. So, It was very interesting, and I kind of remember some of that period as a little kid reading about it. I didn't see a lot of it, but I was glad to do that. We got a lot of news to talk about. The WWF released its year-end financial figures and quarterly financial figures, and the big stories, the way they're being framed that I've noticed, talk about and they did lose like $20.4 million in the final quarter of last year, which we knew because that was all the XFL losses. But the reality is that they're, for the year and for the quarter, the actual wrestling business was probably the strongest. Not even probably, it was the strongest for profitability that they ever had. Which, again, this ended April 30th, and it's quite frankly, April 30th was a whole different ballgame than today. I mean, everything's totally different. This was the quarter that included the WrestleMania, which was the biggest show of all time. So that's another reason why. So,
but it was also the quarter that included the XFL.
No, but that's why they lost. At the end, they lost money. But I mean, if you take the XFL out, if you remove the XFL and you're just looking at pro wrestling, what was their actual profitability? It's a $26 million profit for the quarter. I don't think they've ever done that one before. They've had some $20 million profitable quarters. I think actually, you know what? They may have, but it was one of the most profitable quarters they ever had. Now, what does that mean for today? Because, again, it's a whole new ball game, and they're either going to go, this thing with the WCW. Obviously, it's going to end up being either a big boom and a big turnaround of this current downtrend, or it's going to be a short-term boom and exacerbate the downtrend, in 6 to 9 months to 12 months. So what they did last year, it's funny, or even last month, it's kind of irrelevant, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. $456 million grossed in a year. Think about that.
Yep. And they can't afford Goldberg.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They would have only grossed $450 million.
No. They would still gross the same.
Oh, they would still gross the $456. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. For last year, it wouldn't have made a difference. For next year, would make the difference. Now they expect to rise 8 to 10%. I looked at some of their projections. Now here's one. When you look at their projections, that's really a tough one. Is they expect? Okay, they're going to be doing. They did last year roughly 200 house shows, and they averaged about 12,000 people per show. Okay, they are expecting this year to do 300 house shows, which would be basically 200 WFs and 100 WCWs, and they're expecting to maintain an average of 10,000, and that's going to be tough. You're already laughing.
Especially now,
Yeah, I know.
Maybe a year ago, if this thing had happened a year earlier, it might have been possible, but actually a year ago, if this would have happened, and then WCW still would have died, and we probably would have went into a rut anyway, so who knows?
Yeah, because the rut comes from one person. The rut came from lack of competition.
Mm-hmm.
And and then injuries and things like that. Looking back, I mean, the WWF saved itself. There's got to be some questions asked about Time Warner, about selling to the WWF though instead of some of those other people that bought, and because they lost the programming, and that's like. That programming, I just don't. You look at like the way ratings are declining across the board for everyone, and you're taking a show that delivers better than average ratings and just X-naying it.
Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway, that's another deal. Last night was the Last Dance, the final show for Ohio Valley Wrestling at the Louisville Gardens, and they had some changes on the show. The main event ended up being Undertaker and Kane beating DDP and Leviathan on a DQ, which is very strange to do a DQ finish on that type of a show. And it was originally supposed to be Undertaker and Leviathan with DDP as referee, and they switched that around. About 3,000 fans, maybe a little less, which I think that figure has to be a disappointment. But, I guess that's just the reality of promoting a non-WWF show. I mean, who can do that now? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Still, it's a non-WWF show, but they had a lot of big names that were supposed to be in, even if they had to change it at the last minute. Foley was supposed to be there, Kurt Angle, Undertaker, Page.
Well, Page was announced at the last minute,
yeah.
But you're right, and Chris Jericho was there as well.
Yeah, Jericho.
Chris Jericho did a job for Flash, which was kind of interesting. And Perry Saturn and Dean Malenko lost to Brock Lesnar and Brian Keck, which is really interesting, with Shelton Benjamin injured, the two amateur guys. Because Brian Keck is like so not ready for that position.
It's just funny because I'm looking through these results here, and you have Brian Keck in the opener, who lost his deal. He's getting the win right there. Sly Scraper in the second match lost his deal. He gets the win there. It's like, what are they doing here?
I don't know.
I guess if they'll still stay around, it's no big deal.
No, I don't think it'll stay around much longer. I think it's like a 30-day thing.
Yeah.
The current issue of Sports Illustrated that hits the newsstands today, and people will get in their mail tomorrow and the next day, has I guess it's a Where Are They Now issue, and they just go through like all kinds of former sports celebrities. And one of them, 2-page story on Wahoo McDaniel. I've not seen the story, but people told me it's a very good story. So that's something to look forward to. Today, UFC had its big press conference today at the Meadowlands and everything in New Jersey, and Al was there. So we should talk to Al in just a second about all that. Carmen Electra was there, and Al, I got a phone call this morning about the banter between Carmen Electra and Frank Shamrock, and we got to tell us what happened.
Well, basically, guys, Frank asked Carmen, I guess, in regards to if she had she ever been submitted before.
Did she have any knowledge of
submissions and stuff? And basically she was like, no, and he was kind of like, inferring like, oh, would you be willing to try, learn? He was like, I'm an ultimate fighter, like that kind of thing. And she kind of played it off a little bit, but she looked like she was a little bit upset by the comment.
Now, what about didn't he ask?
She looked upset by the comment.
Well, like who the hell are you? Like, what are you hitting on me? Like what's the story there? That kind of thing.
Yeah. But didn't he ask like who her favorite was also?
And she said Bruno Sammartino.
Yeah, no. No, actually, she did. He did ask who her favorite was, and she kind of like, well, I don't know. And then she like kind of looked at Tito and, oh, the champ,
That's what I was saying. Yeah, because he was going like, oh my God, it's like she didn't know the name of the fighters because I tried to bail her out, after she didn't know what submissions were.
Right.
And he goes, so I asked her who's her favorite fighter, and she just goes, it's just him and Hong. And she's looking at the poster, and then she just goes, the champ.
Right. But it was funny because
the champ. He's a bad boy.
It was funny because I was sitting next to Shoni Carter, who's fighting tomorrow night against Pat Militic, and the first thing she said was, some comment along the lines of, it's a really it's a real sport, like these guys really fight or something like that. Like she was like almost like surprised, and I looked at Shoni and I said, it is real, isn't it? Like that kind of like, right? It is. And he just looked and started laughing. The two of us busted out laughing, but it was, it was just one of those things where like, yeah, Carmen, you have been informed.
Well, Carmen's sitting there going like, wasn't I supposed to drive the Hummer now?
Right, exactly.
What the hell were they expecting, though, with Carmen Electra there as a spokesperson, though?
Well, you know what, guys? I might actually have the comments, because let me just check, because we did tape the press conference. Give me a couple minutes, I might be able to play it for you.
Okay. But the big announcement is that In Demand, which means that everybody that gets pay-per-view will be able to get not tomorrow's UFC, it's too late for that, but the September, which I believe is September 22nd from Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas.
Actually, it's September 28th. That is a firm date.
Okay, September 28th?
Right, it is a firm date, September 28th at Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. Obviously, assuming that the Nevada State Athletic Commission approves the rules, which the meeting will be taking place July 22nd, I believe it is.
Right, and that's considered, they pretty much consider that's going to happen.
Yeah, it looks to be, Lorenzo Fertitta did say today, he said it looks to be a done deal, but let's not jump the gun, they still have to vote on it and stuff, but I would say with 90% certainty that it is going to be approved.
Wow.
Well, if they don't approve it, they can always make changes to the rules and get it approved, right?
Right, but they're really banking on having this approved so that they can run this show in September, and they're also going to run another show in October. Now, and they haven't said if it's going to be in Las Vegas, but I would assume that if they're going to run shows that close together, you're probably going to run it at the end of October. It looks like you can't run it, any sooner than that, really.
No, you can't go less than 4 weeks between shows.
Right, so I would assume that it's going to be again in Las Vegas. So this may be the last time we see it on the East Coast for a while, or at least this year.
Well, this is. I tell you what, like the next 6 months for both pro wrestling and mixed martial arts. What an interesting period it's going to be for both of them, because they got their big breakthrough, but that is no guarantee that that the public is going to come back. They're going to have to market it. They're going to have to create new stars. They're going to have to, educate the sports people to what this is and have it treated like it's a sport, like a big sporting event, like a big boxing match, which, it's all possible. But, And there's going to be a competition, too, because if they get on In Demand, I mean, Pride's going to get on In Demand, and there's other organizations that look like they're starting up. So that's going to be interesting. And
I think the most important thing that they've got is that name recognition of being the UFC, because I just had a friend over last night, and he goes, do they even still run UFC in this country? And I said, yeah. And, he remembered it from the glory days. And I think if they do like a really strong marketing campaign, and if it's in all the magazines and everything like that, and it's available on regular cable, and people can give the first show a try, then if they have a hell of a show, then things are looking good.
But ultimately, I still think they need television. I mean, like, not cable, but television to market the fighters like wrestling does. I mean, they got over, in 93 and 94, they got over on this uniqueness of this fantasy thing that everyone had that fantasy about. And then when people realized what it was, it's like, who would win between a sumo wrestler and a kung fu fighter and all of that crap, right? I mean, that's because that was the original draw of the shows. And then after a while...
and the no-rules fighting that got him in trouble, that catchphrase.
Right. The no rules, no stopping on blood and all that kind of stuff. Now that it's a regular sport, they need to have that boxing type of thing. And, boxing has, HBO After Dark, and the newspapers, cover like when the big fight's coming up, and that's how they draw their big pay-per-view buys, is the mainstream media hype. These guys have to figure out a way to cut in on that. Wrestling can do it on its own, as we see all the time, because it has its own television. There's one thing I want to mention also, but when we get back to that WWF thing, at the thing today, that presentation that WWF made, Linda McMahon said, and she's going to wish she never said this, that when they asked about the declining ratings of SmackDown, she said because there are too many SmackDown spoilers on the internet. And I'm just thinking, like, before, like in January, there was like, what was the difference when the ratings were, in the high fours? It's, now in July it's, the whole
What's been the difference ever?
The internet has been running SmackDown spoilers since the day SmackDown started. And now in the last, since February, all of a sudden, that's the reason for a ratings decline. I mean, there's, that's like the TNN thing. It's like, there's just no way, and I wish they wouldn't say things like that because, and then the other thing is I'm not sure, I haven't looked on their website, but somebody told me that on their own website they do spoilers.
Oh, yeah, they do. I've seen them before.
So, there you go.
And see, one of the things is, though, it's kind of hard when you get asked a question like that, and the answer is, well, people have lost interest in our show. And, how do you really say that at a press conference? It's almost like they have to say something, but it's just, what do you really say that doesn't sound totally pathetic? Like, the SmackDown spoilers that we put on our own website. Just like that, when Jeff Hardy won the title from Hunter. I mean, they had it on the main page. They had a giant photo of it. They had the spoilers, Wednesday morning, everything. And now you go back and blame that for why people are watching the show.
You know what you say? Especially because this change is going to happen. Just go, what happened was we had a good thing going, and we have all the characters on for 4 hours of prime time a week, and for the first year or so it worked real well, and now it led to overexposure. And now we're cutting back, and nobody's going to be on TV for more than 2 hours a week. We're going to split our group up into 2 different groups. We're going to, that problem has been addressed. I don't know if that's going to lead to bigger ratings or not, but that's what you say, and obviously that's what they're hoping for. And there's your answer. It's a better answer.
That's a great speech, but I just don't ever see Linda McMahon or Stephanie or Vince saying that.
Oh, well. I said it.
You just know how they are, though,
I know how they are.
Never back down, everything's always great.
Yeah. They're still making money. And lots of it. Even with bad quarter, it's all, again, you look at the bad quarter, but 100% of that bad quarter is football. The wrestling had a good quarter, so. So anyway, that's the story there. We're going to hit some emails. Any more news before we hit emails, Brian?
I just thought it was so weird when I was looking at that quarterly report, and they were talking about WrestleMania attendance and the 67,000 people or whatever, and I thought, 67,000 people were at this wrestling show 3 or 4 months ago.
3 months?
Look at it now.
Two. Wait.
That's right, it was April, May, June. Yeah. Yep.
No, actually, it's almost 3.
Still 67,000 people.
Yeah. That means that we should be getting the final number on the pay-per-view. I'll have to ask about that. Because 90 days is when you usually get the real number. So anyway, this is from Dan Stab, who says, I think having WCW take over the Raw time slot is a huge mistake. I do feel WCW taking over SmackDown would be a great idea for one reason. It's taped. If you add the number of green guys plus the ring rust factor, the chances for mistakes are far more increased.
People don't seem to get it yet.
If it was straight WCW and WWF, that's a good point. And in fact, one of the reasons originally when they were going to do a lot less mixing of the two companies, that they wanted the Saturday night show taped was for that very reason. They wanted to tape it on Wednesday, so they had 3 days to post-produce it. But anyway, if you add the number of green guys plus the ring rust, the chance for mistakes are okay. If they take the Raw time slot, those mistakes will be there for the world to see. That's right. If they take the SmackDown slot, those mistakes can be edited. And actually, SmackDown's going live, so that's not the case anymore anyway. And, we've joked about this.
It doesn't matter. It's not going to be a straight WCW show. There's going to be green guys on both shows. And there's going to be WWF guys on both shows.
Yeah, and we don't know who's going to be on what. That end of July is when they're going to be doing a lot of that mix. All right, that's going to make for some really interesting TV. But the one thing, as far as we've joked about is they've gotten so lucky. There have been so many SmackDowns where there have been mistakes, and on live Raws for whatever reason, like God is on their side or something, there have been some mistakes, but not probably 1/3 as many. And now, they're not going to have that luxury. WCW used to always have the mistakes on the live show, and then WWF always had it on the tape show.
Yeah.
I think that, somebody, hated Eric Bischoff. You know what I mean?
Or maybe it's just, subconsciously they're just more lax on SmackDown because they know that no matter what happens, they can fix it. You know what I mean? They don't have that real pressure there that they're going live.
Yeah, well, Kate
or
Quick
maybe
better
God.
I don't know, but we're going to start. Well, we're going to know soon enough. I do think though with the green
soul to the devil.
Yeah,
that would confirm it.
I don't think WCW is in a position right now where they can go live on a regular basis. Well, it's not. It's the one thing that everyone needs to do is think that it's not WCW, it's WWF. It's two WWFs. WCW is just a name that they're using, like NWO was a name. It's going to be a separate organization, but it's not like Booker T and Diamond Dallas Page are going to be the biggest stars there. Let's see. And then he goes, am I the only one? Oh, he's talking about that Linda McMahon comment. No, you're not the only one. And it was, I wish she hadn't said it, but she did. Let's see. Will Pride be on pay-per-view in September also? Al, I was going to ask you, at the press conference, did anyone from In Demand, make clear or say that it's, only UFC, will Pride or other organizations also be on In Demand?
They just said UFC. They did not mention Pride or any other organization.
Well, they wouldn't mention it at the press conference. Because somebody said that there was something said about exclusivity. Was anything said about exclusivity there?
I did not hear any comments of that nature.
Okay, so my feeling is that Pride would probably be, and because In Demand, they're looking for more events because the boxing revenue's down, the WWF revenue's up, but they lost ECW and WCW, so they're looking for more events to make money. So I would think that Pride would be on as well. The thing with Pride that they're going to have to do if they want to make it here is it's got to be. I don't know about live because of the time difference and everything like that. You can't do it live because it's 2 a.m. But I think that they have to get it not 3 weeks later, because I just think that by 3 weeks everyone kind of knows, and there's not that. I know when I have friends over and everything, they like Pride because they know the names more than UFC, but there's not any real intensity when you're watching it because you're watching something from 3 weeks ago, whereas the UFC, it's like every moment you're on your seat because you really don't know what's happening next, whereas, you know what I mean?
But they still have the desire to buy it, though, right?
Yeah, but that's only hardcore.
The way I look at it is, if you have the Pride show and it's taped, you're going to have the hardcore fans that are going to know the results, but they're still going to want to buy it, and the casual fans aren't going to know the results, so it's not going to matter either way.
Yeah, but they're not going to. I don't know. I think that you need a quicker turnover. I really do. I don't think the tape shows do well. I don't think even the hardcore fans. I think the super hardcore fans will buy a taped show, but I think that there's a group of fans that are interested in it, that do know about it, and will not buy a taped show just because they already know the result.
Yeah, but that's almost the whole argument about SmackDown spoilers, though.
But you're not paying. There's a difference. There's a difference between free and paying for it.
It's free.
For $24.95, are you going to pay for SmackDown? You know what I mean? When you know the results ahead of time. That's the difference. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, this. We talked about this the other day. I guess on Mike Awesome's T-shirt, somebody, Francisco MacGyver, said that he watched the tape and paused the VCR. The T-shirt says WCW.com, not WWF.com. Since the WCW logo is red, it does look like WWF. But when you freeze frame it, you can see that it actually is WCW. So one of those things, at least, isn't quite as bad as we thought. This is from Marcos, who says, yesterday you were talking about the problems between Mid-South and WCW backstage in 1987 when Watts Company was bought. Can you elaborate on this? I grew up watching Mid-South living in Oklahoma City. I remember just how excited I was when they merged with WCW. Well, it was the NWA, it wasn't WCW then. And then nothing happened. You mentioned some animosity concerning low-card placements of the Mid-South guys. What was the end result? Did it have anything to do why Steve Williams disappeared soon after the merger? What happened was Dusty, they booked the Mid-South guys, for the most part, to not be stars, both in their home territory and, on the big shows. They would have, like, a Mid-South main event feud and put it on second or third match on a 10-match card. And pretty much, it's all the things that we said, like, one of those things of, like, kind of like a role model of, like, what you don't do. And they did it all. And nobody cared about UWF, like, real quick because, and Steve Williams lasted a little while with WCW as UWF heavyweight champion, but again, like, that wasn't given any kind of parity with Ric Flair. I mean, there was this thing where everybody thought, they're going to build up, Ric Flair and Steve Williams as this, like, dream match, and by the time they finished with Steve Williams, long before he ever got to Ric Flair, nobody even cared about Steve Williams, and then eventually he left. He never actually dropped the belt. I think he traded the belt for, like, 50-yard line tickets up to a football game or something. I think that's the old UWF belt. That's the story there. Now, this is something. It says, Linda McMahon stated WCW will not have a TV show. Is that true or false? Did she say that? I
think what she said is they were not going to have a new television show for WCW, and she didn't specify, but it was basically they're not going to create another 2 hours of programming in addition to Raw and SmackDown, and she never said either way anything about giving, Raw to WCW or whatever.
I'm sure that she wanted to avoid saying that. Because
of course.
The minute she says it, everyone's going to know, especially since they haven't shot the angle yet. This is Paul Bear disappeared off WWF television. What happened to him? He works in the front office. He's part of the talent developmental program. He kind of scouts the guys and sees to make sure that they're all doing okay. So that's why Ohio Valley and Heartland Wrestling, which would be the new one. It's from Scott Woods, who goes, when WWF gives people like Christopher Daniels, Nova, Kid Cash, FBI, dark matches before Raw or SmackDown, does that mean they are interested in signing them, or is it a personal favor? It just means they're looking. In some cases, if they're on, it's just in some cases it's to warm up the crowd, and in some cases it's because they want to look at him. I mean, Christopher Daniels, I think, is just they know he's a talented guy, and they like to put him in, in one of those dark matches because he is. But if they had any interest in signing him, I think they would have. I mean, God knows you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, for up here in Tacoma, they called Buddy, and he's going to be bringing 3 guys up, and they'll just, they're there. If they need him to warm up the crowd, they'll warm up the crowd. If they need him to get beat up by Kane and, whatever, they'll do that. And if not, they'll just sit back there and get their money and go home. Just extra bodies.
Okay. Because I see your point that WWF needed to have a group of WCW guys come out and oppose the WWF right from the start. I mean, there's different ways of doing it. I was in agreement of the idea that they needed to rebuild that thing and build it up and not do any interpromotional until WCW was rebuilt. But the nature of how they're doing the TV, they had to put these guys on TV first because if they had just, because they weren't getting a new time slot. So because of how things changed, and they changed, I think the plan change that they made was the right plan change given how the market changed from their original plan. Okay. There's a problem. There are very few people from WCW that people may recognize. Everyone else from WCW are mid-carders, and people won't recognize them. Would come off looking like WrestleMania when they had a group of WCW stars that didn't get good reaction. By the way, there was another hole in the storyline on Monday. After Booker T laid out McMahon, they played Booker T's entrance music. Well, that's true. They did.
Did they? I didn't even notice that. His old music, the Harlem Heat music?
The Harlem Heat music played, yeah. It sure did.
Really? I didn't even notice that.
Yep.
Maybe we're so used to seeing him with that music, I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, this is what Linda McMahon says. Major WWF-WCW confrontation at the pay-per-view, which we know. No TV for WCW. WCW will be integrated into current TV on Monday and Thursday. Without giving away any storylines, after Invasion, we will see some breakouts which challenge Monday and Thursday between 2 separate companies. Draw your own conclusions. So basically, she tried not to say anything.
Yeah.
Talked with TNN and MTV about creating an additional 2-hour show. After all the costs, they settled on integration. If a spin-off of WCW made sense to MTV and TNN, then they are not ruling that out. If they feel they want to talk about it when that time arises, they will. In mid-August, SmackDown will go live on Thursday. She said this will prevent Internet sites from providing spoilers, which is true.
Yes. Mid-August, is that before or after the Pillman show? That's early August, right? Like the 8th or something?
Yeah, so it's right afterwards.
Okay. This is Thursday night. People were wondering about that.
She talked about the tour idea of WWF running Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, WCW running Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. That is not the plan. I can tell you that right now. WCW's first pay-per-view is tentative for October, no date yet. They will judge from the buys of the October pay-per-view to find out, how often or many more they will do. They have more opportunity to do overseas events with the acquisition of WCW. It may stress their production crew, but they believe they can handle it. That means that they're going to have a new production crew if you're going to be taping some stuff overseas. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You can't have the same production crew. Well, I guess you could, but that would be a bear. Working Monday night in Tacoma and then Thursday night in Brisbane, Australia. Yeah, that'd be death.
They really. I can just see this in about 3 months. There's going to be so many people just going absolutely insane, and they're going to have to have a new production. They're going to have a new everything.
They're going to have to hire some new people, because there's going to be people burning out fierce. Okay. Yeah. Let me just go through this, and we're going to get to Randy Hales. They're shifting from home video to DVD, which that's interesting. Tough Enough soundtrack is set for September or October. Stephanie is not married. Okay, yeah, we knew that. The Rock will be paid.
Not officially.
Okay. Anyway, we got Randy Hales here. Randy, how are you today?
I'm good, Dave. How's everybody?
Hey.
We're doing pretty good.
I'm really excited about this today. I was just thinking right before I came on, this is the first wrestling-related thing I've done in almost 3 months.
Is it really?
It really is.
Now, how long?
It is.
Now, you have taken a break at different points in your life from wrestling. Have you ever taken a break for 3 months, because basically your whole life since probably 10 years old has been wrestling.
I think that I've taken a break for 3 months before, but it's never been in a situation where I always knew, just I'm mad at somebody or somebody's mad at me or I'm burned out or whatever, I'll go back. And, this is the first time that there's no going back.
So you're really not I know there's no immediate going back, but are you looking at this like this is a big part of your life for 30 plus years and it's over, or are you looking at it like, I'm going to stick, you know what I mean? How are you mentally with all this?
I'm okay. It's tough. Memphis wrestling been part of my life as we've talked about before. For a long time, and I'm at the point now where I really think that Memphis wrestling, as we know it, is done. It's gone. It's no coming back. You never say never, and there's a slight possibility, but I think it's at the point now that it's not going to happen. And it's at a point now where, and I feel for wrestlers and everybody, there's nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm. Now, looking at the scene right now, okay, WWF just pulled out of Memphis Championship Wrestling after, I guess they may have another week or two or a couple weeks left on that deal, but it's basically done. Lawler, ran a show a little over a week ago, I guess. Do you see Memphis Championship Wrestling with Terry Golden being able to survive, after this WWF thing is gone? And what do you look at as far as, the Jerry Lawler, Dave Brown thing and where that stands after one show and what they're going to be able to do about TV? Because, you can only run those old clips for so long.
Okay. First of all, about the Terry Golden situation, it is possible. I think he owns his video equipment, so as far as the production is concerned, he owns the equipment, so there's not cost there. As far as his TV time slot on Channel 30, it was a barter situation, but one of the things that they used to get a barter situation was the WWF involvement with WWF stars on it. So I don't know if that'll continue, but if everything stays the same as far as that, he'll be able to continue and produce a TV show, but to be successful, losing the WWF money, the revenue, and the talent base, that 90% of his talent's been free, that he hadn't had to pay. Now, all of a sudden, he'll have to pay talent. So it'll be tough for him, but I don't think it's impossible. As far as the Memphis situation is concerned, let's kind of get it straight on Lawler's role. As I see it, Lawler, his main goal is he just wants to be on Memphis television. He wants to be on Channel 5. He didn't have a lot of hands-on anything that's so much. He basically says, I talked to him last Thursday, and he said that he basically just shows up and talks. He's not writing or putting the shows together or anything like that. He also told me that the goal of Dave Brown, Corey Macklin, and Jimmy Hart, and the TV5 goofball Creighton Armour was to do a live show. That was the swerve, and that was the plot all along. But with the new general manager coming in and the liability issue, there's not going to be any live wrestling. That was their plan all along. Now, Lawler told me just last week that it's absolutely a given. There will be no more live wrestling in Memphis, and they were given the option of producing their own show. Lawler said that they hadn't pursued that because of the cost, and not going to produce it. So the only thing they're doing is the Legend show, and like you say, the clips are run out because they're using clips now from VHS tapes, and the video quality of some of the stuff is just crappy.
Now, wasn't the Memphis show that Golden was running, the TV show, doing like a 1 rating, somewhere in that range?
It was actually when it was head-to-head against us at 11 o'clock in the morning. Most of the time, it wasn't coming close to a 1. It did better when it was on at 1:30 in the morning. As a matter of fact, I read something on the internet recently. They had a show that did like a 3:40 or something.
And that's with the WWF guys.
Yeah,
that's with the WWF
must have been like
guys.
the big name WWF guys. Yeah,
but it's developmental talent, most of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's green as grass.
Yeah. So now, what have you been doing, and how is life after wrestling?
I went through phases. I haven't got to the point yet where I know what life after wrestling is going to be for sure. I'll be honest with you. The first thing I tried was something that I thought would be cool, and actually it was a financial situation that the money offer was good. It was with a radio station group here. It was a advertising sales thing, and they thought the notoriety that off of TV for forever would be helpful. But the bottom line is that I'm no salesperson. Salesperson, the dreaded guy that comes in and nobody wants to talk to. And I don't want this to sound egotistical, but normally because of the TV, most places you go, people want to see you. And I'm used to that. Hey, Randy Hales, how's TV5 wrestling doing? Give me your autograph, whatever the case, talking wrestling. And now they're friendly until they find out what you're doing, and that's not to me. So what Randy Hales is going to do for the rest of his life, honestly, I don't know. I just know it's not going to be as average as a radio salesperson. I mean, that sucks.
Now, have you had any interaction of late with Jerry Jarrett, and is he starting something? Because we heard all the rumors, and then they pretty much died down.
I haven't talked to Jerry Jarrett in a couple of years. I don't think. I talked to Jeff a lot, and his dad's a big kayfaber. I mean, even kayfabe's him. Jeff did say that along the time with the WCW deal, he did tell me that his dad had some investors lined up and ready to go. But since the WWF ended up with WCW, Jeff hadn't said anything to me about his dad trying anything.
Mm.
How's Jeff doing?
Jeff's doing fine. It's kind of right now for him, life after wrestling. Of course, I'm sure he's still under. I know he's still under Time Warner contract, so he has income coming in. But he's he's kind of doing the domestic thing. Has 2 little girls, and he's been away from home a lot most of their lives, and he's doing the daddy role and the husband role and playing Mr. Fix-It. He's doing good.
Mm-hmm. Well, he could always work for his father too in the land development, right?
At one time, I believe, when he was out of the WWF at one period of time, I believe he went and got his real estate license. I'm almost positive on that, so that's a possibility.
Also, I wanted to mention this earlier, and I forgot. If anyone went to that show last night in Louisville, kind of curious what you thought of it. So, anyway, we'll talk about that. Sure. Randy, did you talk to anyone who was at the show last night? Or not at all?
No, Bobby Eaton promised me he would call last night and never did. Don't you know Cornette was just almost suicidal when they pulled Mick and when Kurt was unable to make it. That sort of thing gives Cornette a nervous breakdown.
Yeah. They did okay, though. I mean, as far as, like, Kane and Page subs and everything. I mean, I think WWF did about as good a job as they could.
Have you been watching much of the OVW stuff?
I'm about a week behind. In fact, I just watched 2 shows last night. So, yeah, I'm pretty caught up.
I'm really entertained by those shows. Did you watch the show? Who was it? Was it Randy Orton and Prototype, and they did run-ins with at the end of
yeah.
The
I just watched that last night.
What the hell happened on that finish?
I don't know.
Did you tell it was bad screwed up?
I mean, I thought that whole match, you had 2, and I think Randy Orton's got a lot of potential and Prototype as well, but they had a tough time working together. I mean, it was.
What happened? I haven't watched that show yet.
Just 2 very green guys, and it showed.
And at the end, I talked to Bobby. Bobby told me that a week ago. He said, "Man, Corny went crazy." He said he broke out windows in the building with the baseball bat and
God.
a fit. And I said, "What about?" And he said, "Oh, some finish." And then I watched that tape last night, and there was no doubt in the world which match he got hot at, and I don't know what the hell happened. It looked like they were going into it, and Bobby, it looked like, came in too early. It was the biggest screw up that I've ever seen.
Cluster.
I think that Davis Arena has some broken windows because of that finish.
Yeah. Did you see the thing? And Brian, you'll probably see this when you watch the tape. With Tony Benetti, like, doing the training.
Yeah.
That was like so Jim Cornette 80s. Like, it's like one of those things where he's like been sitting there. It's one of those ideas that he's done many times before and seen before. And it's like you could just see with his video, he's been waiting for this one. It's like everyone's probably seen one of them, but I mean, I still cracked up at it.
I thought it was fantastic. Brendan Baxter and I talked about that just yesterday. I mean, I laughed my ass off on that.
Yeah.
Speaking of Cornette, I wanted to throw this in. If you'd have done this show with me 3 months ago, I'd have sounded much more like
Jim Cornette.
Jim Cornette, because we talked on the phone. As a matter of fact, that's probably why you didn't invite me at that particular.
No, you had said to wait for a while, and this was a while.
I would have unloaded on some people, as a matter of fact. But I'm going to be nice today, most of the time anyway.
No, but you should tell everyone, like, what, basically what happened, because, we're kind of talking in these terms, and everyone's going, like, what exactly happened to you? I mean, you were running Power Pro Wrestling. WWF basically gave you an ultimatum about either using Lawler or their guys, and you chose Lawler to keep the TV station, and then 2 weeks later or so, the TV station canceled you because people were kind of going behind your back. And what was the whole story?
Well, basically, what happened was in April of '98, I signed a 3-year deal with Power Pro Wrestling. We had one little swerve attempt that I ex-nayed before. Remember at the point when Lawler got hot before and the WWF pulled the deal, gave it to Golden? Remember that?
I remember that
period. I pursued a WCW deal at that point. I was going through Jeff Jarrett, and Jeff at the time was in with JJ and Russo, and I thought that was a pretty good little thing. Dave Brown called me, and for some reason, Corey Macklin, this is like a real good soap opera. This is like Dallas, to date myself, or Days of Our Lives today. This is like corporate intrigue and scandal. But what happened was somehow or another, Corey Macklin became buddies with Hart. And I don't know how, because Corey wasn't around when Hart was here for the 5 or 6 years. But anyway, so Dave Brown called me and said, hey, he said, Jeff's the wrong person to talk to. Don't talk to him. Jimmy Hart. Corey's talking to Jimmy Hart. I said, first of all, it's not Corey's company. I said, second of all, Hart won't help. Hart's the conniving son of a bitch. And everybody knows it. Here I go, right? Uh-oh, Jim Cornette's on the air. But anyway, he said go through Hart. So I got Jeff went in to talk to JJ, and JJ said, well, Jeff, Jimmy Hart's already talking to me about this. Well, Jeff gets hot at me, right? Think I'm talking to Hart, which I'm not. And so they tried to go. They went to the TV station at that point with Hart and Corey, and they said, hey, WCW won't deal with Randy Hales, but they'll deal with Corey Macklin. Told the TV station this. Well, nobody in WCW knew who the hell Corey Macklin was, so that was a swerve. Corey had promised Hart money, but anyway, I had the contract, so that deal was ex-nayed quickly. That didn't happen. And this particular time, the contract was running out, and then even before the Lawler situation, had a new general manager of the station just like from February, and I was saying to Dave Brown, who works at the TV station, so Dave's advising me, and he's saying, well, right now is not the time. The guy just got in the building. He don't know us. Said, don't talk to him yet. It'd be a mistake. He said, I'll talk to him. And so it went on, and I'm getting nervous because it's coming close to April, and Dave said, I'm talking to the guy, and the guy loves wrestling, wants wrestling on the air. Then the Lawler situation came up with the WWF, and the WWF gave me the ultimatum, and Dave was on a conference call with me and Lawler, as a matter of fact. He said, let me talk to the general manager, and we'd already advertised Lawler for this particular show, and Dave said, we've advertised Lawler, and the general manager says we'll be canceled immediately if we don't deliver Lawler. So then, finally, when they call me in a week before the contract runs out, this Creighton Armour, who's a buddy with Creighton Armour, another part of the scandal, he gives me the notice, and he says that he said one of the things is, he said, you've shown no interest in renewing the show, and that's my mistake. Dave never went to the general manager, which he told me he was, and I should have relied on myself, and I didn't at that point. And then they told me, he said, well, we're having people bid on the shows, and unbeknownst to me, the people bidding on it was Dave Brown, Corey Macklin, and Jimmy Hart. And they had a meeting I gave my notice on a Saturday, but their plan was, they thought, and they got swerved too, they thought they'd come right in with a live show, and then the new general manager was scared liability reasons, and so he said no show. He said, you can bring me a tape, but that's expensive. So that's pretty much it. I was a little naive, and people that I thought was closest to me got greedy, and they really think, this is the funny part is, they told Lawler this in the meeting. Lawler met with them, and they said, we don't have anything against Randy Hales. As a matter of fact, we want him to write the TV, but said we just think there's a lot of money out there, and we need to be making it. And with Randy running the company, we hadn't been making it. And Dave Brown was making $500 a week for 1 hour's worth of work, which I thought was pretty good. And Corey Macklin was making $2.5. And, they just wanted more, and they just think there's a ton of money to be made, and they'll figure out the realities of the world real quick.
Well, the one thing that when this was all going down that we talked about is that, with Dave and Corey, they're unlike you. They don't really live in the wrestling business. They live in the real world, and the wrestling business is something they do on the sidelight, and they remember hey, you know the history. We all know the history of Memphis wrestling, and there was a period where thousands of people would come in week after week to the matches, and they're looking, going like, you know, if it's done well. I mean, this is a city that did this and this, but you know, it was a different world in those days. And you know from promoting shows, I mean, what you can do and can't do right now.
One little false vibe that they'll get is that they promote it, and locally they spent a lot of money on that Legend show, and they did real good. They drew $58,000. They did great, but Legend shows won't draw every time. You know, I mean, every couple of years is all a draw, and I was told this. I don't know what kind of sponsorship money they had, but they just as far as gates concerned, I was told they drew $58,000, and you know what the expense for the show, what they spent on the show?
No, I don't know.
$59,000. That's a grand loss. So what kind of business people were they? And now I'm sure they had sponsorship money, and it'll fall apart. I mean, it'll fall apart.
Well, I mean, we both know.
Aren't they claiming another show in August too?
Isn't that in Nashville for Prentice? Isn't that what they're saying?
I don't even know. I mean, I know.
I think they have another one planned too. Like,
I know that
soon.
They're shooting an angle where like Hart puts up the car and Lawler puts up the crown and things like that, and aren't they going to have like a special referee or something?
Yeah, I don't think they've announced a referee. At the Legend show, Lance Russell was the special referee with Humongous and Lawler. And, you know, there's some people, including me, you know, I like seeing the clips. I don't have to watch the show to do it. And, you know, I got most of them, you know, on the tapes. But, you know, the young generation of wrestling fan may be a little interested. It's just not a long-term thing that I think could be successful. You know, I don't care who it is. Even at this point, I probably sound bitter and hate their stinking guts. Still, I was screwed, and I told Lawler, I said, go do your best to try to save the TV, because I certainly, even if it would have been those goofballs that had it, I wanted that to continue, because that's one thing they don't understand, the passion of Memphis wrestling. I want it to continue even if I'm not involved with it, and you know, they don't have that passion. The only people left that have that passion is me, Lawler, maybe Brian Christopher, Dundee. You know, they just don't have that passion, and it just doesn't mean as much to them.
Well, you know, the one thing, you know, that Memphis wrestling tradition, that was the last one. I mean, every other local, I mean, like there's the WWF, every other local wrestling tradition is done.
Right.
I mean, like there's, you know, like the TV was long gone. I mean, Memphis outlasted everybody by, you know, 10 years, realistically. And I mean, one thing, we went last year to Cornette's 30th anniversary show, and I was just looking back over it actually a couple days ago. I was reading back in the old Observer and like thinking about it, and you know, you saw the TVs leading up to that, and I mean, he pushed and pushed and pushed like Jackie Fargo and the Fabulous Ones and all those guys, and you know, you remember how big they were. And the reality was, the people who were there, and I was sitting actually with Jimmy when those guys would come out, and I mean, Fargo got a nice, polite reaction, but before Fargo, I mean, a couple other people came out, and you know, I mean, there was no reaction. And I mean, I was sitting there, and he's just going, if they don't react to Fargo, you know, I'm going to, like, shoot myself. You know, and they did. They did, so he didn't shoot himself. But it was real sad for him because, you know, you know what I mean? He remembered it so well, and it was such a big thing at the time. But, you know, to the new wrestling fans, I mean, most of the people who were there to see Mick Foley and Kane.
Right. That's what drew the house, no doubt.
Oh, no, without a doubt. And, you know, to them, I mean, you know, they might have heard their parents talk about the Fabulous Ones, and it wasn't like when they came out there was no reaction. There was a reaction, but it was not that reaction. It was both sad and happy reaction. You know, it was like when I talked to Stan afterwards, and it was like, you know, for one day he got to, like, relive, like, that great period of his life, but also for that one day it was, like, so obvious that period was, like, over and never coming back. You know what I mean?
You know, and that's what's sad. To me, you asked me earlier about life after wrestling, and, you know, just the way, and, you know, I know there's a lot of guys, and they're all in the WWF making tons of money, but all these young talents are missing out. It's just unfortunate that the territorial system had to die. Not just Memphis, but even though, you know, with Power Pro, was never a territory. OVW is not a territory in the sense that it used to be. What happened when Lawler and Jarrett sold in that big soap opera back in '97, and then that's when the territory collapsed. If they wouldn't have sold it, it would always, I think, continued. But what talent's missing out on, and I got so frustrated. And as a matter of fact, I'm rambling here, but I was listening to your show yesterday, and Bonkwinkle and Bobby and everybody that you had on there, and you were hearing the stories, and it's so great, and the way it used to be in the car every day. And even in this territory, we were on the road 2,000 miles a week, and going to Memphis every Monday, and Louisville every Tuesday, and Evansville Wednesdays, and different places Thursday and Friday, Memphis TV Saturday, and Nashville Saturday night. And just the experience, not just the wrestling, the experience of being on the road is so great. And I used to tell the developmental talent, I said, you're just really missing out. They would, on a Friday night, if they were in a town 80 miles from Memphis, and then have TV the next morning, they would bitch about it. They said, man, 80, 90 miles back to Memphis and have to get up to be at TV. And hell, I've been in Louisville on a Friday night and got back to Memphis at 7 o'clock in the morning and gone to television. You know, it's just not the same, and I feel not getting that experience is bad for the future of the business.
It's definitely a different business, and it's going to change. And it's going to change a lot over the next year. We just don't know how. A lot of phone calls here. I'm going to start with Todd in D.C. Todd, how are you today?
I'm okay. How are you doing, Dave?
Better than when I wrote you.
Oh, that's good. Will you send me an email back about any update, or is there anything?
There's nothing that I can talk about now,
okay.
But you know.
Yeah. Okay. And hey, Brian.
Hey.
Hey, Randy.
Hey.
Hi. I'm depressed by WWF, WCW, so I want to talk about that for a bit, and then I have two questions for Randy. First off, Dave, Brian, do you guys think that Vince has lost control of the locker room at this point?
Not this early.
It's you know, a lot of weird things are going on, and I don't know if things are going on that he doesn't want or he does, because you don't know. Vince is he's a clever guy, obviously. And sometimes he gets credit for being more clever than he is. And so you don't know if, like, some of the stuff that's happening with that kind of resentment going on is something that he wants, because a little bit of real resentment kind of makes for better television, unless it gets out of control like Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels.
I mean, we talked about that a couple days ago with Bret and Shawn. I mean, Bret even gave an interview just like, I think it was like a year ago, saying, you know, I really don't even hate Shawn Michaels anymore, because I look back now and I realize that a lot of this was Vince trying to work us against each other, and it worked. And I think that, like Dave said, Vince doesn't get, or he gets too much credit for being intelligent or whatever, but I think sometimes he doesn't get enough credit for some of the things that he does.
So, I mean, yeah, I don't know what exactly he wants out of this right now. I mean, that Acolyte speech had some reality to it, and it was like, you know, I thought it was like, wow, that was like pretty good TV.
I'm not talking about just bitterness. I'm just talking about booking 101 mistakes. Like,
that's different.
See how, well, number one, the WCW booking, but number two, like the Benoit and Jericho thing, like, honestly, I don't see how Vince McMahon could make those decisions. Like, fundamentally, he made mistakes that he knew would draw less money, and, like, there's something up with that.
Yeah, but I don't know if he actually thought that it would draw less money, because Vince has always been the guy that always goes back to the big hulking dudes when business goes down, and I'm sure that he saw Benoit and Jericho, and even though, you know, everybody else might have thought, okay, these guys, you know, they can be made into real superstars, Vince probably, after 2 weeks, just went, they're too small.
Well, that's
Same
fine.
thing he always does.
That's fine, though, Brian. Then you just build it up to the pay-per-view, you have Austin squash him, and then you go back to the big guys. I mean...
Yeah, why did
that
you stop
doesn't
3
make
weeks?
No sense to give up that early.
Why did he stop 3 weeks early? I have no idea why. And you know, hey, I was real perplexed about that, as everyone was, because, yeah, you're right. You know, if you change your mind, you at least, you know, go full board till the pay-per-view, and then after the pay-per-view, you go, okay, you know, I don't believe in it.
And then,
you know, one thing I was thinking about, and I don't know if you guys, you know, would all notice this, because we all talk about the size of the ring and everything. I think that big ring makes guys look smaller than they really are.
Oh, of course it does.
Okay, and that makes it, and that's why I'm like really scared for some of these WCW guys, because I don't think anyone realizes how small some of these guys like Shan Moore are going to look. Because, because we're used to them in that small ring and seeing them in there with Rey Mysterio and Elix Skipper and all these little guys. And when they show up, if they show up, because we don't even know how many, if they're ever going to even get anywhere near TV. But some of those guys, it's going to be scary.
Well, just look at Tajiri when he's in the ring. I mean, you got Kane that is big enough that he can step over the top rope. And here's Tajiri who hits the turnbuckle, and his armpits are like they're on the top rope. He just looks tiny. And half the guys are going to look like that. Like, think of Jamie Noble. That dude is so small.
Yeah.
But they've got a lot bigger problems than just the small guys, though. I mean, they made 3 gigantic mistakes this week. And, I mean, at Madison Square Garden, nonetheless. Number one was the fact that they made Shane McMahon the person who fired the first shots in the war. Because if you're going to have WCW versus WWF, the thing you don't want to remember is not Shane McMahon going there and saying, we're going to, fire the shots in our war. This is not the guy you want as a mouthpiece for the organization because he is in WCW. Everyone knows that he is in WCW. Then they went on. They did the Booker T thing. He's been portrayed as a coward. This is your champion, a coward, not a guy who's, willing to fight Austin, but a guy who's, running around, ducking through the crowd and, hiding from him. This is a guy that, needs to be portrayed strong, and he's been portrayed weak. And then the worst of all is the fact that they're splitting up the shows because there's no long-term planning. If they want to make this work, you need to have the guys, you need to have 2 opposition sides. If you just split up all the guys in the WWF versus WCW, where's the interpromotional stuff down the line? What you've done is you've just created 2 WWF shows that are exactly the same as now, except for the WCW guys interspersed in. And if they'd done right now, if they'd gone to the feud right now and they just had, Scott Steiner versus, Austin and Angle versus Booker T on the first show, and they just had the WWF guys squash them, at least that would draw 1 buy rate. They're not going to draw any buy rates because by the time they've gone through this whole convoluted thing, no one's going to buy WWF versus WCW, and they're not going to get even 1 match out of the whole thing.
Well, what I think the mentality right now is on that is the idea that WCW was so weak that they really weren't going to do big business with it, and they may have, but I think that they didn't think that. But what I think they're doing is they're going to create a new WCW, which has nothing to do with the old WCW, over the course of, say, the next year, by keeping them apart. And then when they move them back together again, then that's when they're going to really start doing money. I think that's the mentality they have, and I think the mentality they have is we can't do money with it now. Now we're just going to do like this soft launch, as Vince said. We're going to do something where we sort of tease it and do it for a while until we break it off. But this is not, this is just something so guys get television time. Now, as far as what they're doing,
if you split it equally now, I mean, like you just said, okay, you're going to have 2 WWFs, but the whole thing is, like you said, a year from now, they're not going to be 2 WWFs if the guys are really kept separate on their show. If you got 30 guys on one show and 30 guys on the other show, and you don't mix and match for a full year, then all of a sudden they are separate again.
But number one, they're not going to be able to do that. And number two, no one at home is going to buy that. There's not one person who doesn't think that WWF and that WCW has any bitterness with each other, or like that any of the matchups are interpromotional matchups. Because even if we assume 2 years ago, if you had right now, you had the WWF and WCW. If 2 years ago everyone on the 2 sides had essentially been in the same promotion, then you just split them up right now, and you book them against each other, they'd still remember them as being within the same promotion. There's no realism there. There's no interpromotional. It's like UWF versus WCW.
That's the whole point of waiting a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually very similar to what New Japan's doing with like 0-1. I mean, when they're trying to give the illusion, and it is sort of it's kind of a work shoot. There's a little bit of shoot in that anyway. But the idea is like, there are all those guys, Hashimoto and Takaiwa and those guys. That are all New Japan guys, but the theory is that when the day comes and they go back there, that it's going to look interpromotional because that's what's going to draw money. I mean, that's what they're building everything towards. So, that's. I mean, we're not going to know for a year. I don't know. I don't know who's going to be on what side and how well, how well they keep them apart, how well they keep from doing things. He sticks to the plan because God knows these plans change every week. So.
Yeah, I really think the illusion is going to work in the end because if you look at the NWO, it started out with Hall and Nash, who were 2 guys from the outside. And then from that point, you added Hogan, who'd been in WCW the whole time. Then it was like the Big Show. And then a bunch of other goofs that were in WCW. But the fact that it was like fans knew that these guys were really all under WCW contract, but they didn't care. I mean, it ended up working.
But there's one thing about that one. Somehow or other, in that weird thing, through luck, the NWO and the merchandise became so cool for a brief period of time. And what's going to have to happen for this thing to work is the WCW is going to have to be really cool. And I don't know if they can. I don't know if lightning strikes twice. I don't know if they can do it. Obviously, they want to do it. That's what Shane's there for. But if it happens, I don't know.
Who do they have there on their roster that could be or going to be on the roster that is cool?
We don't know. I mean, they may end up with Rocker Austin for all we know.
Inevitably, it's going to end up, though, the interpromotional matchup is going to be just a WWF guy of now versus a WWF guy of now, because what Vince is going to do after
you're right about that.
Is that he's going to go to the guy that's been with him for a while, and he's going to make him the star. So you're never going to get the big Goldberg versus Austin match. You're going to get Austin versus The Rock, which again is the whole problem. I'm just frustrated by it. Just standing a little there. Two questions for Randy. First of all, Randy, I remember back in the days of the SMW USWA feud, you had a feud with Brian Hildebrand, and I wonder if you had any memories of that feud and of the man.
Okay, he was in. We did the Smoky Mountain USWA feud, and I believe you're right. It was 95. I think the first thing is that I think that I went up there to Smoky Mountain was the heel. It was the first time I'd ever done a heel thing in my life. Mark could work like a son of a gun. I mean, he could go, and then I made him the spokesman and the manager down here, and he really never had the chance. I think he loved me for life because he was in a high profile situation on Memphis TV, and the thing drew money. I mean, it really did. We did good with the deal, and I think the thing I remember about Mark is that he was, or Brian, he was just tickled to death. He was, thrilled to be in the spot, and he would do whatever. He was just fantastic, and I was glad that he was able to have a great time because his enthusiasm. He wasn't making a lot of money here compared to what, like the Rock and Roll and Buddy Landell and the other people we were bringing in, but he'd have paid me to do it. I mean, he really would have. I mean, so all the memories of him. As a matter of fact, I'm in my office right now, and I have a picture framed that's from Louisville, and I've got juice, and he's on top of me. I'm covered with blood, and it's from one of the wrestling magazines. And you could tell he's in the picture. He's just kicking the shit out of me and smiling as big as he can. It was something that I'll always remember, and it was something that Brian, it was a very important part of his life.
Oh, he was a great guy, and when we bring that name up, I start thinking about that. I mean, just all the conversations I had with him for so many years, and
I could cry quick. That's a real sad situation.
That big Foley chapter got to me in the second book.
It got to me too. The thing is, and I guess if the little bit I was around him at the end, and then I talked to him on the phone fairly often, not weekly or nothing, but at the end, and you call him up and you're sad and you're just like, oh man, and I remember like when he told me, that the cancer had come back and it was like all over, and and I had actually one of his friends who called and goes, he's not going to make it this time, and I called him up the next day, and I mean, it was just like, I know what you've heard. He goes, but it was like it's not that bad. Everyone's exaggerating, and then he just wanted to talk wrestling. I mean, it was just like, and we had a conversation like, I mean, looking back on it, I can't even believe it. But we just had he was all worried about, God, he was working for WCW at the time. It's like, it was the same thing. And it's like, God, why don't they push Chris Benoit? You know what I mean? It's like, here's this guy dying, and he was a lot more concerned about why are they going to push Chris Benoit as opposed to, it's just an amazing guy.
That's the type of people I like. Wrestlers, referees, wrestling fans, internet, audio hosts, whatever. If you love the business and
and have respect for it and a passion for it, you're on my A list. The people that don't have respect for it's on the shit list. And Mark Curtis, I mean, heck, I'm getting shook up just thinking about it. He loved this business.
Yeah, he really did. Todd, thanks very much, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's go to Brian. Brian, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Really good.
Well, first of all, I'm a very big fan of Edgy Christian.
Uh-huh.
I was wondering, do you think they could get another title shot? Tag shot?
I mean, if they keep them together, they will. If they split them up, then they won't. I don't know what the long-term plan is because, you know, there's so much change that's going to be changing in the next month that, you know, and I don't know exactly where everybody falls in as far as like those mid-level guys. You know,
and the whole thing with them too is they've teased this breakup so many times in the past and then just dropped it. Yeah. So, you know, who knows what'll happen here.
Yeah, I think this time they're really going to have to do it, just for that reason you said, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I just recently, like, ran into them not too long ago. I was in Toronto. I was training with them.
Mm-hmm.
And they seem like some pretty cool guys. And
you know, they did the show. You know, I like those guys because they're like what Randy was talking about. I mean, they're wrestling fans from the age of 10. They'll do anything to get over. I mean, they're making great money now, but you know what? They would be just as happy if they were making, you know, 1/4 of what they're making. They're just, you know, they made it, and, you know, I mean, they set their lives out to make it, and I congratulate them because they did. Because to make it in wrestling, you're overcoming tons of odds now. I mean, there's just not very many jobs.
More than ever.
Yeah. There's not that many jobs, and it's just tough.
I even watched the King of the Ring this past Sunday, and I was really glad that Edge won the King of the Ring. And I didn't think he was going to do it, but I congratulate him. I congratulate him for doing that.
Well, it's, you know.
He overcame the odds.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in a little traffic here, sorry.
Okay, we actually have to get running to a commercial. Anything else real quick?
No, I'm just glad that everything's going all right for Edge's Christian. I hope they get another title shot. Because I'm from Toronto also.
Okay.
All right.
No, that's where they grew up near there in Orangevale. Okay. Let's see. Have you seen the Muto Tenryu match from June 8th? And was it really 5 stars? The match aired on the 23rd on TV on New Japan TV. So I should get the tape most likely tomorrow or Saturday. So Monday.
In its entirety?
I don't know how much aired, but I'll bet you most of it aired. Yeah, because it's match of the year. I mean, like, everyone's pushing it for match of the year. So I think they're going to air almost the whole match.
Who was it again?
So, Muto and Tenryu. So, let's see. If SmackDown goes live, what will that mean to people like myself who watch SmackDown on tape delay on Saturday nights on WB? Most likely...
You'll continue watching it on tape delay.
Unless if you don't have a UPN, yeah, it'll be the same thing.
One thing that sucks, Dave, is I hate this new deal they're doing. If the information, if they're going to go with WCW on TNN, we don't get SmackDown. We don't get UPN here in Jonesboro. So
you don't they have like a real strong UPN station in Memphis?
It's not on this cable. I guess if I put an antenna up, I could probably get it. But you know, just off our cable.
Maybe you have AT&T cable like I do. I get about 4 channels.
Really? We get 60 channels, just no UPN.
Jeez. Because, you know, the Memphis one, you know, I used to get the nightly ratings, you know, from market by market of SmackDown. And Memphis was always, like, doing a 13 rating for SmackDown.
I wonder what it's doing now. Do you still get those numbers?
I haven't got it, but I'm sure. Memphis and Houston were, like, the 2 markets, and Miami was another one, which is funny because they don't draw well in Miami. But those were the markets that were, like, but Memphis was almost week after week the strongest market because it would beat Friends. It beat everything in Memphis.
Lawler used to say that all the time. He loved that fact. His hometown. Yeah. And he was co-host of the show, and it did that sort of number.
Hey, you just brought up the Lawler thing. I wonder if the rating in Memphis did slip when Lawler got taken off.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It's a possibility. Yeah. There was a lot of media here, and in Memphis. Whatever Lawler does, he's going to have support in this town, and that could have very easily turned people off in Memphis.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it since then. That's an interesting question. Let's go
maybe
to
Cole's from Tampa.
Yeah, right. Let's go to Max. Max, what's going on?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, good.
I've been hearing conflicting reports about this situation, the WCW TV situation. Are they going to turn SmackDown into Raw and then give WCW its own show and the Raw?
No,
slot,
WCW.
leave SmackDown as it is, and then have
WCW will be called Raw, but it'll be the WCW show on Monday, and SmackDown will be called SmackDown, and it'll be the WWF show on Thursday. And they'll both be live.
So the Raw set, will that go to WCW and all that, or will they, you know?
They'll I would think they'll probably do a new set and new graphics and things like that, because in fact I know they will. They're working on all that stuff right now.
Okay, so this could be, you know, some of the last few Raws we'll be seeing, the last WWF Raws we'll be seeing.
Yeah, we got about a month left or so. Yeah.
All right, and this whole Lawler situation, is it a work that he's, you know, that he keeps denying reports that he's, you know, signed on to announce for the WCW or WWF?
Randy, do you have anything to say? Because I actually do have something to say about that.
You go ahead first, and I'll follow you. How about that?
All I can tell you is that I am told by people in the WWF that he's in, and it's talked about that he's in, but they're trying to kayfabe it for the same, you know, just like I was told it's the exact same thing as the Page thing. Now he's denying it.
Hearing, you know, it's a work, it's not a work, you know.
Well, I can. This is what I'll say on that. If it's a work, he's working me also.
Yeah.
Because.
Well, me too, as far as that goes.
Right. I talked to him, like I said earlier, Thursday, and flat out asked him, and he said, as a matter of fact, we've talked since Thursday, because it broke. You broke it Sunday that he was going, and then he denied it and all that. And his words to me was, he said, heck, I wish Meltzer was right. Said I wish. He said He said, you know,
it may be that he's got the deal, okay, and it's done, and he's kayfabing everyone. It may be. It also may be that they know that they're going to bring him back, and they aren't going to tell him till like Friday, so the word doesn't get out, and you know what I mean? I don't know.
I mean, is it true that Ross wants to go to WCW with him because, you know, he's not really happy with Heyman? And
nobody would be going anywhere.
No, I mean,
as far
as working with him,
yeah,
I'm sure he'd much prefer working with Lawler.
I think that's no doubt.
Yeah.
You can bet the bank on that.
And,
I think the best thing to say would just be, don't be surprised if Lawler returns. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I went to SmackDown tapings this week. It was an overall good show, but I mean, what is up with this Albert push? I mean, is it just because
it's what it is?
He's
big. Do you know how big that guy is? I'm serious. I mean, they see him in that locker room, and he's a lot more
in the
impressive.
Airport,
anywhere with that big head,
and the tattoos.
I'm really pushing.
He works hard too.
I'm really pushing for him. I hope the push works. When he was the first group of developmental talent that came in here in '98, and Cornette told me, and Bruce Pritchard. Both of those guys told me, said, give me the list of guys, and said, hey, this Matt Bloom is, we'll send him in, but he's lazy, and then we signed him, but this is probably his last leg. Said you probably won't like him, and he said this is probably his last stop. And so I had a negative feeling about him coming in. It took me about 30 seconds of looking at him and hearing his promos and seeing his work. He got over here, and not only was he not released, he was the first one out of like 7 or 8 guys that started here that went. I mean, he had the charisma, and I realized you hadn't really seen it, or you hadn't seen it on that television yet, but he got over here. We called him Baldo, and I mean, he was just recognizable to the people, and the name was kind of cool, and he's just a super nice guy, so I hope he's able to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't heard any of his real mic skills in WWF. I mean, you know, samples, but not really a lot. Is he really good on the mic?
He was here.
He got over when you turned him babyface. I remember that.
Yeah,
you know, of that group that you had, him and Crash Holly were really the only two that actually made it, weren't they?
On group number 1, now.
Yeah.
Stasiak,
I mean, later Kurt Angle, obviously, but yeah.
Stasiak was part of group number 1.
That's true. Yeah.
And he went, but you know, he was.
But he didn't hang there.
He was a goofball. I mean, something was wrong with that boy. But then, of course, Kurt Angle was successful, and sometime before we run out of time Dave, I want to talk about the developmental program a little more at length, but we can do that if we have time later on.
Why don't we do it like after the next commercial break?
All right, that's good.
All right, and
Okay.
hey, Brian, are you going to any of the shows up?
I think I'll probably end up going to SmackDown. I'm not sure about Raw yet, though.
All right, because you're not going to that one where they're defending, where Booker T is defending against Bagwell.
Spokane? No way. That's I don't even know where the hell Spokane is, but it's a long way away.
But that is the first show where they'll be defending titles, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
and
the first
that
one.
should continue throughout the TV week, or
It's going to continue probably everywhere.
Yeah, and all the house shows. They're going to be on all the house shows from this point forward. I think they want to make sure that those guys go on the road and earn their money, so to speak.
all right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay, very welcome. Let's go to Scott. Scott, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Really good.
Just counting down the hours. Still tough enough. But
So am I.
you know, I gotta hand it to Edge. He won 2 matches in one night.
Okay.
He did, you know.
I want to talk about just basically like everyone else, the whole WWF, WCW thing. And I'm kind of sick of people saying like, "Oh, it's not fair. Now we don't have SmackDown anymore and stuff like that." I feel like they're not going to get to see their WWF guys on TV. I mean, they act like they're only going to.
Well, the other thing also is that you still can watch those morning shows.
Yeah.
Like if you're in a market, I mean, those morning shows are going to recap everything anyway. It's not like, I mean, and the other one is UPN's in more homes than TNN. So, so it's like if you want that name, if the name means something, because the crews are going to be split equally, there are people who are going to be out of luck a little bit, with each thing because neither of them are in 100 million homes. But UPN's in far more homes than TNN. And TNN's in more homes than USA ever was when they run USA, which nobody seems to understand. That's another story.
And part of the thing is that we get complaints from people that don't have UPN, and we get those complaints because they don't have UPN. We never hear from the vast majority of people that do get that station. So, I think it's just.
There's that little group of guys that haven't been signed that everyone feels they need to get, like Flair and Goldberg and stuff like that. Now, do you guys think of anyone who who isn't really talked a lot about by the internet and stuff like that, as far as someone they should seriously think about bringing in?
I mean, everyone's been talked about. You know what I mean? There's no secrets. Everyone knows the status of anyone. I mean, you could say, Jarrett. You could say Jarrett just because he's a solid guy. Not that they need him, but he's a good wrestler.
I think Jarrett's a guy that basically, if you look at the last 2 years in WCW, the only guy who was a solid heel on top. I mean, as far as guys like Kevin Nash and DDP, who it's always said that these guys want to be cool. They don't want to be bad, And Jarrett was always a heel. He was always he always ran from the baby faces, unlike DDP, who never did, even if he was a heel.
Yeah.
But Jeff just worked hard, and that's what he brings to the play, the work ethic. And he's been on national TV for how long? 8 years. He would help.
Yeah, and a guy like Rob Van Dam, I think too, just being like a new face, because the guys like Lance Storm, Hugh Morris, who really got pushed in WCW and not a lot of guys were watching. Like you could say right now, it's at the point where the vast majority of the wrestling fans, as far as WWF fans, have really no idea about Lance Storm or Lance Storm characters and Hugh Morris and Stacy Keibler. So a guy like Rob Van Dam, or even maybe bringing in a developmental guy and pushing him as far as a new star in general, not just a WCW star, I think that'd be good too.
I think they're all equal because you know what? It doesn't matter what the people know today. It's how they portray them because they're going to get over to WWF fans or they're not, and the fact that they're Rob Van Dam or Lance Storm, it's up to how WWF pushes them because they're all fresh faces. I mean, Booker T, if they give Booker T a chance to be a superstar, it's a new promotion and it's new guys. People aren't going to go, oh, that Booker T wasn't a superstar over there. It's like he's a new guy now. He can be a superstar if he can hang and if they give him the chance, and if they don't give him the chance, they want. And Van Dam's the same. If they want to make Rob Van Dam a superstar, with all the, we know Rob's got his flaws and Rob's got his, strong points. If they want to make him a superstar, they will make him a superstar, and he may not make it, but that's not having anything to do with like his notoriety today or how many say 12% of the people know him or 20% of the people know him the day he walks out or 80% know him because once they're on that TV and people will learn who they are, and if they're pushed like they're big dogs, the people generally react to you like they're supposed to.
Yeah, it was like Jericho at the beginning. I mean, he was total mid-carder in WCW, but they gave him the superstar treatment his first night in. So he was a superstar for about a day, and then they buried him.
Yeah, it was weird with Jericho because, I mean, he basically never really jumped higher than, the first 3 matches in WCW. Then he got so much buzz when, the time period in between when he left and when he was going to WWF. And then they brought him in. His first promo was against The Rock. And it was so weird because it's not like he was a big star in WCW.
And the people, if you remember that night, because I sure remember it clearly, there was a percentage of the fans that were going absolutely bonkers for him, just waiting for this. And then there was a lot of them who really didn't get it, but within about a month or two, because they would hear that big reaction to him, everybody else kind of figured, he must be something big. Yeah. And then they still drop the ball on him, but that's what I say about Van Dam. Van Dam will come out, and those ECW fans and people who know him will make a lot of noise for him. And then it's up to him if he can hang, and up to them if they allow it to happen, because, they cut off people's legs, too.
Mm. And what do you guys think of right now? Because this is what I've been seeing as far as Raw. Now, I haven't heard about SmackDown spoilers, and I kind of don't want to, but, I mean, as far as Raw, the way they did the whole Booker T and Kurt Angle and Austin angle, it kind of seems like they're taking a route where the main WWF guys, including Austin, should be portrayed as faces, and then so should the WCW guys, but they should be faces to their own audiences and heels to the opposite. Rather than, Austin is a heel and Booker T is a face in both companies.
I'm still trying to figure that out, actually.
Because, I mean, Austin's comments on Booker T, he goes, you want to ask me a question? An axe is something you cut wood with. And I just started cracking up because this was really funny. And it's like, this guy's supposed to be your heel. And he's cutting this promo on Booker T that's really making everybody laugh and really making him look like an idiot. And it's like, I don't know why they're doing this if they want Austin as a heel.
I don't think that it's so much heel and babyface right now as much as just getting people on TV and trying to expose them. Mm-hmm. And then, in October, when the sides are split up and they actually go their own way, then I think that everybody's going to go back to being heel and babyface. I think when it's mixed, it's just kind of like, like American League versus National League, as somebody would say. I think that they just, it's like, I don't think that they want, I don't think WWF can't be the heels, but they sure don't want the WCW name as the heels either. Yeah, so it's just a feud.
I know if Austin hits the stunner on any WCW guy or Shane McMahon, the crowd will pop huge.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look what happened when he did to Molly Holly.
I think that's what they should do. I think for the next couple months, especially because now they have no Benoit, they have no Rock, they have no Hunter. And it's been, I don't know if they've been talking about it, but I know a lot of people on the internet have been thinking, maybe they should turn Austin back face at least for the summer. And I think because the WCW thing, I mean, maybe he shouldn't be, like, a total face. Like, maybe he should still stick with the little heel antics he's been doing, like, as far as, like, hugging Vince and stuff like that. Maybe he shouldn't go out and cut, like, a total babyface promo like he used to do. But I think they should kind of go easy on, like, him feuding with WWF faces and have him as more like a WWF representative, at least while this WCW thing gets off the ground. And then
I see it more as he should be a heel when he's working other WWF wrestlers, but as part of the whole feud, he should be a guy that represents the WWF and just be,
because Vince's guy. Because he's Vince's main guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And what'd you guys think of the Billy Gunn thing on Raw?
Funny.
Because, I mean, everything they...
Thought I wrote it.
Everything Ed was saying, it was just so true. It's like the Big Show segments they used to do when Vince McMahon came out and called Big Show the biggest disgrace. And then now they're coming out and saying Billy Gunn is the disgrace to the King of the Ring, and Edge promised not to Billy Gunn this year's King of the Ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just thought it was hilarious. And Billy Gunn, I felt kind of bad for him, but then again I didn't because he's awful.
I don't.
Yeah.
The people in the building didn't react to that interview at all.
They actually, there was one of the comments Edge made, I think it was the one where he was like, I promise not to Billy Gunn this year's King of the Ring. They kind of like, oh my God, he just said that?
Yeah. I think it went over the people's head.
Because I think everyone thinks that in the back of their mind. Like, he's one of those guys. Same thing with, like, Steven Richards. Like, when they come out, they know, like, this guy is being paid, so they want to put him on the show. But, I mean, they're awful, So, with that on Raw? Again, with this,
it was just, they were looking around there, and they're trying to get Taz over, because,
I think it's too obvious, though.
I think they're going to put Taz and Austin on Monday, and also for Tough Enough, they want Taz to be a star right now to get the show over. So it's like, okay, who do we got in this locker room? Richards, you're not doing anything. Go out there and lose in 10 seconds.
Yeah, but there were about 18 guys who weren't doing anything. They were all at that meeting. Could have picked a better guy than Stephen Richards. I mean, it's so obvious that they're picking guys like Stephen Richards.
They were all busy at the meeting, though.
They're picking guys like Stephen Richards and Hardcore Holly, and the fans know these are guys that, a win over them isn't, credibility. But it's still a win. You could see through this plan. I mean, but if they have Taz beat someone like even a Hardy Boy, I think a win over a Hardy Boy would be more impressive.
Well,
They both got belts though right now. But I see what you're talking about.
Yeah,
and then maybe a shot at Austin. He doesn't even have to.
No, that may be Monday.
Seen in that role.
Yeah.
Next Monday, you can do that.
You may be pleased tonight when you watch the show. We'll just say that.
Yeah, it may be Monday.
I'm really excited for both Tough Enough and SmackDown tonight. Because, I don't think they delivered at all. As far as everyone was talking last weekend about how King of the Ring, they need to do this huge WCW angle. Then they don't do it. And everyone's talking Monday, they need to do this huge WCW angle. And then, in my opinion, Monday they didn't deliver either. So tonight, I'm really hoping they do.
Rumor has it that they did. So
because the stuff on Monday, as far as Booker T hitting that hideous axe kick on Vince McMahon, nonetheless. I mean, guys like Vince and Shane. I mean, it's just, at least for me, them getting in the mix with WCW guys isn't that big of a deal. I want to see a WWF guy hit a WCW guy. As far as to kick this thing off. I don't want to.
Well, I'm sure by Monday we're going to see it. Actually, we're going to see it tonight. So
hopefully. And then, did you guys hear that? One of the dark matches tonight. Maybe I'm thinking too much into this, but Low-Key wrestled another local guy, right?
Mike Sullivan.
And he won.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was weird because, that Low-Key's not a signed guy, but he won.
Well, what if Mike Sullivan won?
Yeah. But, I mean, it's just, is that...
It doesn't really matter.
Is that kind of uncommon?
No, not at all.
That happens a lot?
Yeah, when they do dark matches with two unsigned guys, one of them's going to win, yeah. And they do that, on tryout matches all the time.
Okay, yeah, because, every other match Low-Key's wrestled so far he's lost, so I just thought there might be something into this, because I think he's one of the guys that would be perfect for as far as WCW. Well, at least the whole WCW. Now that they're going to be mixing WWF guys in, I don't know, but...
I sense that they're really not looking at adding new people right now. I mean, if someone great comes along, sure, but, like a guy like Low-Key, maybe they will take him, but, you have not seen a lot of big roster additions of late. In fact, you've just seen a whole rash of cutbacks just in the last week, so...
Yeah.
Got a couple of emails I want to read, but before we do that, I want to talk, Randy, two things. First of all, you've actually booked interpromotional angles before. We talked about the Smoky Mountain thing, which was actually real entertaining television. What's the pluses and the minuses, and from your experience, what do they need to look out for, and how do they need to handle it? I mean, one of the things that you guys did was... Hold on. That's really bad that just happened. But anyway, go ahead with that, Randy.
Basically, we did it twice. I did it twice here. We did it with World Class at one point and USWA, and it was not successful. We did it with Smoky Mountain, and it was very successful. I mean, just like the best business in like 6 or 7 years for a 3-month period. The World Class situation didn't work, because except for Kerry Von Erich, we went with talent that nobody knew. Even though the people in Memphis hadn't heard of Smoky Mountain Wrestling, wasn't able to get the TV, most of the talent, the Rock and Roll Express, Buddy Landale, the guys, the Tracy Smothers, the guys that we had were established in the past, and back then, we went the heat route. I mean, and the people were loyal USWA fans, and those guys had tremendous heat. It was almost like the old days. We had to get police escorts for the heels out of the building in Louisville every Tuesday, and that hadn't happened in 20 years. I don't know if that kind of killing type of heat would work today. It's easy when you're doing a promotional war to say, well, this other company, we don't want to get them too strong. It'll hurt our guys. If your talent is over in the first place, if your talent is you got them over, then it won't hurt them. If they're not over, it's not going to draw anyway. If you got if you have people not over, you know they're not going to draw. So you have to have talent that's over, but then when you bring in the opposition group, you got to push the hell out of them, and they got to destroy your crew in the beginning. But this situation they're into, you know, it's so unique. You know, I'm glad I don't have to try to book it. It's a mess.
What are your impressions of how he's done so far?
Honestly, it had no interest at all. I mean, I had no interest at all in anything they're doing. I'm looking forward to it because I know they'll get it going and they'll do it right, no doubt in my mind. But so far, they hadn't piqued my interest. I was excited this past Monday because even though Lawler had told me Thursday nothing happening, when I read on the internet that what Dave posted, I'm thinking I'm being kayfabed here. So until that show went off the air Monday, I was thinking they were doing a major angle at the end, and Lawler would be involved in the end. And when they went off the air, like they went off the air, I think I threw something at the TV or something. That really
you're getting Cornette. Oh. Now tell us a little bit
for that one.
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about like
keep waiting.
Yeah, I know, really, like Monday. But tell us a little bit about like working with the developmental thing and your thoughts. I mean, you've had a lot of guys come through. Some of whom made it. One of whom made it huge, Kurt Angle, and others of whom kind of disappeared. Are there any that disappeared that you expected to make it just for that one?
Not really. You know, Steve Bradley's one that I thought would make it there to the big show quicker than he has because he's still lingering on. And, you know, he's going to Les Thatcher's group. And if you remember this, it's kind of unofficial, but one of the first guys they sent to Memphis, and it was back to USWA days, and it wasn't an official developmental territory, but that was the concept that we were working at. They sent The Rock down here. Remember when he was here?
Oh, yeah, Flex Cabana.
Man, did I ever book him wrong. I mean, but they told me the deal was you can't call him Rocky, you can't acknowledge the fact that he's Rocky Johnson's son, which in Memphis, because Lawler told me the Legend show that had the best reaction of the night, bar none, he said, was Rocky Johnson. That shocked me. It might have been because he's Rock's father.
It might have been now because Rock's such a big star.
Right, it very well could have been. You know, Jim Ross has said on his Ross Reports for the last 7-8 months, the big changes in the developmental program, kept saying it, nothing's happened, but in the last 4 or 5 weeks, I mean, they've made a major overhaul. First of all, Bruce Pritchard basically overseeing it. Now, he's not in, if my information is correct, he's not in talent relations at all. He's in the creative department. Yeah. Kevin Kelly was a big shot in the talent relations and the developmental center. The developmental talent they hated him. They used to rib and laugh at the fact that when he came down here, he got to be Vince McMahon. But he's not involved, and now apparently Paul Bear, Bob Clark, and Dennis Brent are ramrodding this thing, and they just recently cut 11 guys, and if you think about it, I put a little calculator to it. Just those 11 guys, Dave, that's a savings, and I went the low figure because some guys have better deals, but I did the minimum deal. They're saving $420,000 a year just off those 11 guys, and I'm wondering if the decision was made because they thought, well, we're not going to bring any of these guys up, or if they're just saving. I really don't know why the decision was made. I don't know what they're thinking.
I'm sure it's both. But of the guys, I mean, if you've got a guy in there for 2+ years, just as an example, and and they're just not making it, I mean, if they cut a couple of guys, I'll ask your opinion of this too. I mean, because and you saw these guys a lot more than I did. I saw them when they started. I saw a few tapes from Memphis, but not a lot. Of the guys from the Memphis group that they did cut, like American Dragon, Spanky, Joey Abs, those kind of guys. I mean, would you have made those calls, or do you think they made the right calls?
Well, some of the guys I wouldn't have given the deal to in the first place, ever. I
want to mention any names?
I will mention. At at the point that they did, I would have not given Spanky, Dragon, or Lance Cade a deal just because of the fact, and I know the business has changed. They went right from the Shawn Michaels, and I like every single one of those guys, but they went right from the school to a WWF deal immediately, and maybe that's just I've seen everybody. I'm still in the paying your dues, and it's harder to pay your dues as far as territory system, but it's just I don't think they were ready mentally. Physically in the ring they were very good, and they all worked very hard. They were just not anywhere near ready with the mental aspect to be in the situation they were in. I was very surprised that they cut Rodney, Pete, and Joey Abs. I thought Joey Abs, his work was good. He worked hard. He needed to work on his personality, and his interview skills was his only drawback. Pete and Rodney, from where they were when they debuted as the Mean Street Posse, I mean, they'd really come along. I thought Rodney had great personality, great interview skills, and I thought both of those guys, I would not have cut those two guys, and probably wouldn't have cut Joey Abs either. The other thing that I think is that when the rumor was that Vince was going to buy WCW, all the developmental guys were thrilled to death. Oh, that's great, that's great, that's great. In my mind, I'm thinking, that's not so great for you.
Man, they don't know the business.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I used to say all the time, I tell all of this, and when you get older, and right now I'm approaching 40, I don't want to get to the point where I'm like a lot of the people that I used to knock. They knock the young people and bitter toward the world. I try not to get in that area too. But they just, like I was talking earlier, they just hadn't been there, and they don't have the history. They didn't want to talk about history. One Spanky told me one time. I'll give you two stories. Spanky told me one time. He said, "I hate anything from the '80s." Then he was talking about Lawler. He said these training tapes that you've given us that Cornette had sent me. He said,
Cornette tapes. Oh, he said Cornette would love him.
He said a lot of Lawler matches on here, and he said I don't. He said I hate them. He said, but I'm sitting there, and he said the buildings are sold out, and he said. Lawler is horrible in the ring, but he said...
He's never horrible.
He said,
well, maybe. I would say he was never horrible.
He said but he said the people cheering, are going crazy just when he shakes his head. He said, I don't understand it. I said, it because he was over, and he wasn't horrible. I said, he was great. And I said, as a matter of fact, you go out to the shows now, and maybe 300 or 400 people, but he still gets the best reaction of the night, and he knows how to manipulate the people. As for a good, funny story on the American Dragon, we were in the training school, and he was working with somebody, and I had him working heel, and we would have these matches for drills, and so I walked up to him. Now, he's a heel, and I walk up to him. This is the sort of thing, Cornette would have beat him up with a baseball bat. If Cornette would have heard this, he would have been greatly offended. But I said, you got your match worked out? And he said, yes, sir. I said, you're the heel, right? He said, yeah. I said, you have some good cheating spots figured in? And he says, no. He said, to tell you the truth, Mr. Hales, I'm not a very big fan of cheating. I said, not a fan of cheating? You're a daggum freaking heel. I told Cornette that story, but he was 500 miles away, so Dragon was safe physically. But that's the sort of thing. Have you ever heard in your life from Daggum? I about fainted. He'll telling me he wasn't, and I'm thinking, how will I ever draw a dime with these guys? But I don't want to sound. I promised myself going in with the Memphis situation and with not to come across bitter, and I guess I am. But what the hell?
No, I don't know about that. Actually, I want to read.
When did you first know that Kurt Angle was going to be huge? Was it like the first day you went, "Wow, this guy's got it"? First month, year? What was it?
Oh, first day, no doubt. But we missed the boat. But this with Rocky, more my fault. With Kurt, we missed the boat on him, but it wasn't my fault. They wanted him as a babyface, insisted him being a babyface, and when he went out and did that first promo, it was great, but it was totally opposite of what I wanted him to do. It just wasn't his personality. He can't do the strict babyface interview. That's what they wanted out of him, and he went out there, and I gave him a interview, and he just interpreted it different that I gave, and it was the people started booing him. It was the way he delivered it, but I'm thinking that is the greatest daggum interview I've ever heard in my life, except it's not what I want. But I knew he was going to be big, and his work ethic, and he picked it up. I mean, he's one in a million.
Didn't he even have his first match after like 3 days of training?
4 days.
Was it 4 days? He told me, now he had been here, I forgot how quick he came here. We were at a fair show, and we were just talking wrestling and talking about history, and he liked to hear the history, and that gets over with me. And I asked him, I said, how long have you been watching wrestling on TV, Kurt? He said about 6 months. I said, 6 months, and you're that damn good? And he said, well, he said, I pick things up quick. I said, I guess.
I guess so. I want to read these 3 things real quick before we run out of time. This is from Dave, who says, with all the people who call your show with negative attitudes about the invasion, I think I should weigh in with my views. People need to give this a chance. Everyone's complaining and whining, but I think they're not seeing the big picture. The reason this will work is because the WF owns both companies. This is the reason it won't fail. The WF can control and book the angle accordingly without the egos that would be in place in a true interpromotional program. How can callers call in and say that they don't think the people at home will believe that? How can these people know that? Just give it a chance. And then here's the opposite viewpoint from Andy, who says, I feel you guys are missing the point on the Raw WCW issue. I don't think there are too many people out there that believe WWF and WCW are separate companies. It's just tampering with a fairly successful, firmly established show is a bad idea. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when the NWO took over Nitro and replaced the WCW logos with their own, wasn't that one of the lowest rated, Nitros of all time? It wasn't because the ratings ended up like years later going lower, but that was a terrible disaster of an hour. But the reason was because we didn't watch a wrestling show. We watched a bunch of goddamn carpentry work. Remember that show, Brian?
Yeah, they were putting the show together on air.
They're pounding this stuff and knocking this stuff off, and I'm watching this going like, Eric is going to be so mad when he sees the numbers tomorrow. And I mean, he was so mad because he hid the quarter hours because they were so disastrous in that third hour. Everybody turned off because nobody wants to watch a wrestling show and watch people do carpentry and tear down sets for an hour. Maybe for 5 minutes it's cool, or 3 minutes, but not the whole, And then that whole hour when they finally did stuff was such a ridiculous farce, which they didn't figure out. Randy, who's written a lot of wrestling shows. I mean, in your mind, what do you think fans want when they turn on wrestling on television? I mean, what do they? They want to see a lot of different things, but what do you think they really want to see?
I think they want to see, these days it's different than what it used to be. They want to see stars now. I think that's one of the WWF's problems. They switched one of their top baby faces, and they lost the Rock. But I think it's changed. I think it's different. But I think they still want to see good wrestling. I think that's one thing that's definite for sure that the WWF got away from giving them. But I think they want to see good wrestling. They want to see stars, and they want to see good soap opera.
Randy, I want to thank you so much for joining us.
This went quick today.
Yeah, it always goes quick now. So, and I want to thank everyone for joining in, calling in, and everything. We'll be back here tomorrow with Missy Hyatt at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We've got Brian Alvarez of Figure 4 Weekly here, and we will be joined later in the show by Missy Hyatt. And, Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
Okay, we got a lot of stuff to talk about as far as the news goes. We had Tough Enough last night. We had SmackDown last night. We got UFC tonight. Some big stuff in Japan. We will probably start with Tough Enough, Brian. Any thoughts on the show?
Tough Enough last night was one of those shows where it was just over way too quickly. I got used to the hour format, and then they had the half-hour show, and before I knew it, it was over. And I just thought, I wish this thing was 2 hours long or 3 hours long every week, because
3 hours long, no.
Huh?
3 hours long. Not 3 hours long.
Why not?
No, come on. 1 hour is a good time. I mean, half an hour was a little quick, but 3 hours long, come on. Remember those 3 hour nitros?
Yeah,
I mean, we were
that was
begging
Nitro.
for those.
That was not Tough Enough.
Okay, we were begging for those things to end. Even on good weeks, I was begging for it to end some weeks. Even when the match.
I know. I think Hour would be good, and it was too bad. It was just like I was just getting into the show, and then all of a sudden there was the credits, and I went, "Wow, that flew by."
That Stephanie McMahon is one nice person, isn't she?
Yes, she is.
But that Taz, when he ripped down that Bill Goldberg thing, I don't know.
That's one of those things that you wonder to yourself, why did that even air? All the footage they shot and everything they could have cut out of that show, don't you think that that's one of the things they should have cut out?
You would think. There's a lot of stuff. You know, it's like whenever there's, quote, reality TV, it's still TV, okay? And I'm always sitting there wondering, okay, now what is, a plant and what is real? You know what I mean? Because I'm not saying this because it's wrestling. On every reality TV show, there are always suspicious things in the edit. It's just like, you're going like, what's the whole point there? Especially because, like when they're going like, wrong company, this is really funny is because, the stuff was all filmed in the winter and now it's the summer, which is funny because, you see all that snow and everything. Mm-hmm. And everyone is wearing XFL merchandise because obviously the idea was push the hell, that XFL product placement, and it looks so funny now.
Yeah. The funny thing is, when I first saw the Goldberg poster, I thought, okay, why would you be training to get a spot in the WWF and bring a Goldberg poster into your room? And part of me thought they had to have done this on purpose just to get a jab in there at Goldberg. But then part of me thought, I think there's enough stupid people, especially after watching this show, that somebody really would bring a Goldberg poster to their room. So, who knows?
So who's the dumb one?
Exactly. Who is? I say the WWF for putting it on TV.
Oh, okay. What did you think of SmackDown last night?
I thought SmackDown was a pretty good show, too. Not a lot of really great wrestling. In fact, I don't think there was really any great wrestling on the show whatsoever. But, the skits with Vince McMahon, Steve Austin, and Kurt Angle are such a great trio. And they were so funny last night. And, of course, none of them could wrestle, and Kurt still looked like hell, but I guess it was just, 2 days after that match. And Regal and Tajiri were funny, and I don't know, overall, just a lot of good stuff on the show.
Austin looked like hell, too, I thought.
Yes, he did.
Just the whole thing, everything. It was so amazing because, of course, we had just watched, and I know you did also yesterday, just watching Ohio Valley Wrestling and seeing Scotty 2 Hotty do the exact same things on OVW TV, looking so bad doing them. And then he goes on WWF TV from the Garden with 20,000 people. And it's like 180 degrees difference, and he's doing the same thing.
Yeah. One of the things I noticed, too, was the Worm looked so hokey in Ohio Valley. And I think part of it was because... Yeah, it was the context, and the ring was just so much smaller, he really couldn't do it. And I don't know, there's just something about the fact that the ring was so small and him trying to do this that just made it look so much worse. There was something about him in Ohio Valley that did not gel well together.
Oh, God, no. Well, everything is in context, I guess. Let's see. The Tough Enough did a 2.2 rating, which is slightly up. It did a 2.1 for the premiere, but it doubled the teenager viewership, which of course means probably that it half the older viewership, and it ended up about the same. But the teenage viewership went from a 2.4 to a 4.7, which is pretty darn impressive. SmackDown did a 3.7, a number which I think has to be. I'll tell you what the 3.7 for SmackDown tells you, and it's something that we've talked about a million times. Spoilers don't mean a thing because all those horrible SmackDowns. I don't say horrible, but a lot of the SmackDowns in recent weeks have gotten very negative reviews on all the websites. And except for the 1 week where they did that unbelievably low 3.2, most of the shows have been doing in the range in the last couple months of between a 3.7 and a 4.5. This show had the best reviews of any SmackDown since the match with the Edmonton SmackDown, I guess, had really good because of the Benoit match. But, those two have been probably the best reviewed SmackDown since WrestleMania. And the rating was, virtually the same as it was the week before, and that's after the interpromotional thing, which should, with all the interpromotional curiosity, it should jack up the rating. So, I don't know what...
Well, how did the rating do throughout the show? It grew, right?
It grew throughout the show. People thought it was a good show. But I'm just saying that, like, but you would think that the overall rating at the end would... You know what I mean? The overall rating at the end would be much higher for a show that had all these good reviews, right? And it doesn't mean a thing. It's like it doesn't help, it doesn't hurt, it's just what it is. The people who are going to watch SmackDown are going to watch it based on how the television is going in their own interest level. It's not based on, whatever swaying that, people like us have is not enough to sway like probably more than a tenth of a rating point, if that. So, Anyway, let's see. What do we have? New Japan had a Korakuen Hall show today, and they set up an angle where Steve Williams, who works for All Japan, did a run-in after Keiji Muto and Taiyo Kiya beat Masahiro Chono and Super J, and then Team 2000 all attacked Muto, and then Steve Williams ran in, and nobody knew what he was going to do, but he Dr. bombed Muto. So it looks like we're going with Keiji Muto and Steve Williams on July the 14th at the Budokan Hall show. And this is the one where Keiji Muto, he has pulled out some miracles in the last couple of weeks. And he's going to need divine intervention this time. But, the one thing about that, though, that's interesting is, the original plan was just for Muto to be a transition champion, where he would win the title. We went from Tenryu on June 8th, and then he was going to lose it to Kawada. And clearly, as soon as he won it, it was like... And again, I haven't seen the tape. I actually got the tape in the mail today, so by Monday's show I will talk about that match. But when that match was over, everybody was going like, they got to keep Muto as a long-term champion. And obviously, they changed their plans because unless Steve Williams wins, in which case it's like, then I'm really confused. That's possible too. And Hiroyoshi Tenzan, Satoshi Kojima kept the tag team titles, beating Manabu Nakanishi and Yutaka Yoshie, which guarantees them a one-year run because their next title defense will be July 20th. They won it last July 20th, and they're the first team in the history of that belt ever to hold it for 1 year straight. And what else? Oh, there's another big thing over there. Yuji Nagata's brother, Katsuhiko Nagata, is in the, I guess it's the team trials in Japan, which we just had in our country last week for the World Championships. And so far he's still in the running for first place. So some New Japan guy there. Yuji's little younger brother. Let's see, UFC tonight. Got any thoughts on... Are you going to watch UFC?
Yeah, I'm going to get a tape of it, but I'm not going to watch it live tonight.
Yeah. Any thoughts as far as the show? Anything on it?
I just hope it's a damn good show. That's all I got to say. I think that for all the shows now. I don't think it's as important as, like, the next one, but I still think that they really need to do their best.
Now, on paper, it's what can you say? You can never know what these shows are going to be like. On paper, Tito Ortiz and Elvis Sinisic, I've seen both those fights. Stylistically, I think that should be an exciting fight. I think that they're going to stand up and punch, and they both are very well-rounded fighters because they both have grappling experience. Sinisic, but probably, I don't know if he's better in submissions, but equal to Tito in submissions. Tito, obviously, a much better wrestler of the two. And stand-up, I don't know who's better. I think Tito probably has an edge. Actually, I think Tito would probably have an edge in stand-up as well. So he's the favorite in that fight. Semi Schilt and Josh Barnett is going to be a good fight, I think, unless Josh Barnett just takes him down and holds him. It's real interesting because you got Josh Barnett is just a very aggressive fighter who, win or lose, will probably put on a good show. And Semi Schilt, he's about 6'11", with the reach and everything. It's going to be interesting. Yuki Kondo and Vladimir Matyushenko also sounds like a good fight. I mean, they're both pretty skilled guys. Matyushenko is the better wrestler of the two. Kondo is better with submissions and stand-up. I haven't seen enough of Matyushenko stand-up to really know, but Kondo's pretty decent at stand-up, actually pretty good. BJ Penn, who, of course, is the big favorite here. Everybody thinks he's like the next big thing, and he's going to be fighting for the first time on a live pay-per-view. He was on the dark match on the last show against Dean Thomas, and that's a 155-pound match. And Shoney Carter and Pat Miletich. So Shoney better win because he's probably going to come out with that hat again.
Yeah, that guy's got a tough gimmick to live up to,
Yeah, and he's fighting, Pat Miletich is a hard guy to beat. Not impossible, because he got beat in the last show. And Fabiano Iha against Karu Uno, which actually I think is going to be a pretty good technical match. So, on paper, pretty good. Let's see, they're doing a three-way hair match in Tijuana tonight with Halloween, Rey Mysterio, and Damien and Conan's back there. What else do we got here? For WWF, let's see, we should mention Mike Modest and Donovan Morgan will be going in July to Noah for the first time. We've had them both on the show many times, and I know Mike Modest... and both of them, actually, their career goal has been to go to that, to work for Misawa, so that's good. What else is there? I've got one other note. I can't find it. Okay, here it is. SmackDown, the first live SmackDown will be August the 16th in Salt Lake City. There's been a lot of questions ever since Linda McMahon made that statement, if it's going to have anything to do with the Pillman show on August the 9th, and it's not. They're going to start on the 16th. I don't believe they will be live every Thursday for SmackDown from that point forward, but they will be live most Thursdays. I know they're going to be live the 16th, 23rd, and 30th. I don't know about Toronto if they're going to do the second day. I don't know how. If first-day ticket sales for Toronto don't go well for the Raw, then they probably would not hold the Smack. I don't know. I shouldn't really speak about that because I don't know the answer as far as that. Other than I was told there are some weeks where it won't be live, but starting August 16th, generally speaking, it's going to be live.
Why would that be? Just like ticket sales are awesome, they do 2 nights in the building in a row.
No, it's just like maybe some buildings were booked that they couldn't move to Thursday because just because maybe they were booked for a concert on Thursday and they promised the building a date. So
eventually that would mean that eventually they will always be live.
Yeah, I think it's just stuff that's pre-booked. I heard there's like a few of them between now and the end of the year. But yeah, no, eventually it'll always be live unless it's probably like a holiday or something like that. So the other thing, which I was thinking about this, is another one of those roller derby analogies. Because there's been so much talk about that WCW name on Monday, and people, like saying they don't want to buy tickets for WCW, even though like nobody knows who's going to be on the 2 rosters because, as I said, they're going to be split. Now I remember here in the roller derby thing, they had a team called the San Francisco Bay Bombers, and they were like the big babyface team, and they had certain skaters who were the big stars on the Bay Bombers, and one year, basically what the league was is the Bay Bombers were the baby faces all over the country, and they would fight assorted heel teams. And then roller derby got so big in the 70s that they had to open up new teams. They opened up a new team in New York, a new team in Chicago, and since all the baby faces were on the Bay Bombers, what they did was they split up the Bombers, so every city, had some of their former baby faces on the new team, okay? And that worked fine in the new cities, like the New York Chiefs were created, the Chicago Pioneers were created, and those cities never had their own team. So certainly at the beginning, the novelty of we have our own team, and everybody on our team are baby faces, that worked just fine. Now, when they came back to San Francisco, what they did was they brought the New York Chiefs as the home team in San Francisco because of the feeling was that the biggest star in roller derby was getting Charlie O'Connell, who would be, that era's equivalent of Steve Austin. He wasn't as big as Steve Austin, don't get me wrong, but he would be the equivalent. He was so big, and he'd been the top guy for, by this time, about 12 years. And the feeling was you could not draw in the Bay Area without Charlie O'Connell. So they put the New York Chiefs, who they renamed the Bay Area Chiefs, but everyone knew they were really the New York Chiefs, and they were not the Bay Bombers. And they came in and skated here, and the people did turn out, but the people did not get behind the team. They wanted the Bombers. They didn't care who was on the team. And basically about a month later into the season, what they had to do was they had to basically revive the Bay Bombers and put Charlie O'Connell on the Bay Bombers to save basically the whole operation because the people just wouldn't go for another team. And then later, when the Bay Bombers folded again and they tried to bring the Thunderbirds in and they used all the old Bay Bomber favorites on the Thunderbirds, LA Thunderbirds, this is after roller derby actually folded, they came back here with that Thunderbird name and they couldn't, and then I remember they couldn't draw at all. With that other team name. So there is a precedent that doesn't look good. Of course, that's 25 years ago in a different sport, but it's the same mentality type of sport. So I don't know. I was just thinking about that. I don't know if that means anything. As far as people.
We'll know sooner than later.
Yeah, we will. That's right. And we've had a lot of letters on both sides of the fence on this one. Actually, more negative. Well, you're going to get more negative than positive. Yeah. But the interesting thing is, in the question, because there's a big question today, and of course it changes, are people loyal to because I'll just give an example. In the 80s in wrestling, things changed. There was a big change when Vince McMahon went national. And Vince McMahon took local favorites and came into these cities as WWF against the established, long-time, homegrown company. And in those markets, in some markets, Vince McMahon came in and was successful right away. Those were the ones that had weak local promotions. The one who had strong local promotions, with the exception of the AWA, where Vince came in because he had Hogan, and Hogan was so big in Minneapolis already. He struggled, but eventually, because he had more money and more stars and better television exposure, especially once he got NBC, Vince did run everybody out of business and changed, what people perceived as their homegrown thing. So I think, given time, I guess what this says is, in the short run, it may be bad, the WCW name and all that, but in the long run, people will accept it. If it's hammered and Vince has enough money to wait until they accept it. I guess that's what it means.
I think it's going to be all about the stars, because when I get the emails, it's always like, okay, when I buy a ticket for WCW, am I going to see Booker T and all these WCW guys, or am I going to see the WWF guys? And I think it's just like when the guys see Rhino on TV now and all the ECW guys, they chant for that company. But if somebody came along tomorrow, or even if Paul Heyman came along tomorrow and created a new ECW and used a bunch of indie guys that nobody'd ever heard of, I don't think anybody would care. Whereas if you started a group, then you did not call it ECW, but used all the old ECW stars, people would go watch it.
The ECW fans would. I think that the end result will still be the same. It's not going to.
Well, it'd be the same fans that are chanting for him right now.
Yeah, that's true.
I think in the long run, it's going to be the stars they see on TV will be far more important than what the group is called.
In the long run, because you're right. As far as that name goes, that negativity towards the WCW name will either be turned around, quickly, or it will continue, it's based on the quality of the TV show. It's not based on what WCW was 6 months ago. So, if they put on good television, people will accept it as that, in the long run. And if they put on bad television...
I think the short term is going to be leading up to the actual first show, because I think once that first WCW show airs, and everyone turns on TV and goes, hey, what the hell, this is WWF, it's just called something else, it'll turn around that day.
Maybe not, because... that's the Bay Bomber analogy, in that they came in and they called them the Chiefs and not the Bombers, and there was a real aversion to them short term. Now, again, it was only a 1 month thing, and then they panicked in the roller derby. Now, this thing, they're obviously.
I just kind of think that's more like a localized deal, because it was their local team, as opposed to like a national organization that's just the WWF.
It's still their WWF, though. I think the name WCW. I don't think. I think that the first couple of weeks, I'd say the first 2 weeks of WCW Nitro, the rating will be fine out of curiosity. At that point, I think it's going to drop. Short term and long term, it's if it's going to sink or swim, it's based on if the TV's good and all that. But we'll see. Again, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out soon enough. This is someone who says, I know a lot of people who will or will not watch SmackDown based on the spoilers. This is especially true during the summer months when outdoor recreation is at its peak. The one thing, again, that people need to realize is, of course there are people who do that. And I wouldn't, I'm going to watch every week because I'm going to have to. But if I was someone who didn't have to, and I read beforehand that the show was bad, I would skip it if I'd find something else to do. True. But the number of people who even go and look at the spoilers is a statistically insignificant number, and last night's rating proves it, because everyone raved about that show, and it did a 3.7 rating. So, and don't, say it's summer, because it had no, the bottom line, it had no competition. Last year at this time, the show, I don't know what the show did like a year ago, but it was a hell of a lot higher than a 3.7, and it was the same rating it did the week before, for a show that, did not have that same praise going in. So, it doesn't make a statistically significant difference, because the number of people who make their decisions based on what they read on websites, does not mean the difference of more than, say, 100,000 or 200,000 homes nationwide, which is what would make a statistical, like 0.1 or 0.2 difference. It might be 30,000 people. You know what I mean? The number of people is just not enough. So that's what I meant by that.
99 times out of 100, these excuses are just so lame. Every time.
Whoa.
The reason people don't watch a show is because they didn't want to watch it. Not a holiday, summer, whatever. Even there were times when the show was hot, where there would be some awesome competition, and the show would still do fine. So, I just hate listening to these excuses every week.
Oh, about the summer.
Flag Day.
Yeah. No, but it's like, we had a summer last year, and if you remember, ratings were through the roof at that time.
Oh, yeah, and we've had a summer every year during the boom period, so.
And you know what?
Maybe not here in Seattle, but everywhere else.
Yeah, and during those bad periods, we've had summers as well. We got a lot of emails about this point right here. Boy, oh boy. That pill being passed around last night on Tough Enough. Do you think...
Well, you got to learn the business.
Yeah. I know, but don't you think that shot of the pill being passed around should have been cut out? I know what they were trying to show, but, boy, they're opening their eyes into the world of wrestling, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I don't get it. Why cut it out?
I guess because it would, it shows, stage.
It shows what wrestling is. Isn't that the point of the show?
I mean, it's accurate and it's fair, but it also shows.
It's like going, hey, why not cut out all the injuries while we're at it? Wrestling's supposed to be fake, right?
Yeah. Okay, this is from Mike, who goes, was Jake Roberts really married to Cheryl Roberts? Yes. Are they still married? No. How much longer is Rick Steiner's contract? I have no idea. Did PWI put out a 2001 almanac? Yes, they did. Do you still do a hotline? No. How about getting Wade Keller on as a guest, or do you have heat with him? I don't have heat with him at all. Not a bad idea for a guest. This is from Simon Allen, who says, we're pretty much going to have him as a guest, but there was a reason we were going to have him, and then that reason fell through because the guy who was the prelude to having him on, this is a long, involved story, was not allowed to do the show by his company, so at that point the reason fell through. This is from Simon Allen, who says, how does the WWF go from having expenses of $195 million in 1998-99 to $356 million in the past year? Because as you grow bigger and you have more things to do, you hire more employees and you spend more money. It's just, when you go from being a $251 million a year company, which they were in 98-99, to what was the number, what was the number?
$460 million or something. Huge.
453 to 453. You're going to spend commensurate on it, and if the number goes down, theoretically the cost can. I'll tell you what, I was, going through those numbers last night, and that XFL lost oh my God, it lost so much money. I mean, everyone's talking like this, like $37 million, okay? That WWF lost in XFL. That was $37 million after tax losses just for the quarter. That was not the total losses. WWF's total losses on the XFL were $47 million after taxes, which means the after-tax loss of that thing was $95 million, and there's still more to come because they're still paying out certain contracts and benefits and things like that. So that thing lost over $100 million. I mean, it did. They lost so much money. My God. Anyway, is WWF hoping that Tough Enough will be an ongoing TV series? I'm not sure there's enough for the show to be
I
an
am.
series. They're looking at it for 13 weeks now, and, if it's successful, they'll do it again. I don't think it's the idea for 52 weeks where they'll start a second one immediately after the first one, but I could see, in a couple of months, if this one goes, doing it again. Absolutely. They absolutely will, 'cause that's what television's all about. Whose idea was it to bring in Undertaker's wife? Probably Undertaker.
That doesn't say much for Undertaker, though.
I don't know.
Been in this business that long, and he's trying to get his wife involved on TV. What an idiot!
Steve Austin's wife's on TV too.
Yeah, but she was a character before.
Yeah, barely.
Still barely.
Yeah, but she has a lot of airtime for a barely character though.
Yeah,
she's in every
doing nothing.
She's in every sitting there in the corner making those faces while the other three guys do their comedy, and she does a little bit of comedy like bring the cookies or something. This is from Tom, who goes, I've heard you and Brian give valuable advice to listeners trying to break into the business. I'd like some advice on fitness. I'd like to stress I have no plans on doing any wrestling before I get myself into great shape. I've never worked out before, and I'm interested in starting a cardio and weightlifting routine. Wrestling training is the long-term goal, but obviously far away. I know the obvious advice is to join a gym. What kind of questions do I need to ask? I know the quality of training and advice varies among gyms. Brian, you want to talk
Most personal trainers are idiots, so there's my advice. They will try to get you to pay them money, and don't do it. And please, no emails from personal trainers, because if you're writing me an email, you probably do know what you're talking about, but most of them don't.
I mean, I think the number one thing to do is you've got to learn how to do exercise, but you've got to learn correct form for exercises. I'm not so sure that having a good coach at the beginning isn't a good idea. In the long run, you're going to make it on your own motivation or not, but you've got to learn to do the exercises right, and that's important. I would definitely do a lot of cardio, not necessarily running, though. Maybe, a lot of wrestlers, I don't know many wrestlers that do distance running, but I know a lot of them that do distance biking, because I think it's easier on your joints, and you still get the same cardio benefit, and you get the leg drive and everything like that from the biking, especially like biking hills and things like that. I think that's like a good exercise. A lot of them will do Stairmaster, especially when they're leading up to a pay-per-view match where they want to trim off the fat or they have to go 25 minutes. You'll see a lot of guys doing Stairmaster. If your body can handle Stairmaster, that's a good exercise. My body can't handle Stairmaster. I love it. We got Missy Hyatt on the phone. We can talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, one thing, too, when you're working out, don't worry about all the goofball stuff like your rear delts and everything like that. Learn how to do squats, learn how to do the deadlift, learn how to do the bench press, and worry about that. You don't need to work out. When I was watching Tough Enough, and that guy goes, I work out 5 times a day, I just could not stop laughing because that is a total workout idiot. You need to work out maybe an hour a day, and if you're not on steroids, you don't need to work out every day, and you don't need to work out for 3 hours a day, and you don't need to worry about your rear delts and all that other crap.
The only time at the beginning you certainly don't. I mean, I would say concentrate on basic exercise. When you need to worry about some of those exercises like rear delts are good for. There are 2 reasons that people will do exercises like that. Number 1 is if they're in bodybuilding competition where you do need to worry about every little body part. And number 2 is if you have a shoulder injury because of an imbalance, it's probably good to do that exercise. But when you're starting out,
or the rotator cuff stuff.
Right. But
that stuff is okay if you have an injury. But as far as like going into the gym on shoulder day and going, I really need to do my rear delts. You don't.
Okay. But, I mean, what I would concentrate on is bench press inclines, overhead press, squats, leg press, probably, a barbell curl, and some sort of a tricep exercise, maybe close grip bench press or press downs or dips. Actually, dips is probably better because I think dips and pull-ups as far as body weight stuff is probably more applicable to wrestling anyway.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's just a basic thing.
And figure out how to do as much free weight stuff as possible because it's so much more valuable than those machines.
Wow. You're very opinionated on this subject.
Yes, I am.
Okay, but I will say this. When you get injured, those machines are pretty good.
Yeah.
They really are. When you get injured. But to start out with, but free weight, no, I'll tell you, and I've got 25 years of experience when it comes to weight training. And a lot of, I've tried every single thing, and I've experimented on everything. And I will say that, like, if I go away from free weights and onto machines to rehabilitate an injury, and I work my ass off on machines, and then I go back to free weights, I will always get an extra layer of muscle from the free weights that no matter what I could never get on the machines. It is like, 5% more effective.
And if you look at the guys in the gym, you will see the guys that do machines every day, and they always look the same. And there's pretty much a reason for that.
I think some of that, though, is aggressiveness, though. I mean, because in the gym, this is the other thing about the gym, and we'll get to Missy Hyatt, because Missy Hyatt is already on the phone. In the gym, you got to be very, very aggressive, because if you are passive in the gym, you will not get, 80 to 90% of the people in the gym get no results because they are just passive and they are going through motions. I mean, you have got to be in there like a psycho, like close to a psychotic person for your hour and 15, work your ass off very, very hard, and those are the people who do that you'll see their bodies change even without steroids. With steroids, the whole thing's different, and I've never been on steroids, so I can't really comment on how your body reacts to that because you have to ask somebody else about that. Okay. Anything else on that subject, Brian?
That's it for now.
Okay. Missy, what's going on?
Yes, I'm here. Hello?
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, first off, I'm hearing all about this steroid stuff. And in my book, I just want to let you know that Dave Meltzer does do steroids.
Oh? No, I do not.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Last time I did see him, he was pretty buff, though.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Come on, put it over a little bit better than that. Go, well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, I guess the first thing, because we've been wondering this for about the last week or so, there's some rumors about the book. What is the status of the book and the publishing date and all that?
Oh, well, let me tell you something. Poor Lauren Michaels at TV Books filed bankruptcy. My book was already done. It was in a printer's copy, which is like it's already set, typed, ready to be printed. They have like 100,000 orders, and then they filed Chapter 13. So now we have I talked to my agent, Peter Ruby Agency, they have about 10 other distributors that are like fighting over the book right now. So it'll probably be, I would say, about September.
September? But
yeah.
It's totally done now, right?
Oh, the book's totally done. Pictures, everything.
Are you happy with the finished product?
I'm very happy with the finished product.
Who else is going to be happy and unhappy?
Who's going to be unhappy?
Product?
That's my question.
God. Everybody's going to be unhappy. No, I'm just kidding. No, listen, you know what? I want to put the rumors to rest right now because I talked to a friend of mine who's going to remain nameless in the World Wrestling Federation, that everyone's scared of me and scared of what I'm going to say in the book. You know what? I make more fun of myself. Okay, the book's about me. It's about me, Missy. It ain't about nobody else. It's not about me giving oral to so-and-so and so-and. Well, there's a few of that. But, I mean, I make more fun of myself. And there's certain people in there that I did take care of, but I didn't say things about. You know, so, I mean, they ought to get off of it. I mean, you know, and, you know, go on with their lives. I mean, people that are really, really worried that, you know, like, maybe they have a reason to be worried. But I make more fun of myself, okay? And plus, if you were ugly or a loser, I didn't name you. Okay?
Wow.
So, there you go.
Okay. Now, when you in your book, do you talk about? I mean, is it pretty much your life in wrestling? How much of your like childhood and stuff is in there?
There's a little bit about my childhood. It's about, you know, I mean, it starts off about at the time in ECW, like something funny that happened in ECW, and then it goes into, you know, Missy as a kid, how I grew up, you know, which is like one chapter because I didn't want to bore everyone to death because it's a very boring life, and then I wrote the whole book, contrary to what some people thought, and I wrote the whole book, but I needed to know how to put it in book form. So the two guys that helped me do it, they said, okay, well, why don't we do it like in, you know, we'll do world class as a chapter, and then UWF as a chapter, and we gave the chapters a name like Alabama CWF, Alabama Alma Mine, you know, Oklahoma Blues. I mean, we named them. We gave each time that I worked, you know, in a territory a different name. So, and it's just antics and it's stuff that happened. I mean, I make fun of I have a picture of me with this big hair. I'm like, what was I thinking? You know, a picture of the Farrah Fawcett hair. Like, what was I thinking?
That was just the year.
Yeah, I mean, well.
I mean, at the time that was
Dave's mullet.
Can I tell you something? I had that winged back hair way a little bit too long. Okay, but you know, I make fun of myself, if anything, and I don't really make fun of anybody else. It's just my life, and I talk about all the ribs. That's the main thing, is I talk about all the jokes that was played, and how, like, the first, you know, month I was in wrestling, you know, I'd walk into the dressing room and they'd go kayfabe, and I'm like, my name's not Kay. You know, I mean, but I don't really expose the business because it's already been exposed anyway. I mean, what am I going to tell everybody? Oh, wrestling matches are predetermined. Oh, duh. Yeah. You know, I mean, I don't really bless anybody that doesn't deserve it. So, people will be happy. People are going to laugh at the book.
Now, in the last couple of years where you've been kind of in and out of wrestling, do you talk a lot about, like, you know, your life as far as, like, kind of getting away from wrestling?
Well, you know, the book ends with me going back to college.
Okay.
So, like, the last couple of years is not in there. It was going to end with my marriage, but since I got a divorce, I had them take out the wedding picture and take out all that because, you know, please, the guy's a big friggin' gay loser. And I didn't want that in there.
Wow. Well, since you started on that subject, briefly, let's talk about the marriage thing.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
No, I'm as far as, like, you know, like how when we were divorced and just I don't know, just like life after that too.
No, I have nothing about being divorced and life after that. No, because the book was already written while I was married. The book was written and completed while I was married. And then we just went back and took out the ending of, you know, oh, I got married happily ever after. Yeah, my Fanny. So it was like I went back to school, and, you know, school's something that, you know, no one can take away from you, education, so everybody should get an education. I mean, I don't try to throw in any philosophy to anybody or anything, you know. I mean, hey, I talk about, like, you know, like how it tells about how I first discovered wrestling and how it was the most incredible thing and how I knew that's what I wanted to do. And, you know, and it's real fun reading. Reading.
What's your thoughts as far as the situation, you know, valets in wrestling, which I guess would be the term.
Uh-huh.
They, you know, some of them, in fact, I'm just going to talk about ballets. Women in wrestling. I mean, it's a very interesting thing, and you would probably have better perspective on this than just about anyone. We'll see women in, like, say, a Sable in China, someone like that. When women in wrestling, unlike men, when they get really, really over, there is a resentment for them. There is, we all know there's double standard. And I'm not saying,
there is. Of course there's a double standard. I mean, let me tell you something. If I would have had a quarter or 1/5 of the push that Sable or China would have had, oh my God, I would have been in hog heaven. I mean, they never pushed me. I was just kind of there, you know. And Sonny, sorry, if I would have had the push Sonny had. I mean, I was just there. They never really used me for anything. They used me as comic relief. They used me as their Marilyn Monroe. Oh, let's get someone to dress up as a bad witch. Oh, let's have Stan Hansen spank her and throw out of the locker room. You know, they used me as the goofball, which I didn't mind. Hey, as long as that check was coming in, dress me up, make me a goof, I don't care. But there is double standards. I know a lot with Sable there was double standards because she was so over that the guys look at her and they think, you know, hey, a woman shouldn't be in this business. But you know what? It takes men and women for this business to go.
Now, the one thing I was going to say...
I also believe that there's just, like, when there was the old WCW, they have, like, you know, every match can't have a chick. I mean, come on.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, every match there was a woman. You couldn't tell them apart.
Yeah, no, but the one thing I was going to say is, like, when you talk about every name you mentioned, from Sonny, Sable, China, that really had a big push in the WWF, all of them left on very, you know, abrupt terms. I guess I don't want to say necessarily bad or good, but
I don't know about Sable's abrupt. She left because she was a friggin' moron. China left because she didn't want to wrestle girls. She wanted to wrestle guys. Well, I guess if you're half guy, you want to wrestle guys. I don't know. I don't know what her story is. Just because a bunch of plastic... I mean, that's probably the only woman in the world that's had more plastic surgery than me, and that's saying a whole lot. But Sonny left because Sonny was burnt. You know? She was burnt out. I mean, you know, that's the bottom line. There was no abrupt. She just left one day.
Yeah.
Didn't come back because she get burnt.
I mentioned one thing real quick, and that is about Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit underwent surgery yesterday in San Antonio on his neck, and he's going to be out of action for at least 6 months. The damage to his neck was more severe than they had originally thought, so it's going to require a longer recuperative period. But the surgery was considered a success, and he should be 100%, or no one's 100% after an injury like that, but he should be close to 100% when he gets back. And also, want to mention one thing, Missy, real quick. Why don't you tell everyone about your new website?
Well, you know, that's what I wanted to get to, Dave. I mean, hello.
Well, now we are.
Okay, let me tell you something. First off, Tammy, Sonny, that is my best friend. So you can't say nothing bad about her.
Okay.
Okay, because I'll have to kick your butt.
I may, but okay.
And she's here right now with me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're going to tie you down and shave your eyebrows, Dave.
Oh,
Which
boy.
me and Alexa tried to do that to you last time, and you friggin' chickened out. You ran out. I want all the fans to know that, you know, I invited Dave out to dinner. He was such a chicken. He didn't even call nothing because he was so scared.
Al called.
Oh, right.
We were waiting for you.
Yeah, right. You were waiting.
Actually, we called many times.
Yeah, right. We didn't get one.
Where's Al when you need him?
Yeah, we didn't get one.
Al's at the UFC, so I'm looking bad now.
That Dave was such a chicken.
We were calling constantly.
Yeah, right. I have a cell phone. I have a home phone. I can always be reached. Okay? But no. Dave has to run off, go have dinner with somebody else. He was in New York. He was such a chicken. He was probably high. I bet he was walking around Times Square with a hat, one of those noses with the fuzzy mustaches, so we wouldn't get a hold of him. But anyway, yes, myself, Tammy, and another girl named Rain, who's, you know, been an indie ballet, are completely nude. And it's on Wrestling Vixens, and that's with 3 X's, because I think there is a Wrestling Vixen with 1 X out there who's not affiliated with us, WrestlingVixens.com. And it will be up and running and taking members. It's up right now, but it's taking members on Monday, July 1st.
Wow.
It was supposed to be taking members today, but we had a couple glitches with the hosting site, and, you know, we have to test the site. But, and we also had a lot of problems because some people took some pictures off the bikini stuff and ended up putting naked bodies on it, and it was all over the web for the last, 12 hours, 24 hours. So, but I just want to let everyone know out there that my business partner is an attorney, and Sal down in Florida is the man. He's my attorney, and he's my business partner.
Everybody.
And everything's copyrighted and owned by WrestlingVixen.com. Anybody that tries to even backdoor or snag a picture off there and put it on another site, you will be found, you will be sued, and you will have to get kicked out of you. Did I say that word?
You already did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, if we can plug the website, then you can say any word you want at this point.
Okay. But anyway, WrestlingVixens with 3X's.com, and you're going to see nothing but Missy and Tammy. And let me tell you something. I just want to let all the fans know out there, though, that Tammy had a problem getting naked in a few of the pictures. Okay, we had to coax her to get naked, but she had no problem laying on me and licking my neck and my face.
Okay.
For the double pictures. Now, what's up with that?
I have no idea. What's
she
saying?
That's a good question.
Those two. What? I'm sorry, what?
Now, was she naked when she was licking you? Because maybe that was a problem.
What is that supposed to mean?
Oh, I don't know. If she had her clothes on and she was licking you, she wouldn't have had a problem with being naked.
Then the problem would not...
She was half naked licking me, but to get her completely naked, it was like a lot of coaxing. It was like...
So what we have figured out is that other half is where she has her problem.
Oh, you mean it's me?
No!
Oh, okay.
I thought it was so clear.
Duh. Hello.
Oh, anyway.
Hey, it's just going over my head today.
Okay.
No, but anyway, the site's really hot. It's going to be updated twice weekly. We're going to have video clips because every photo shoot we did video. So you can download a minute and a half of the video, like Tammy taking a bath. And then the best shots, though, I got to tell you that the two hottest shots have to be we completely painted each other in paint. We were naked, and then we rolled around on the canvas. And then we cut the biggest piece, and the number one, it only got 12 pieces. We're going to sell those, too. There's going to be things that you can buy, like the shirts that we wore, on the site, but the number one goes to the Brian Pillman Memorial. Okay. We both signed it, and we especially it says this is for the Brian Pillman Memorial 2001. So that they're going to auction that off on eBay. But the other canvas and then the men's shirts that we wore were great. And then the other one was us standing in the shower pouring thick cream on each other's naked body. So we got we got pretty kinky.
Now, you haven't started taking memberships yet, right?
I'm sorry, what?
No, I actually have a valid question here. You have not started taking memberships yet, right?
Taking memberships on the 1st, on Monday.
Okay. I'm just wondering because I'm going to be interested in seeing how this actually does because for many years people have been trying to make money on wrestling on the internet and it always fails.
Well,
and
let me put it like
they have
this.
made money on porn, however, so...
They make money on porn. Do you know the DVD business, or not DVD, but the VCR business? Do you know how the VCR business started? All because of porn. Okay,
I didn't know that. I thought it was because of wrestling.
From what I've heard.
Yeah,
I'm
the
just
internet business, the main staple of the internet business was porn.
Yeah, because it's the only one they could get people to pay for.
You're right. And so, I mean, this is a pay site. There's going to be free bikini pics, but yes, this is a pay site. I mean, hey, do you think I'm going to... Let me put it like this. Chyna and Sable, they can take their clothes off, and Sonny even turned down Playboy. I didn't really turn down Playboy. WCW turned down Playboy for me for $50,000. Well, if this goes all right, we're going to make way above that. I mean, if we're going to take it all off and show it to everybody, I want to make as much money as I can. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know?
Hey, this is giving me some ideas here.
Huh?
What business
and the
ideas?
bottom line is, so many people, we are targeting the audiences that all the guys, when they were 14 and 15, you know the first person that they, you know what to, was either Tammy or myself. Now, you know, they're 25, 26, they got money, so they can pay the $9.95 a month. Right?
Mm-hmm.
People have been waiting to see
there's
this.
an interesting philosophy to that.
They've been waiting to see this. In 24 hours, do you know how many hits WrestlingVixens.com got?
No.
4,000 hits.
Wow. Now I got a question. I've got a question on
Dave,
this.
I think that's more than yours.
Actually, it's not. But it's
Oh, Dave,
seriously, no, seriously, it's not. But
Do you get 4,000 hits a day?
Oh yeah, way more than that.
Way more than that.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And it's all repeat business. It's all the same thing as Dave. He just keeps hitting it over and over and over. Because he has nothing better to do.
They're not paying $9.95 though to get to our website.
No,
that may be the
you know
difference.
What? Do you have any? Is Dave naked on the website?
Oh God, please! That would be
exactly.
it. We would never have 4,000 hits then. Then it would be like,
It'd be like 3.
Yeah, I know, and then I would be really scared of who those 3 were. So. Now, Brian does get propositioned every now and then on the website.
Oh, really?
Every now and then, yeah.
We'll open up the pay section eventually.
Yeah, Brian. Hey, listen, thank you, Brian, for what you said about me in your Figure 4 a couple weeks ago. Finally, somebody in wrestling figured out a way to make money off the Internet.
That's right. That's why I'm wondering about memberships.
Hey, I hope it does well.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. I said 4,000. It was 35,000.
Okay, well, that's a better number.
Wednesday.
Okay, that's a better number. Now,
Wednesday, I just got a call from Sal, my business partner. He just called on the cell phone, and Tammy answered. And he's like, corrected me because I said 4,000. Okay. It's 35,000 hits since Wednesday.
Okay. Your lawyer's listening right now?
Yes, he is.
Okay, now, remember that, Dave.
Now, remember that. Hey, Dave, so you do get hits because, we might start a guy section. How you look? How do you look?
How do I look? I could not answer that question.
Why don't you email me a picture of yourself? Because, we are going to do a mail section.
Weren't there some pictures in Wrestling World you could send her?
Oh, God, please, from 1990. With that hair?
Listen,
oh, my God.
We have digital camera. We can fix stuff if you got some kind of funky
Can you give me a haircut in the picture?
Yeah.
They did on a Yada.
Oh, you are on Yada? Okay,
yeah.
Did I ever tell you that story, Dave?
Tell me.
When's the last time you were to the Yada website and saw your picture up there?
Oh, yeah, the Dave Meltzer picture?
Yeah.
It's a gooby picture.
They gave you a haircut on the website, I swear to God.
No, they did really?
They really did. Go up there.
Okay.
Go up there after the show. They gave you a haircut. It was amazing.
It's amazing what you can do with that stuff.
Exactly.
Now, speaking of which, since we're on that subject of what they can do with that stuff, when you see pictures, since we're in this subject, before we go, is there any other women? Is it going to be just like you and Tammy?
No, right now we have just for the first 10 weeks. We're going to be updating. We want 7 girls. We're going to have Major Guns, we're in negotiations with. April Hunter. She's a redhead. That went out with
from
Rick
Nitro
Steiner.
Girls. Or actually not Nitro Girls, but she was an NWO girl.
Chick?
Yeah, one of the Scott Steiner.
Scott Steiner chick. Who was the Nitro girl? Paisley and Chiquita.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard, Dave. Let me tell you something. It's very hard to find women in wrestling that haven't been naked already.
Imagine that.
And Star Nitro girl. It's very hard to find these girls because, a lot of them have already been naked. We have, Dawn Marie, who did a porno, who ran around the first hour of the movie before she got her new breast augmentation naked. I mean, it's very, very hard. I'm also even...
Plus, a lot of them were the fitness models beforehand.
Right. I mean, I've also talked to Bobcat. So we have a lot of girls that are wanting to do this because they know the potential of the money in it. So you go for 4 days to a beautiful location to do a photo shoot, and then the money starts rolling in every couple weeks. And then later on we're going to add, besides selling the different things like the shirts and the canvas and the different things like that online, we're going to have live web chat once a day. We're going to have, and each, the Florida show, you're going to be able to buy that. It's going to be an hour and a half on a DVD or a VHS. You can buy the making of the video, which is really funny. There's going to be a lot of products and different things, with nothing but just nudie wrestling chicks. But it's really hard to find girls that have been in wrestling that haven't been naked, that their pictures are not all over the net anyway.
Now, have you talked with any of the women that have been on television? Well, I guess when you talk about Major Guns, she was very recently on television.
Yeah.
But someone like, say, a Sable or a China that had the huge television.
Listen, Sable, please, let me tell you something. Sable's already been all over the net. We've already seen her naked. We've seen her naked. I've seen her naked way too much. Okay? I've seen her. Why should our site have her on there and pay her to be on there when everybody's seen it?
Well, then the secret would be you would have to take a new kind of picture.
What? Are we going to have
a new
her with
location?
Are you going to be sleeping with a donkey?
Well,
I mean, maybe that'll sell.
I don't think she would do that.
Huh? Hey,
I don't think she would do that.
Times are hard. I bet she'd probably do that. Listen, Tammy, write that down. Call Sable, ask her if she will sleep with a donkey. Okay, thanks, Tammy. All right, and China, what are we going to do with her? I mean, everybody's already seen her naked.
There's so many things. Come on, China.
We've already seen her naked. What are we going to do? Maybe we could do a thing of what she would look like without the steroids. Ooh, that'd be a scary thought.
I think that lawyer's on the line.
My lawyer's on the line, and he loves me, and it's okay because you know what? This is called freedom of speech.
Well, okay, hold on a second here. Okay, you guys are going to have 8 women, let's say, and you'll all take your picture.
7.
Okay, 7.
I want my goal is to have a total of 7. That way, one a day will have a free, not a free, but a live chat every day. That way that you can go in onto the site if you're a member, and you can talk to her and chat and talk to her.
Okay, now, if you have these 7 women that are going to take their pictures, now, according to your theory, once everyone sees those pictures, they're not going to want to see them naked anymore.
That's not true. Because it's going to be different locations and different things.
Okay, well, then you could use, like, a Sable for that, right?
You can use Sable, yeah, because you can get different locations.
Why are you guys plugging Sable so much?
That's not Sable. We're just giving you an example.
No, I'm doing it as business, as attempted business for you only because
the only way you're going to see them is if you go on our site, though.
Okay, the reason I was saying that about Sable only because she had a tremendous amount of TV notoriety, although it's now about a year too late.
Sable. What I got to use? Reno Maro? Who cares about Reno Maro?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't.
She still got photos in. She still made a lot of money on photos as Reno Maro once.
Right.
I think, didn't she?
Yeah. Well, let her do it. She's got her own gimmick going.
Okay.
Yeah, I want girls that have never been naked before, because that's what my whole thing is never before seen nude.
Mm-hmm.
And we update them constantly. Hopefully there'll be more. There's so many women in wrestling right now that think they're going to get jobs with Vince anyway, that sooner or later I'll be able to get them anyway.
They're not.
I know. He's got like 9 girls anyway. You have like these Francines and Dawn Maries, bless their hearts. I mean, they're holding out and thinking that they're going to get jobs, and
Yeah, the time is not good for them.
No, I mean, you know what? WCW really screwed it up with all the women. They had so many women. And now Vince has all these women. They don't even know what to do with half of them. Terry Runnels, who is awesome, they don't even hardly use her. Trish Stratus, they don't even use her hardly. The only one they use is like Lita because she comes out with the Hardys, which, by the way, Jeff Hardy, let me tell you something. Never mind, I won't go there. Anyway, is really kind of not that great looking in person.
Okay, well, you can say that.
I mean, I feel really...
Are you talking about Lita or Jeff Hardy?
Lita.
Okay.
Jeff Hardy smells real good in person.
Really?
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Go up and sniff him sometime. He smells really good.
I don't anticipate sniffing Jeff Hardy at any point.
Write that down. Sniff Jeff Hardy. He smells very good.
I don't anticipate that one's going to happen.
He's a very nice guy. I was at the dysfunctional family picnic, and I got to meet the Hardys for the first time. And so, I mean, it's kind of fun being a veteran in the wrestling because you have these people like your Just Incredibles and the Hardys that come up to you and go, "Wow, I had your," I remember.
Grew up watching
you. As a kid growing up, and I'm like, "Wow, okay, cool." So I get a kick out of that. Dave, speaking of Major League Baseball. Remember when I was in San Francisco? Remember who I went out with?
Jason Giambi.
Yeah. Yeah. He still has my picture up in his locker.
Is Jim Kelly in your book?
Yes, he is.
Is he going to be happy?
No, he won't.
Okay.
Listen, no wonder the guy can't win a Super Bowl, okay?
Oh, yeah.
You know that story.
I know that story very well. And
Yeah, I mean, the poor guy can't win a Super Bowl. Under pressure, the guy just clenched. Well, you have to read the book about that one. I didn't put the Taz stuff in there, though.
You didn't put the Taz stuff in there?
No, I don't think I did put the Taz stuff in there. There was just there was so much stuff from ECW that was even worse and funnier than, because it made me look like I was a hooker or something.
The Paul Varlin story, huh?
Yeah, the Paul Varlin story.
You ever hear from him lately?
Oh, God, let's hope not.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, good. Just wondering. I haven't either, so. Paul Varlin's. For some reason, Paul Varlin's name comes up on this show, and there's always good comedy with Paul Varlin's.
Of course. Him and Taz. How funny is that? I don't even get a thank you from Taz. Can you believe that? Like this guy that's like 7 foot something's going to put you over. Yeah, right. Because I had to promise him sexual favors.
Oh.
I had to work on him for over a week, too.
Really?
Yeah.
What was?
See, I make a good attorney, huh? I can get anybody to do anything.
Tell me about those discussions.
Except Dave.
What? Well, Paul, it would be very, very good for your career if you would just do it. Taz
oh, man, you should be a booker. You should be a booker.
No, I never said he could be a booker. He doesn't even know what a booker is, please.
No, I mean, you should be a booker with that line.
I know. I should have been. Hey, listen, anybody doesn't want to do a job, send Missy in. Missy will get it done. I'll use whatever I have to use.
I'll tell you what, Brian, when you sit down and you write your movie about wrestling, you should have a character like this.
Like Missy? Oh. She'll play it.
I'll play my ass off. Please.
Oh.
You better.
Let's go to the phones. We're going to start with Wes in Virginia. Wes, what's going on?
Hello to everybody. Missy, first question for Missy. Did you have any problems with like people in the locker room? I mean, you went out with some people in the business. Did that make it difficult for you in the business?
No, not really. It's more usually uncomfortable for me in case there's like 2 or 3 guys that I've been with in the locker room. Because I get a little embarrassed, I'm like, meanie, meanie, miny, mo, meanie, meanie. But no one ever made it really difficult for me. The only people that ever made it difficult for me was like the people that I managed, like the Steiner brothers. Like locking my dog in a locker, and pulling jokes on me. But no one ever really made it difficult for me.
Also, when you were in Atlanta with WCW, were people still going to the Gold Club before? I mean, everybody talks about with Bischoff.
Hey, I've been to the Gold Club and had lap dances there. I'm surprised I haven't been subpoenaed, okay?
Just wait.
Yeah, just wait. Now that I've, stooged myself off. As a matter of fact, on my birthday one night, Jason Hervey and myself and Terry Runnels, we all went to the Gold Club. And they all gave me, and I got dances from everybody. Isn't that kind of kinky on my own birthday? I'd go. It's a little weird, but it was fun.
Now,
that's a day to celebrate.
Now, when the Gold Club story broke a couple weeks ago, was that a good day in your life?
No, I just kind of laughed about it because it's like, yeah, Eric Bischoff. See, I want to know when the story breaks about Eric Bischoff that there's the picture circulating on the internet of Eric Bischoff in bed with a goat.
Oh, God.
That's what I want to see. I've heard rumors.
Now, I'll ask you, I know when you worked in WCW, you and Bill Watts were at odds. Now, when you worked in Mid-South, did you have a better relationship with Bill Watts, and did he change
during... he was the meanest guy in the whole wide world.
Both runs?
Both runs. Do you know that all the contract people in WCW, we went from these big spreads of food, like on TV days, to like box lunches that you get on the airplane. You have that, like when you get on the airplane, they don't even want to serve you food. They give you a little.
I remember that Bill Watts' thing.
Yeah.
Bill Watts' thing was he was going to cut costs everywhere possible.
He cut costs everywhere, and all the wrestlers got WCW luggage, and I was one of the wrestlers. I was under contract. I didn't even get any luggage. But I got him back. You have to read the book how I got him back.
Well, then I do have to read the book for sure.
So
well,
you
I got
must get him back. Because you know when he reads that, how I got him back, he's going to be like, oh. But
just out of curiosity, why was your dog in the locker room?
because my dog goes with me a lot of places. I like to take the Sasha girl with me.
Is she still around? Sasha girl still around?
She's right here, laying right beside me right now.
I remember that. That dog was at Starcade and stuff.
Hey, listen, this dog was on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous.
Who? When was this?
Me and Jason Hervey won Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, and they showed and Jason and his dog, the Sasha girl.
Sasha girl was on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous with
Yes,
Jason Hervey.
this is a very famous dog we're talking about. And as a matter of fact, when cloning gets a little bit cheaper, I'm cloning her.
Okay. Wes, can you follow this?
No. I just have one more question. Was there any reason in particular why they started...
Hold on a second. Hold on. I gave you some. Oh, okay, what?
Yeah, okay. Was there any reason in particular why they broke that angle up with you and Flair? I thought that could have been pretty good.
Oh, God, that made no sense at all. I would come to work, and they'd say, okay, you're going to chase Flair here. It never made any sense. I chased him because I had to tell him something. Who knows what I was going to tell him? I don't know. Maybe your zipper's down and you've been flashing people. I don't know. Who knows?
Flair, come on.
Yeah, Flair, come on. Please. Yeah. I mean, I never even found out what the ending of that was going to be. I kept trying to chase Flair for some reason. Who knows? I think it was because they had me there. They're paying me. Let her chase Ric Flair again this week for some reason. Who knows? I have no idea. They never knew what to do with me. They never knew what to do with girls. And you know what? They still don't. They still don't. They finally got it pretty good with Sable, how to push a girl. You know, but that push should have gone to Tammy. Mm-hmm. And they didn't do it.
Yeah, that was, what was the deal there with those two? Because they were kind of like put at odds with each other because they both came at relatively the same time.
Sable and Sonny didn't come in at the same time.
Well, Sonny was in a little earlier, but they were around at the same time.
A lot longer before Sable was.
Okay.
Even before Sable was there, just as like a valet.
Let me tell you something. Sonny could talk, and Sonny had camera presence. Where Sable, all she had was extremely huge breasts, and she couldn't talk her way out of a paper bag.
I remember her trying many times.
Huh?
I remember her trying many times.
She tried many times. She couldn't talk her way out of a paper bag. No. My dog Sasha Girl can talk better than Sable.
Okay. Wes, anything else?
No, that's all I got. I appreciate the comments, Missy, and good luck with the book.
Sure, thank you. Hey, listen, check out WrestlingVixens.com, dude.
All right.
All right.
Okay, let's go to Ed in Texas. Ed, what's up?
Going today? I want to say that it's a true honor to talk to the original diva of wrestling.
Thank you.
I can still picture in my mind the first time you attacked Sunshine on World Class Wrestling.
Okay, now what was I wearing, if you can picture it?
You were wearing these little shorts. I believe they were striped. I can't remember what color.
Oh, my God, you're so right.
That's
right. They might have been pink and white or blue and white.
You're so right.
Like I said, I haven't forgot that.
Oh, my God, you're so right. I love this guy.
Okay. This was 14 years ago? 15 years ago, maybe.
16. 16 years ago.
16 years ago, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, and one question that I wanted to ask is I've heard them talk about the Paul Varlin thing before.
Right.
And now, was that a storyline or was this real?
No, that's not a storyline. that was a storyline that we made up, except it's true.
Except it's true. See, the thing is, Paul Varlin did not want to tap out to Taz, because Taz is about 3 feet tall, and Paul Varlin's is how tall is Paul Varlin's?
Probably 6'8".
6'8". And
probably 340 pounds.
Yeah, this UFC, some kind of real shoot fighter.
No, he's just a big guy.
Just some big...
The polar bear.
The polar bear. Dave, remember him sitting out there at the pool and he wouldn't leave?
Yes, I remember this.
You and me and Dave are sitting there not even talking to him and talking to each other, and the guy still wouldn't get the clue to leave. Poor guy. Anyway, and this is after I promised him sex and never gave it to him, and he still, bugged me. I don't know what his problem was.
Well, you never gave it to him.
I never gave it to him. He came back from the dressing room after.
Well, no wonder he kept hanging around you.
Yeah, well, what happened was, I promised him, I kept telling him it'd be good for his career. This is the only way he's going to get into wrestling. He's got to show that he's a team player, blah, 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 Missy being the booker, blah, blah, blah. Because, see, he wouldn't do it. And so Paul Lee calls me, Missy, you got to get violence. He likes you. Get him to tap out to Taz.
Television show.
Huh?
Like some sitcom of someone blowing someone off and the guy, like, totally not seeing it.
Yeah, and then so he does it, and he comes back after he taps out from Taz, and in front of everybody in the dressing room, he goes, Missy, are we ready to go back to the hotel? I'm like, I don't go out with you, brother. And he just kind of sunk his way out of there, you know.
No wonder he hasn't been back.
Yeah, well, his career's dead.
And I've had the pleasure of seeing you in World Class, Mid-South, WCW, and ECW. And I'd like to know is who were the people that you were probably the closest to in each area, and who were the people you hated the most in each area?
Oh, my God. The people I was close to, I loved Sunshine and World Class. UWF, I'd have to say Eddie Gilbert. WCW, well, Elise Granda, she's my best friend. She worked in the production office. And ECW, I'd have to say I met Kimona.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she became my good friend.
What's up with her anyway?
People that I didn't like is all the rest. No, I'm just kidding.
No, wait, what's up with Kimona? What happened to her since WCW?
I think she's going to start working with Hulk Hogan down in Universal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
That's a hot little hottie mama.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's got a hot body on her. She's a cutie.
I will take your word for it.
Well, I think she is.
Okay, well... Okay.
Okay, you had a big head.
What?
I always noticed that.
What?
Maybe it was because her body was so petite.
No, it's because she's got a lot of hair.
That could be it, too.
Yeah, she's got a lot of hair.
Could it be because...
alone.
Brian, could it be because it was a small ring?
That could be it, too.
It's all illusion anyway.
Yeah, it's all illusion.
I was noticing it the other night when I was watching Rico Constantino, and it's like, oh, God, you know what was scary? Somebody sent me an email. This is like totally off the subject, thank God, actually. You know Leviathan shorter than Paige? And that was exposed when they tagged the other night?
Really? Well, Paige is a giant guy, though.
Yeah. Well, no, Paige is a good-sized guy, but people think of, like they're trying to get Leviathan over as like 6'8", and like, and Paige is not 6'8". I mean, he's probably 6'4", 6'5".
That Paige, that Dallas Diamond Paige angle they did was the lamest thing I've ever seen on WWF. Who's booking that stuff?
Which one? The Stalker? The Beating by Undertaker?
The Stalker, the whatever, the WWF stuff. See, that's what goes to show you. There's only one wrestling company, and look how bad it gets. Their show just totally is, like, boring. They need new talent. They need something in there, not Dallas Diamond Page. K-Quick is cool. We like K-Quick.
I don't know why, but that's another story.
Hey, he's cool. Leave me alone. Listen, I can like who I like. I can like who I want to like, okay? And Jeff Hardy does smell good.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you the hottest tag team that's coming up today that you guys, in a few years, you're going to be saying, oh, my God, Missy Hyatt told us, Missy Hyatt said something, is the Backseat Boys.
I've seen those guys. They're really good.
Are they awesome?
They're really good, yeah. They're just two guys that I'm afraid of because they're like they kill themselves.
Oh, my God.
I'm afraid that they're going to get hurt before they get to the big time.
Joel Gertner and myself did this thing for DVD, or it's supposed to be on DirecTV, for Big Japan Wrestling. And the first match was Trent Acid versus somebody, I don't know. And I could not believe this guy's maneuver. He's 20 years old.
Oh, he does so many crazy things.
And he is the most awesome. And he's going back to Japan, I think, in August to September. But Trent Acid, to me, is like, that's the next superstar. Right there. Trent Acid and Kashmir, they are the next hottest superstars. They could out-wrestle the Hardys with their hands tied behind their backs.
Whatever happened to...
Even though Jeff smells good, Jeff smells the best, but they can out-wrestle him. I don't know which I like the best.
What's up with Kid Cash?
Well, Kid Cash, I heard, is going to Universal.
Oh, that would actually make sense.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you something. That's another talent. Look at Kid Cash. Kid Cash is like the hottest and one of the most awesomest workers in the world. And why he's not somewhere, I'll never know. What's that? What's that?
I don't know. Actually, I was actually pretty much.
Maybe there's so few spots open right now.
I know there's so many few spots. But shouldn't the guys that are like really lame, shouldn't they like get rid of them and like put them on there?
I think.
But you know what? A lot of it with Vince is he sees guys as just being so small.
Cash is not that small.
Well, How tall is he? Godfather.
Oh, we're talking about height. He's at least 6 foot.
No, he's not.
6 feet?
No, he's not. Missy,
he
come on.
is 2.
No.
If I stand on heels, if I'm standing in heels, we can look eye to eye. That's how I know they're 6 feet.
Okay. If he's
how tall is the Big Show?
Oh, who knows? A big round or big height?
I just wondered how tall you think he is.
I don't know. I haven't been in high heels and looked eye to eye to him.
Okay.
Hey, Dave, I just have one more thing.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to make a retraction on what I said last week about Tough Enough. I am no longer going for Daryl. I think he is pretty pathetic,
nobody is.
and I need to get rid of him pretty fast.
Daryl did not. It's Tough Enough, too, because my niece tried out and she got into, like, the top 100 or whatever, and they didn't pick her. Thank God they didn't pick her.
Was she on TV on the casting call special?
Yeah.
Really? Which one was she?
The pretty young 19-year-old brunette with the bangs.
I don't remember.
Her name's Michelle.
So did they
you could see her on there.
Okay.
But she didn't do a task and fall down or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No, but they showed, like, in the room when they were yelling at people and stuff, and you could see that.
She wasn't the one that got yelled at by Taz, was she?
Huh?
No,
she wasn't the one that got yelled at by Taz, was she?
No. She's 19. Come on, that girl was 100.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, no, she was in there. I just, thank God that because, Taz, I heard, was so mean to all the people and stuff like that, and, I'd have to find a midget to go break his legs if he was mean to my niece. So, the whole Tough Enough contest is like, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. All I know is that, thank God, they didn't pick my niece.
What did you guys think about the show last night?
I was entertained by it.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It ended too quickly.
Yeah, it did. They should be an hour like the casting call.
Yeah, that's, well.
When Daryl kicked that sign in anger, I just went, this guy's done.
Oh, yeah.
That was
well, he was looking so bad there.
Do you get to vote people off? Do you get to vote people out of there?
No, I think, how did they get rid of him?
I'm not sure they get rid of him yet because we haven't seen anybody gotten rid of yet.
They send Missy in, and she gets rid of him.
They'll probably wait till halfway and then slowly get one by one out.
Well, one of them, I think...
I think what they said was that, they were supposed to get rid of one person a week, but by about halfway through, there were more and more people dropping out every week, so I guess we'll see.
And we have all these emails from people who know things that I don't know regarding Major Guns and April Hunter. Especially Tylene Buck, apparently has been nude before on video. So anyway.
Isn't she in that Best of Backyard tape?
That is the tape.
Completely nude on video?
I don't know. But they said
just topless.
Okay, I don't know.
Okay, well, I just found out I was topless.
This is asking if you have been negotiating with Nicole Bass yet.
Well, we might.
If there's a demand?
Huh?
If there's a demand?
We are going to have a fetish site for, like, feet and bondage.
Uh-huh.
There'll be feet and bondage and other kind of fetish things. This site, every few weeks, we're going to be adding new stuff on. It's not going to be just a one-hit, okay, here's nudie pictures. There's going to be, there's going to be web, we're going to have the webcam, which is like, please. If they webcammed my house for 12 hours, they'd see me laying on the couch smoking cigarettes with my dog sitting here. So that's not that exciting. But we're going to be doing live chat. Everything. The pictures that we took are awesome. We did pictures in the jungle with Tammy with snakes.
Okay.
And nothing else.
And the jungle?
Huh?
The jungle?
Well, it was like technically it was in
wasn't
Tampa,
really-
and it was a
The
it
jungle
was
in
like
Tampa.
the Everglades, and it looked like a jungle. But do you have to like stooge me off and say a jungle?
I was just wondering. You never know.
You never know.
Let's go to Tony in Long Island. Tony, what's up? Tony, this is your
Hey
big
guys,
chance.
what's up?
Jimmy, anybody?
I can hear you now.
Okay, Tony, what's up?
How you doing, guys?
Good.
I just wanted to touch on something real quick. You were talking about right before Missy came on about the people writing in about wanting to get into working out to go into, so they can start building up to go into wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really enjoying the conversation you guys were having because you were both I was agreeing with both sides of what you guys were saying. And I've been doing the serious weight training now for about 14, 15 years. And one of the things I think, Brian, that you said that it really just struck a nerve with me and made me wanted to call is, agreeing with you in the fact that the personal trainers are absolutely, and I work out at some of the nicer gyms here in New York, and even in the real expensive ones where people are paying over $1,000 a year and still paying additional for training, these people do not know anything. They're so unqualified to be trainers. It's absolutely pathetic. And they don't teach these kids, and these kids are getting ripped off, and I feel so bad, especially for these younger kids who really, you could tell, don't have the money for this type of stuff. I mean, the best way to go about it for these young kids who want to get into it is to buy the books. I mean, I still have the same workout books that I bought 15 years ago, and I still look at them today. And the videos,
Like the Arnold Schwarzenegger Encyclopedia of Bodybuilding?
Yeah, things like that. I mean, they really are practical, and they just give you the basics, and that's how you learn. But these personal trainers are complete. I couldn't agree more with what you said. And,
I think the way Arnold Schwarzenegger got in is because he was sleeping with Weeder's wife. So did it say that in the book?
Who's that?
Yeah, but that was not in the book.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It might be in the revised edition, but not the original.
Revised edition.
Okay, but that's not how he built his body.
Maybe it's
that may have been how he got his push, but I'm just saying.
Okay, that's how he got his push. Sorry.
No, I don't know that, but I don't know. There's a lot of things that happened in the early 70s down there. That was a weird scene too. The old Muscle Beach scene. I mean, that was
It's probably far more strange today.
I'm sure it's a lot more strange today.
Oh, it's got to be with all the drugs.
Warrior.
Yeah, because of the drug. Think of the drugs there now compared to what those guys. Those guys were just like, on the whatever it
Get
was.
some testosterone or whatever.
Yeah.
Now it's
There were
everything.
better drugs back then because they were real. Nowadays, you can't even trust the steroids that you get.
Okay,
I mean, I myself.
but look at the guys now. Whatever it is, these guys are doing so much more than those guys ever did. I mean, when I think of we just had on the show Wednesday, we had Billy Graham on the show, and I've been friends with Billy Graham for years now. And he's had so many health problems, and some of them maybe he would have had, without what he did, and we don't know. But he's had so many health problems, and I keep thinking of, my God, he was a big guy. Everyone saw him on Raw. They showed what he looked like. But, I mean, what he was doing was nothing compared to what guys today are doing.
Dave, when you go back and you look at those pictures of, like, the Mensers and the Calendars and the Boyer Coes and those guys, and then you compare them to the guys like the Ronnie Colemans and the guys of today, I mean, they look tiny.
Look at the 5'9" guys that are 330 in the off season. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And the Mensers just died, and that's what were they, 47 and 49?
Yeah, the Mensers just died just 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I read that they both died like within a couple days or something of each other.
Like 2 days apart.
Yeah, well, one was a suicide, I think.
Well, it was listed as they were both listed as natural causes. It wasn't. The Ray one...
Well, it's natural causes because if you need to take something every day to live and you stop taking it, then, yes, you will die naturally, but you killed yourself. Yeah,
you're right. It really was that. But you're talking about two guys that had, and again, they had bad genetics because they had a family of people who died young. But, I mean, at the same time, they had heart problems, they had kidney problems. I mean, these guys in there in their 40s. And they were like... when we were kids, they were like the picture of health. I mean, the Menser, you probably remember the Menser brothers. I mean, Brian, you probably know about them, don't you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because Mike was always Mike will be in the magazines forever because of, probably goes through all those articles.
Hey, guys, I got one last point that I wanted to ask your opinion on and share something with you. I just came back from vacation, down in the Caribbean. I just got in this morning. So I didn't get to watch any wrestling. I missed everything this week.
You didn't get to see Puerto Rico wrestling?
No, actually, the resort we stayed at had no TVs in any of the rooms. And all it had was one.
Hey, listen, if you pay an extra $50, you can probably get a room with the TV.
No, they don't have this. They don't have this. But what they had here was one big screen TV, like a TV room. And I joked to my girl. I said, it's Monday night. I'm going to have to watch wrestling, even though we're down here. And I went that one over.
That's what I would say, and that's when oh boy, I know what happens after that.
Well, yeah, this was earlier in the day, and she's like, yeah, right. But anyway, so I managed to sneak off. I wanted to catch because I noticed that they had like.
I used to do that too.
Early in the day, I'm looking at the list of U.S. stations they have. They have like TNN, TBS, and I'm looking down the list. I'm like, oh yes, USA, they got it. I'm going to see here.
TNN.
I know.
USA is history, dude.
I know. I mean, I watch it every Monday, but it's still USA is ingrained in my. After all the years, and when I thought about it, I said, you know what? I know the WWF puts out a lot of inaccurate information, and they are always blaming something for when things go bad, but I think there is something, maybe a little something to it when they did change stations. More than
don't get me wrong. There was a
little, but how soon was it after you turned on USA that you realized, oh my God, it's on TNN?
Right, I know, I agree because I'm a hardcore fan, but
oh yeah, but he just didn't know that
the casual fan.
Wasn't on TNN the last 6 months.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, if there had been like a big drop that first week, then that would be a pretty good point, but there wasn't. And the big drop came like the week after WrestleMania, or actually the week it started dropping after WrestleMania this year, like 6 months after the change. So this drop cannot be blamed on TNN in any way, shape, or form.
Let me ask you something. On TNN, on your guys' cable, what channel is it? Like on my cable here in New York, it's 74.
Mine's 72, and I'm Manhattan.
Okay. And I know USA is down in the 30s, and I think there's a disadvantage with the channel being high up like that. When you surf through the channels, you usually go through all 80, 90 channels.
Okay, but why would that change? Why would that big drop come up after WrestleMania if it had that drop would have started from day one? I mean, and there was. Don't get me wrong. It did hurt. It did hurt.
I'm saying a small part.
But this latest drop has nothing to do with TNN. No, I mean, I wouldn't. As far as like.
You know why it's dropping? It's because there's no Sonny or Missy on the show.
Or Mae Young. I can't believe they haven't brought her.
Hey,
back
there's
yet.
something for your fetish site.
Hey, yeah, Mae
That's
Young.
right. Seriously, and she.
Write that down. Mae Young, naked. We need her.
Okay, well,
make sure you put fetish site there in parentheses.
Hey, listen. I'm sure there's a few old guys out there that like to see some of that stuff naked. And even
somehow I think when I'm old, I will still want to see younger women. Maybe it's just me.
May will do it. Hey, if she kissed sexual chocolate, she'll get naked.
Boy.
That may very well be true.
Yep.
I'm not liking this visual right now at all.
Guys, one last question on that Jacques Rougeau interview, which was great. It was a great interview. When he took that swing, he told that extensive story about with the bulldog there.
Yeah, I'll remember that forever.
Yeah. Was that, did he have something in his hand when he took that swing? Because I thought he implied that.
There are people, I mean, I heard the story that he had brass knuckles when I first heard the story, but that was from, like, the bulldog side of it.
I have a story about Jacques Rougeau. He gave a friend of mine a really bad case of the crabs.
Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Anyway.
Sorry.
Okay.
Do you work at a grocery store? Please tell me that's the story here.
Huh?
Anything else?
No, that's it, guys.
Okay.
Great show. I hope you're going to archive this one.
Thank you.
Please not ask
we will.
Bart.
Okay, we're going to go ahead to a break right now. We'll be back with more right after this.
Break?
You are listening to Wrestling Observer Live.
Dave,
and
what baseball player did I go out with?
Jason Giambi.
Okay, thank you. I just, I'm hearing you say baseball.
Is that the only baseball player that you ever went out with?
No.
Okay, it's the only one I know of.
Yeah.
Okay, how many hockey players did you date?
Oh, God. This is the last segment of the show. We don't have a lot of time, do we?
I didn't say name them. I just said, like, give a round number.
A round number? I don't know. No.
I remember some of those hockey stories.
Yeah, you know some hockey stories.
Now, Bill Watts was real mad about some hockey stories, wasn't he?
Yeah. He didn't like that when I would call on my 1-900 hotline and talk about what I was doing. You know? And but my hotline was still the number one hotline against, Jim Ross was on Saturday, so he had all day to plug it. I had 2 30-second spots to plug it on Sunday. And my hotline was still the highest rated hotline, higher than Sting, who was the world champion at the time. So, go figure.
What would Sting have to talk about, though?
He had nothing to talk about. That's why his numbers dropped so fast.
Out, like you guys were talking about, if you work out like this and you don't do that and blah, 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 blah.
Okay, Missy.
My stuff was interesting. My life is interesting.
You just talked about your life on the hotline? That's no news or anything like that?
No.
She talked about wrestling
stuff. That was my life, and I would give gossip. I'd make up stories about the wrestlers.
You mean kind of like Gene Okerlund?
Yeah, basically. And my numbers are still better. My numbers were still better than Gene. And then they turned it over to that Bobby Heenan, and Bobby Heenan got my time, and my numbers have never been beat for Sunday since I've left.
Well, they're never going to be beat now because that's a dead industry.
Well, it's dead, so yeah. But you know what? I'm just waiting to see how Vince. I'm waiting to see how long it's going to take Vince to try to convince all the divas to get naked to do a pay site. Because when Vince starts seeing that Missy Hyatt's rolling in all this money...
That's a tough one to cross.
Huh?
That's a tough one for him to cross because...
Yeah, with the piece... Yeah, I know. Ha ha.
Yeah, it would... he could make money on it. Actually, he could make a ton of money on it, but there's the backlash probably isn't worth it.
That's right. So, ha ha ha, Vince, I'm going to make money.
Okay. Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy, what's up? Is Jimmy gone?
Yeah, I want to speak to Missy.
Well,
he's here.
Missy.
Yeah.
Man, I tell you one thing. This is just like a dream come true. Get to talk to you and have Sonny in the same room with you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, have mercy. I remember you back in the old world-class days, way back then. Did you work in it with Nicola Roberts?
No, when in the
They were
UWF,
friends,
we
though.
did a couple of 4-girl battle royals.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I just want... were you in the Crockett promotion when she was there?
No, I wasn't. She was there when I was in UWF.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I saw something in a magazine a while back. Were you in a indie fed sometime and did a cage match with somebody?
Yeah, that would be Kimona.
Well, I never did. Who finally won that? I never did.
You know what? To be honest with you, I don't remember. But picking up Kimona, she weighs like 90 pounds. It felt like friggin' 300 pounds trying to pick up that little girl. But now that she's learned how to work, I'm sure it's a lot better. So I'm not sure.
Well, are you a blonde or you got dark hair?
Well, I'm a blonde, but you know what? If you check out Wrestling Vixens with 3X's.com, you can see all of me.
Oh, I tell you, I will be putting $10 toward your site.
You better.
Okay, I'll tell you another thing too. I remember that picture. What did you have? The hockey sticks?
Yeah.
Oh God, that was so hot. And
what hockey sticks?
I mean, where you they had in the wrestling match, it was covering your nipples and stuff.
That wasn't me.
That wasn't you. Oh Lord.
Those were kendo sticks. Now, if you look at the picture, the body was tan and the face was white.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they put somebody's, they put my head on somebody's body with the 2 kendo
Oh, my
sticks.
God. Oh,
is everyone listening to that?
I tell you.
Oh, my God.
Hey, can I give
do with the internet nowadays and digital.
Can I give Sonny a message?
What?
Can I give Sonny a message?
Sure.
I'll tell you
Hold
what.
on 1 second.
Okay.
Hello?
Sonny?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, we got Tammy Sitch on this line.
Yes, Tammy. I've always followed you, and I've been a big fan of yours.
Well, thank you very much.
Last time you was in WCW, I was just, when you left, it was just, I couldn't understand it,
Well, I really didn't like what WCW was doing. I didn't like what they were headed for.
Right.
So I just, said, all right, that's
None of us did.
Well, what got me was, Tammy, I really got pissed off a lot of wrestling chat rooms. They were talking about where you let yourself go and everything. I tell you, you're a sexy damn woman. I tell you that right now. I don't care. A little bit of meat on the bone ain't never hurt a woman.
Okay, then.
I mean, I don't mean to embarrass you, no, but it just kind of.
Hey, nothing embarrasses me.
I mean, but
and everything embarrasses me.
I'm gonna sign up for y'all's website because I tell you, y'all are some sexy women. I tell you that.
Well, thank you very much.
All right.
Well, Monday's a day for you, Jimmy.
Okay, y'all have a great weekend.
Oh, gosh. Okay, we've got Eddie in New Orleans. Eddie, what's going on?
Guys, man, I can't believe I'm following Hillbilly Jim up there. God, that guy scares me. This is a channel. Hey, Dave, this show should be on the Comedy Channel, Viata, man. It is hilarious.
So that guy.
I'm glad you like it.
It's great. Well, hey, Dave, Brian, y'all always do a hell of a good job getting the word out. But Missy?
No, Missy's not on it.
Oh, well, Sunshine, Tammy, Lynn Cinch, and all. I respect your work.
Sunshine. Wrong chick, babe.
Wait, what?
I'm
Wrong
20
decade,
years
but
younger.
Oh.
Yeah, wrong decade. Whatever happened to her anyway? But anyway.
Yeah, well, I wanted to throw down the gauntlet and challenge Missy Hyatt. Could you put her back on?
Hold on.
Thank you.
Hello.
Miss Hyatt, I've watched your work, world class. I go way back and all that fun stuff, and admired your work. But you know what? When you said that mention about you make more money with your phone line, you were promoting that, and you knew what you were doing. I want to challenge you. Throw down the gauntlet. If you think you can go against Vince, go after it. If you think you can make more money, do it.
I'm doing it right now. Wrestling.
No. I'm talking about, if you think you can outmatch Vince, put your own league together. Get on TV.
Oh, come on. Nobody can fight Vince. No one can out-promote Vince. No one ever said that.
No, she's the one who's talking about it, saying, she knows everything. Come on.
She didn't say she could out-promote Vince.
Money off myself.
Hey, money makes the world go round, and if you got money, you could do a league.
I think myself and Tammy are getting naked on our website because I smell Porsche. Okay? I don't want to run a wrestling company. If I wanted to run a wrestling company, I guess I'd get backers and I'd try to run a wrestling company. But
then you learn something?
Is dead.
Then you learn something?
Is dead.
Well, then you learn something how to do it?
Jabroni?
Oh, yeah, that's easy. Easy one. Come on, come back with me. Come on. Throw another one at me. Come on. Oh, you see? Dead air. It's always good.
All right, anything else?
I respect your work and all that.
Yeah, whatever. Get off the fucking friggin' phone.
Oh, come on. Bring it on.
I don't know who you are, but you know what? You'll probably be the first pervert that signs up to WWF.
No, sorry about that.
Yeah, he'll be the second.
I'm not calling to blow my own website on here, okay?
Yeah, whatever.
All right, I'm not calling to get pervs to spend their money on me, okay?
Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? Go home and live with your mom and
I own my own home.
Okay.
I own my own home, sweetheart.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. I do.
Is it a double wide or a single wide?
No, it's actually a one-story beautiful house in Metairie here in New Orleans.
Yeah. Oh, in New Orleans.
Yeah, in New Orleans. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
That's right there.
Oh, that's right. Well, of course not. But y'all can't be like you.
Dead bodies floating up in your.
Oh yeah. We have dead bodies. Yeah, and we even have vampires. That's really.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call a friend of mine. We'll put a spell on you tonight.
Ooh, voodoo. Oh, so it's Missy Voodoo Hyatt. Whoa.
Yeah,
that's
right.
a new one. Why don't you go run off with that one too?
Yeah, I'll try. Listen, to make a buck, I will. Okay?
Oh yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you are, making a buck.
And you people down in New Orleans don't like Jews.
You people? You people? This is a good one. Come on. What else? What else? Teach us something. Come on. I'm gonna call you Professor Hyatt because you're just
Okay.
Oh, God.
Is that it? That's it. All right. Is anybody left? Brian,
I'm here.
Okay. David, in Long Island, what's going on?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. David, save my show. Please.
Well, what do you want me to do? Ask about pride or something?
What's going on, David?
Well, I wanted to ask Missy. We know how Lance Storm likes to use lots of logic holes in his argument. Does he like to use lots of holes when he has sex?
Oh, God. Come on, David.
What the hell is going on today?
Oh, well, it's our fault. Jeez. Okay. Missy.
Who do we have here right now? Missy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Do you guys not screen your calls?
I guess I don't.
Today was one of those days, you know?
You know, do you not screen your calls? Like I want to own a wrestling company.
I know.
Like I want to lose money.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I want to be lose millions of dollars. Like I want to run wrestling shows. No, I just want to show naked women. What's wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with that?
Who from Philly?
Paul, let's go. What's going on?
What's going on? Hey,
Paul.
how are you?
Hey, guys, how are you?
You're from Philly?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You know who lives down there?
Who?
Trent Acid
Oh, yeah.
from the Backstreet Boys.
Have you had sex with him? Who have you not had sex with?
I know someone.
Who?
Brian. Brian.
Brian.
I'm safe up here in Seattle.
Hey, that doesn't mean you're not safe. Because you know what? I wanted Kid Rock, and I did a radio show on Monday, and I challenged that skanky hoe Pam Anderson to a wrestling match. And we put Kid Rock in a cage up above the match, and the winner of the match would get Kid Rock.
That's great.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go watch Wrestling with Shadows when this is over.
You know what? Speaking of Wrestling with Shadows, if anyone knows how to get in touch with Bret Hart, I want to have
I might know someone.
Huh?
I might know someone.
You know someone? Let him know. I don't want him, but I do want a sperm because I'd like to have a child. And I think Bret Hart's sperm would be great sperm.
I've never thought about that ever.
Well, with my looks and brain and his brains and wrestling ability, the kid would either be a fabulous wrestler or they would be an awesome hockey player. There you go.
See? Thought about it for at least 5 minutes.
I've been thinking about it for a long time.
Okay.
So anybody that knows Bret Hart, please let him know. All he has to do is just stick it in a cup and freeze it and send it.
Dave?
Yes?
Do you think that Lou Bez is sitting by the computer listening to the show?
Yeah, because he's mad that they're talking about Bret as a great wrestler, not him. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he is.
Dave?
Probably not. Yes.
Could you make this a 2-hour show today?
It is a 2-hour show.
I mean,
Come
a
on
3-hour show today?
No, we cannot.
Okay.
I couldn't even if I wanted to.
Missy?
Yes.
Were you ever with Kamala?
Come on, that's a good one.
No, but you know what they used to do to me? This is the funniest thing. On the airline reservations, they used to always sit me in the center seat right beside him.
Uh-huh.
On all the airline flights. I used to always get stuck sitting by Kamala.
Who was on the other side?
I don't know. Probably some poor soul that was, smushed up to the window.
Shockmaster?
Huh?
Shockmaster.
Yeah, right.
He fell through the window.
Missy, do you have any thoughts on Tom Zink?
Do I have any thoughts on Tom Zink? Tom Zink is the one man that I wish I would have slept with. I had the biggest crush on him for years and years and years and years. Guy wouldn't even give me the time of day. Yeah, he's in my top 10, in my book, on my top 10 regret list. One of my top 10 regrets is that I never got to sleep with Tom Zink. I was in love with him for years and years. And years.
Wow. Now when he's on the show, we're going to have to...
Yeah, we're going to have to ask him next time he's on the show.
Ask him, because you know what? I was so totally in love with him. I used to follow him around. Like, if he would turn around, he'd walk right through me. I mean, I thought Tom Zink was the hottest guy in wrestling. And
Tom, you got 2 minutes to call in if you're listening.
Tom Zink, though, is like the hottest guy. The best body, a great worker. I mean, but his face. I mean, and he was smart, too. He had brains, which is really uncommon.
He has comedy.
And comedy.
Nobody knew that then.
Nobody.
Actually, I did.
I
actually
knew it.
did, though.
I knew
it, too. I knew it, too.
Yeah, I knew it, because I'd always...
Unfortunately, the wrong people knew that.
I think that the other people were afraid of it. Is more than they knew it.
I think, and you know what? They were a lot afraid of him that he would get over, because if he would have ever been given a push, he would have been over bigger than anybody, because he was so hot.
Well, I don't know, because he never got. He always got that beginnings of a push, and then that was about
it. Never really got a,
That was like half the people in that company, though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's right. As soon as they started getting a reaction, it was like, well, there's something wrong with this guy. And,
right.
Tom Zink, I think with Tom Zink, it was like he didn't have the right attitude. Like everybody else was like,
great attitude.
I'm just saying like, because
that was their excuse.
You know
they couldn't say he was. They couldn't say he was too short, like everybody else.
He had good looks, and there was certain people, like let's say Kevin Sullivan, certain people like that were jealous of his good looks. Okay, Ole Anderson, all this, it's all jealousy.
Wow. Anyway, we are totally out of time. Missy, this was quite the show.
Well, I hope so. I hope you liked it. And now, will you please plug my website one more time? Say July 1st.
You can plug it.
Okay, everyone, July 1st, www.wrestlingvixens.com. It will be up. It's up now, but it will be taking members on Monday, July 1st, and you will see, for the first time ever, Missy Hyatt completely in the buff. Tammy, Sonny, Sitch, completely in the buff, and I know everybody wants to see that one. So.
All right.
There you go.
Anyway, there you go. And please send me a copy of your book when it's done.
You know I will. You know what? I'm going to personally. I only get 10, but Dave, you get one of them.
Oh, that's so cool. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Because I am looking forward to reading it.
Yes.
Excuse me. Okay. And we will be back on Monday. Hope everybody has a good weekend. And we'll see everyone Monday at 5.